The City of Pillars. The Epic of Andraste and Rondel, Volume 2. Prologue. Captain Melek's heart felt heavy. Like most leaders of men, he had been through his share of victories as well as his share of setbacks. Setbacks, he mused. His mentor, Khalil, never referred to them as defeats or failures lest the men lose heart. A failure is something permanent. A setback simply means that you must approach the problem through a different perspective. He stared out at the 70 men under his command. They wore blank looks in response to his explanation of their latest setback. Blood caked their lamellar armor, small metal plates laced together in horizontal rows over their torso. Dirt covered the black sleeves of their arms. Depending on rank, a stage of the moon rested on the upper portion of each man's sleeve. Flies buzzed happily around the metal caps, protecting their heads in the cool morning light. Their stink hung in the still air. So thrilled at what they thought was a victory, they didn't even bother stripping out of their battle gear. He squinted at the sun rising behind his men. Its rays bathed the orange sand and red rock around them. It wouldn't be long before it soaked the desert in agonizing heat. Maybe the heat will help distract them from my failure. Our setback. Melek had allowed his men to celebrate well into the night after raiding and seemingly eliminating the largest threat to their cause. Regaining the all-important Mask of Halves was supposed to be a landmark event, a way to not only correct the mistakes of his predecessor, but to take a huge step toward completing the task Hubal had entrusted to the host millennia ago. And not a moment too soon. The alignment of the heavens is less than 3 months away. He blew out slowly through his nose. Nothing ever worked out as planned. He should have learned that by now. She had somehow survived. "I don't understand, Captain," said Latif, one of the younger recruits. He stood less than 30 feet away from Melek on flat ground at the front of the ranks. The thin, black beard he wore did little to mask his heavy frown. "We scoured the land around their camp. We covered every inch of it on foot. Our sorcerers found nothing. Still, we missed someone. This I know." He gestured to his head sorcerer. Khalil cleared his throat. "I confirmed Melek's suspicions." No one questioned how Melek knew. They had long ago accepted his sixth sense as a blessing attesting to Hubal's power. Many believed the god's obvious favor had been partially responsible for Melek's election to lead the host 3 years ago. Khalil had acted as the other catalyst, practically forcing him into the office after the failure of their previous commander. "But after this failure, how many are questioning my ability to command?" "So, we failed," said another. "No," Melek quickly responded. "We did not fail. This is merely a setback. One we will rectify." Setback, he thought bitterly while staring at disappointed faces. A weak word that does little to soften the blow. "What are your orders?" asked one of his sergeants. "For now, rest. More will come at the appropriate time." Melek spun away from his men, not giving them a chance to pose another question. He did not want to answer them. Khalil and Lieutenant Omar, Melek's second, flanked his sides as he walked away. Omar cleared his throat and scratched at the thick beard that each day worked to engulf the man's face. "Something on your mind, Lieutenant? I want to go on record that I disagree with your approach to this setback." "You said that earlier." "It was noted then. You won't reconsider?" "I see no other way. I know you want to chase after her. But we'll never beat her to Zephyr, and you know we can't enter the city without exposing ourselves to the populace. I don't see why that matters this once. We're so close to finishing Hubal's task." "Yes. But Hubal himself put the rule in place that we are never to enter a populated area." "I don't understand." Khalil interrupted. "Who are we to understand the Father of the gods? The holy texts don't always provide an explanation to our worries, yet we must accept them and place our trust in Hubal's hands." Omar bowed his head, looking embarrassed. I didn't mean to question Hubal's will. Melek placed a hand on his shoulder. We all question Hubal's will. I think he expects it. But he also expects us to have faith that he knows best. Yes, Captain. Make sure the men understand this. I know my method for dealing with this setback will not be popular. You're dismissed. I need to speak with Khalil in private. Omar saluted by crossing his arms over his chest and cupping the three-quarter moon embroidered over each sleeve with his hands. The moon stage represented his skill and position within Hubal's host. Melek was the only member to wear a full moon. As commander, he stood closest to Hubal's favor. Melek turned to Khalil. One of the oldest members of the host, the head sorcerer was not only his closest friend but also a substitute father in some ways. Has the ghoul been summoned? I have it bound in your tent. You just need to give it your commands. And it will obey only me? In theory. Melek raised an eyebrow. Sorcery is rarely perfect. Especially when it is done hastily and must be carried out over great distances. You know that. Melek sighed. I know you don't want to repeat mistakes the host has made in the past, but is this really the only way? Khalil asked. No. But for now, I think it's the best way. The sorcerer's mouth tightened. Very well. You won't argue another way then? No. I made sure you won the captaincy at 22 for a reason. Despite your youth, I trust you more than anyone else even if you don't always trust yourself. Even after this failure? Setback, Khalil corrected. Call it what you like. We both know what it is. You will ensure we fulfill Hubal's mission. Now, hurry. Khalil led the way to Melek's tent. Illuminated by a single oil lamp hanging from the top of the center pole, the space contained a bedroll, a small chest, and a couple of bags at the tent sides. Few would assume the captain of the famed Hubal's host lived here. The ghoul sat in the center of the room in the guise of a hyena, a form often preferred by the demonic race. The ears of the beast stood up when he and Khalil entered. Light blue strands of sorcery danced over its yellowish-brown coat, keeping the creature bound. A cold hate burned behind its dark eyes. The ghoul opened its mouth, and a guttural string of words huffed out of its stubby snout. Do not speak the forbidden language in the presence of Hubal's servants, abomination. But the ghoul chuckled with the voice of a hyena, a high-pitched sound that mimicked one choking. It is the first language, fools, it finally said in Urban. Abomination. Yet, not so detestable that you can't find a use for me. Melek ignored the creature's attempts to bait him. Be silent and listen. The ghoul tried to speak, but blue wisps of sorcery circled around its snout, clamping it closed. It gave a soft whine. Melek kept his face blank. Let that be a reminder that you are bound to me. He pointed to the ward burned into the creature's throat. Despite the speed he knew Khalil was forced to use when creating the ward, Melek could not spot a single flaw. You are allowed 2 forms only. The one you wear now and the one of the man you last killed. No other. If you shift into any other form, the ward will kill you. You will eat only dead things and kill nothing but animals. Nothing? It whispered. You may eat the woman after you've killed her. The hyena laughed again. My, but you are a cruel one. Much more to my liking than your predecessors. Melek ignored the comment. Khalil said you know who you're to seek and where she's heading. Yes. Good. He gestured to Khalil and the blue strands of sorcery disappeared from around the creature. Then go take care of her. Chapter 1. Like most cities in Urba, Zufar was one of shadows. Tall box-like buildings with square windows and arched doorways blocked blistering sunlight from penetrating the narrow and crowded streets. Rondell knew the architecture was born out of necessity, as such designs allowed the city's citizens to survive the scorching sun. What separated Zuffer from the other dots on Urba's map was that its shadows practically engulfed the city. Only a handful of areas ever saw sunlight, and most of those were near the city's center. During the day, the light on the streets never brightened past a dull gray. At night, it felt like one had to be part feline to see unhindered in the stale, musky spaces. That thought led Rondell to question the heritage of his partner as he watched her easily climb the outer wall protecting the museum. Andrasta found handholds in the pitch black as if they were lit by sparkling diamonds. She waited at the top with an outstretched arm for him to grab. He took a 3-step running start, placed his boot on the bottom of the wall, and drove his leg up. Hoping the momentum might aid his jump, he reached for her hand. He missed and cursed his poor night vision. His feet struck the cobbled path beneath him with a scuffling tap. Might as well be thunder. Rondell panicked at the noise, pressing his back against the wall, trying to make himself appear as small as possible. His good hand found the hilt of his blade. Get your rear moving and try again before the next patrol comes. I'm not looking to fight, Andrasta hissed above him. Really? You want to avoid a fight? You feeling all right? He whispered back. A sword was about as natural in his partner's hands as a lute had once been in his. Gat. Up here. Now, Dot. Rondell cringed at the frustration in Andrasta's voice. Though he couldn't see her face in the dark, he didn't have to in order know it wore a scowl. He spun away from the wall and stepped back. Though they had been together for nearly a year, working jobs with varying levels of questionable morality, he still deferred to her when it came to the finer points of thievery. After all, the last year encapsulates my entire experience as a thief. Andrasta, on the other hand, seems made for the role. He stared at Andrasta's outstretched hand. The woman lay on her stomach atop the wall to give him a closer target. He inhaled, took 4 great steps, and leaped. Andrasta's calloused hand latched on to his wrist. The shortened fingers on his bad hand tightened around her arm. She grunted and swung him up until he could bring up his good hand to grab the wall's edge. He pulled himself up the rest of the way. As usual, with Andrasta helping him, the process took less than a couple of seconds. They had perfected the movement over many months. It bothered Rondell they had to invent the process at all, but no matter how much stronger he got, unless he scaled something with well-defined handholds, the missing fingertips on his left hand made it nearly impossible to manage such climbs alone. Before Rondell could mutter his thanks, Andrasta jumped down the other side. The lack of noise had him once again noting the feline qualities of the woman. He joined her at the bottom, thankful he didn't break an ankle when landing. Inside the walls, a small, lush courtyard stood between them and the front of the museum. The courtyard and also the city's famous library were 2 of a handful of places in Zuffer that received sunlight during parts of the day. Half a dozen date palms stood amongst a sea of jasmine. Moonlight reflected off the white flower petals, bringing to mind a phrase Rondell had come across while doing research in Zuffer's library. Where a flower blooms, one will find hope, he whispered. I hope you stop making so much noise. He pressed his lips tight. Andrasta tiptoed toward the front of the museum. Rondell followed. They reached a thick, cedar door. Andrasta went to work on the lock. Gods, how much did it cost to import? The closest cedar tree is hundreds of miles away. 2 faint clicks sounded, followed by 3 more, then a long pause, and finally one final roll of the tumbler. We haven't come across many like that. Andrasta opened the door slowly, pausing at the beginnings of a faint creak. Rondell handed her a small vial of oil from a pocket in his belt. She doused the hinges and opened it without sound. They slipped inside and shut the door noiselessly. The museum consisted of 3 floors above ground and a large basement used for storage of old exhibits or pieces not yet ready for display. The first floor held mostly pottery and paintings from around the world. They glided through the partitions, half-walls, and stands separating each collection from other regions of Untan. Rondell paused for half a breath in the center of the room, which showcased ancient herba. A painting over 500 years old illustrated the low mountains Zuffer had been built upon. Lush vegetation surrounded the base and even rode up the lower parts of the steps before reaching the plateau most of the city rested on. Today, the painting would show a city of rock built atop rock, surrounded by dirt with a few rare patches of plant life like those in the museum's courtyard. One would need to travel to Urba's coasts to come across land capable of growing large quantities of food or raising vast herds like the lands depicted in the painting. Rondell caught up to Andrasta. She had stopped next to a partially open door at the far corner of the first floor. 3 voices came from inside. A shaft of light struck her face as she peeked through the slit. Andrasta made eye contact with him, gesturing with a finger to her dark lips for silence. She moved aside so Rondell could eavesdrop on the conversation. Though Andrasta had picked up most of the local language, Rondell knew it better. "Better," said a gruff voice. "What?" "Wipe that blasted smile off your face or I'll do it for you." "You better not be cheating." "How can I cheat? It's your deck and Fahim's dealing. Gins take you. That's your 6th winning hand in a row." "That's a poor curse to wish on any man," said Bedr. The man with the gruff voice paused. "You're right, but I wouldn't be surprised if you and Fahim are into something together." A third voice chuckled. "Everything's fine when you're winning. Yet when you start to lose, everyone else is cheating. Can't you accept that Hubel might actually be smiling down on us?" The first man laughed, his anger fading. "The Father of the Gods has better things to do than smile down on us. Besides, if he's willing to throw some blessings our way, I'd rather something better than victory in a few card games." Rondell shook his head and eased away from the door. Andrasta and he stepped back and spoke in whispers so soft they had to press their mouths to each other's ears. "All 3 guards are playing cards. The top 2 floors should be clear." "Let's kill them quickly," said Andrasta, drawing her sword. Rondell stayed her hand. "Why?" "Here's a better question. Why leave them alive to sneak up on us or sound an alarm later?" She's got me there. Rondell had killed more people than he cared to admit since forming his partnership with Andrasta. The majority of them deserved killing, but a few he wasn't so sure about. He regretted those. Just people in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like these guards. Yet, he couldn't have the guards ruining their plans either. "We could tie them up." Andrasta didn't even bother answering the suggestion. She let her eyes go blank and gave him her famous cold stare. With the long diagonal scar spanning the length of her face from forehead to jaw and crossing her nose in between, it was a stare he preferred others to be on the receiving end of. He scanned the room. A piece of art at the far wall consisted of rusted armor, broken pieces of wood, old copper, and ratty cloth all held together by rope and twine. It was part of the modern movement which more or less consisted of picking through trash and making some sort of sculpture which no one could figure out. Yet, everyone pretends they have the answer. "Let's lock them in the room then." Andrasta followed his gaze to the sculpture inside. "Come on. That's more than enough stuff to barricade the door, and shift change isn't until dawn. That's hours away, and no one outside would be able to hear them shouting." She replaced her sword in her scabbard. "Fine." Though the pounding of fists echoed throughout the high-ceilinged space, Rondell wasn't worried about the door. Short of having an elephant inside, the 3 guards would never muster the strength necessary to cast aside the barricade blocking them inside the room. Due to the museum's acoustics, the pounding lessened in volume as they ascended the stairs. Complete silence enveloped them on the 3rd floor. Andrasta looked over her shoulder, then back at a floor covered in runes. Moonlight from a window in the ceiling illuminated the space. "You're sure about this?" "As sure as I'm going to be." "Of course." Rondell took point as they maneuvered through the displays, carefully loping back and forth while gradually making their way toward their destination. He paused only twice to examine the patterns etched on the floor's tiles. Sorcery had been woven into the tiles during the museum's construction. Traversing the third level at night meant stepping on the tiles in a predetermined sequence. A misstep supposedly conjured up guard demons. Rondell had visited the museum many times over the last month during daylight hours in order to study the pattern. Then he'd moved to Zuffer's famed library for more research. And I still don't know if I'm completely right. Sweat beaded across his forehead while stepping lightly on the center of each tile. Andrasta followed his lead. He let out a slow breath when they reached the safe area around a display case near the center of the room. They both stared at what lay beneath a wire mesh covering. A silver flute etched with tiny runes, far more complicated than the ones on the floor, rested on a red cushion. Legends surrounding the flute said it belonged to Thalamanik, the greatest sorcerer who had ever lived. He once used the flute to control the monstrosities he had created and fought with during the Sorcerer Wars millennia ago. Based on Rondell's research, the flute was necessary to get past one of the guardians protecting the Jewel of Bashan. "Use your dagger to cut the wire," said Rondell. "Relian steel should be sharp enough not to disturb the entire display." Andrasta frowned. Something doesn't feel right. Worry shone on her face as she scanned the space. "What do you mean? This is too easy. That means we planned well. Maybe Adot. What's wrong? We took care of the guards and made it through the wards on the floor. What about Kamal and Wabu? What about them? This is their territory. That hasn't stopped us before. I'm worried they've set up a trap as payback after the last job. They have no way of knowing we'd be here. Besides, we beat them to that necklace fair and square. Fair means little in our line of work. You should have let me kill them." Rondell waved a hand dismissively. "You'd kill the whole world if I let you. I'm surprised you haven't tried to kill me yet." Andrasta's dark face was a mask of stone. "I thought about it once or twice in the early days." Rondell blanched. "You were pretty annoying then. But don't worry, we're good now." "Thanks. Regardless, we don't have to worry about them." A strange grid-like shadow appeared over Andrasta's face. She noticed it at about the same time he did. They looked up. A large net engulfed them. Cursing and groping for their weapons, they fell, trying to get loose. A loud guffaw rang out above. Rondell paused in his struggles as a square-jawed, copper-skinned man descended by rope from the ceiling. The shadow of another man steadied the rope at the edge of the window. "Good thing they weren't worried about us, huh, Kamal?" The man from the roof called down. "Wabu." "Yeah." Otherwise, they might have used their heads and looked over all possible entrances rather than just the most obvious. "By Hubal, it's a wonder how they ever got one over on us, but why didn't we use the roof?" Andrasta snapped. "The wards were supposed to be stronger there than those on the floor," said Rondell. "Apparently not." Kamal came to a halt just above the flute. He swung his sword, tearing up the wire mesh protecting what lay beneath. The entire display stand began to glow a pale yellow. Kamal snatched the flute. Rondell swore. "That's ours." "Funny, I seem to be the one holding it. I'm not sure why you wanted this. Is it even real silver? Anyway, if you're willing to steal it, it must be worth something to someone. We'll find the buyer and make the deal ourselves." "There is no buyer," Rondell wanted to say, but thought better of it. The last thing he wanted was to let Kamal know the flute's importance to them. "I'm going to kill you," growled Andrasta. "I love you too." Kamal gave the rope a tug and ascended upward as Wabu pulled. Rondell felt the heat rising off Andrasta. Kamal had made a pass at her not long after they entered Zuffer. She turned him down, and the thief had called her things afterward that Rondell never would have dared say to any woman. The only reason why Kamal still lived was because Rondell had convinced Andrasta retribution wouldn't be worth the heat from Zuffar's underworld for killing one of their tools. Given our situation, I think I was wrong on that count. By the way, continued Kamal, we've already informed the watch that someone matching your descriptions broke into the museum, but maybe next time they'll know better than to encroach on our territory, said Wabu, straining under the weight of hoisting up Kamal. Kamal called near the top. Oh, if the watch wasn't enough to bother with, then you may want to look at the floor. I'm not sure what's happening, but it looks pretty serious. 50 feet away, wisps of smoke varying in color, gray, black, and green rose in more than half a dozen locations as Andrasta cut away the last of the netting. 2 cheetahs and 3 hyenas materialized from the rising smoke. With sword already in hand, Rondell remembered an old saying. The real danger is always at your back. He wheeled and let out a yelp. A 30-foot cobra with 5 heads, hoods fanned, towered over him. 1 head wasn't enough? He muttered. Ha! Andrasta looked over her shoulder and spoke a few choice words in her native tongue. They pressed their backs together and slowly turned in place. Well? He asked. Well, what? You're the thinker. One of the cobra's heads darted at them, but without fully committing, as if feeling them out. The cheetahs and hyenas made not a sound, but both padded closer, again wary as if following the cobra's lead. I think we should get out of here before we get caught, die, or some combination thereof. You're the person of action. I think you should take the lead on seeing us to safety. Andrasta's sigh came from her toes. All right, said Rondell as they both slid slowly away from the danger. The basement. Blueprints said it has as an old delivery tunnel we could use to escape. Another head of the cobra made its move, spitting venom. They ducked and the glob struck the tile floor where it began to sizzle. We rush the cheetahs, and then make for it. They're natural hunters and the biggest threat. Plus, they're blocking the stairs. Ready? No. Go! Andrasta dove in front of him as one of the cheetahs pounced. She killed it with 1 swipe. The second cheetah tore past her to get at Rondell. It took to the air, mimicking the attack of the first. Rondell lacked the strength to match his partner's approach to defending against the beast. Instead, he rolled and raised his blade, tearing into the demon's exposed belly. It wailed as it thudded on the tiles. Despite its smoky origin, the cheetah bled like the real thing. The hyenas pounced on the promise of fresh meat rather than bothering to chase after them. Rondell silently questioned the skills of the sorcerer behind the warded tiles to have not foreseen such a thing as he raced downstairs after Andrasta. His heart pounded in his chest. Where the sorcerer failed with the hyenas, he had excelled with the bastardization of the snake. The 5-headed cobra didn't care about an easy meal. It chased them like no snake Rondell had ever seen. They destroyed half the second floor, throwing things in the cobra's path. By the time they reached the first floor, the city's watch had arrived. Stop! One of the men shouted, drawn sword in hand. Andrasta ignored him, practically diving off the steps, rolling behind an ancient stone statue of some minor god on display. Rondell followed, though not half as elegantly. Andrasta had her back against the block of stone, peeking out of one side. He did the same on the other. The guards wore looks of confusion while turning toward them. The man who had shouted for them to stop, gestured for the others, some 14 men, to circle around either side of the statue. They barely moved a step when a heavy crash sounded from the second floor. The guards paused and looked up as the 5-headed cobra appeared at the top of the stairs. It looked confused with so many warm bodies to choose from. The guards began cursing, backing away slowly. We're no longer the priority. The cobra flared each of its hoods and sped down the stairs. Within moments it was striking and spitting at anything nearby. Guilt washed over Rondell as he watched the first few men die by the serpent's venom. Even if the trap had been triggered by Kamal and Wabu, he couldn't help but feel partially responsible. A hand wrapped around his arm. He jumped. "Stick around and we'll be next," said Andrasta. "Come on." He nodded, shaking away his guilt and leading them to the basement and out of the library. Several blocks away, after doubling back their trail for the third time through narrow, trash-filled alleys, Rondell called, "Wait." Andrasta slowed. "What? Where are you going?" "Our apartment." "We can't. More of the watch could be waiting for us. How would they know where we live?" "Kamal and Wabu. If they figured out we were hitting the museum tonight, it's possible they figured out where we were staying as well." Andrasta halted and cursed so colorfully in Yuntarkan that Rondell didn't understand half of it. He had been picking up the rarely spoken language so they could speak it around others without anyone understanding. "We still have to go. All our things are there," she said finally. "A few weapons and armor. Some clothes. Nothing that can't be replaced. More than that. All our money and everything you've compiled about the Jewel of Bashan while we've been in this blasted city. Trap or not, we can't walk away from months of work. I've got copies of all the research hidden at the library. More than half of our money too." Andrasta raised an eyebrow. He thought she might be upset since Rondell hadn't mentioned his splitting of the money. "How do we know that hasn't been compromised as well?" "We don't. But I always went to the library by myself and dressed like an old man. Alone, people see me as just another cripple." He paused. "In fact, I can't think of a safer place right now than the library. We should hole up there for the night." A line of white slashed across the lower third of her face. It was a rare thing for her to smile. He wished she would do it more. "What's that about?" "When you talk with such confidence, it's hard to even remember the coward from prison." "Yeah, it's getting harder for me to remember him either." "You run Point?" "Of course. I'd like to get there alive." She grinned. "Wow. Twice in one night? I wonder how often it snows in the desert." Scholars who enjoyed needlessly ranking such things as libraries placed Zuffers as fourth in the world. Given its collections on ancient texts from the eastern nations of Untan, Rondell thought the scholars had gotten it wrong once again. Definitely a solid number 2. Following Andrasta's lead, he jumped down to the library's roof from an adjacent apartment building. He landed a foot from the rooftop's ledge, rolling to reduce the impact on his knees and ankles. Rising, he glanced back at the distance he had cleared. Bile crept into his throat. He had never made a jump like that before. "Calm down. You're fine." Still, that had to be 20 feet across. A flat surface dominated most of the library's roof except for its center, which consisted of a large dome painted in gold. It glowed brightly in the moonlight just as it blinded passers-by during the day. Rondell eased in front of his partner and approached it, looking for the opening. Hidden among several ventilation tubes, a 4-foot by 4-foot hatch had been crafted at the bottom of the dome. Thinking it best to find a means of escape should the need arise, he had discovered the hatch on one of his first visits to the library. However, Rondell had not considered the need to enter the library from the roof. Andrasta examined the joins of the panel, running her fingers up, down, and across each of the seals. She pressed in various locations, but the hatch didn't give. No screws. Not even a handle, she muttered. "There's one on the inside. Not that it does us any good. We'll need to find another way in. Any other way inside is going to draw too much attention, even at this time of night." Rondell nodded. All doors resided on the first level and no windows rose above the third. The librarians believed natural sunlight would harm the older texts housed on the upper levels. Patrons perusing those volumes had to squint by the light of dim oil lamps secured on wall sconces and encased with glass strengthened by sorcery so they would not break. So what do we do? Andrasta whipped out her dagger. She jammed the long, thin blade into the narrow groove separating the hatch and the dome. She worked it down, shifted her grip, and pried. The point of any other dagger would have snapped off under the pressure, but Relian steel never dulled, and it never broke. Because of that, even a small dagger like the one Andrasta carried often cost more than many men could earn in a lifetime. Andrasta grunted, her scarred face twisting in the shadowed night. Her wide nostrils flared as the hatch began to open. "A little help," she muttered. Rondell quickly drew one of his daggers and jammed it into the wider space she had made. She repositioned her blade and took a breath. "On 3. She nodded off the count and they pulled. The hatch popped off loudly. They quickly slipped inside onto a ledge before anyone in a nearby building could place the origin of the noise. Andrasta pulled the hatch back into place. Rondell threw his broken blade aside. "Where did you say you got that dagger?" "I didn't." "Is that a hint I shouldn't ask?" "More than a hint." He scowled. Andrasta had opened up to him only a couple of times in the last year. For the most part, she still guarded her past. "All right. This way." Rondell led Andrasta down a level to where he spent his time researching. They passed bookcases and shelves filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. Dust sat on many of them. "They do a poor job of keeping this place in order," said Andrasta while ducking under an intricate spider web spanning the distance between two bookcases. "Actually, they do a pretty admirable job considering they're understaffed. The librarians just spend the bulk of their time on the areas most frequented by patrons. That's worked out well for me as I've been able to work in peace." Rondell squatted down in the middle of an aisle. He pried loose a kick guard at the bottom and retrieved his notes. He gestured to the case behind them. "Our money is in that one. This is all worthless if we don't have the flute though, right? That's what I'm going to find out. There may be another way to get the Jewel of Bashan. I'll need to sort through my notes once more to make sure I didn't miss anything. Might have to also go through and consult a few of the original texts again. What can I do? Go downstairs and look for some water. I'm thirsty. Now I'm your servant? Well, you can't read Urban or any of the other languages these texts are in. And considering we don't have much time until the library opens, I thought you might be considerate and get me something to drink. But if you'd rather, I'll go look myself and waste copious amounts of time we don't have. In the meantime, you can take a nap since there's nothing else for you to do." Her fists opened and closed. Rondell swallowed. "Too much?" Andrasta glared. "Sorry?" She turned and left without a word. Chapter 2. Despite Rondell's suggestion to sleep, Andrasta could do nothing of the sort. She paced the long aisles of books, angry. Kamal and Wabu had sabotaged months of work. She and Rondell had spent far more time in Zuffer than she had ever wanted. The flute was supposed to be the last thing they needed before heading east to Bashan. She stopped briefly to study maps pinned on the walls, hoping such a task might satisfy her boredom and deflect her frustration. It accomplished neither. She spat and kicked a row of books off a bottom shelf before pacing again. "Do you mind directing your anger to something other than ancient texts?" Andrasta wheeled. Rondell had his head down over another musty old scroll, squinting in the soft light. "Would you rather I kick you?" "It wouldn't be the first time. But, no thank you. I get enough of that when we spar." She snorted at his easy response. It was amazing how much she had gotten used to his flippant attitude. They had come a long way in the last year. "How can you be so calm about this?" He looked up. "What do you mean?" "Kamal and Wabu. They ruined everything, . And this is only dawning on you now?" "No. I just can't stop thinking about it. I know. You're going to wear a rut in the floor with all the pacing. She looked at Rondel's tanned face. The beginning of crow's feet tickled the corners of his brown eyes. That and the gray around his temple gave him a naturally calm look. His appearance and the years spent as an entertainer sometimes made it hard for her to read him. Are you angry at all? Of course, he said while scribbling notes. But the worst of it burned off in the excitement of us escaping. And if I let it get to me now, it will take twice as long to get through my notes. It's hard enough to concentrate with your inability to keep still. She stopped and gave him a look. He glanced up briefly. Thank you. I almost have this last translation done. Rondel checked 3 other texts, made a note, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. He sighed, opened his lids, and grabbed a cup of water. She watched how he always used his good hand, even for the most mundane of tasks. Worried he might drop or fumble something and look like a fool. Some of that old pride remains, she thought. Though she had pushed him to develop his crippled hand's dexterity, he only trusted it when he could not use his right. After a moment of watching Rondel stare off into space, she couldn't stand it any longer. Well, we can't do it without the flute. I rechecked all the texts that referenced the Guardians of the Tower. It's not always clear what they are, but we'll definitely need the flute to get past at least one of them. Andrasta's hand squeezed the hilt of her sword. Kamal and Wabu will try to get rid of it as soon as they can. Yes. Rondel bobbed his head absently. Andrasta knew the wheels were turning in his mind. Who do you think they'll go to? Ilias and Jabril wouldn't have the money to give them what it's worth. That leaves Nere or Kadir. Maybe. But no one in Zufar will want to touch the flute after what happened in the museum. So the capital? Rondel shook his head. News will travel fast to Thaj. I doubt they'll find a buyer anywhere in Urba. Then where would they go? I don't know. I think they're going to have to sit on it for a while. Why? Because anyone associated with the flute will likely get charged for murder just to pacify the locals. They figured we already had a seller lined up because they don't know what we wanted the flute for. Therefore, they'll go to Nere or Kadir like you said, hoping to dump it quickly. They'll get the cold shoulder. They'll try the smaller players next before realizing that they're in just as bad a spot as we are. Since their territory's contained within Zufar, they won't have a clue where to go outside of Urba to sell the flute. They'll go to ground while figuring out how to get rid of it. Think they would just throw it away? Rondel stood and stretched, wincing as a hand went to his back. Not unless it was a last resort. Getting rid of the flute without a payday would be like admitting failure. I can't see them doing that. So I guess we might have a little time. Voices echoed from below, jarring them both from their conversation. You were supposed to warn me when morning came, Rondel snapped. Andrasta leaned over the side of a small balcony where she caught glimpses of the levels below with windows. Tiny shafts of light sped across the space. She cursed herself for having been distracted by her anger. It wasn't like her to make such a mistake. She cursed again when several guards from the watch appeared on the ground floor. An older man Andrasta assumed worked at the library led them toward the staircase. Is there somewhere to hide? She asked, spinning away from the balcony. Rondel busily stacked his notes. No. We need to leave. I'll get a bag for the papers. No time. If we have to run, I don't want us losing all the work I've put in. We'll put them back under the bookcase and get them later. Is there a back way out? 2 floors down there's a window that overlooks a small garden. I think we can get out from there. Andrasta returned to the balcony and peered down. Hurry! Rondel fumbled the kick guard to the bookcase. He hustled past Andrasta a second later. Let's go. Rondel led since Andrasta knew little about the interior of the library. She found out quickly why he didn't take point often. Usually, he would be careful to step where Andrasta stepped, as she had a sense for knowing the places that would cause the least amount of noise. The floor creaked loudly as he took the stairs. "I heard something," said a voice below. "Upstairs," said another. Rondel exited the staircase 2 floors down and sprinted toward a distant wall. Andrasta followed. Rounding several bookshelves, a box-like window draped by a thick red piece of cloth appeared. The pool in the garden. Of course. An arrow thudded into a bookcase just ahead. "They're shooting at us." Rondel acted as if he couldn't believe they had the audacity to do so. "Don't slow down. Jump," she yelled, pushing him forward with her hand. "Are you crazy?" Another arrow thudded. Then another. "Do it." Rondel increased his pace, screaming hysterically like a man on fire. Andrasta slowed a step to better time her jump. He leaped through the window, taking the curtain with him. Rondel's scream turned into that of a raspy, frightened child once he hit the morning air. Andrasta dove out behind him, taking an arrow in the shoulder as she cleared the ledge. She grunted but had time for nothing more as treetops rose to meet her. Rondel clipped the fronds of 2 date palms on his way down to a small pool of water. The fronds slowed his descent, but not nearly enough nor in the way he would have preferred. All air blasted from his lungs when his body struck the pond's surface. Foul-tasting liquid rushed into his mouth as he sank in the surprisingly cool water. Frantically, he untangled himself from the red curtain. His feet touched bottom as the cloth came free, and he pushed off hard. Weighed down with weapons and light armor, he clawed upward, arms flailing and lungs burning. Ready to give in, his head finally emerged. He coughed, sputtered, and gasped while trying to keep his lips above the surface. The air smelled like algae. He began to sink again. A hand grabbed his arm. "You're panicking. Calm down, and breathe." Andrasta helped him to the pool's edge. "How did you know the water was deep enough for us to jump?" he asked, climbing out, realizing he had jumped out of a 3-story window with only a vague idea of what lay beneath. His original intention had been to climb down the side of the library through the window, not leap from it. "I didn't. But it was our best option. I'm glad I didn't know that then." He paused. "Your shoulder, Dot." Guards shouted from the library window. Footsteps pounded nearby. Andrasta broke off the arrow shaft. "No time now. Come on." She took off and Rondel followed. They got out of the gardens, crossed a narrow street, and ducked into one of the many intersecting alleys shrouded in shadow. People were just waking up, opening their homes to let in fresh air while cooking the morning's meal. Most stopped to stare as he and Andrasta ran past. More stares will come as the sun continues to rise. "This isn't going to work," said Rondel. "The guards will be able to pick up our trail from the people watching us." "I know. We need to get some dry clothes, especially boots. A disguise would also be nice." Andrasta changed directions, leading them several blocks south into one of the lowlier parts of Zuffer. "Don't you think the watch will come this way first?" "Probably. But there are more foreigners in this part of Zuffer, which will make it easier to blend in." Her eyes shifted. She pointed. "There." 3 men with wide smiles stepped out of a whorehouse on shaky legs. They wore yellow, sweat-stained trousers, cheap-looking chain mail, and wide-brimmed helmets that resembled a pointed bowl. "Mercenaries from Malum. Not the best of disguises, but it will do until we can find something better." He and Andrasta charged. Minutes later they left the 3 men unconscious beneath a heap of trash while moving through the city in dry clothes. And we didn't even have to kill anyone. Chapter 3. 3 days. 3 long and tiring days. Rondel and Andrasta had ducked the city watch. They slept in shifts, usually an hour at a time, huddled up in seldom used alleys, many times laying in old urine and trash as those places were the safest to rest. Rondell yawned. I'd sleep in worse if it meant getting a full night of rest. Twice, someone tried to mug them. Twice, the muggers wished they hadn't. Rondell didn't care so much about the muggers. They dared not stay too long in one spot because it seemed more guards joined the hunt every day. Once, the guards nearly had them when Rondell was busy removing the broken arrow shaft from Andrasta's shoulder and cleaning the wound. But they recovered quickly and managed to escape after killing 3 guards and wounding 2 more. Adding bodies to the number they were already blamed for won them no friends. People throughout the city spat out the names Rondell and Andrasta as if they were the worst filth imaginable. And then there are the missing children. Stories of children being snatched away in the night had begun weeks ago. Rumors of small, chewed bones being discovered throughout Suffer followed. Something had even cracked them for marrow. Rondell never bothered learning the truth behind those tales. He hadn't the time. However, living on the streets had suddenly made the stories seem more important. Though he was no child, the last thing he wanted was to wake up with something gnawing on his leg. Rondell found himself agreeing more and more with Andrasta's desire to kill Kamal and Wabu. Just give me 1 minute. Well, give me 5. His stomach growled. They hadn't eaten in at least a day, and then most of what they had filled their stomachs with they probably shouldn't have. Likely to die of disease before the guards find us. They were on their way to the market, hoping to steal something to quiet their empty bellies. I'm sick of this, Rondell muttered as he walked behind Andrasta, hunched and using a makeshift cane. What? Andrasta limped just ahead of him, trying to appear drunk, occasionally scraping a nearby wall. All this running. And smelling like the inside of a camel's rear. Next time we have to steal clothes, let's make sure the people aren't dead yet. The rot is why most people are avoiding us. Now, keep it down. I'll go out first. Count to 10 before following. We'll meet later at the other side of the market. Rondell leaned against the wall at the alley's mouth while Andrasta continued on. He rubbed the leg he pretended to favor. He reached 10 and eased himself into the open. The market bustled with activity, merchants hawking their ware, moneylenders haggling over interest rates, and prospective buyers arguing over the quality of goods. In his past life as a minstrel, he would don the persona of the heroes he sang about, acting out the parts as much as he sang them. Because of this, it was relatively easy for him to slip into the beggar's role he had cobbled together. He kept his head low, eyes on the ground, and his upper back hunched. With a shaky hand he moved his cane forward, sliding his feet slowly as if he lacked the strength to lift them. He wore gloves on both hands, the fingertips of the left stuffed with cloth to conceal his injury. Despite the stench permeating his clothes, the smells emanating from food stands overpowered the odor. He had to will himself not to run toward the grilling lamb and chicken spiced with black peppercorns, cloves, coriander, and cumin. He swallowed pooling saliva before it spilled from the corners of his mouth. Though that might add to the character. He passed barrels of dried rice, lentils, and fava beans as well as open boxes of cucumbers and eggplant. He gave the stone jars of olives, dates, figs, pomegranates, and the other selections barely more than a glance. He had been living off rotten vegetables, nuts, and the occasional piece of fruit for the last 3 days. His stomach screamed for meat. A family was busily pre-cooking some lamb to sell for lunch at their stand. He sidled over to the stand, doing his best to appear interested in his feat. A young boy worked the grill near him. The boy placed 2 fresh skewers of lamb on the hot metal. It sizzled and smoke rose upward. The boy left them to make more. The meat would be rare for Rondell's liking, but given his state, he'd eat it raw and bloody if necessary. He reached for one of the skewers. A hand latched onto his. "What do you think you're doing?" A man shouted. "Where did he come from? You let your hunger distract you." He yanked Rondell's other hand, pulling off the glove concealing his crippled hand. The man shouted in alarm and dropped the glove. "Unclean!" the man shouted, pointing at Randell's missing fingertips. "Crap! He thinks I'm a leper." Heads whipped in his direction. People backed away, worried they might catch his disease. Another voice shouted, "No! Look at his skin. It's one of the foreigners. The one that broke into the museum." "Where's the other?" "The big one. There." The shouts kept coming, and Rondell knew any effort to maintain the disguise would be pointless. He stood straighter and spotted Andrasta searching for him. Their eyes met just as shouts of guards followed. He grabbed the skewer again and jammed the meat in his mouth, uncaring of the searing heat. A few people tried to move in on them. They lost their nerve as Rondell drew steel and nicked one. Someone screamed in pain beyond Rondell's line of sight. He figured Andrasta had been less gentle. She gestured with her head. They ducked into separate alleys going in the same direction. At the first intersection, Andrasta stormed through a side corridor and joined him. Guards appeared behind them. "What happened?" she asked, handing him one of 2 sacks she carried. "Vegetables of some sort. Better than what I managed. Should have never gotten greedy." "They saw my blasted hand," he huffed with a curse. Up and down Zuffer they ran, crossing 3 districts and 2 levels of the multi-tiered city that ascended up the rocky mountainside. Andrasta checked the position of the sun through slits of sky separating orange brick buildings. Close to an hour. She glanced back at Rondell huffing along beside her. Her partner kept a good pace, much better than what he would have a year ago. However, neither could run forever, especially with the lack of food and water over the last few days. She glanced up again as a head poked out from the roof of a building. It disappeared quickly. A shout sounded. Another head appeared and disappeared. Another shout rang out. She swore. "They've gotten ahead of us." "What?" "They're on the roofs. Funneling us to where they want us to go." An arrow flitted down and skidded off the cobbles near her feet. Several more followed. She and Randell zigzagged as best as they could in the narrow alley while leaping over trash and old crates. "There aren't any side streets for us to take," said Rondell, voicing what she already knew. "We'll have to make our own way out then." Andrasta sped faster while hugging the left side of the alley. She cut sharply to the right and leaped at a door. Leading with her boot, she struck near the handle. The frame cracked, but did not break. The jolt of the impact went up her leg, into her hip, throwing her backward. "Stronger than I thought." She recovered quickly, clenched her jaw, and ran forward again, leading this time with her shoulder. The door gave way, slapping against the inside wall. 3 young children stared wide-eyed while a mother screamed in fright and ran over to protect them. The man of the house opened his mouth, looking irate at their intrusion. He never got out a word as Andrasta shoved him aside and darted through the small apartment. She heard Rondell come in behind her, apologizing for the door. After several swift turns, they exited into another alley. She attacked another door. Thankfully, it gave on the first try. She crossed 4 streets in this manner before doubling back 2. She felt a slight tug in her mind with each decision she attributed to instinct, as if something nudged her along. They ran up half a block and repeated the pattern again. By the end of it all, her leg and shoulder ached to the point that she began to favor that side of her body. She still heard men running through adjacent alleys behind them, but they had at least lost those on the rooftops. A dozen men carrying swords appeared half a block ahead. She tightened the grip on her pommel. How did they get ahead of us again? Sorcery? Rondell called from behind. Gods, did the watch go on a hiring spree? We can't fight them all, Andrasta. Especially with more behind us. She grit her teeth. He's right. A sudden urge overwhelmed her, stronger than the directional tugs as she chose their route. She veered sharply to the left down an alley so tight she had to practically run sideways to squeeze through it. "I'm going to kill Kamal and Wabu." Two guards appeared at the mouth of the alley. They carried bows and wore knowing grins. One yelled, "Stop!" The smiles on the archers' faces turned to surprise as she sped up, raising her sword. "Loose!" One yelled. Two arrows flitted down the narrow space. The first Andrasta timed perfectly and deflected. The other skidded against the wall, ricocheted, and struck her just above the collarbone in a space her armor did not protect. It broke the skin not far from the recovering wound she gained at the library. She yelled and stumbled for a moment before pushing forward. The two archers fumbled with their next arrows, faces masked in fear. They turned to run as she reached the alley mouth. She slashed the first across the back. He fell screaming. The second sped away. Blood trickled down her shoulder and chest. She threw the other sack of food she had grabbed in the market back to Rondell. With a free hand, she felt the wound. Though it bled, the momentum of the arrow had been affected by striking the wall. It hadn't gone deep. She yanked it free and pressed her palm against the hole. "Can you continue?" "Don't have much of a choice," she said, moving again. Andrasta stopped before another door, ready to kick it in when a woman's voice called 2 apartments down. "Wait. Please." The please gave her pause. A petite figure stood in an open doorway. As with all urban women who appeared in public, she wore an abaya, a long black robe that fell to her feet. A black scarf and veil concealed her hair and face, leaving only her eyes exposed. She raised a hand and gestured them forward. "Hurry! They'll be around the corner any moment." Shouts and heavy footsteps rang out. "We're running out of options, and they're closing fast," said Rondell. Andrasta frowned at the woman's act of kindness, but decided that even if she ended up leading them into a trap, the risk was worth it. Andrasta ran to the open door and darted inside. The door closed after Rondell. She immediately looked for an exit. They had to keep moving. Andrasta froze as a loud thud sounded behind her. She wheeled, noticing strange designs glowing on the walls in colors of blue and purple. The woman stood over an unconscious Rondell. Rage coursed through Andrasta's body. She raised her sword to strike the woman, but dizziness washed over her. She swayed. "Sleep. It will all be over soon," said the woman in a calm, even tone. Andrasta dropped to her knees, then to her side. Her sword slipped from her grasp. She fought to keep her eyes open. She moved her mouth to curse the woman, but it would not respond. The woman knelt beside her. So strong. Just as the stories say. The woman removed her veil, revealing a young, smooth face, petite nose, and thin lips that parted into a gentle smile. Even if Andrasta hadn't already suspected the woman was trying to kill them, she was certain she would have hated her anyway. Chapter 4. "Are you sure?" Melek asked, staring into Khalil's eyes, hoping he might see doubt hidden between the wrinkles surrounding them. Old as those eyes may be, they held a youthful strength that gave the captain his answer before the sorcerer responded. "Positive." "How can this be?" "I told you no sorcery is guaranteed." "I understand that, but to not even be able to locate the ghoul. Not even know whether it's alive or dead. It's most likely dead. I can't even pick up a trace of its presence. So it entered Zuffer a week ago. You caught faint glimpses of it here and there for a few days, probably as it searched for her. But now, nothing." Khalil nodded. 3 divinings all brought the same result. She shouldn't have the power necessary to kill a ghoul yet. We aren't that close to the heavens' alignment. It could have been someone else. Khalil stroked his chin, thinking. He was obviously confused by the turn of events. There are others in the city who are capable enough sorcerers. Capable. But not more skilled than you. It had to be her. Melek rubbed his temples between forefinger and thumb. His gamble had failed, a gamble he had hoped would rectify the past mistakes of Hubel's host, including his own, while also eliminating the need to place his men at risk. "Shall I summon another one?" asked Khalil. Melek shook his head. "No. If she did defeat the first one, then she'll have no problem with another." "I'm sorry, Captain." Melek snorted. "It's not your failure. The order had been mine." He paused. "Tell me some good news." "She's still in Zuffer." "You know this for sure?" "Yes. She performed a divining to locate us. Probably to make sure we weren't headed to the empty-hand desert yet. Each time she locates us, it leaves a temporary path that leads back to her." "Good. She's protected herself well," Khalil said. "The wards around her are strong, more than they have a right to be. Either she's grown more formidable as of late or she's finally starting to expose her true power. Maybe she's desperate and is no longer holding back. Perhaps you are right about her killing the ghoul. Regardless, she'll only grow stronger in the coming weeks. Should we set up an ambush for her outside Zuffer?" Melek began pacing the tent. "If it wasn't so close to the alignment, I'd say yes. We could afford to take losses then and still have enough men to protect the Mask of Halves and carry out Hubel's will. But now, we have no way of knowing what creatures she may have already gathered. She'll expect that we'll attack near the city, especially since we sent the ghoul. We have to be careful. She is the only thing in the way of my success. To prove that I deserve this hallowed position." He sighed. "For now, just keep an eye on her. Too bad the alignments are so far apart. Otherwise, I might suggest we hide and wait." Melek snorted. 500 years would be a long wait." He paused. "No, Khalil. Even waiting 5 years would be a risk at this point. The host is not as strong as it once was. No land. No wives or children. No family but the host itself. So few want to dedicate their lives to that. But we have, and we cannot fail." Chapter 5. Andrasta woke with a buzzing in her ears, as if a fly had decided to take up residence inside her skull. She reached up to swat at the noise, but her arm flopped out to the side as though she had no control over it. Her eyes fluttered open, vision blurring in and out to the buzzing. She blinked and the blotches around her vision came into focus. Wood for a fire. Pillows to sit on. Sacks of clothes. She squinted, certain her eyes played tricks on her as strange, soft, blue patterns of light winked in and out along the walls and ceiling of the room. She grunted and flipped over to her other side, dizzy from the strain. It took a moment for her vision to regain focus, but when it did, 2 blotches sat in chairs at a nearby table. The buzzing in her ears faded. "You are a masterful storyteller, Rondell," said a familiar voice. "The whore who knocked us out." "Thank you. My former life as a minstrel trained me well." "Well, it shows. Hearing your tales brings back memories I haven't thought about in a very long time, memories I forgot even existed." "You make it sound like you're ancient." She chuckled. "I'm older than you think." "Well, you definitely don't look it." He paused. "I'd love to hear some of those memories from your youth, though. Perhaps another time. They are nice to recall, but I have a feeling they'd be too painful to discuss. My life since then has been a hard one." "I understand. Whenever you're ready to talk about them, know that I'm a good listener." "Thank you, Dot." Andrasta wondered why he spoke so casually with the stranger when it had been obvious the woman used sorcery on them. She could only think of 2 reasons. Either she's still using sorcery, or Rondell fell for her other charms. She pushed off the ground, rising slowly on shaky limbs. Andrasta, you're up, Rondell said. Idiot. I was hoping to sneak up on her. Hands clasped her arms. Rondell's first, then the woman's. She shrugged away from the latter while trying to growl a curse. She choked instead, her mouth feeling like a dry pillow. I'll get some water, said the woman. Take it easy, Rondell said, sitting her up. He pressed a cup against her lips. Drink. She hesitated. It's fine. Just water. I promise. In normal circumstances, Andrasta would have resisted the offer, but weakened, she didn't see the point. Sorcery or not, if the woman had wanted her dead, she wouldn't be debating whether to even accept a drink. She drank greedily, ashamed at how much she enjoyed the cool liquid washing down her throat. She breathed deeply afterward, and Rondell handed her another full cup which she consumed slower. The woman brought bread and more water. Before taking a bite, Andrasta studied Rondell. He didn't seem to be under any spell. In fact, he looked healthier, even happy. No obvious sign of sorcery. She swore beneath her breath while glancing up at the woman. All right. Andrasta cleared her throat. Tell me. Rondell knew well the look Andrasta wore. It was one of suspicion, distrust, and anger. She wore those emotions as naturally as she did a sword. He'd need to be careful what he told her and how he told it. This is Shadia. It means. I don't care what it means, she croaked. I care that she used sorcery on us. Why do I feel so groggy? She bit off a hunk of bread and chewed it forcefully. You're weak because you've been out for 2 days. What? She turned to Shadia. What did you do to me, you? Stop, said Rondell. Wait until I'm done to ask your questions. Eat and listen. Andrasta glared. Rondell suppressed a shiver. Partners and friends they might be, but even he had to watch how he spoke to the woman. Let me back up. Shadia is a warder. It's a form of sorcery common in this part of Untan. The etchings in the museum were created by people with a similar talent. He gestured. It's why the walls are blinking. All those symbols serve a function. She used the power from them to knock us out so that we would stay with her and not venture back out into the open where the watch would find us. I woke up yesterday after she had healed my scrapes and bruises. Andrasta shot each of them looks. She explained everything to me then. You've been out longer because your wounds from the arrows were more severe. The wards she painted on them have mostly faded and the wounds are healed. How do they feel? Andrasta touched her neck and shoulder, scowled, then shrugged. He sighed. Good enough, I guess. While you've been recovering, she's been using the wards on the walls of her apartment to confuse the watch and keep us hidden. Why? Would you believe she thinks we're innocent? Her response was what he expected, another glare. I'll take that as a no. Please allow me to take it from here, Rondell. He looked at the soft features of Shadia's round face and smiled. Please. She stepped forward. I actually do believe you and your partner are innocent. This city is not known for its kindness to foreigners. However, my motives for helping you are not unselfish. And you running down the alley that led you here was not entirely coincidence. You compelled us here? Asked Andrasta. Yes. You may have felt a slight tug as you fled. Then a stronger pull at the end? Andrasta nodded, her scowl deepening. That was my doing. Once word reached me that you were in the area running from the watch, I did everything in my power to get you here. I had been trying to contact you prior to the incident at the museum without success. After the museum, finding you was a losing effort. With a lot of luck and the wards in the apartment, I was able to arrange a meeting. I'd like to hire you. Andrasta took a deep breath. Taking any job in Zuffer right now would be a waste of time for everyone. Shadia smiled. The job isn't in the city. We have unfinished business here. We've already discussed finishing that business later, Rondell cut in. See how the walls are lighting up in odd patterns. That means that either patrols are nearby or a local sorcerer is probing the area. Andrasta's eyes widened slightly. Yes, they brought in sorcerers to help in the search. There are rumors circulating around the city that they're bringing in even more from Thadge too. They want us bad. We're not leaving the city, she hissed. Rondell sighed. I know what you're thinking. We can track the item later, even if it's been sold. Besides, the library is so guarded right now, there's no way we could sneak in and get the rest of the things we need. Yes, leaving will delay our plans for the future, but I would rather them be delayed by a couple of months than never fulfilling them because we're dead. He paused with a shiver. They're talking about drawing and quartering us. You should hear what they're pinning on us. Not just the stuff at the library. Things that happened so long ago I still had a full hand and could sing. Even all those stories about the missing children are being attributed to us. We become the scapegoats for an entire city's problems. We have to leave. At least for a while. Why us? Andrasta asked Shadia. Because I know you have a reputation of doing what many consider to be difficult and accomplishing, skills that will be needed for the job I have in mind. Even outside of the stories involving your activities these last few months in Zuffer, I did some research and heard about what happened in Igad with the cult of Sutek. I'm impressed. Andrasta raised an eyebrow. So, we were your first choice? She hesitated. Second, actually. Rondell blinked. That was news to him. Who was the first? Kamal and Wabu. Andrasta snorted. And what happened? They told me no. Why? Asked Rondell. They said what I was asking for was too risky. Didn't pay enough? Not at all. Trust me, you'll be well compensated. But the job won't be easy. Shadia, would you mind giving us a moment alone? Asked Rondell. Of course not. She bowed and went into an adjoining room. Rondell couldn't help but notice the sway of her hips beneath the abaya. You're pathetic, Andrasta muttered. What do you mean? You see a pretty face and you lose all sense of reasoning. That's not true. Then what's the job? Rondell opened his mouth. Then paused. We haven't really covered that part yet. Exactly. You've been up a day longer than I have, and you don't even know what she wants us to do. In fact, you dismissed her just now before even asking that question. Rondell frowned. That is odd. Why didn't I think of that? He thought of Shadia's smiling face. Could I really be that distracted by her beauty? Andrasta continued. And she never said exactly how much we would be paid either. Yet you want to help. That doesn't seem suspicious to you? Maybe. But, we don't exactly have a wealth of options, and with our money still hidden at the library, we could use the coin. Plus, we need to get out of the city for a while. Shadia says she can do that. He paused. The longer we wait, the more difficult our escape will be. What happens if we aren't able to get back into the city at a later point? I don't know. That's a problem I'd rather worry about if it presents itself. My most immediate concern is staying alive. What about Jewel? He frowned. Your horse? Yes. Rondell had forgotten completely about their mounts. Both were good animals they had picked up as a reward for helping destroy the cult of Sutek. He really didn't have much of an attachment to his. To Rondell, the animal was nothing more than a means of travel. Andrasta, on the other hand, had grown fond of hers. We'll have to leave the horses here. I don't like it. Again, we don't have a choice. We quartered them at a stable under an alias and paid several months in advance for their upkeep. They'll be fine. We can always pick them up when we're done. Andrasta scowled, jamming the last piece of bread in her mouth. She chewed and with a mouthful of food, swore. Rondell knew she had begun to see the sense in agreeing with him. Fine. But we still need to find out what's the blasted job. Agreed. Shadia? Rondell called. The woman re-entered the room. Yes? We're yours. What's the job? A group of bandits stole something from my family. I must get it back from them. What did they steal? Asked Andrasta. The room glowed a bright blue, faded to purple, then pulsed twice before dimming low. Shadia gasped, eyes darting along the wall while studying the wards. No time. Shadia said, throwing things into a bag. We need to leave. What was that? Rondell asked, helping Andrasta to her feet. The watch is looking in this part of the city again. They have several powerful sorcerers with them. More than I expected. My wards will not hold much longer. We need to go. After grabbing some things from her apartment, Shadia led them into an alley. Rondell's heart raced knowing that he no longer had the protection of the apartment's wards. He must have worn his worry too boldly, for when Shadia turned back, she smiled. You'll be fine. She gestured to the small amulet she had slipped on him before leaving. Andrasta wore one as well. As long as you keep those on and we keep moving, it will confuse those looking for you. Then let's keep moving, said Andrasta. Rondell glanced over his shoulder, noting the sour look on his partner's face. Andrasta looked better since taking food and water, but was still not her old self. He knew she hated depending on the aid of others, yet once again, they found themselves at the mercy of someone they barely knew. I can only hope this ends as well as it did with Jahi and Dendera. Pay attention to where you're going, Andrasta said. Rondell realized he had been staring at her. Shadia came to a halt at the corner of a building, peering out slowly for trouble. She had veiled her face and head. However, the details of the woman's beauty came easily to mind. He remembered Andrasta's implied statements that he would do anything for an attractive woman and grew angry, more at himself than at his partner. Though Rondell found himself pleasantly recalling his conversations with Shadia, the woman's appearance was what originally drew his attention. Old habits die hard. What did Andrasta tell me once while we trained? Habits make you predictable. Easy to manipulate. Habits are the downfall of every warrior. Advice that can be applied to just about anything. His eyes drifted down her body, covered in the loose black robes. His chest tightened and his heart beat faster. The abaya left everything to one's imagination, and Rondell had quite the overactive mind. Is an appreciation for women such a bad habit? Quietly, Shadia whispered, darting across the street and into another alley. They made several more turns until stopping near a stable. Wait here, said Shadia. She moved ahead and spoke with the stable hand for a few moments. Once he entered the stable, she gestured them over. Hide by those barrels and slip into the wagon when the boy pulls it forward. That's the plan? Protested Andrasta. We hide in the back of a wagon. Yes. That's a dumb idea. They'll search the wagon. The underside of the wagon is warded. The guards will see nothing but an empty wagon bed and a couple random sacks and barrels. I don't like it. We don't have much of a choice, said Rondell. Sounds of the wagon approaching came from inside the stable. Hide, Shadia hissed. Rondell yanked Andrasta's arm, and the two crouched behind the barrels. When the boy brought the camel-led wagon out, he stopped and climbed down. Shadia casually turned the stable hand to the side while paying him. Rondell guided Andrasta out and eased into the wagon bed. Despite their best efforts to be quiet, it creaked under their weight. "What was that?" asked the boy. Andrasta slid loose her dagger. "I didn't hear anything," said Shadia. "No. There was something. Let me check." The boy appeared at the back of the wagon wearing a frown. Rondell kept Andrasta from lunging forward with the dagger. The boy stared at them with indifference. He shrugged, then walked away. "My apologies. I guess it was nothing." Shadia climbed into the driver's seat. "Thank you." She clicked the reins and the wagon began to roll. Softly, she called over her shoulder. "There should be a blanket. Drape it over yourselves. It's also warded and will give you added protection. The guards will be more skeptical than the boy." Underneath the blanket, Andrasta still held her dagger, gripping the hilt so tightly the brown skin on her hands lightened. "Relax," he whispered. "I'll relax when we're out of the city." "Keep your voices down," whispered Shadia. "The wards don't mask noise." The journey through Zuffer took even longer than Rondell had imagined. Based on the constant twists and turns, it seemed Shadia bypassed the high-traffic areas. However, guards still stopped them numerous times along their way off the plateau of the upper city. Guards asked the same questions at each checkpoint, using the same cadence so that Rondell wondered if they all read from a prepared script. After a couple hours of slow progress, the bump of cobbled stones gave way to smoother roads. Rondell could not have been happier as he needed to relieve himself, and each bounce played havoc on his bladder. The leveling out of the road also brought a sudden wave of heat that washed over them. Leaving the shade of the city's tightly packed buildings, tiny rays of sunlight penetrated the blanket they hid under. "We're approaching the gate." "Almost there." The wagon lurched to a stop, then gradually inched forward, halting again periodically as Shadia waited her turn with the guards. Under the sun, Rondell's discomfort grew. Sweat beaded on his skin and chafed under his clothes. It took everything he had not to reflexively wipe his brow. However, he dared not make the slightest of movements lest a brush of cloth against would alert the guards to their presence. He spared a glance at Andrasta, who lay perfectly still except for the occasional blink. He wondered what occupied her thoughts. Probably planning out 1,000 scenarios if we're discovered, all working out how to cause the most number of deaths. His smile parted into a nervous grin. "And all I can think about is taking a leak." He sniffed the air, suddenly aware that the awful aroma came from them. Neither had bathed in days. And only Rondell had a chance to clean up at all. "The wards don't mask sound, but I hope to the gods they close nostrils." A voice that sounded like gravel, hoarse from a day's worth of questions, rose above the dozens of other random conversations held by those pressing toward the gates of Zuffer. "Name: Shadia Wassam. Why are you leaving Zuffer? God, it sounds as though he's actually holding rocks in his mouth. I'm to meet my husband in Thaj. What's your husband doing in Thaj? Business. What sort of business? I don't know. He didn't tell you?" "No," said Shadia in a lowered voice. Rondell imagined her bowing her head, appearing as submissive as possible. She played the part well in public. Rondell thought he saw a slight shake of Andrasta's head. His partner hated how women were treated in Urba even more than he did. In order not to offend the local men of the city, Rondell had to convince Andrasta to pretend she was a male by wearing a man's headdress and face covering. By disguising her voice and letting Rondell do most of the talking, they had been able to fool most. Those who suspected or even knew the truth didn't seem to care since she was not a local. "What are you taking to your husband?" continued the guard. "Sacks of wheat. Several barrels of olives. A few other smaller items." "An odd mix," said the guard. Rondell could tell from his voice that the man had begun to circle the wagon. Why does he need them? Especially when he could purchase such things in Thaj. I don't know. You may go. Rondell thought, imagining the next response that followed these questions. You don't ever question your husband's requests? Crap. This is new. Andrasta noticed the same. Her breathing changed ever so slightly. Never, replied Shadia. Even though he's sending you on a 4-day journey in order to deliver what seems like trivial items. Never, she repeated. The guard grunted. And you're traveling by yourself too. A dangerous thing for a small woman to do on her own. And a risky thing for any husband to command his wife. Many things can happen on the road. Rondell glanced down to Andrasta's hand. It worked, the dagger hilt hard. Hubal will protect me, said Shadia. I hope he does, said the guard. A long pause followed. You may go. The wagon rolled forward. Minutes later, Shadia called over her shoulder. We're out of the city. I'll let you know when it's safe to reveal yourselves. Rondell relaxed, but only slightly. He still had to pee. Chapter 6. Traffic lessened the farther out from Zuffer they traveled. They spoke sparingly during the first hour or two, except when Rondell begged to stop to relieve himself behind an outcropping of large orange rock. Rock and sand was about all one could expect to find away from the cities of Urba unless one happened upon an oasis or watering hole. It wasn't until much later, when the roads emptied, that he left the back of the wagon permanently and moved beside Shadia. Andrasta remained in the wagon's bed, refusing to take her eyes off the road behind them. Sometime later he asked Andrasta. Worried they still might come after us? Or just angry we had to leave the city? Both. Rondell chose to distract them all with a suggestion of food. Still on the dry, dusty road, they ate a meal of bread, dates, and olives, sipping on water between bites. Once finished, he offered conversation. Shadia, tell us more about this job. Of course. I suppose I should start at the beginning. The hint of a smile vanished as she cleared her throat. My family has always been nomadic. We were traveling through the eastern edge of the Empty Hand Desert near the Jabal Mountains. One night bandits attacked us. She paused. They killed everyone and stole everything of value. They burned the rest. One of the items stolen was of great importance. Something I must get back. Why? The why is not important. It's all important, said Andrasta. No, Shadia said quickly, her tone sharp. It's not. What? How? Where? Those things are important. My desire for the item is not. Rondell could sense Andrasta ready to protest and stepped in. All right. We can respect that. Let's start with the what. What is this heirloom? It's a gold mask. Something that can be worn over the face? Yes. At least it's not something large. When was the mask stolen? Asked Andrasta. Several weeks ago, Shadia said. Then how do you know these bandits still have it? It could have been sold whole or melted down and turned into 100 other items. They still have it. There are wards built within the mask that I can track. That should make things easier, said Rondell. Easier. But not easy, said Shadia. They do have sorcerers in their group. Great. Rondell took a deep breath. Is this mission only about stealing the mask, or is revenge also involved? Revenge isn't something we really do. We've killed people before, said Andrasta. No. I've killed people before. You've slaughtered them. She shrugged. Besides, Rondell continued. There's a difference between killing as part of a job and killing as the job. One is collateral damage. The other is assassin's work. We aren't assassins. You won't have to worry about that. Though I won't shed a tear for any that die, I'm not after revenge. I just want the mask, said Shadia. That must be some mask, said Randell. It is, she said softly. Something about distant tone in her voice sent a shiver down his back. Who are the bandits? Asked Andrasta. Shadia hesitated. They're called Hubel's host. Rondell swore. You've got to be joking. As a foreigner, I'm surprised you've heard of them. I've traveled all over Untan. I know the stories about Hubel's host. I don't, said Andrasta in a way that meant someone should fill her in. Rondell sighed. Bandits don't really describe them properly. They're extremists, devoted to the father of the urban gods named Hubel. Everything they do is done to serve him. They steal, kill, maim, and a whole lot more if you believe the stories, all because they believe it to be his will. Not another cult, muttered Andrasta. No. Not a cult. They're more like a deranged family that operates as a mercenary company. Except they're not really mercenaries. They don't take contracts and everything they do is done only with Hubel in mind. And they are highly skilled. How many? Currently between 60 and 80, I think, chimed in Shadia. That's a small mercenary company, said Andrasta. The rumor is that they've trimmed the ranks as of late, said Randell, growing agitated at the prospect of meeting the group. Only the best fighters are allowed to join. And that's after proving their skills and devotion to Hubel are adequate. Seems like some local king would raise an army and wipe them out if there's such a threat. It's been tried before, said Shadia. Either those armies have trouble locating Hubel's host, or they simply never return. These are not small forces either. The largest to go off in search of the host and never be heard from again numbered 11,000. There's actually a song about them. Rondell said. Raise an army, or two. Hubel's host will laugh at you. Raise a nation or two. Only then will Hubel's host consider you. Come with your army. And Hubel's host will hide. Come with your nation. And you will die. So they only fight when they feel challenged. Otherwise they'll hide because you aren't even worth their time. Andrasta grunted. Sounds like my kind of people. She frowned at Shadia. If these people are so good, how did you escape? Rondell raised an eyebrow. A fair point. I was away fetching water with my younger sister when the attack came. We ran back to camp when we heard the commotion. There was no way I could stop the host and I had my sister to protect. So, we hid in the rocks. I had that warded blanket you hid under with me. I also made more wards in the dirt around us. It was enough. So, your wards were strong enough to best these sorcerers? Asked Andrasta. I've always had a talent for warding and my skills have been improving. They also thought they had killed everyone. Alone, I can't defeat them all. That's why I need your help. What happened to your sister? Asked Rondell. Will we meet up with her? Shadia looked away, wiping her cheek. No. The bandits left us no food, no camels or horses to travel with. My sister died of thirst as we walked to the nearest town. Turning rock into food and water cannot be done with wards. Andrasta rode quietly in the back, letting Rondell and Shadia continue to chat about an awful lot of nothing. She had tried to sleep, but soon gave up with the constant braying going on at the front of the wagon. Doing her best to block out the mindless chatter, she stared out at the unforgiving landscape of rock and sand. She knew of nothing that compared to the seemingly endless dead land of Urba. It almost made her long for Juntark with its wild plains and lush jungles. Her home was a beautiful land forever tainted by those who inhabited it. She could live her whole life and be content to never return, but she knew she would eventually have to go back. I have promises to keep. She shook away those thoughts, focusing instead on the bleak, orange desert that seemed to glow under the sun's harsh rays. She managed to spot small pockets of rock in the distance, sometimes enough to be considered a low mountain or at least a tall hill. The rock formations were in many ways the life of a desert, usually housing small seepages, or if lucky, actual pools of water. In the interim, the only sign of life came from a cactus or small bit of ugly brush. Andrasta hoped she might come across some desert animal when they stopped for the night. It would be good to have meat again. She needed something more than bread and fruit to regain her strength. Rondell ripped out a belly laugh. Shadia snorted beside him. Neither offered to fill her in on the joke, and for that Andrasta was glad. She did not like the strange woman and liked her story even less. This job didn't feel like the one she had grown accustomed to since leaving Igat. She and Rondell had stolen things, put the fear of the local gods in certain people, and participated in several other less than legal activities. In each of those cases, the work felt like business. But this is something more. This is personal. And last time we did something personal, we nearly got ourselves killed. Memories of the Blood Forest and the cult of Sutek flooded her mind. She had accepted the offer of work from a noble's son in Igat for selfish reasons at first. In the end, she found herself glad for the decision because of the good that came out of it. However, the aura that permeated off Shadia did not match the innocence or sincerity Jahi and his sister Dendera had exuded then. Her arm brushed against her chest. She still wore the amulet Shadia had given them when escaping Zuffer. With no one paying attention, she slipped it off her neck and stared at the designs, running her fingers over the seemingly random depressions chiseled within the stone. A part of her wanted to slip it back on, knowing it might serve some further use. But a stronger part of her compelled her otherwise. She hated to rely on sorcery too much to keep it. She tossed it underhand out the back of the wagon and immediately felt better. The amulet landed softly in the sand. It dwindled in size as the wagon rolled on. Andrasta cringed as Shadia giggled again. It sounded soft, like footsteps over fresh flower petals. No one's laugh is like that. I wouldn't be surprised if she branded one of those wards on her tongue. What are you chuckling about? Asked Rondell. Andrasta cleared her throat and wiped her face blank. Just thinking. Well, keep thinking. It would do you some good to laugh more often. Andrasta glanced over at Shadia. Out of the public eye, she had once more removed the veil covering her face. It wore a grin. Andrasta sneered. There seems to be enough childish behavior going on without me contributing to it. Shadia gave Andrasta a look that resembled genuine embarrassment. She faced the front of the wagon. Rondell mumbled something and faced forward as well. Andrasta rolled her eyes. The ride turned quiet without conversation. She couldn't be happier. Within moments, she slept. Hours later, Rondell still silently cursed his partner for her earlier behavior. You'd think she'd show a little gratitude for all that Shadia's done for us. So consumed in that pastime, he almost failed to notice Shadia easing the wagon down a gradual slope which led to a watering hole completely hidden away from the road. It amazed him how well the wagon moved over any surface. Shadia said the wards helped the wagon to traverse such uneven ground. He took in the eerie red glow of the setting sun as it spread over the jagged sandstone surrounding their campsite for the night. With the temperature dropping to something reasonable, Rondell could appreciate the beauty of the desert brought on by the evening light. It reminds me of the paintings we saw in the museum. Shadia gestured to the pool of water covered in shadow by a high, stone ledge. To the right is a path that leads to a small enclosure where the pool narrows. It's an ideal spot for one to clean up after a day of travel. Good idea. Please. You go first. Shadia's eyes widened. Oh, no. It's custom for men to. I understand custom. You would be doing me an honor to see to your own needs first. Ather and the wagon. We'll see to your camel, he said, speaking for Andrasta. After getting us to safety, it's the least we can do. Shadia bowed her head. Thank you, Dot. Rondell helped her from the wagon. She whispered something in Ather's ears that the camel actually seemed to understand based on a subtle shake of its head. Afterward, she gathered a small bag of her things and disappeared behind the rocks leading to the narrowed pool. He fought an urge to follow. I wonder what you could possibly be thinking about. Rondell turned slowly. What is that supposed to mean? Andrasta climbed out the wagon with a snort. She began to stretch. You know exactly what I mean. I've seen that look from men many times. And quite a few times from you when a woman catches your eye, though it's usually fleeting. Nothing as intense as what you're wearing now. Are you trying to say that I want to sleep with her? Andrasta bobbed her head as she unhitched Ather. I wouldn't care if that was all you wanted. But I'm worried there's something more brewing between you two. Now what are you talking about? We've been out of prison for over a year. For someone with the reputation you had as a minstrel, I would have thought you'd have made some attempt at taking a woman to bed by now, but you haven't. That's what, 9 years since you've been with one? Or is it 10 now? Rondell scowled, not liking the direction of the conversation. Perhaps. That's a long time for any man to go, and you've made no move to even buy a whore when you've had the chance. You know that's not my style. Besides, you've never made a move to sleep with anyone either. We're not talking about me. My point is, I think you want more than just to sleep with someone. And Shadia seems to be the one that's finally caught more than just your eye. What are you talking about? You tell me. I was out for a day while you two just sat around and talked. And then the way you've joked and laughed since I've been awake. It isn't normal in the urban culture for a woman to speak and laugh so freely with a strange man. Rondell chuckled. You make it seem like we're a couple of love-struck teenagers. She shrugged. This is ridiculous. Rondell grabbed the camel and walked it to the water, turning his back on Andrasta, so she couldn't see the reddening in his cheeks. Is it? I don't know. So what if it is? I'm a grown man. What did Aristotle say in his philosophy? Every man is looking for someone to spend their life with, but many don't know it until they meet her. Maybe that's me. I recall here and there wanting something more than what I used to get from women. It just never grew past that tug because one never truly appealed to me. Perhaps, I do want something more. I may have even found it. Of course, in Urba that would only happen if I married Shadia. His blood went cold at the thought. Marriage meant commitment. I don't know if I'm quite ready for that though. Yes. It's absolutely ridiculous, he said with more confidence. But for argument's sake, let's say there is something more between us. What would you do then? I'd tell you not to get involved with the woman. Why, Dot? Because I think it's all an act. What is? Everything. Something's off. It's all too easy. Too perfect to be that close to truth. It's a good way to use us though. I'll give her that. You specifically. You're crazy. Maybe, but you're the one standing in water right now. Rondell looked down and cursed. He had let the camel tug him into the pool, and water had seeped through the seams in his boots, soaking his feet. He stepped back to dry land. Looking up, he wondered if his partner did have the truth of things. She is a woman. He eyed her armor and battered clothes. Even if she doesn't act like one in the traditional sense. Maybe she does know better. Maybe she sees something more serious between me and Shadia that I'm blind to. Saliva ran down his damaged throat. He winced, opening and closing his damaged hand. Shadia could do far better than someone like me. A high-pitched shrill rang out, followed by men grunting. Rondell! Rondell sprinted around the pool, drawing his short sword. He rounded the rock separating the private pool from camp. He came upon a shallow cave close to 40 feet deep and 60 feet wide. The pool took up a third of the space. The rest of the cave consisted of gradually sloping rock that led up to the desert waste. On that slope, two men dragged one wet, partially dressed woman against her will. "Rondell! Help!" The two men stopped and turned. The one on the right spoke. "Rondell? That's the name of the whoreson that broke into the museum." "Where's his partner?" asked the other. Rondell glanced over his shoulder, anxious. "Good question. Who cares? Just kill him. His body will fetch a nice reward back in Zuffer." "Crap. You better be doing something productive, Andrasta." They dropped Shadia and the woman scooted backward across the rock. The two men each drew twin scimitars. Rondell gulped. "I didn't expect that." They separated, coming at him from the left and right. Not a mark of fear shone on their faces. 4 swords against 1. Now what? What does Andrasta always tell me when I fight? Quit thinking. Just act. You're doing it again. Act. Andrasta's voice screamed in his head. He took 2 quick steps, parried a hasty swipe, and lunged, sword piercing the man's gut to his right. He withdrew it quickly. Scimitars fell to the rock with a clatter. The man crumpled. Rondell spun. Dancing blades and hurried curses met him. His opponent's right arm swept high. Rondell ducked. The man's left arm swept low. Rondell jumped. He landed as the 2 blades came at him in a crisscross pattern, weaving in and out of a figure 8. Rondell managed to bring his sword up several times as he backed away from the spinning scimitars, but each time it was cast aside with ease. He drew his sword back lest he lose fingers on his right hand as well. He dove to his right and rolled to his knees, unsheathing his dagger. His opponent followed quickly. Rondell threw the dagger with his damaged hand. The uneven throw worked to his advantage, wobbling in the air so the man could not deflect it. The blade bit into the man's thigh. About time something good came out of that hand. The man howled. He dropped one of the scimitars to yank the dagger free. Rondell charged. The man turned aside Rondell's thrust, causing him to lose his balance. He used his momentum and latched onto his opponent, taking them both to the ground. They grappled, twisting and turning, hands clawing at each other's face and throat. A fist struck Rondell in the jaw. He saw stars. Half in a daze, he was thrown on his back and mounted. The man reached for his sword. Rondell blinked away the stars and jammed his thumb into the man's open thigh wound. His scream echoed off the stone alcove of the pool. Rondell pushed harder with his thumb, twisting knuckle deep into the warm flesh until the howl grew into a childlike whine. The man arced backward in agony. Rondell pushed him off, snatched up the man's scimitar, and thrust it into his chest. He shuddered and went still. Somewhere above, a wet hack sounded. Andrasta's muttered curses followed. There's where she went. She found others. In the resulting quiet, Shadia sobbed. Back against the rock face, she sat with knees drawn up to her chest. Dark, wet hair streamed down the side of her round face. Eyes red with tears stared with fear. Rondell hurried over to her. Are you all right? Did they hurt you? She looked up as if seeing him for the first time. She threw her arms around his neck and buried her face in his chest. Rondell reciprocated the hug. She trembled in the cool evening air. You're safe, he whispered. She pulled back and wiped the tears away from her cheeks. A sniffle followed. It was awful. I tried to run away but I fell into the pool. Their voices seemed familiar. She nodded. The guards at the gate of Zuffer. They assumed I would come here. They expected to have their fun with me since they thought I'd be traveling alone. Her eyes widened. Wait, they said there were others waiting by horses. Not anymore. Andrasta looked over the two Randell had killed as she approached. Her head bobbed in what appeared to be approval. Is she hurt? I'm fine, said Shadia. Why didn't you use your sorcery? Andrasta asked. It doesn't work that way. I can't just raise a hand and point whenever I want. I would have had to create a ward and I didn't have the time for that, but maybe you should start doing something ahead of time then. At least. Another time, cut in Rondell. Andrasta grunted. Sure. You want to help with these bodies? We keep them here, they'll spoil the water in the pool. Yeah. Shadia's grip on him tightened as he tried to stand. He swallowed. It's all right. No one else is in the area. I'm still frightened. I'll be nearby. If you need me, just call out. Her face brightened into a soft smile. I will. Rondell ignored a surprising urge to lean forward and kiss Shadia's soft lips. The sounds of Andrasta dragging a body helped him focus. He pried himself away and grabbed the remaining body. Shadia began drawing fresh clothes from her pack. He tried not to linger on the wet material clinging her frame. He quickly hauled his load away. Get a hold of yourself. Any interest you're picking up from Shadia is likely due to her fear. It'll be gone by the morning. When she's done with the pool, I think you should go next. Rondell looked over his shoulder. Andrasta set the guard next to the three men she had killed. Blood seeped into the sand. He dumped the body beside them. Why? A dip in some cold water might clear your head. I already told you that you were being ridiculous. I know what you told me. Is your hand all right? She asked, gesturing to his blood-covered thumb. Rondell explained the details of his fight. A pretty dirty move. She slapped him on the shoulder before searching the things strapped to the dead men's mounts. Forget being a lover. We might make a fighter out of you yet. Chapter 7. A rare wisp of wind skittered across the desert. Melek watched the swirling sand dance atop a nearby dune, changing directions twice before settling back over the sea of orange and yellow grains. He had watched such dances at least 1,000 times in his life, yet he never grew tired of them. It reminded him that even in a harsh landscape like the deserts of Urba, beauty and joy could still be found. And even in the harsh life of Hubel's host I can find joy too. He hated knowing that he had to repeat such things to himself. As captain, his frame of mind had to be solid, free of doubt. It was usually, but at times when he thought about all that he'd given up to serve Hubel, he grew troubled. True, he had forged friendships that many in the world would envy, but his role in the host also meant that he could never settle down or fall in love. He could never have a family because nothing could stand in the way of his commitment to his god. However, if he fulfilled his oath and finally completed the mission that his predecessors had failed, he would be free to choose a new life. One that he secretly longed for. One that doesn't involve so much death. Melek bowed his head and began to pray. He prayed to Hubel for strength, clarity of mind, wisdom, and success. He also prayed for forgiveness, hoping his selfish thoughts would not offend the Father of the Gods. Sometime later, his young legs stiff from prostrating himself on the warm sand, he rose. He turned, startled to see Khalil waiting for him. My apologies, Captain. I did not wish to disturb your prayers. Melek relaxed. No trouble. The men have completed their forms for the day and are eager to begin sparring in the circle. Melek started walking. You could have begun without me. Khalil stepped in beside him. I suggested as much, but Omar wouldn't have it. I'm not surprised. What does he have planned this time? They returned to camp to find the men waiting anxiously to begin, fidgeting and bouncing in place around the man-made practice circle. Melek sensed this and wasted no time in calling for the first match. The sparring started with those of lower rank and skill, men with a quarter moon or less adorning their upper sleeves. As each match ended, Omar pointed out the mistakes made by each pair so they would have something to work on privately. Melek observed the ritualistic process with great concentration, but as usual, rarely spoke a word. Omar was not only his second, but also the man responsible for training the host. Among his brothers, only he could defeat Omar in single combat. A sore spot he will not forget. After several hours, the time finally came for Omar to take the circle. Melek was surprised to see 4 face off against the bushy-bearded lieutenant. He leaned over to Khalil. 4? Khalil grunted. Of our best at that. All at least a half moon or higher. Omar faced Melek and saluted by cupping the 3/4 moon on his sleeve. Captain? He asked, waiting for the command. Begin, said Melek. The 4 rushed in at once, each covering a different angle, some high, some low. Omar Dovan rolled away from the slashing practice swords, raising his own to deflect 2 as he twisted away from the others. He rose and defended against a thrust from the man closest to him, countering with a cut to the side that would have sliced through their lamellar armor had his weapon not been blunted. 1 down. The remaining 3 attacked again in unison, one going high, another sweeping low, while the third stabbed at the torso. Melek couldn't help but wonder how much time the men fighting Omar had worked out their strategy, as it was clear they coordinated their efforts. Omar kneeled to avoid the high blow and angled his sword in such a way it not only deflected the low attack, but also turned aside the thrust to the middle. He flicked his sword up as he stood, tapping the hand of his last attacker hard enough for the man to lose his weapon. The lieutenant slapped his sword against the side of the man's helm, signaling what would have been in battle a death blow. 2 down. The last 2 opponents paused in surprise at Omar's avoidance of their assault. The pause, though brief, was enough for Omar to gain the advantage. The lieutenant went on the offensive, alternating half a dozen attacks with each man until both were called dead. All 5 men in the circle faced Melek and saluted. They waited for his critique, as according to custom, Omar could not assess his own fight. Melek cleared his throat. He stared at Omar's opponents, meeting each of their disappointed gazes. You each fought with courage and confidence, but sometimes that can be a hindrance. The 4 of you knew that Omar would select you for this match and therefore worked out a set strategy on how to handle the session. That was smart. However, you failed to deviate from the strategy when things did not go as expected. None of you stepped up to take command or talk to the others based on how the fight progressed. We are brothers, we must be willing to speak honestly with each other, especially in battle. Had this been real, you all would be dead. Think on this. They bowed their heads and were dismissed. Lieutenant. Yes, Captain. As always, your skill is impressive. Even among the most skilled fighters in the world, your expertise shines. Thank you, Captain, he answered, trying to hide his smile. However, you're letting your natural ability affect your concentration. Captain? Twice you lost your balance. At the beginning of the 10th form, and at the end of the 8th form. It happened so quickly that you probably didn't even notice it yourself as your speed helped you recover. However, there will come a day when even the smallest of breaks in technique will be what separates you from victory and defeat. I don't wish to see that day anytime soon. Omar's jaw clenched, but he bowed his head. Of course. Good. He looked around at the tired faces of his men. Those on first watch, get to your posts. The rest tie in for the night. Everyone saluted and left. Omar, said Melek, calling his lieutenant back for a private word. Yes, Captain, he answered, turning around. For now, let's end these displays. What do you mean? You sparring so many of our own is a great test of skill, I agree. However, it serves no purpose in the immediate future as our enemies will not fight like we do. If you want to fight multiple opponents, then do so in a way that will better serve our purpose. Have others in the host try to mimic the styles of our enemy. And make sure such matches be set up for everyone, not only you. Omar wore an expression of shame and frustration. Yes, Captain. I'll see to it. Melek placed a hand on his shoulder. Good. Go get some rest. You've earned it. Omar saluted and left, obviously unhappy with the aftermath of the sparring session. Khalil walked up behind Melek. He is trying to impress you. Though he trusts you as captain, he's still bitter that he has yet to defeat you in a match. I know, said Melek. And we can't afford such a childish attitude. Especially now. Rather than seeking individual glory, his focus should be on seeking to glorify Hubal. We've already given up too much of ourselves not to. Chapter 8. Rondel lay with his head upon a plush pillow. He stroked the hair of the young princess beside him, her blonde locks flowing over his bare chest. His other hand ran down her naked shoulder and upper back. She stirred in her sleep, the sound a seductive whimper. A grin crawled across Rondel's face as he thought about their night of passion. The grin faded as he looked toward the paned window to his right. The sky had lightened ever so slightly. It was his turn to sigh. He'd need to leave. Servants would be coming along soon and it wouldn't be fitting for the princess to be caught in bed with a minstrel. He knew it wouldn't be good for him either. He kissed the top of the princess's head, and slid out from beneath her supple body, easing her onto her pillow in one fluid motion. Years of practice ensured the girl remained asleep. Rondel tiptoed across the granite floor, suppressing a shiver as the cool air drew goosebumps from his naked flesh. He moved to the forest green chair next to the dying fire where his clothes rested. He donned his leggings, then his tunic and boots. He stirred the fire carefully and added another couple logs so when the princess woke she wouldn't be cold. Carefully, he secured his pack over his shoulder and picked up his loot case. He walked to the bed to gaze upon the princess's beauty one last time. It was a habit he could never break. At first, he thought it had to do with admiring his conquest, but lately he wondered if there was something more. Rondel let out a heavy sigh, one that lacked the satisfaction the princesses had exhibited earlier. He left without a sound. Rondel drifted out of sleep slowly, carrying a heavy sadness. Gods, where did that dream from? He didn't bother answering for he already knew. In his younger days, he had bedded any and every beautiful woman he had the opportunity to. He liked to tell himself that the women had used him as much as he used them, but he knew that had not always been the case. Too many broken promises. Too many women hurt. All for a few hours of fun. In the end, was it worth it? It seemed like it then, but now? In his youth, the idea of committing himself to any one woman was frightening. Even as an older man, some of those fears remained. Just look at how I reacted when Andrasta brought up the matter with Shadia. Cold fear. Commitment had once meant settling down, and in his youth he had an entire world to see. But after seeing most of the world, he wondered if the trade-off had been worth it. Is that why I pursued mostly nobles, people above my station? Because I knew I could never be with them more than just a few nights. Certainly not long enough to build a life. Is that why Shadia is so appealing to me now? Because our cultures would make it nearly impossible for us to be together? What am I afraid of? A whispered conversation jarred his thoughts. He opened his eyes, squinting as the first rays of dawn eked over the horizon. He slowly turned over. Dressed in her familiar black abaya, Shadia squatted next to the sitting camel, talking. Though he couldn't make out the words, the tone of her voice seemed odd. Many people spoke to animals. Andrasta certainly spoke to her mount, Jewel, from time to time. But never with such inflection. He chuckled silently to himself. It's like she expects Ather to answer her back. Rondell sat up. The camel nudged Shadia's shoulder as she turned in his direction. "Ah, you're up," she said, patting the camel's head and rising to her feet. She walked over. Rondell stood, rubbing his eyes. "I hope I didn't disturb anything," he said, looking at Ather. The beast's right eye opened and closed. It almost looked as though the animal had the slightest of smiles tugging at its thick gums. Did he just wink at me? Of course not. Camels cannot wink. You talked to him a lot. I picked him up after my sister died. Until now, he's been my closest companion. Until now? He cleared his throat. Where's Andrasta? She said she was going to look for meat. She needs more than fruit and bread for breakfast apparently, Well then I'll just eat hers. After what we were stuck eating the days before we reached your apartment, I could eat fruit and bread for the rest of my life and be happy. She grinned. A man of simple means then? Now. Yes. He paused and took a small bite of bread. But not always. I was quite the pompous fool many years ago. Put a lot of emphasis on things that really don't matter. He snorted. Some might say I still am pompous. Just older and more worn. She frowned. I wish you would quit doing that. What do you mean? You're too hard on yourself. It's usually good for a cheap laugh. Well, stop doing it around me. I didn't know the old Rondell, but the one I've spoken to these last few days, I've enjoyed very much. Far more than I imagined I would. It's actually taken me a bit off guard. I hadn't expected to speak so easily with someone of your kind. Rondell tilted his head to the side. I mean, well, a foreigner, I guess. And for the record, you're much too intelligent to resort to the cheap laugh. He kept waiting for a smirk or a grin. Perhaps even a small shift in Shadia's gaze. Something that might clue him in to how much of what she had said was truth and how much wasn't. He saw nothing. Either she's really good or... His palms began to sweat. He stood and started brushing off his pants. Andrasta should be coming back soon, I would think, right? Shadia gave him a curious look. No telling really. This is not the land it once was. There's little to be hunted in this part of Urba. There is always something to be hunted. You just need to know what to look for. He spun as Andrasta appeared at the top of the rocky slope which led to their camp. The woman walked toward them carrying a thick, 3-foot-long snake. She glared at Shadia. Is that a horned viper? Rondell asked. Yes. Are they safe? Only when they're dead. Rondell clicked his tongue. Now you decide to joke. I meant, are they safe to eat? Andrasta walked to the back of the wagon and laid it lengthwise on the bed. As long as you clean them properly. She withdrew her knife, flipped over the headless body so it was belly side up, and began cutting under the skin. Is there anything that woman doesn't know how to do? Moments later, she tugged the brown scales away from the pink flesh. Andrasta asked, will we continue down this road to Thaj? No, said Shadia. I only came this way to avoid suspicion from anyone that may have followed us. I performed a divining earlier. Hubel's host is heading toward the southern coast. You look confused, said Rondell. I expected them to head toward the center of the empty-hand desert. Isn't it barren? Very. Then why would you expect them to go there? Shadia opened her mouth, thought better of it, and shook her head. I'm not quite sure yet. But we'll follow them to the coast. Are there any cities along the way? Andrasta asked. We have food and some water, but not much else. We'll need to make sure we have everything we might need to steal your mask back, There's a small town called Higra along the way, Shadia said. Andrasta lifted the skin snake from the back of the wagon and examined the prize. Good. Rondell asked. How are you going to cook that? We don't have much in the way of wood. We've got that, she said, nodding toward a pile of dry camel dung. It was a common fuel for fires in the barren desert. Great, Rondell muttered. Breakfast of camel crap-infused snake. Sounds delicious. Melek finished dressing, taking his time with shirt, trousers, boiled leather, and lamellar armor. Adjusting the straps that held his armor in place, he caught a glimpse of the silver circle, the full moon adorning his sleeves. He lowered his hands to his side. The sight of Hubel's crest made him question his decisions. Am I doing the right thing? Am I being selfish? He had spent another restless night awake. The weight of command bore down on him more each day. His hands opened and closed. No. It must be this way. I've learned from my predecessors and I will be better than them. Captain? Enter, Khalil. The tent flap opened, but Melek refused to face the sorcerer. He didn't want his stress seen. Khalil cleared his throat. She reached out to us again. And? She's left the city. Melek half-turned in surprise. She's heading toward us. In no big hurry, continued Khalil. Not surprising. She still has time before the alignment. She's not alone. Who? No one I recognized. The wards protecting her were too strong to listen in on their conversations. They were foreigners. A woman and a man. Melek turned completely. Stress no longer occupied his face. He was confused. A couple? Doubtful. The woman isn't what one would expect. She's dressed as a warrior. Interesting. Does she really think she can succeed with only two people? He paused. Don't dismiss them, fool. Don't let arrogance cause you to make another mistake. What are you thinking, Captain? He rubbed his beard. Send for Omar. We need to find out more about the two she's traveling with. Time on the road with Shadia did little to alleviate Andrasta's concerns about the woman. Rondell and their employer used every opportunity they had to talk. Andrasta learned a great deal about her partner, things far back into his past before ever striking out as a minstrel, things he had not yet shared with her. A part of her resented the fact that this stranger coaxed so much out of him. She realized that she had never really taken the same interest in his past that Shadia did. It actually made her question whether the woman did care about Rondell. Have I been too hard on her? But something kept changing her mind, a phrase or joke just a little too perfect. A look that showed too much interest. It all seemed so rehearsed. That revelation jarred her. Despite the almost constant conversation with Rondell, Shadia had revealed little of herself. The two were amusing themselves again when Andrasta's voice cut through the mirth. Tell us something about you, Shadia. Both turned to her in the wagon's bed with identical odd looks. Did you have something in mind? She asked. For the first time since meeting the woman, Andrasta heard her voice tighten. Not really. Just trying to make conversation. She ignored Rondell's raised eyebrow. He doesn't think I care. I didn't realize I did. Do you have a favorite food? Asked Andrasta. Not really. Nothing at all? Not anything that immediately comes to mind. There must be something. No, Andrasta cut her off. A childhood memory? What's gotten into you? Asked Rondell. Nothing has gotten into me. It's all right, said Shadia. Now that I think about it, I do enjoy cardamom biscuits. Those do sound good, said Rondell. They are. Perhaps we can find someone in Hegra to make us a batch. Did your mother make them for you as a child? Andrasta cut in. Shadia frowned. The biscuits, I mean. Food often holds some sort of sentimental value. Yes, she did. She looked away. I'd rather not talk about her though. If I do, I think about that night she and the rest of my family were killed. I see. Shadia's excuse was a valid one, but also convenient. Few people would press someone who had gone through such a traumatic experience. A perfect excuse. She felt a twinge of guilt. I could be wrong. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Shadia and Rondell began another conversation. Andrasta decided not to intervene. Not that she had given up on pressing Shadia. She had decided that if Rondell was going to play the role of the comforter, then she could be the opposite. The Undis River ran adjacent to Higra, allowing for the growth of more vegetation than Rondell had seen since coming to Urba along the northern coast. Dozens of date palms and the occasional acacia towered over smaller olive trees. Beneath the trees grew a wide mix of shrubbery, too many for Rondell to recognize with the exception of white jasmine and purple lilac. A forest in the middle of a desert. By the shore of the narrow river, men hauled in rope from nets cast out by others in small boats. Seemingly out-of-place clay containers rested on the shore all around those at work. The glimpse of what Rondell deemed a normal life was a welcome change from the barren land they had traveled through. A thought struck him as he watched Shadia return the veil to her face. Put your head covering on, he told Andrasta. We aren't in Zuffer. Zuffer isn't the only place that looks down on women showing their face and dressing like you do. I'm sick of pretending to be something I'm not. Let anyone who has a problem with the way I dress tell me to my face. Just put your head covering on. You can't fight an entire town. And even if you can, what good would it serve? You aren't going to change thousands of years of culture in a day. Certainly not by slaying anyone who simply wants you to abide by their laws and their lands. She muttered something Rondell could not make out, but obliged all the same, draping her head and face in a gutra, a male head covering of white cloth. Shadia quickly led the wagon past the men working the river. They were too caught up in their catch to do more than glance in their direction. Rondell decided that was for the best. Unsure how far word about their crimes in Zuffer had traveled, he wanted to get in and out of Higra as quickly as possible. On the other side of a small cluster of olive trees, the road opened wider and Higra came into view. Similar to Zuffer, its tightly packed buildings of limestone and sandstone stood haphazardly with very little thought to how the narrow streets and paths would connect with each other. Unlike larger cities, buildings rose 2 stories at best, with most consisting of only a single floor. How many live here? Rondell asked. Less than 1,000, said Shadia. Multiple sources of food. Water. Even a natural beauty rare in this country. It makes me wonder why there aren't more people here. It's certainly better than the crowded Zuffer. Andrasta snorted. What was that for? It was a good observation. It gives me hope you aren't completely blind to your surroundings yet. He scowled at her as she glanced at Shadia's back. Rolling into town, heads poked out of windows and figures, mostly female, appeared in open doorways. Each carried a clay container under an arm or roped over a shoulder. Their postures were not inviting. The mood softened slightly by the time they reached the center of town as several children wearing wide smiles came out to meet them. They talked so quickly that Rondell could barely track the dozens of questions. He answered a few of the simpler ones and ignored the rest. Shadia pulled the wagon up to a building prominently positioned off the main road. A large sign hung over the wide doorway, signifying it as a trading post, a place to buy supplies. Even if someone did not have a grasp of the urban language, the assortment of items for purchase displayed on tables in front clearly indicated what it was. The children dispersed as Andrasta jumped out of the wagon. Quite the touch with the young ones, Rondell quipped, trying to add some levity to the recent tension in their relationship. It's a gift, Andrasta grunted and in a wistful tone added. Maybe I'll have a few one day. Rondell cocked an eyebrow. Seriously? Gods no. He chuckled at the woman's rare joke. He climbed off the wagon and helped Shadia down while Andrasta went to tie the camel to a post. The beast shuffled backward as she grabbed the reins. He doesn't like to be tied, said Shadia. Andrasta yanked at the leather. And I don't like to have my actions dictated by a camel. The camel pulled back sharply, jerking Andrasta to the side. Ather will be fine. I never tie him, said Shadia. I'm not you. She jerked the reins hard and looped it around the post. The camel groaned and pushed Andrasta with his head, knocking her back. Andrasta sneered and slapped Ather across the cheek. The animal made a strange noise in its throat that cut off quickly as Andrasta pressed her dagger against the soft skin beneath one of the animal's black eyes. You seem smarter than most of your kind. Do not test me unless you want to pull this wagon blind. Is everything all right out here? Rondell turned to the doorway of the local store. A heavily built man of medium height stood in the entrance. He wore the traditional white robes of most males in Urba as well as the typical gutra to cover the top of his head. A thick beard framed the man's round face. He held his lips tight, but smiled with his eyes. Everything's fine, Rondell answered, knowing that as a man, he would be expected to speak. And having Andrasta say more than a few words, will only have people question her disguise. Just a little trouble with our camel. The man raised an eyebrow. I see. Can I help you with anything? We're looking for supplies. The man's face brightened. You've come to the right place. My name is Fikri. Please come inside. From outside, the shop looked no wider than the other buildings around it. Inside, the space went deeper than Rondell expected. Rows of long tables stood in the space's center while floor-to-ceiling shelves lined the walls. Fikri did his best to steer them toward the most expensive items, things they had no use for such as decorative pieces of pottery. See this one. It was crafted by the hands of an old blind woman right here in Higra. Look at the detail. Even with her blindness, she was able to capture the great battle that took place in the City of Pillars as though she was there herself. He chuckled to himself. As old as she is, she actually might have been. Though he had no intention of buying the container, Rondell accepted it for inspection so as not to offend Fikri. While he doubted the work had been done by an old blind woman, he had to admit the impressiveness of its detail. Even with his limited knowledge of the urban pantheon, he recognized many of the gods and goddesses involved in the battle that was said to have occurred thousands of years ago. What is this battle? Andrasta asked, masking her voice. Fikri raised an eyebrow in surprise. His expression softened. I forget that not all foreigners know our history. He paused, accepting the vase back from Rondell and setting it down on a table. It was a battle among the gods themselves. The battle. It decided who would rule, who would obey, and who would be damned for eternity. Rondell repressed a smile. He was not as familiar with urban religion, but he already felt like he had heard the story that was about to be told, for every culture has their battle involving the gods. How did it begin? Andrasta surprisingly continued. Fikri nodded. The father, the great Hubal, had a son. No one knows his name. Hubal, in his wisdom, struck it from memory as part as his son's punishment. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Hubal had many sons and many daughters, and all had their own aspirations. But none sought to rule over their father as this one did. Through lies, deceit, and treachery this son won many allies to his side, including several siblings. When he felt he was at his strongest, he mounted an attack against Hubal while his father sat upon the throne. Hubal survived and managed to rally against the son. Their battles were so great, it shook the heavens until the gods themselves fell from the sky, finishing their war in what was once the great city of Pillars. Hundreds of thousands died in the destruction. Rivers dried up and most of Erba became the harsh desert you see today. What happened in the aftermath? Asked Rondell. The tale had taken on a different spin than the ones he was accustomed to. Hubal elevated those who came to his aid, giving them more prominence in his court. And after punishing those that fought against him, he eventually forgave and restored some with reduced power. He stripped his son of his name and never forgave his son's staunchest supporters. Today, the son is known simply as Nasnaz. What does Nasnaz mean? Asked Rondell, unfamiliar with the term. It means a part of or half. Fikri shrugged. I'm not sure why that's the name given to him. I assume it has to do with him having fallen so low that he is not even half of what he once was. Others believe that he was actually a bastard, a son sired with a human. Therefore, the name would be thought of as an insult. Some believe that Nasnaz acted admirably, said Shadia, speaking softly. It was the first time she had spoken since coming to Higra, and her voice held a hint of frustration in it. That he, in fact, was trying to create equality among the gods as well as raise up the humans. Some believe that Nasnaz attacked his father because he had no other choice. Fikri raised an eyebrow at her, but then waved a hand dismissively. Those tales are foolishness. Old lies that very few believe. It's a wonder they've lingered on this long. Though Shadia's veil still covered her face, Rondell could see she wanted to say more. Yet, she bowed her head and began examining another piece of pottery. Now, said Fikri, once more picking up the vase. Shall I add this to your purchases? It's a beautiful piece and under normal circumstances, I'd say yes. However, we're trying to keep to only what is necessary. I see. Where did you say you were going again? I didn't. Fikri gave Rondell an odd look. Then a smile slowly crawled across his face. As you wish. A man is more than free to keep his plans to himself. Some say it's most wise. Fikri placed the vase down once more and walked to the front of his shop, moving behind a counter while Andrasta hauled up goods she wished to purchase. Among other things, she plopped down rope, canvas, a spyglass, and a set of throwing knives. Rondell made accommodations to buy water as well as some dried horse meat. Shadia gave Rondell money for the purchases and then stepped outside. Andrasta followed while hauling things to the wagon. After a bit of haggling, something expected for the region, Rondell settled the bill, feeling like he had only been partially taken advantage of. He paid Fikri 3 silver enars and received 2 bronze Gershon change. Rondell tucked the coins away. Thank you for your business. And thank you for not robbing me blind. Fikri offered a wink. Who's to say I didn't? He walked around the counter and shook Rondell's hand. Have a safe journey. Thank you. Rondell decided that since their conversations had been lighthearted, he would ask a question that had been niggling at him. Higra is a beautiful place. Better than most I've seen in Erba. Fikri nodded, a look of pride shined brightly on his face. Yes, it is. Then why do so few people live here? With the river nearby, I would have thought this place would be as large as Thaj. Fikri's pleasant expression faded to concern. He spoke in a calm voice, but it lacked the genuine sincerity it held earlier. Who's to say what goes on in the minds of others? He placed a hand on Rondell's shoulder and hastened him along. Come, let me walk you to your wagon. The least I can do is see off my best customer in days. Besides, you'll need a hand getting some of the things loaded. They stepped outside under a canvas hung over the shop's entranceway. It blocked the sun's harsh rays. Your camel looks nervous, almost excited, observed Fikri. Ather shuffled back and forth while shaking its long neck. Garbled growls and odd moans followed. I believe you're right. They're strange creatures and the noises they make are often the strangest part. Rondell shrugged. He was no expert on camels. He turned his attention to the wagon. Andrasta wasn't in sight, but she had gotten all of their supplies loaded with the exception of the water. A moment later she rolled a wooden barrel around the corner of the shop, stopping at the foot of the wagon. Fikri stepped forward. "Let me give you a hand with that." Andrasta paid the man no mind, flipping the barrel upright, squatting down, and wrapping her arms around it in a giant bear hug. With a grunt, she lifted it into the back of the wagon and then slid it toward the center. "By Hubal, your friend is strong," Fikri whispered back to Rondell. Despite all that Rondell had seen Andrasta do in the last year, he too was impressed by the show of strength. "Those things are close to 300 pounds. Fikri went over to Andrasta, talking as though she was a man, telling her that she should return in a month when the men would hold a competition of strength. He said good money could be made, especially if one was careful about setting up their bets. She deepened her voice again, turning away and mumbling, "We'll be busy." Rondell had a strange feeling he couldn't quite place. His chest itched as he looked around. "Where's Shadia?" "I thought she went back inside with you," said Andrasta. "No." Andrasta shrugged. "We must find your wife," said Fikri, looking around nervous. "She's not my wife." "Just a friend," said Rondell. He winced, realizing the error of admitting that. A woman traveling with two men, neither of whom she was married to, just wasn't done in Erba. Fikri gave him a disapproving look. "Regardless, it's not safe to be outside alone." Ather let out another long, low moan. "What do you mean?" asked Andrasta. Fikri ignored the question. "Come." Perhaps she went around the other side of the building. They made a lap around the building but found no sign of Shadia. Shouting her name warranted no response. By the time they returned to the wagon, Ather was yanking on his reins, shaking the post Andrasta had tied him to. A growl that reminded Rondell of a bear came out of the camel's shaking jowls while it flung its head to the right. Andrasta began to scold Ather in hushed tones. "Stupid beast, I ought to." "Wait," said Rondell, studying the camel. Ather continued to jerk his head to the right. "I think something's going on here that we're missing." Rondell led the others in the direction the camel had gestured, which took them to the other side of the road. He found a set of small footsteps next to blackened dirt. The discolored earth continued to a narrow patch of land between buildings. "Shadia." No answer. What in the world would she be doing over here? He took a step in the direction of the footsteps when a hand grabbed his arm. "I would not go farther. It's pointless." "Look at the ash on the ground and the scorch marks on the side of the building there," said Fikri. "What are you talking about, Dot?" "Past these homes there is a small grove of olive trees which leads to the river. And on the other side of the river, 3 acacia trees stand in small arc. Between the trees is a cave in the ground. It's the lair of a jinn." "A what?" asked Andrasta, forgetting to mask her voice. "A jinn," said Fikri, not seeming to notice Andrasta's error. "You foreigners call them jinnies." Rondell sniggered. "Are you trying to tell me there really are magical creatures that inhabit lamps and grant wishes?" Fikri's eyes narrowed into slits. "Do not mock us with bedtime stories, twisting something dangerous into something wistful. A jinn is evil. Especially this one. We call it a Majuan because it's not only evil, but mad. It has great powers, much more than a normal jinn, but..." Andrasta pushed past them, sword in hand. "Let's get the woman and leave this place." It was obvious her patience had worn through. Rondell's wasn't faring better. He twisted his arm free, drew his sword, and followed. Fikri shouted something from behind, but Rondell ignored it. Exiting the space between the two buildings, they came into a small clearing of brown, shin-length grass. The olive grove Fikri mentioned stood on the other side of the clearing. Andrasta entered without pause. "He's not following us," said Rondell. I guess he believes this djinn is as bad as he said. Or he's letting us fall into a trap. Always so positive. Rondell. A shout came. Shadia. This way, hissed Andrasta, running through the olive trees and into another clearing. Rondell surged past his partner, running with reckless abandon through knee-high grass. Shadia shouted his name twice more. The grass thinned as he reached the river bank. He came to a halt, mouth falling open. On the other side of the Undi's river, rested a twisting mass of black and gray smoke interlaced with small bursts of bright orange fire. Shadia seemingly floated above the smoke, her black abaya flapping in the still air as she thrashed. Her clothes did not burn. The djinn stopped. The smoke shifted. Rondell realized it had swung toward him. The black smoke coalesced into a human-like head at the top of the creature. Where its mouth would be, a yellow crescent formed. The fiery smile widened until Rondell stared at a wide gaping maw. A burst of flame raced toward him. Something slammed into his back. He hit the ground with a thump. Air left his lungs and heat washed over his back. "You idiot! Pay attention," Andrasta said in his ears. His chest itched. He blinked. Shadia. He climbed to his feet and looked at the opposite river bank as the djinn disappeared behind a small formation of sandstone. Rondell. Echoed faintly back to him. He had to save Shadia. He started toward the river. "Where are you going?" Andrasta asked. "We have to save her," he said, stripping off armor so he could swim. A hand slammed onto his shoulder and yanked him back. "What's the matter with you? You know better than to go charging after something like that. I thought you were the thinker." "But that's..." Andrasta's open hand struck his cheek. "Think, dot." He rubbed his jaw. "You're right. We should steal one of the boats we saw earlier. That way we don't have to leave our armor behind." "And how are we going to kill it?" asked Andrasta. "You barely know more about that thing than I do." Rondell started walking up the shore. He knew he was rushing through this far more than he normally would, but he couldn't stop thinking about what Shadia might be going through. "I don't know how we're going to kill it. I'll figure that out before we get there. It has Shadia and we have to go after it. I won't fail her. I can't. I'm not going after anything without at least a vague idea of how to stop it. And neither are you. If that means I have to knock you out, I will." Rondell opened his mouth, angry and ready to argue. "Your friend is right," said Fikri, cutting him off. Rondell turned. The man walked from the opposite side of the clearing next to the grove of olive trees. Dozens of men followed behind him. It would be suicide to go after the djinn now. It's much stronger in the daylight. It draws power from the sun. It's safer to face a djinn at night, and safer still not to face one at all. Shadia could be dead by night. She'll be fine. They do not kill their victims immediately. They like to play with them first. How do you know that? He gestured. Come to my home and eat with us. There are many things I know about the jinn. Some of it might actually help you. Can't you tell us while helping us secure passage to the other side of the river? Fikri waved his hand. Please, trust me. I've lived here my entire life. Listen to your partner. This is not a fight you want to run into. Andrasta didn't realize just how much she had longed for a real meal until the opportunity to have one presented itself. Fikri's wife and daughters cooked a large meal of goat and fresh fish with all the appropriate sides using clay pots and a brick oven at the back of the home. The smell of cloves, cumin, coriander, garlic, and cinnamon sent Andrasta's stomach into a spin. While the women cooked, Fikri took her and Rondell to the center of a bare-walled room. They sat on a floor covered in extravagantly woven rugs. Twisting reds, looping blacks, dotted yellows, and striped blues crisscrossed each other. 9 other men from the village joined them for the discussion, their work clothes exchanged for traditional, white robes that still carried a faint odor of fish. All wore somber expressions. Several spoke in hushed whispers which Andrasta couldn't make out a word. She found their looks in her direction, eyes drifting up and down her body, both amusing and annoying. Based on her actions, the way she dressed, and the fact she refused to continue masking her voice, she could only imagine the thoughts running through their heads about a woman like her. But likely nothing I haven't already heard dozens of times over. The lack of urgency of their host and the other villagers had begun to upset Rondel, who pestered Fikri repeatedly for information about the jinn. Though Andrasta cared far less for Shadia's well-being than her partner did, she too wondered why they would continue to deflect discussions about the very thing that brought them together. Be ready for anything. Many of her master's drills occurred at such a subconscious level, she performed them without thinking. All, however, would yield better results with a conscious effort. It's good to see that not all of my lessons were lost on you, Amani, she could almost hear Master Enzi say. She temporarily pushed down her desire for food and better studied all in attendance, making mental notes, should tension shift to something less than amiable. The man across from her had a bad left knee. The one on the other side of Rondel had back problems. Fikri carried extra weight in his gut which would affect his balance. The list continued. Finishing her assessment, she leaned over to her fidgeting partner and spoke in Yuntarkan so that none could hear her. I know you're on edge. I am too. But you're going to shake your leg off if you don't calm down. We're wasting time. If we had left when I wanted to, we would have found Shadia by now. Though thickly accented, Rondel's Yuntarkan had improved rapidly over the last several months. His ease with languages had always impressed her. We might also be dead. Fikri believes she's in no immediate danger. Let's hear what he has to say. He narrowed his eyes. You want to be rid of her, don't you? Yes. But I'd rather not have her die a gruesome death to accomplish that, Edat. He grunted as one of Fikri's daughters set a large plate of hummus and flatbread down in the middle of the group. Finally. Andrasta started to move toward the food, stomach rolling at the strong garlic smell, but caught the shake of disapproval from Rondel. She stopped as Fikri said a blessing to Hubal and several other urban gods she cared even less about. When he finished, everyone dug in at once. Andrasta forced her way inside, taking 2 fistfuls of bread coated in the smooth paste. Rondel barely had 2 bites before pressing Fikri again. I'm afraid I'm going to have to be rude and insist you tell us about this Majuan. Though it was obvious Rondel tried to keep his voice calm and pleasant, the strain could be heard clearly. If Fikri noticed, it didn't show. He took a small drink of tea and nodded. I was hoping with more time since the attack, you'd be more likely to heed our advice. It is impossible to defeat the creature. What? You expect us to just give up? I know it sounds harsh, but... Rondel's voice took on a tone Andrasta rarely heard him use, forcefully emphasizing the scratchiness of his damaged throat. We will rescue her. The only reason why we've come here is because you said you had information that could help. If that's not true, then we'll be on our way. He made a motion to stand. Fikri waved him down. Please. Sit. He paused and sipped his tea again. Andrasta used the chance to snatch up the fresh goat placed before her. The jinn are ancient creatures, Fikri said. Some think they were once minor gods who supported Nasnas and were punished by Hubal after the war at the City of Pillars. Others think that can't be true, because there are tales of the creatures before that city fell. Most jinn are made of smoke and fire, though some of the most powerful have the ability to take on solid forms. The Majuan you saw has this power. Even in the appearance of doing good, evil is always the hidden intent. That makes sense, said Rondel, calmer than before. In the stories I heard of a jinn granting wishes, the wishes usually come with some sort of terrible repercussion. Such is their way. It's difficult to stop a jinn. They can be killed, but it's almost impossible to do so since it usually requires learning their names. That leaves only trapping the creature. That path is not much easier. After trapping the creature, it's common to bury them somewhere they'll never be discovered. Impossible. Andrasta was no student of history like Rondell, but based on her knowledge, something with great power always found a way to be discovered again. The stories of the lamps? Asked Rondell. Yes, lamps are most used in your stories, found usually by some foreigner who falls for the trapped jinn's lies. Andrasta snorted to herself. Just as I thought. There is always a way. Fikri continued. The container doesn't have to be a polished brass lamp. It can be anything, including a clay pot, so long as the container is made to certain specifications. But what sort of specifications? Interjected Andrasta, trying to digest the new information. She noted the uncomfortable looks of other men in attendance for her speaking up. She glared back at them. She was not a meek girl and would not stand for being treated like one. Fikri answered. It needs to be painted or engraved with certain wards that will prevent the jinn from escaping. Engraved is better since paint can fade or chip. Ideally, you'd want the wards on both the inside and outside of the container. A very tricky process. Andrasta whispered to Rondell. Ironic that Shadia would be the most helpful in rescuing Shadia. He ignored the comment and asked Fikri. Do you have containers like these? Fikri smiled. All our containers are capable of holding a jinn, including the one I tried to sell you earlier today. That is why you see so many of us walking around with them outside. Having the container does not guarantee safety, but it does act as a deterrent. How do you get a jinn inside? Asked Andrasta through a mouthful of goat. You must either trick them into the container, which only a young jinn would fall for, or place the open container over the top of the creature. Regardless of how strong the jinn is, if the wards are done correctly, they will draw the creature inside. So, we have to sneak up on the thing, said Rondell. No easy task, said Fikri. You saw the fire the Majuan could throw. That was only a small taste of the power it possesses. It won't let you get close enough to trap him. If he considers you a threat, he'll simply kill you from a distance. He took another sip of tea. Considering the jinn is still active, I'm guessing that sneaking up on this particular one has not been a successful strategy, said Rondell. No. Though there are rumors that centuries ago someone managed to trap him for a time until some fool freed him again. Once again, there is no such thing as never being discovered. So you're telling me this jinn has been terrorizing Higra for centuries? Asked Andrasta, amazed that they would tolerate such oppression and live in fear for so long. Fikri and the other villagers bobbed their heads. That makes no sense, said Rondell as if reading her thoughts. Why don't you all just go somewhere else? Fikri rubbed his eyes. We've tried. If you look at old maps of Urba, Higra is often shown in multiple locations. People think that's because of an error of the mapmakers, but that isn't so. It's because Higra has been built and rebuilt along the banks of the Undis River many times over while trying to escape the jinn. But it always follows us. We decided decades ago that if we must deal with the thing, then we would do so in a beautiful location. And the rest of Urba knows about this jinn that terrorizes you? It's why Higra has never grown into a larger settlement. People are afraid to live here. Andrasta furrowed her brow. Why wouldn't Shadia have mentioned this? Maybe she forgot. That's a pretty big thing to forget, but... Rondell ignored the comment. Why not just dissolve the town and move into other areas then? Fikri shrugged. The answer is a foolish one. Pride. We don't want this thing to rule our lives. You already let it rule your lives, snorted Rondell. Just look at how you all carry pots. Fikri shrugged. Even so. I can't believe. Andrasta touched Rondel's arm. Focus. Rondel grit his teeth, but nodded. So this thing just attacks whenever it wants? No. The jinn is usually satisfied with capturing animals if they are healthy enough. We didn't have any animals out because it never comes for them so early in the month. I'm not sure why it came out at all. Or why Shadia went off on her own, said Andrasta. Rondel gave her a look. I'm sure she had a reason, Rondel said, brushing away Andrasta's point. Regardless, we still don't have a plan for it. Fools, hissed a man off in the corner. He stood out because of the puffy flesh on the right side of his neck and cheek. Have you not listened to anything that's been said? There's no way to get the woman back. There's always a way. I just haven't figured it out yet, said Rondel. You're both going to die. Our lives are our own concern. Why do you care? The man stood. I care because the jinn will not just kill you. We live an uneasy life with the creature, but it's our life and your woman has disrupted it. One human victim will be enough to satisfy the jinn's hunger for flesh, but 3? 3 might make it wonder again why it settles for animals when it can have more. Then we will need to be that much more careful as it comes hunting us. Rather than the occasional victim it might take every couple of years, the jinn might wipe out half our village before it's satisfied this time. Rondel waved a hand to the grumbling of the other men. That's speculation. You don't know if any of that would happen. The man rolled up his sleeve, exposing old scars. I led a party of 12 men to the jinn's lair when it took my younger sister 30 years ago. I was the only one that survived. Over 100 people in our town died in the months after that before things returned to normal. Nothing I say is speculation. At least they don't all start off as cowards here. I see, said Rondel, voice solemn. Good, said Fikri. Then you'll forget this folly? No, said Rondel, flicking his gaze to Andrasta. She knew what that look meant and swallowed her last bite. Though she had been stuffing her mouth during the conversation, she had not forgotten her earlier assessment. She casually set her food down, took a sip of tea and pretended to feign ignorance as her hands rested in a more ideal position to act. So you weigh the life of a woman who isn't even your wife above countless others, Fikri spat. I won't let her die. I had hoped you would see reason. I had hoped you would show a backbone, snapped Rondel. Here we go. Anger flashed across Fikri's reddened face. By the time he shouted seize them, Andrasta already had weapons in her hands. Chapter 9. It all happened so fast. 1 second Fikri was shouting orders to seize them, the next he and Andrasta ran out of the man's home and into a tight cluster of buildings as the men chased after them in the evening sun. And in between those seconds we had utter chaos. He wasn't sure what had gotten into him lately. Andrasta had to practically drag him to Fikri's in order to learn more about the jinn, even though he knew rationally it was the best course. All he had wanted to do was charge across the river to save Shadia, regardless of what waited for him on the other side. Stupid. During the deluge of information from Fikri, it had taken great control not to reach out and slap their host when he spoke about Shadia as though her life meant nothing. The way they had convinced themselves it was all right to just give up on someone they cared for sickened him. Even worse, they expected me to do the same. He had been able to get through most of those emotions, but after a while his patience had worn thin and his mouth worked of its own volition. He had been unable to help himself. Not when my Shadia is in danger. That gave him pause. Gods! My Shadia? He grunted as his shoulder clipped a sandstone wall, rounding the corner of a nearby home. Andrasta darted to the right. He followed, noting the pieces of their dinner splashed across her clothes. Their escape had been messy. Clumsily drawn weapons had knocked over food and drink. Half of the villagers had still sat as Andrasta threw them aside and barreled toward the back door of the home. Rondel had been a step behind, parrying a couple of sloppy thrusts from off-balance scimitars. Blood flew in a few instances, though thankfully, from nothing serious. Despite all his anger, he still didn't wish anyone's death. He knew the villagers were simply trying to protect themselves the only way they knew how. Shouts of fear from the women and screams of frustration from the men chasing them rang out as they neared the edge of the village. "Wait!" Rondel called as something caught his eye. Andrasta halted. "What's the matter with you, Dot?" Rondel bent and snatched up several of the clay containers scattered throughout the village. He threw one to his partner, which she caught effortlessly. He cradled two more, one beneath each arm, and took off again. They ran side by side. "Remember, these are all capable of holding a djinn." "The djinn is the last thing on my mind at the moment." "Not mine," said Rondel. "We've got to get her back." "I know," said Andrasta, sounding annoyed. They ran past date palms and olive trees on the way to the river, back to where the fishermen had been working when they entered Hegra. "You do?" Rondel huffed behind her. "Everything we own is on the wagon in Hegra. We won't get any of it back unless we can capture the djinn and prove the village is safe. And we can't just go run off into the desert without supplies. Plus, we might need the wagon to get back into Zuffer." They ripped through a patch of jasmine flowers and emerged from a cluster of date palms. A boat floated gently in the middle of the Undis River to the right. Two more boats rested on shore. 9 men worked at the boats with 3 more farther away examining nets. Heads looked up. Faces shone with muddled confusion. Shouts from pursuing villagers came from behind. A few of the quick thinkers went for weapons within reach. They carried long knives and in one instance a spear. "No killing," he warned. "Or what we do to the djinn will be irrelevant." Andrasta grunted. Having become fluent in such noises over the past year, he knew she understood that killing 12 men would do little to ingratiate themselves to the villagers. The spear sailed through the air toward them. Andrasta sped up and it plunged into the dirt behind her. Rondel dodged away from the wavering piece of wood as she drifted to the right. 2 men ran toward him with long knives brandished. He carefully tossed the clay containers to the ground nearby, then drew his sword in one fluid motion. A notion struck him. "I was worried about Andrasta killing people, but can I stop them without killing?" "Act!" Andrasta's voice shouted in his mind as if they sparred. Rather than get into his traditional fighting stance to present a smaller target, Rondel ran at them. His only chance of achieving his goal would be to do things on his terms. He began swinging his sword through the air as though it were a sickle, and he an idiot who had no clue what he was doing. His mannerisms caused the 2 youths to pause. He saw the realization in their eyes that knives were not exactly the best weapons to use in defense against a crazy man with a sword. Rondel targeted the youth on the left first with a sweeping backhand swipe. The younger man moved fast, swaying away from the blade. Rondel took advantage of the off-balance opponent, lowered his weapon, and shouldered into him. His adversary grabbed Rondel's sleeves and they both fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs and curses. Rondel smashed his sword hilt into the side of the youth's jaw, knocking him unconscious. A burning pain lanced through his side. He winced, a yelp catching in his throat. His free hand instinctively moved to his side while rolling away and twisting to spot the other attacker. The knife that had ripped into his side swept toward his throat. His sword came up. Steel clanged, then snapped. The fishing knife broke at the hilt. Rondel kicked his foot hard into the youth's crotch. His opponent gasped and doubled over. "Rondel! Hurry!" He turned toward the shout. Andrasta pushed one of the beached boats into the river. Unconscious or incapacitated bodies lay on the ground all around her. Thankfully, none seemed dead. Gods, why does she have to make everything look easy? He snatched up the clay containers he left in the sand and dashed toward the boat, gritting his teeth with each step as pain shot up his side. Shouting villagers burst through the line of vegetation behind him. The urgency of the situation helped him ignore his injury while he helped push the boat into the water. Villagers rushed into the water after them while others worked on getting another boat into the river. "Get in," Andraste yelled and followed suit. He jumped in, dropped his short sword, and scooped up a paddle. He clenched his jaw to manage the pain each stroke of the paddle sent blazing through his torso. "It will be a wonder if I don't grind my teeth to nubs. If we make it out alive, that is." The two rowed furiously. A spear splashed into the water near them. A throwing knife thudded into the side of the boat. Rondell turned. The other boat was going to overtake them. To make matters worse, the boat that had been left in the water headed in their direction. "They're going to reach us by the time we make it to the center of the river," said Rondell. "I'll take care of it." "Just keep paddling," said Andraste. She paddled furiously behind him until the first boat neared. The man nearest the prow began to rise with a scimitar in hand. The moment he stood, Andraste reached over the side, wrenched the knife embedded there free, and threw it at him. He flinched in a panic and swung his sword wildly in an attempt to block the attack. The knife sailed by the man's head, but the movement of ducking and swinging the sword pitched him overboard. He surfaced a moment later weaponless and in the way of the boat. Just one left. They paddled again until reaching the center of the river. The other boat waited. Having watched the effort of their friends, the man at the bow crouched and looked far more sure of himself. Andraste waited until the last moment before dropping the paddle into the boat with a thud. She grabbed the netting at their feet. In one fluid motion she stood, spread it like she'd been born to it, and threw. The netting entangled the fishermen. As they struggled, the current took the boat downriver. Andraste nonchalantly sat and resumed paddling. "Where did you learn to cast a net like that?" Rondell asked. "There is a small village near where I trained. My master used to make us help them since he often leaned on them to support us." Despite the immediacy of the situation they left, Andraste's face took on a calm quality as she recalled her past. "I found a sense of peace in working the nets." By the time they reached shore, Rondell's injury was burning. Soaked in river water and sweat, he longed for a change of clothes. He could also use a nap. The urgency of finding Shadia drove away his exhaustion. "Sleep will have to come later. Still, I need to see to the wound." He climbed out of the boat, took a few steps, and promptly sat. More than 150 feet away on the opposite shore, it seemed like the entire village of Hegra cursed in their direction with fists raised. "Looks like they're done chasing," said Andraste. "I guess their fear of being this close to the djinn outweighs their anger," he huffed, finally looking down at his side where blood glistened through the cloth around his wound. Thankfully, it wasn't as large as he feared. Long and shallow. He pressed his hand to it and the slight flow of blood ceased. For now. That may change as the sun continues to set. Rondell didn't respond as he lifted his shirt and tried to better examine the wound. Footsteps crunched on the wet sand and rock. Andraste squatted beside him. "Bad?" "Nothing that will kill me so long as I can get it cleaned and stitched. Usually simple enough, but we don't exactly have a way to build a fire without drawing that djinn's attention. And no sense in stitching anything without cleaning it first." Rondell sighed. "Patch job it is then. That will at least stop the bleeding." Andraste helped him tie a tight bandage over the wound. Rondell climbed to his feet and stretched experimentally. He felt the pull of the wound, but the bandage lent enough support not to cause any more damage. "It'll do for now," he said. An image of Shadia passed through his mind, her soft smile and tender eyes. "Let's scout the area before it gets completely dark. We need to figure out what we're going to do." Andraste decided it best for them to split up. Given that she had skills better suited to move soundlessly at the speed they needed, she suggested Rondell scout the area around the river's edge. She suggested this so he could also keep an eye on those from Hygre in case any decided it was worth the risk to cross the river. Meanwhile, she worked herself inland. Her pace slowed once she passed several jagged sandstone clusters near the river. The land opened up into relatively flat terrain with barely any cover. She slinked and snaked her way on her belly between small rocks, shallow ditches, and patches of tall, thin grass toward the 3 white-canopied acacia trees Fikri had mentioned. Nothing grew within 100 feet of the 3 acacia, each of which Andrasta guessed to be over 20 feet in height. She lay flat on her stomach inside a shallow divot of earth that left her far more exposed than she would have liked. Yet, she had no other option. I have to know if this really is the thing's lair. She drew her sword, more out of habit than because she actually thought it would do her any good. Fighting fire with steel seemed like a waste of effort, but she wasn't about to go any farther without something sharp in her hand. She had brought her clay container just in case, though she had no clue how she'd get the gin inside. Hopefully, that's something Rondel will figure out. She readied herself to sprint to the nearest acacia. A puff of smoke rose from the ground in the center of the trees. Voices in a strange language followed. She flattened herself once more and removed the lid of the container. The harsh voices continued speaking for several minutes while intermittent smoke came up from the ground where she assumed the lair resided. Great! 2 of those things. Eventually the voices subsided. Since she was certain of the lair's location, she didn't feel the need to go any closer without Rondel and some semblance of a plan. However, she had one more thing to check, hoping for a back entrance. Slowly, she inched her way to the left on elbows and knees, eyes locked on the center of the acacias. Growing more worried by the footstep, Rondel swiped his sword through invisible targets as he paced the river's shore. The sun had gone down and the temperature had dropped noticeably, but Andrasta still had not returned. He winced with the last swipe and his free hand went to the wound at his side. A throat cleared behind him. He spun and took up a defensive stance. Recognition flared and he relaxed. Gods, how about you make some noise before you're this close to me next time? I'm not the one you're supposed to be sneaking up on. I wasn't trying to conceal my movements. If you're that distracted, how do we know someone from Hygre hasn't crossed the river farther away? He waved a hand. They're too scared. They argued for a good 10 minutes about just that, so loudly I could hear them. In the end, they decided the risk wasn't worth it and they'd fortify their homes instead for when the djinn inevitably attacks them. They then threw some curses my way and set up sentries on the shore to alert the rest of the village. He gestured toward 3 men standing in torchlight near their boats. Regardless, you need to. Yes. Yes. Pay better attention. I get it. What did you find out? Andrasta sneered at the interruption. I found the lair. It's going to be tricky getting inside as there is little cover nearby. The djinn was also talking to someone. Arguing really? Shadia? No. Neither voice sounded human. I think there might be another djinn. The conversation was in some strange language. Not urban. I couldn't understand what was said. Fikri didn't say anything about there being more than one or about them using some other language. Andrasta shrugged. Maybe he didn't know. They could have been working together all this time. Seems unlikely based on how territorial he made the djinn sound. Why else would there be 2? He threw up his hands. Gods if I know. Maybe the mother is visiting or something, and you heard them having a fight, nagging her son about not living up to the expectations she had for him. He pitched his voice higher, imitating an old woman. You could have done so much better for yourself. Andrasta tilted her head. You want to get something off your chest? Rondel gave her a look, then chuckled, looking more like the Rondel she knew. Sorry, old memories coming at me out of the blue. My mother never liked my obsession with music. I'm pretty sure she wanted me to be a priest of Woden. Really? What happened, Dot? That whole thing about not believing in the God you grew up being forced to worship would have made it difficult to follow through with her wishes. He rubbed his chest. Anyway, so there are two. Any good news? I found a back way. Go on. It's a good 50 yards past the 3 acacia. It's small. I was worried I wouldn't be able to get out of the thing. You went inside? Had to in order to see if it was what I thought. Besides, I didn't hear the same voices at that opening or see any smoke from the gin. Did you see them? No. I stopped when the two started talking again. It was a quick exchange and ended with one striking the other, I think. It was hard to tell with the echoing in the tunnels. I'm surprised you didn't just charge right in with sword swinging, but steel won't cut fire. You had the container. I didn't know if you could get 2 in just one jar. Besides, I still don't know how we're going to trap them. Rondell scratched at the scar on his throat. His hand drifted down to his chest and he rubbed it again. He gave a grunt. I think I have a plan. About time. She paused. You don't look sure. It's a gamble. Everything's a gamble. What's the plan? First, take off your outer layer of clothes and turn them inside out. Then lay them on the rocks over there. We're going to ward them by copying the ones on the containers. We are? Well, I am. Since when are you a sorcerer? Despite her concerns, Andrasta began removing her outer robes, the traditional attire of a man in Urba. Rondell did the same. I'm not. But with warding you don't necessarily have to be. The sorcery is in the wards themselves. Anyone can use wards really. Then what's so special about someone like Shadia? Why are her wards better? That's where the natural sorceress talent comes in. Shadia's an expert. Her lines and her curves would be tighter due to years of practice. Plus, she can imbue the wards with her own talent besides the power of the ward itself. We can't. Add all that up and her wards would be far stronger and last much longer than ours. Our inability to do that is where part of the gamble comes in. My wards will help, but will overall be weaker than what an expert could do. And you know all this how? Is this some random knowledge you learned as a minstrel and only now conveniently remember? No. Some of it came up when I was researching the symbols at the museum in Zuffer's library. Shadia confirmed the rest while we waited for you to recover in her apartment. Despite your concerns, not all our conversations mimic those of love-struck children, he added sarcastically. I see. And what's the other part of this gamble? The fact that warding our clothes seems like a ridiculously obvious solution to fighting the jinn. It makes me wonder why the villagers don't ward their own clothing as extra protection. So, this could all be a waste of time. Not a complete waste of time. I'm confident the wards will offer some protection. How much and for how long is the question. Like I said, it's a gamble. Better odds than what we had before. Exactly. Rondell picked up one of the clay containers and held it next to their clothes while dabbing his hand in mud. Sometime later Andrasta asked in barely a whisper. You sure about this? Rondell heard the hint of doubt. It made the uncertainty creeping into his mind more prominent. Neither he nor Andrasta thought the full plan was perfect, but neither could think of a better option. Yeah, I'm sure. As I'm going to be. Rondell stared at the 3 acacia from a depression in the ground so shallow he felt like just moving his head up to get a better view was akin to standing and waving his hands about. All right. I'm on my way. Remember to wait for my signal. He nodded. Andrasta disappeared into the blackness toward the back entrance of the jinn's lair. She cradled a clay container under one arm. He pulled his 2 closer to his chest. An eternity seemed to pass as he waited. It reminded him of the moments right before he'd perform in some noble's court. The sudden urge to urinate took over. Stupid nerves. Ignore it, Rondell. It will pass. Just like they used to when you struck that first chord. A mosquito bit his neck, but he barely noticed, so intent on listening. A loud scratching sound echoed across the otherwise still night. It mimicked the sounds of an antelope-like creature seen in their travels through herba called an oryx. Andrasta had assured Rondell she could mimic their sounds when it searched for food, as it closely matched the breeds she had grown up with in Juntark. The digging stopped, which meant that Andrasta had worked her way through the back entrance. Rondell counted to 30 so she had time to get through the narrowest part of the tunnel. He started to speed up, counting twice, anxious, but forced himself to slow. He took a deep breath and stood. Casually he strolled toward the 3 acacia, carrying a clay container under each arm. He didn't bother masking his movements. Fear melted away as he put on the persona that had once defined him, a man of confidence so absolute it could only be described as arrogance. He stopped 20 feet from the center of the acacias where a large hole resided. He placed the 2 containers down at his feet, then opened the lids. He cleared his throat loudly. A low, curious grumbling that sounded like thunder rolling off in the distance came from the hole's opening. He cleared his throat again, even louder though it strained his throat to do so. "Excuse me," he called. "I'd like to have a word with you." A billow of smoke came up from the hole. Bouts of flame followed. The smoke coalesced into the same almost human form from the river. A red glow shone in the eyes, nose, and mouth. Rondell stood his ground, masking the fear running down his spine. He performed a sweeping bow so deep that even the most well-trained noble would have been envious of its precision. He stood with a bright smile. "Greetings. I've heard many marvelous things about you from the villagers in Higra, and I must say that up close you are thrice as impressive as when we met earlier today." The djinn's mouth opened, spitting small flames that extended a good 2 feet from its face. Rondell did his best not to flinch at the heat. The djinn spoke low, its voice echoing. Though he understood not a word, each syllable carried a promise of hell. If Rondell hadn't been so focused on maintaining his character, he might have dribbled his nerve down his leg. He kept the phony smile fixed on his face. "I'm terribly sorry, but I don't know that language. Is it possible for you to speak in Urban?" The djinn tilted its head, mouth turning into what seemed like a grin. "You are a strange one. The only one to ever come here so boldly. That is the only reason why I'll bother speaking this ugly language. You have me curious." Rondell laughed. "I'll take curious." He craned his neck around the djinn. "By the way, I was told 2 of your kind lived here." The creature's flaming slits narrowed. "There is only me." "Interesting. My apologies then. Let's have introductions." He bowed again, half as deep as before. "My name is Rondell. I'm afraid I don't know your name, only that you are a djinn, and I feel terrible referring to you by such. It seems so disrespectful." A laugh came forth, flames shooting out with the rumbling mirth. "Come to trick me into giving away my name so that you can destroy me rather than just seal me inside one of your little jars? Well, it was worth a try." Rondell exaggerated shock. "Oh, is that how that works? Well, I didn't know. I had never even considered such a thing." The smoke chortled. "Of course. And those containers at your feet mean nothing. I've killed many people carrying those. They all thought they could trap me. All failed. And they came in much larger numbers than just one." Rondell shrugged. "What can I say? I think rather highly of myself." The djinn snorted. "Why are you here? You have someone who is important to me." Curse Hubel's name, but she was right. Rondell raised an eyebrow. "She said someone would come to rescue her." I didn't think any human would be so stupid, but it seems I underestimated you. He paused, growing larger and more menacing as spurts of fire seeped through cracks in his smoky body. The djinn chuckled. I'll have to thank her for bringing a human to me. I so rarely get a chance to taste their blackened flesh. The djinn's mouth expanded into a gaping maw. A ball of flames formed, reddening as it increased in intensity. Rondell bent down to snatch up one of the containers. A burst of fire struck the ground just at the base of it, sending the clay pot upward. Rondell staggered back from the blast. The container fell, crashing into the packed dirt, shattering on impact. Rondell's confidence in his plan wavered. I thought you couldn't destroy. The djinn smiled wide, cackling as it cut off his comment. Perhaps you shouldn't think so highly of yourself then. Rondell eyed the blackened hole where the container had stood. Feet away on its side, lay the other one. It can't destroy the container directly. The impact of the fall did that. It has to strike the ground itself. So, the wards on my clothes should still be fine. The djinn's mouth opened again in the direction of the other clay container. Rondell couldn't let the thing destroy it, especially if Andrasta broke her container. Where is Andrasta? She should be here by now. Rondell held his breath as he dove in front of the fireball exiting the djinn's mouth. It struck him in the side. Heat washed over him, but the force of the blow hurt more. Memories of prison guards kicking him in the back came to mind. He pushed them aside. Impossible. Rondell rolled over, eyeing the creature. Some 20 feet behind the djinn, he caught a flicker of movement. Andrasta eased her way out into the open. She carried an open container. The djinn was telling the truth. There isn't another one here. The djinn wheeled. Flames exploded out of its mouth, striking at Andrasta's feet. She flew upward. Rondell vaulted to his feet as she descended. Clay shattered against the ground when Andrasta landed with a grunt. Another one, said the djinn. Rondell sprinted at the creature, wrapping his face with loose cloth. The djinn began to expand, taking in air to feed its fiery attacks. He leaped onto its back, arms somehow wrapping around a neck of smoke. Rondell felt the wards inside his clothing come to life as he made contact with the creature. The djinn screamed in agony from touching the wards. I didn't expect that. The djinn wrenched its head back, angry. A gout of flame exploded into the air from its upturned mouth, mimicking a geyser of water. A frustrated scream followed. Smoky arms reached back to grab at Rondell. The gray fingers recoiled as the wards on his gutra flared. You think you have me? You're wrong. I can sense the weakness in the wards. I'll break them. Break them? The djinn inhaled, taking in air once again. It folded its arms across its chest and expanded its rib cage. Small tears appeared in the smoky body, flames ripping through the openings. The wards under Rondell's clothing brightened so significantly, the glow blinded him. The heat increased. Andrasta! By the gods, do something, he yelled, closing his eyes to protect them. Just hold on, Dot. Isn't that what I'm already doing? He asked, voice hysterical as he felt a ward on his arm weaken, burning his skin. Gods, I'm gonna be cooked alive. His arms began to slip, so he tightened his legs around what appeared to be the djinn's waist. Feel real power, spat the djinn. Crap! Heat enveloped him. His skin began to blister. A tight ball knotted in his chest. Even with his eyes closed, light blinded him. He tried to hold his breath, but the concussive force of the explosion took the wind out of him. Sailing through the air, he tasted only smoke. His lungs blazed. Chapter 10. A moist towel ran across Rondell's forehead. It glided down his face. The movement repeated on the other side. Rondell. 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 What am I going to do with you? A soft and familiar voice whispered. He stirred and croaked. Mother? My lute. Her hand touched lightly on his chest. Shoo. It's fine, though I should have burned the thing. I swear it's nothing but trouble. Now, be still and take it easy. Dr. Algar said your injuries require rest. Rondell felt the piece of cloth over his eyes. He went to remove it, but the calloused hand of his mother grabbed his. I just told you to be still. The doctor said. Old man Algar isn't a doctor. Don't you say that, she snapped. He delivered Ms. Hildred's horse when the foal hadn't turned properly. And just last week, he cut loose that ingrown toenail Gorham had been dealing with for nearly a month. You're right, mother. Algar's qualifications are beyond reproach. Rondell, you better. A knock sounded at the door. His mother sighed. I'll get that. Stay where you are. Rondell would have laughed had he the energy. He couldn't see and most every part of his body felt stiff and sore. Not moving won't be a problem, he thought. 2 sets of footsteps sounded. The quick shuffle of his mother and the uneven scrape of Algar. How are we doing, my boy? Asked Algar. I'm all right, I guess. Alive. That you are. Though it seems you did your best to see it otherwise. That was a pretty stupid thing to do. That's debatable. Algar grunted in disapproval. What were you doing in that loft by yourself anyway? By myself, then? Well, what else was she going to say, Dot? Certainly not that Elvina had kept him company in that loft each afternoon for the last 3 weeks. They would bring a candle, then close all the windows and doors. In the cool autumn air, they'd cuddle naked beneath a blanket while he sang softly to her. After the song, they'd move on to other things. I like the acoustics, he said, which was a partial truth. His voice did carry well in the loft. He suppressed a grin. As did Elvina's. Well, it's a good thing Elvina saw the fire from her bedroom window. She and her father pulled you out. Looks like you collapsed right at the door with that lute of yours clutched tight in your hand. He allowed the smile this time. A candle they had left burning in the loft had been kicked over in their sleep. In a panic, he managed to get Elvina out of the barn. He followed on her heels, stopping when he reached the door, remembering he had left his lute behind. He dashed back to retrieve it and must have passed out from the smoke on his way out. He remembered Elvina calling out as he left her at the barn's door. If you love me, you'll not go back inside. He left her without the slightest hesitation. He liked Elvina well enough. But he didn't love her, not like he loved his music. Rondell shook his head, realizing that Algar was talking again. Her father was quite upset. You'll be working for some time to pay off the damage to the barn. Rondell scowled. We'll see about that. How long do I have to wear this over my eyes? He asked, surprised he sought the opinion of a pretend doctor. A week or so. There was some damage to them from the smoke and fire. But not permanent? He asked, voice tightening. No. You should make a full recovery. Same for the burns on your arms and legs. They'll scar a bit but over time fade. So long as it's not my voice or my hands, who cares? Thank you. Mother said I need my rest, so if it's fine by you, I think I'd like to sleep. Of course. A hand touched his shoulder lightly, then the doctor's uneven scrape drifted out of his room. Soft lips touched his forehead. I'll wake you for dinner, said his mother. Alone to his thoughts, Rondell sat in bed. He had no time to rest. He reached out, searching for his lute. Eventually, he felt the smooth neck and lifted it into bed with him. He stroked the strings, silently muting the notes with his palm so his mother wouldn't hear them. He had a week to plan an entire act to take on the road. Plenty enough time. Rondell stirred awake as a moist towel touched his face. Am I still dreaming? He took a deep breath and coughed as the air rubbed his dry throat. Soft cushions enveloped him as he stirred, but he could have been lying in a pool of water and still his body would have ached. Too painful to still be dreaming. Shoo, stay still, came a soft voice. It sounded like wind dancing through chimes on an autumn day. A grin crawled across his face. Shadia. You're alive, he croaked. Thanks to you. My very own hero. A hand tilted his head up. A skin of water touched his lips. The water wasn't cool, but it was wet. He drank greedily. Not too much at once. You'll choke. Rondell finally tried to open his eyes and realized a bandage covered them. No, Shadia's hand steadied his. Your eyes were hurt badly by the jinn. They need to stay covered for a few more days. Perhaps a week. All right. This is getting a little eerie. The fight with the jinn sprang into his mind. Andrasta, he gasped. She's fine. Talking to Fikri right now. You've been out for several days. Days? What have I missed? The cushions depressed beside him. Shadia's thigh rested against his hip as she sat. She took his left hand. He reflexively pulled away. She grabbed it back, interlaced her fingers with what remained of his. She stroked the skin of his hand and fingers as if no abnormality existed. The tenderness of her touch made him uncomfortable. The jinn expended most of its power to throw you off. Without the sun to help it build back its strength, Andrasta was able to trap it. I came up from its lair just as you struck the ground. You were hurt badly. Many of the wards you placed on your clothing had been weakened or destroyed. I guess I'm not as clever as you. The wards you created might not have been as strong as those on the container or something I might create, but they helped save your life, and mine. I'd say you were more than clever. She paused. You continue to amaze me. I'm still surprised no one in Hegra ever thought to do something similar with their clothing. Fikri told Andrasta they had in the past, but it never worked out for them. I don't understand why. She touched his chest. They did not also have the protection of the amulet I gave you. Because of it, your injuries did not kill you and I was able to heal them. He raised his free hand and grazed the amulet. How did I end up back here? Andrasta carried you back to the boat and rowed you ashore. We explained to the villagers what happened. Once they saw that we caught the jinn, they were more than happy to give us a place to stay. After I saw to your wounds, I treated the villagers you and Andrasta had injured while escaping. What were my injuries? A few cracked ribs, a fracture in your right arm, another in the right ankle. Plenty of burns. And then your eyes. You also lost much of your hair, but that will grow back. The bones are completely healed, as are most of the bruises and the slash in your side. The burns could still use another day or two. The skin will be pink for a while longer before fading. Rondell recalled his dream. I've been burned before. I can't thank you enough for saving me. It wasn't just me. Andrasta. Andrasta helped you more than she came to save me. If my life depended only on her, I doubt I'd be alive right now. I know she doesn't like me. A hand stroked his cheek. She also doesn't have the tender heart that you have. Rondell thought about all that Andrasta had done for him and what she had given up after helping Jahi and Dendera. He felt the need to defend her. You'd be surprised. Andrasta has a greater heart than she shows. Let's not talk about Andrasta. Rondell's breathing quickened at the shift in tone. What do you want to talk about? When she spoke again, her voice quivered as though she struggled to control her emotions. You. She paused. Us. Us? Rondell's voice broke, repeating the word. She lay down next to him, squeezing her small body into the narrow space at the edge of the bed. She draped an arm over his stomach and placed her head on his chest. She squeezed him tight, careful to avoid the bandages covering his burns. "It's strange," she said, voice filled with wonder. "I never thought it was possible, especially for someone like me, but I think I may actually be falling in love with you." "Someone like you?" he asked. "It's hard to explain. Let's just enjoy this." He held her close. As much as he hated to admit it, Andrasta had been right in that he had been struggling with feelings for Shadia. But now? Is there really a struggle any longer? Silence sat between them. Before long he realized that Shadia's breathing had changed. She slept. A part of him worried what Fikri, or anyone else for that matter, would say if they walked in while they shared a bed. Even though the act was innocent, such a thing was considered taboo in the urban culture. Shadia's warm breath glided across his bare chest. In that moment, he didn't care about anything else. "It's like she belongs with me." The moment the men of the village finished their work for the day, Andrasta claimed the shore. For hours she ran through drills and exercises, both to ease the aches of her body and the tension in her mind. She would not allow Shadia to work any more sorcery on her. She pushed herself hard. Andrasta hated to admit it, but part of the reason for her long training session had also been to escape the sight of Shadia and Rondel lying in bed with each other. She tried to tell herself the gesture meant nothing, but she couldn't fool herself. Their relationship would end badly for someone. Likely me. How can someone so smart be so stupid? She growled, running through her last drill once more. At last, she sheathed her sword. Every muscle in her body burned. She wanted to collapse but knew better than to just stop. She walked the shore while stretching. When finished, she went to the river's edge. A quick glance told her she was still alone. She stripped and dove into the water, washing off the smell and grime from the last few hours. Drying and dressing quickly, she began braiding her dark hair. Andrasta often considered reducing its length. It took time to maintain, and if not properly kept out of her face it could be a hindrance. Yet, regardless of what was best for the warrior, the woman could not hack off the thick curls. With her hair braided, she reclined in a beached boat and stared at the slow current of the river. The way the moonlight reflected off the water's surface reminded her of time spent doing the same in the jungles of Juntark near the Kango River. She took a deep breath. But it smells nothing like home. Too dry. Too clean. She glanced at the stars, shrugged, and went back to the water. She used to wonder what it would be like to touch the stars as a child, but as she aged, those silly dreams had faded and the stars lost their allure. Her eyes moved to the opposite bank where 3 empty boats rested on an otherwise empty shore. If she strained her ears, she could just make out spades striking the earth. A team of villagers worked night and day to bury the clay container holding the gin. They had placed the container inside 2 others with similar markings, filling the space between each container with water. Until they added the water, the creature attempted to trick those on the outside into releasing it. None fell for the empty promises. Ironically, they buried it in the hole the jinn had once called its home. The villagers worked in shifts, filling the lair with dirt and rock. They'd stop only when both the front and back entrances looked no different than the land around it. Andrasta turned at the sound of branches being cast aside. Fikri emerged from the date palms and lilacs. He walked over. "Do you ever sleep?" he asked. She started to cover her face, then stopped. After the battle with the jinn, she had even ceased following the local customs of how a woman should conduct herself in public. No one seemed to care what she did. She assumed it was their appreciation for ridding them of an evil no one else had been able to. "When I need to," she answered. As he got closer, she added, "You're up late as well, Dot. Too many things on my mind. I'd thought you'd be relaxed with the jinn captured." Fikri eased himself down, sitting on the edge of the boat next to her. I'll feel better when the burial is completed, and I know we didn't somehow damage the container in doing so. You will stay through then, yes? We didn't do anything special. Fikri chuckled. You captured one of the most powerful jinn I've heard of, one that others have failed to capture for hundreds of years. I'd say that's pretty special. She shrugged. We got lucky. If that last container had also broken, we'd be dead. That's just one of 100 things that could have also gone wrong. But they didn't. And you succeeded. I don't doubt you'd do so again. He paused. There is something about the two of you that is special. Andrasta shook her head. Fikri had already made up his mind about her and Randell. Nothing she'd say would change his opinion, so she didn't bother wasting her breath. We'll stay until Randell is safe to travel again. Fikri sighed. Then that will have to be good enough. I'll see if I can't increase the pace of the work. He stood. Especially since Shadia is such a gifted healer. As quickly as Randell is recovering, we may only have another day or two. His voice brightened as he added. I'm ashamed to say that I had to stop myself from staring when I caught a glimpse of her without her veil. I now see why Randell was willing to risk his life for her. Quite the woman. Something like that. The man's a fool if he doesn't marry her, he said, walking off. She muttered under her breath. No. He'd be a fool if he did. A cold draft on Rondell's left side woke him with a start. He opened his eyes to blackness, panicked, then remembered the warded bandages over his eyes. He felt around for Shadia, not wanting to call her name and possibly wake someone else in the house. He found nothing but an empty depression. The fading heat on the cushions beside him brought sadness. It might have been the first time in his entire life he had ever slept next to a woman without having sex with her. Despite his injuries, he couldn't recall the last time he had slept so soundly. Who would have thought? Despite her saying the 3 words he had never uttered to anyone other than his mother, he still couldn't believe that Shadia found anything appealing about him. She called me her hero. She's just caught up in some silly fairy tale. The kind I used to sing about. Only this one won't end with a happily ever after. Give her a few days, maybe a week, and she'll realize how ridiculous the idea of us together is. Even still, Rondell couldn't help but think about a future together with her. Selfishly, he hoped she never came to her senses. A pain in his bladder jarred him. Shadia? He whispered. No longer caring about waking someone else up, he needed a hand to direct him to the chamber pot. No answer came. Shadia, he said louder. She went outside to help Fikri's wife with the morning meal, said Andrasta from the direction of what Rondell assumed was the door. He reddened slightly. Can you give me a hand? I need to get to the chamber pot. Rondell heard no footsteps, but a moment later the woman's hands were on his arms and shoulders, helping him out of bed. Rondell moved the sheets away, shivering in the cool morning air with only his underclothes on. He winced with each step, partly because of the stiffness in his limbs, and partly because of a full bladder. Here, said Andrasta, taking his hand and using it to touch the wall. Straight down, she added. Thanks. You mind if I have some privacy? He asked, fumbling with his underclothes. I'm not looking. Yeah, but. We shared campsites and rooms for over a year now. And unintentional or not, we've both seen each other in less than flattering positions. So, just go. I'm not leaving you alone while you're still so unsteady on your feet. Rondell started to open his mouth, but stopped and smiled instead at her act of kindness. Andrasta was right about what they had seen of each other, and he did realize he was swaying. He began to relieve himself, hoping his aim wasn't as bad as it sounded. When finished, he stood taller. Andrasta helped him back to the bed. He sat rather than lay on the cushions. You look cold. Here, she said. Rondell felt his shirt jammed into his hands. Thanks. He put it on, then used a blanket to wrap his shoulders. So, we did it. We did. Pretty crazy, huh, Dot? And stupid the way you jumped on that thing's back. I couldn't think of anything else and it was going to kill you. Still stupid. Shadia said you carried me the entire way back here. Let's call it even. She grunted. Shadia also said you wouldn't let her heal you. No. Do you truly hate her that much? I don't trust her. How can you say that when she's helped us so much? Something about her doesn't feel right. Like what? There isn't just one instance. None of it feels right. It never has. I need something more than that. Give me an example. Have you asked her yet what she was doing off on her own after we left Fikri's shop? No. That should have been the first thought you had when you woke up. You just don't seem yourself around her, but... He was surprised at the slight anger he felt at her accusation, even though he too had similar thoughts before. What do you mean? You don't think as clearly. You lose all sense of caution, like when you wanted to just swim across the river after the djinn. Not thinking clearly. Not acting normal. I think that's called being in love. Rondell snorted, astonished at the ease in which he came to that conclusion. He let that sink in for a moment. I think I have feelings for her. Serious feelings. I know. I saw you two in bed together. I didn't realize that it would upset you. I never said that. It's your life. Rondell frowned, not sure what to make out of his partner's behavior. Is she jealous, Dot? Well, did you ask her why she went off behind those buildings when the djinn captured her? He asked, hoping to turn the conversation in his favor. Yeah. Said she heard a child asking for help and when she got there the djinn grabbed her. Sounds believable. She has a kind soul. I think it sounds like a lazy excuse personally. Rondell tried to change subject. Shadia said I should be able to travel in the next few days. We can get back to tracking Hubel's host and retrieve the mask. And when we're done? What do you mean? After we have the mask, then what? You know what? The Jewel of Bashan. So you plan to just leave Shadia behind? That doesn't sound like something someone with strong feelings would do. He pursed his lips. I honestly didn't give it much thought. Like I said. That's unlike you. Maybe she can come with us. He paused. Can she? Perhaps you should ask her what she wants to do first. I have a feeling that leaving Erba to steal a jewel is not one of her top priorities. She paused. And if she says no, then what will you do? Rondell opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He hadn't thought about that either. Before anything intelligible came forth, Andrasta slid to the door, calling out over her shoulder as she left. I'll go see about the morning meal. Chapter 11. At Melek's orders, Lieutenant Omar organized 3 groups of 3 men. Sorcerers selected by Khalil accompanied each group. Melek sent each team in different directions with a specific task. One group followed the woman and her 2 companions at a safe distance, observing without engaging. Another traveled to Zephyr to learn all they could about the 2 foreigners. The last group left for the center of the Empty Hand Desert. Their task was to look for increased activity among the supernatural creatures that inhabited the area. The sorcerers communed with Khalil through divining. The old man took a seat across from Melek after receiving the latest reports. Seeing Khalil's fatigue from the communication, Melek poured him a cup of water and passed a plate of olives. Thank you, Captain, said Khalil, guzzling the water first, then popping an olive into his mouth. Tell me. Afif's squad first. Khalil cleared his throat. The Empty Hand Desert is as active as we would expect at this time. Afif's men have already encountered several anomalies. Such as? A small pack of ghouls. A pack? Ghouls don't travel in packs. These did. They were weak. None like the one we sent to Zuffer. Yet, they still seemed determined to keep Afif's men away from the desert center. Is everyone all right? A few cuts. Nothing serious. They killed all but one of the ghouls. The problem came when they ran into a jinn the next day. Out in the open? According to Afif, it was obvious this one hadn't fed in some time. It was also weak, and not very bright. He managed to trick the abomination into giving its name. But before that it burned Emin badly. Melek swore. Anything else? Not from Afif. Khalil spat out a pit and threw another olive in his mouth. Bassam learned that the woman is calling herself Shadia. The two with her managed to capture a Majuan. The one that's been terrorizing Higra for centuries. The two people call themselves Rondel and Andrasta, and they're recuperating from their encounter. They had to save her from the Majuan. Melek blinked. A Majuan? Wait. Start over. And tell me every detail. Melek listened quietly as Khalil went over the details from Higra. His interest in the two foreigners only grew with Janda's report from Zuffer. Shadia was one thing. I knew roughly what to expect from her, but Rondel and Andrasta are something else entirely. Janda didn't believe half of the things they pinned on the group after a museum break-in, but even the less outrageous stories spoke of great skill. And then there's this whisper of what they did in Igat. Khalil sat patiently across from Melek. The man knew better than to interrupt Melek while he weighed new information. We can't wait for them to come to us. The sorcerer raised an eyebrow. So, you wish to attack? Not with the entire host. I'm still concerned about the risks involved, especially if she is getting stronger. She can't be that strong if a jinn captured her. Yes, that is strange. Regardless of what Bassam heard of the incident, I won't take her lightly. We can't lose the mask again. What do you suggest, Dot? Tell Omar to send 4 men to meet up with Bassam's squad. Attack her and her companions as soon as the squad is able. I doubt she's expecting us to do that. If anything, she's probably more concerned with why we aren't moving toward the Empty Hand Desert. I'll see to it right away. Chapter 12. 2 days came and went. Andrasta trained and Rondel rested. She never had a chance to speak with him alone again. Shadia and Rondel had been inseparable. She thought about broaching the subject of Rondel's strange behavior in front of Shadia, damning the woman to her face. However, she could tell it would do no good. It would only widen the growing rift between her and Rondel that much faster. She resigned herself to the knowledge that the retrieval of the mask would likely be their last job together. They'll go off and live their miserable existence. She'll probably have a dozen of his kids and get fat. Gods, I hope she gets fat. Then he'll be sitting on his porch and regret ever marrying her. It would serve him right. What do I care? I don't need him to steal the jewel of Bashan. I know where he hid all the information. And I can track the flute and kill Kamal and Wabu without him. One less person to worry about. Master Enzi had been right. Friends make you weak and slow you down. That's what she told herself, but she still struggled to believe it. Light laughter drifted on a rare breeze. The sound danced about like a butterfly catching an updraft of air. It was the 3rd time she heard Shadia laughing from inside Fikri's home as they said their farewells. She threw supplies in the back of their wagon, trying to make as much noise as possible to drown the woman's voice. Ather growled in response, shuffling his hooves. Shut up, camel. Andrasta gestured to 3 of the creatures off to the right that were owned by citizens of Hikra. You can be replaced. Ather growled again, low and throaty. Andrasta's eyes narrowed at the ugly beast. Her hand slipped to the dagger at her thigh. She eased it away as Fikri approached. All set? He asked. Yes. She fiddled with their supplies. The shopkeeper cleared his throat. I've noticed you and your friend are not on the best of terms as of late. That's not how one should start a journey. You should take a cue from Shadia and start the journey with laughter. Andrasta gave him an eye, but said nothing. I thought that might rub you the wrong way. At first I thought it was because you were jealous of Shadia. But I realized that wasn't it. You don't care for him like that. Is there a point to this? She asked. Yes. But first, a writer from Zuffer came by yesterday. He asked if we knew of a pair of thieves that matched your description and your names. She had feared someone might find them. A quick scan of the area didn't reveal anyone else from the village waiting in the shadows. And I told them that no one matching that description had come through Hikra. Why? That should be obvious. You helped our town greatly. The writer said that a great reward has been placed on each of your heads, more so for the item you apparently stole. They sent quite a few people out into Urba after you. But it sounds like they're getting desperate. It won't be long before they give up the search, I think. In the meantime, stay out of sight. Thank you. She nodded to the house. Did you tell Rondell? I tried. He seemed distracted. That was my original point for why I brought up the tension between you two. I've only known you for a few days, but he seems different than when you first came into town. Glad I'm not the only one. What makes you say that? It's weird, but... All right. Let's get moving, said Rondell as he came outside, followed closely by an unveiled Shadia. We were just finishing a conversation, said Andrasta. Rondell cocked his head. Was it important? Well, the important stuff was already discussed. Andrasta can tell you about that on the road, said Fikri, blinking rapidly. The rest was just trivial. Andrasta turned to their host, who stared at Shadia with a dumb grin. She acted embarrassed at having forgotten her cover and replaced it quickly. Are you all right? Andrasta asked him. Fikri ignored her, instead focusing on Shadia. May I help the lady aboard? I would be honored, said Shadia with a giggle. Andrasta shook her head in frustration and climbed in back. Her conversation with Fikri was obviously over. The tip of a boot nudged Rondell awake. He opened his eyes to a graying sky and stretched. Gods, it's good to see the world again. Even though it had only been a few days, fumbling around like a blind man had bothered him more than the healing of his burns. Andrasta hovered. Time to get up, she said in a low voice. He yawned and sat up. The small blanket he slept under fell away and the cool morning air sent a shiver through his body. He rolled to his feet and rubbed his arms while going off behind a boulder to relieve himself. They had found another of the desert's small pools to stop for the night. He returned to camp, shaking out his limbs, hoping to get his blood moving. Freezing at night. Blistering during the day. What a miserable place to live, said Rondell, grabbing a skin of water and taking a drink. You haven't seemed too upset about it until now, Andrasta muttered. Rondell raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean that you've had a smile affixed to your face for days. Rondell whipped around to Shadia's bedroll. Where is Shadia? He felt a bit of panic. She took the dumb camel for a walk. Really? Why? Gods if I know, she snapped. Let's not talk about her. Rondell frowned. What's her problem? Yeah, sure, he said, trying to keep the peace. Good. You've been resting for days. It's been too long since we've sparred. You need to start working the kinks out so that you're ready when we get to Hubel's host. We still have no idea what we're facing and I'm worried. Why didn't you say something before? I'm saying something now. Draw your sword. We can talk. I'm done talking, she hissed and rushed forward. Their weapons clashed. A jolt from the force of the blow raced through Randell's body. He was glad he had already relieved himself. Days later, at a small oasis surrounded by date palms and lilacs, Randell collapsed beside the fire next to Shadia. His chest heaved. His body ached all over. He didn't think he had lost that much endurance or strength in the short time he had been unable to train. Yet, he felt almost as bad as he did when Andrasta first started showing him how to use a sword. Never has she pushed me so hard. Distant grunts sounded in the dark as Andrasta continued to drill without him. Intermittently, the swish of her sword cut through the air. Are you finally done? Asked Shadia. Yes, said Randell. His voice sounded muted and hollow. It would settle once his breathing returned to normal. I don't know how you put up with her. Randell tilted his head back. What do you mean? She forced him to sit and began to rub on his shoulders and neck. She's so hard on you. 3 days straight, morning and night for hours at a time, and all the while she cuts you down with her words while beating on you with her sword. Why would you still want to partner with her? He winced as she worked a knot. It's complicated. No. It's not. I understand that she saved your life and you two have an agreement. But it's like she only keeps you around to beat up on you so she can feel better about herself. That's not true at all. If you say so. He turned around slowly as her hands fell away. What's going on? Nothing. That's not true. It's just. I wonder if you don't have feelings for her. He put a sweaty arm around her. Shadia, you know that's not true. She's a business partner. A friend. Nothing more. How could I have feelings for anyone else when I have you in my life? She smiled. I guess I just needed to hear that. I don't want to lose you. You won't, I promise. Andrasta lay awake, staring at a clear night sky littered with stars. A sliver of a moon hung to her right. She took a deep breath, letting her mind go blank. Her lids slowly closed and the twinkling lights above disappeared. Her muscles craved sleep and she felt her body sink into the ground as she relaxed. After 4 times of trying to go to sleep, it seemed she would finally succeed. Her breathing slowed. A small sigh cut through the night to her left. Roused awake by the innocent noise, her lips pressed tight together. She swore silently. I should wake them. If I can't sleep, why should they? She opened her eyes and sat up. Despite the desire to sleep, she just wasn't ready. Every time she came close, a small noise from Randell or Shadia would bring her back. She didn't know why. They simply slept back to back, sighing or breathing with a peaceful contentment that made Andrasta cringe. The noises were quieter than Randell's occasional snores, but it wasn't the volume that kept her awake, it was the meaning behind them. Even if I think it's the dumbest thing Randell can do, he's genuinely happy. Why should I stand in his way? She threw off her blanket and rose. Though she had trained earlier until she nearly puked, she thought a good round of stretching and limbering exercises would do her some good. She spared one quick glance over her shoulder, watching Shadia drape an arm over Randell's side. Enough light shone for her to make out the slight smile that formed on his face. Maybe it's better we cut this off sooner than later. She left camp and walked around the oasis, passing a couple of date palms that stood on the opposite side of the nearby pool of water. Small shrubs sat intermittently around the pool. The oasis itself rested inside a bowl between hills and was made from packed sand and dirt. Andrasta scanned the hills, noting several descending trails. The depressions ranged in size and shape, all leading to the pool below. She followed a set of tracks down to where a mother fox and 2 cubs lapped at the water. Other animals had already come and gone while she had tried to sleep. More would come before the night ended. Andrasta looked back at the hills, the limbering exercises long forgotten with the newfound interest in studying the animal tracks. She spotted the ruts left by the wagon easily enough, the straight depression of wheels on either side of Ather's prints. At least once I'm gone I won't have to worry about that blasted camel. Andrasta tensed. Something had changed. The night had been quiet when she rose, but the stillness hadn't been as pronounced as it suddenly felt. Her eyes flitted back to the watering hole. The foxes were no longer there. Moving her gaze up, the last of the cubs skittered quickly over the hill from which they came. Her hand went to her sword. She lowered herself into a crouch and drew it clear. The faintest of scuffles sounded behind her, the soft underside of a bare foot touching the ground. She fought her natural instincts to move. Not yet. A drop of sweat ran down the back of her neck. She adjusted her grip. She dropped to her knee, spun and swept out her sword. A blade whistled overhead where she once stood. Hers cut through leather and flesh, slowing as it continued into bone. A shocked gasp sounded as the leg of her attacker fell away just above the knee. Off balance, the man fell. A shadow flickered off to her right. She rolled as a knife thudded into the ground behind her. Her blade came up to deflect another knife sailing in from her left. The clank of metal echoed loudly. "Rondell! Up!" she yelled. 2 men emerged from the shadows, one from the left, another from the right. Like the first attacker, they were dressed in black. A crescent sliver sat on their upper arms. They each held drawn scimitars. She glanced down at the first man who had attacked her. Unlike most who'd be grasping at their stump to stop the flow of spurting blood, the man actually tried to swing his blade at her again. Blood loss caught up with him. The scimitar fell from his hands and he went still. A scream ripped the night. "Your cry for help was useless," said one of the men. "Others saw to your friend and the abomination you protect. They're already dead." Her stomach dropped. "No. I just left them." A shout of rage sounded. Swords clashed. She grinned. "Not yet, they aren't." The 2 men exchanged confused glances. She drew her throwing dagger in one quick motion, flinging it at the man on her left. He deflected the throw while diving to the side. She charged, closing the distance faster than the man had anticipated. She slashed down. He parried and countered. The other joined the fight and momentum briefly swung their way. They pressed and she found herself retreating. The stories Rondell and Shadya had told about the skill of Hubel's host seemed to be more accurate than she had thought. Rarely had she seen such consistent skill. She deflected a sweeping cut, swayed aside from another, then jumped back from a thrust to the torso. She thought of Rondell. And he's supposed to face men like these alone, while also protecting Shadya? Though she still heard a distant fight by their camp, she knew the 2 men had been right about her partner's fate. "He's as good as dead unless I make it there soon." Andrasta blocked out thoughts of Rondell and narrowed her focus on the flashing silver blades. Her sword clanged against a scimitar from the man to her right. Rather than pull away, she stepped in and slid her blade down the weapon's length. As he tried to withdraw, she spun and shouldered into him. The other foe pulled his attack lest he strike his own companion. Andrasta seized on the confusion, withdrawing her Relian dagger and switched fighting styles. She slashed wildly with her sword. The wide, chaotic strokes acted as the distraction she intended. When her closest opponent took a step back, she stepped in and flicked the dagger at his thigh, near the knee. The man didn't collapse, but the slicing of muscle and tendon caused him to stumble. She kicked him in the ankle. He fell. She leaped at the last man. He gripped his sword with 2 hands. However, the power he gained with the technique slowed him. Andrasta swayed, ducked, then shifted in 3 quick movements. She turned her blade up and rammed it into the man's chest. It crunched through ribs. He gasped, choked on a rush of blood, and died. Spinning quickly, she finished the last opponent. Safe from her attackers, she listened and heard nothing. Her head swiveled about the area, expecting those who had attacked Rondell to emerge. A raspy, defiant yell cried out. She ran toward it. 1 minute Rondell dreamed things he'd be embarrassed to share with just about anyone, dreams he hoped would come true with Shadia. The next minute the dream ended, interrupted by what he thought had been a shout of his name. An intense burning in his chest that made his skin ache followed. Despite the deep sleep he had been in moments before, he woke without the grogginess he usually felt. And that was why he didn't move a muscle. Learn to trust your instincts, he could hear Andrasta say. He cracked an eye. Dim red coals smoldered several feet away. Wisps of smoke crawled upward into a clear night sky. Starlight gave him the light he hoped to have from the fire. Looking past the coals, he saw Andrasta missing from her spot. Yet, there's a smell of sweat in the air. A faint scrape of something against the bark of a date palm near their camp reached him. It was low, barely audible. Thank the gods I still have the ears of a musician. He reminded himself that he needed to thank Andrasta yet again as he wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his short sword. It lay at his side per her suggestion. He began flexing and relaxing his muscles beneath his clothes in order to work some blood into his still limbs. Daring to crack his eyelid wider, he saw a black silhouette appear. The figure wore a silver crescent on the sleeves of his shirt, a mirror image of the moon above. He held a withdrawn scimitar. A small whimper came from behind, almost like a whisper in his ear. He realized it was Shadia dreaming, oblivious to the danger creeping toward them. Probably for the best. But how to do this? If I attack too soon, I'll give up my advantage of surprise. If I wait, someone else could be creeping up from the other side. And if Shadia wakes at any point and screams, it will ruin everything. A tiny glint from above, just at the corner of his peripheral, made his decision. It was too low, too bright to be a star in the sky. There is another. He swung up, sword still in its sheath while arcing through the air. A wide-bladed scimitar, twice the size and twice as intimidating as his short sword, sailed down at Shadia's still form. Weapons clashed in an odd clacking sound as Rondell deflected the blow. The scimitar thudded into the ground just inches from Shadia. He rose to his knees, grabbing her by the arm. Eyes wide and body rigid, he pulled, but it was as if she was frozen in place. Then he was too. He recognized the tingling sensation crawling across his skin and the pressure all around him. Sorcery. Which one? The man whose weapon he had deflected met his eyes and smiled through a coarse, black beard. Now you die beside the abomination you protect. His sword swept up, but paused as a low, gurgling growl came from the other side of shrubbery outside the clearing. A man screamed in what sounded like his last breath. The man with the scimitar looked over his shoulder in alarm. Rondell had control of his body once more. Andrasta must have killed the sorcerer. Shadia cried out and scooted backward. The move grabbed the attention of the man before them. Rondell stabbed, but his opponent stepped aside. His eyes flicked behind Rondell. The other figure. Rondell dropped as a blade whooshed over his head. He rolled. A sword struck the earth. He rolled again at least a half dozen more times with a stab at the ground crunching behind him. After the 6th roll, he was near the dying fire. He thrust his blade into the embers and flipped them at his opponent. Ashes took to the air. The man waved his hand wildly, stepping away. Rondell got to his feet. Shadia shuffled back across the clearing as the second attacker moved toward her. The two cursed violently at each other. Rondell stepped in her direction, but the other man blocked his path, blinking rapidly. Rondell lunged, intent on ending him quickly. However, his opponent managed to parry the attack and counter. He could have pressed and had me off balance. The man blinked again. But he's still suffering. Rondell attacked again with the same result. He tried a third time with a flurry of cuts and thrusts, but none found their mark. He began to panic about Shadia. He thought of calling out for Andrasta, but became aware of distant sword fighting. She's already busy. A human-like moan rose in volume until it ended in what sounded like a lion roar. Ather came crashing into the open and barreled into the man chasing Shadia. Somehow the awkward beast found an agility Rondell had no idea it possessed, dodging a blow and trampling the swordsman. "That's not something you see every day," he muttered. Wearing a desperate look, his opponent came at him hard, scimitar dancing in the starlight. Rondell ducked, weaved, parried, and even came close to praying in order to survive the assault. The man possessed skill he had rarely seen. He wouldn't be able to survive much longer. When you can't show strength, feign weakness. He found hope in another of Andrasta's sayings. If there was one thing he knew he could do, that was appear weak. He breathed tiredly, lazily deflecting blows and stumbling backward. His opponent attacked harder, sensing victory. Rondell's free hand slid behind his back, his shortened fingers awkwardly clutching the hilt of a small dagger. He winced, making the movement appear as though he had a cramp. His attacker lunged, overcommitting himself. Rondell barely deflected the move as the edge of the scimitar raked across his forearm. He stuck his foot out, tripping the man. His free hand came around holding a dagger which he plunged into the man's upper back at his spine. His opponent screamed and fell. Rondell finished him off with a stroke to the back of the neck. Movements sounded from behind. Rondell cursed at the thought of facing more men. Andrasta emerged into the clearing. She carried a sword dark with blood. "I could have used your help," said Rondell. She glanced at the dead man by his feet. "Seems like you managed." "Barely. They were good. Really good." Andrasta nodded. "So were the ones that I killed." "Ones? Always have to show off, huh?" Andrasta offered a rare grin, a welcome reprieve from her perpetual scowl as of late. He spun, realizing he hadn't been able to check on Shadia since the attack. She stood next to Ather, stroking the camel's long neck, pausing at a patch of missing hair near the beast's upper chest. She whispered something in the animal's ears. He faced Andrasta. "Any idea who these people were?" "Hubel's host," said Shadia, walking to them, her voice low. Rondell frowned. "Could there be more waiting?" Shadia shook her head. "They would have all attacked at once." "I'll not take any chances," said Andrasta. "You two stay here, Dot." Andrasta returned to camp after scouting. She noticed the bodies missing. Rondell had dragged them far away from the watering hole. Seeing there was evidence of a third attacker puzzled her, as she had only seen 2 bodies before. "There's no one else in the area," she announced, scowling as Shadia warded Rondell's injured arm while they huddled on a blanket. "Are you sure?" asked Shadia. "They're very skilled." "I'm sure. I only ask because they did manage to sneak up on us," the woman started. Andrasta's scowl deepened. "Are you blaming me, whore?" "Yes, it seems like some sort of warning words would have helped." Shadia said nothing. Andrasta continued. "I found where they entered camp, including their mounts a half-mile to the east. I tethered them over there," she pointed. "There are no others." Rondell must have felt the tension as he gestured to Andrasta's side. "You're wounded." "I'm fine." "Shadia is almost done, she can." "I said I'm fine." Rondell narrowed his eyes. "I'll look at it then when Shadia's finished with me." I can do it myself. Probably, but I want to look at it. Though Andrasta wanted to protest further, the truth was that she didn't feel like struggling to stitch the thing herself, and the fact that he was adamant about helping made her feel like all was not lost between them. All right. She sat across from them and nodded toward the third trail she noticed earlier. I only saw 2 bodies before. There was a sorcerer hiding in the bushes, Rondell said. He had us bound until Ather killed him. Andrasta flicked her gaze to the smug-looking camel, then to Shadia. Did you train Ather how to protect you? No. He's just loyal. A loyal camel who not only killed 2 people on its own, but one of which was a sorcerer that managed to incapacitate the 2 of you. I don't know any dogs that could have pulled off something like that. Ather is not a dog. He's far more intelligent, Shadia said. Too intelligent. Have either of you talked about why Hubel's host tried to kill us? Asked Andrasta. No, said Rondell. What in the name of the gods is wrong with him? For a moment after the fight he almost seemed his old self again. Even joking. Now, he's back to being an idiot. So, let's talk about it. Why were they trying to kill us? I thought that would be obvious, said Shadia. Enlighten me, said Andrasta. They know we seek the mask and they want to stop us before we get close enough to steal it. That doesn't seem very obvious when you told us that they didn't know that you survived their attack on your family's camp. That is strange, added Randell. Shadia shrugged. They still knew someone was following them. I'm sure they presume we're after the mask. I mentioned before they have several sorcerers among them, one of which is very powerful. Anytime I've had to perform a divining to learn their location, I open paths that allow them an opportunity to sense us as well. What? Shouted Andrasta. You didn't say that before. How can we maintain any level of surprise if you're letting them know where to find us? Shadia narrowed her eyes. There was no other way. How else do you suggest we find highly skilled soldiers and sorcerers who are used to staying hidden? I understand your point, said Rondell in a much calmer tone. But Andrasta's right. You should have told us what was going on so we were ready for an attack like this. She bowed her head. You're right. I'm sorry. Regardless, the simple fact that they knew we sought their location more than once was likely enough for them to guess our intent. Makes sense, said Rondell as if the answer left no question of doubt. No. It doesn't, said Andrasta. She ignored the looks cast her way. She jabbed an index finger at Shadia. Those I fought called you an abomination. And we were to die because we were helping you. That makes their attack not something of precaution. It makes it planned and calculated. It ties it to their beliefs. They were here to kill you. Why else would they send so many men, one a sorcerer, to take down 3 otherwise insignificant people? You need to start giving me better answers because unlike him, I'm not in love with you. Rondell turned red-faced and started to protest. A slight touch from Shadia calmed him. Making my point for me. It's all right. I have been holding back information from both of you. I'm sorry. Shadia had the wherewithal to at least look ashamed. Rondell appeared hurt from her admission. Thankfully. What have you held back? He asked. The stakes. You see, this mask isn't just something that once belonged to my family. It's an item of great power. Let me guess. It gives one the power of a god? Asked Andrasta. We've done that before. It's not something I want to do again. No. This isn't something that magnifies sorcery or even something that allows certain attributes of their god to be bestowed on them like what Rondell said you faced in Igat. The mask makes the wearer an actual god who would be able to straddle the human world and the heavens. I thought you said the host was filled with fanatics, sworn to Hubel. Why would they seek to use the mask? Wouldn't it betray their god? Asked Andrasta. I agree, said Rondell. That doesn't sound like the stories I know. Their new leader, a man named Captain Melek, is much different than his predecessors, said Shadia. He wants to use the power of the mask personally. My family knew we needed to protect it from falling into his hands. Why didn't you tell us this before? Asked Rondell, looking hurt and confused. Because. Her lips quivered. I thought that if you realized the greater risk involved, you'd no longer help me. Rondell put an arm around her as tears streaked down her cheeks. Oh, you're good. Lie and trick us both and still he comforts you. I think I speak for us both, Rondell said as he made eye contact and nodded at her, by saying that we're not going anywhere. Right? Andrasta snorted. Yeah, sure. At least not now. When can you perform another divining? Rondell looked up. Why don't we light this oasis on fire so they know how to find us instead? They already know we're here. Better to do one more divining tonight before they figure out the attack failed. Let's get all the information we need, regardless of what they learn from us in return. We leave as soon as we can without making contact again until we get to their camp. Guessing from here on out isn't going to work. I don't. No, said Shadia. She's right. Give me a chance to gather myself. Rondell covered Shadia with a blanket and watched her drift off to sleep. He stayed longer than necessary, admiring her beauty, saddened by the stress and the contours of her jaw. All he wanted to do was take the pain and worry away. Soon this will be over. He thought of their impossible task. Dark thoughts clouded his mind. One way or another. He joined Andrasta away from the low fire. Well? She asked. Rondell kneeled beside her. She found them. They're less than 2 days' ride from here. Southeast. Near the coast. She felt the touch of one of their sorcerers at the end, but she hid herself from being discovered. The process exhausted her. Andrasta shrugged. At least we got what we needed. You could be a little sympathetic, you know. She gave him a look. How can you and I feel so different about the same person? All right. Whatever. Let me see to your wound then. You sure your woman won't get jealous? He motioned Andrasta to lie on her side and pulled up the boiled leather she wore as well as the shirt underneath, exposing brown skin. Rondell squinted, repositioning himself to allow more light from the fire. The wound was long, but mostly shallow except for a small section near her stomach that would need a few stitches. He began to clean the area. We're not married, he finally said, unable to let her question go. Fooled me. You're a brave woman to chide the person looking over your wounds, said Rondell, trying to keep his tone light. Andrasta left well enough alone, and Rondell focused on his task. He finished cleaning the wound, then threaded a needle and began stitching. I think we need to split up when we leave. Rondell paused, raised an eyebrow. Huh? They're closer than we realized. And they'll be expecting our attackers to report soon. The more time that passes before they hear back from them, the more they'll realize we're still alive. Obviously, we don't want that. The sooner we infiltrate their camp, the better. Makes sense. But why split up? Rondell tied off the last stitch and cut the thread. Andrasta examined her wound, gave a nod of approval, and lowered her shirt. Because I can ride faster alone. She began drawing in the dirt with her dagger. A crude outline of Erba's coastline appeared, low mountains, a short beach and the ocean. Andrasta continued filling in some of the more prominent landmarks that littered that part of the country. Hey, when did you get a chance to study a map of Erba? Asked Rondell. In the library in Zuffer. I had to do something to pass the time other than pace. Show me exactly where Shadia said the camp is at. She added a small divot in the ground with a twist of the blade. We're currently here. Rondell took the knife offered to him and, based on Shadia's divination, drew several smaller landmarks. He explained where the host's camp was and where Shadia suspected they would move based on what she knew of their habits. Andrasta grunted. I hope she's right. She seemed certain. I'll ride ahead and scout out the camp. You and Shadia leave at first light and meet me here, she said, pointing to a small rock cluster near a narrow tributary that originated from the Undis River and flowed into the Mataken Ocean. I still don't see why we can't travel together. Considering the skill of our attackers, I'd rather scout alone. I'll get the information we need then meet you here, she said, pointing. We can finalize plans then. Seems like you'll be waiting for some time though, since you'll be on horseback while we're in the wagon. You're going to leave the wagon and that blasted camel here. Shadia might not like that. I don't care. We'll need to leave as fast as possible after we steal the mask. A camel pulling a wagon will be our death. If we have time, we can pick them up later. I'll talk to her. How soon until you leave? A few hours. Just long enough to catch a bit of sleep. You follow at first light. I know it goes without saying, but be careful. Andrasta tilted her head. Look, while you're acting like your old self, do you have any reservations about this? About what? Everything. Shadia. This job. Hubel's host. The mysterious mask. You know, we can just ride away right now, and leave Shadia alone? Andrasta shrugged. She has her beloved camel to keep her company. Rondell narrowed his eyes. I'll pretend you didn't say that. He paused, thinking of the rift between his partner and the woman he cared for. I don't have any reservations. Especially after what she said about the mask. Stopping someone from using it is the right thing to do. Just like dealing with the cult of Sutek was. So all the stealing, strong-arming, and everything else in between we've done, you consider to be right? Well, it worked out well for us. Andrasta gave a rare grin. Fair enough. She sighed. Do me a favor while you're riding tomorrow. What's that? Find out more about this mask. There is a lot she still isn't telling us, and at this point I don't understand why she'd withhold anything. Like what? Like how some random nomadic family had the mask to begin with. How did the host know they had it? Why hasn't it been used yet by this new captain? Come on, you're the thinker when it comes to stuff like this. Think. She's right. Why do I keep missing such obvious questions? Rondell woke to the gentle touch of a hand on his stomach, the soft breath of his name being whispered. His eyes shot open in a panic, thinking he had overslept, but the sky was still dark. Shoo, said Shadia next to him. It's all right. Rondell turned toward her, rubbing away sleep. What's wrong? She smiled. Nothing is wrong. Andrasta left a few moments ago. Oh. He frowned, not understanding. She draped her leg over his. We're finally alone. He swallowed, realizing the leg was bare. He glanced away nervously and caught the piercing stare of Ather's dark eyes reflecting off starlight. Well, not completely. Shadia sat up slightly and jerked her head toward the camel. Ather regarded her, made an odd sound with his tongue and left. He frowned. That camel is too smart for its own good. Better? She asked. I guess. A twinkle of mischief shone in her eye. You only guess? Chapter 13. The sun rose above the horizon to Andrasta's left as she rode south. The tip of the reddish disk glowed brightly, reflecting off the orange rock and dirt as if someone had recently painted the landscape in fire. She had never been one to appreciate such things, at least not in the way Rondell often did. She attributed his outlook to his former life as a minstrel. The man can make anything sound like a song, she thought, half with disgust, half in appreciation. She wasn't sure if she admired the rolling contours of the land around her more now because she missed her partner's company or because, alone, with no distractions, she had a chance to notice them herself. Perhaps both. A weight had been lifted from her shoulders the moment she left camp. So freeing was the sensation of leaving Shadia behind, that she had the urge to just keep writing and never turn back. But that would mean leaving Rondell too, and despite the increasing thoughts that crossed her mind to do so, she couldn't bring herself to take that step. I keep hoping he'll see things from my perspective. Idiot. Do you really expect him to do that after you left them alone? She urged her horse harder, allowing the ride to clear her head again. Given the time of day, she pushed her mount to take advantage of every second available before the temperature rose to levels that would hinder her progress. She squinted away from the sun's rays, enjoying the cool morning air as it whipped against her face. Too long she had ridden in the back of a wagon, listening to the mindless chatter of Rondell and Shadia while smelling the poor digestive system of Ather. The camel might be a better choice for desert travel, but the land had hardened and she galloped across good, packed earth. Up ahead, patches of vegetation became more regular, interspersed in areas not just near a watering hole or an underground supply. The faster she rode, the quicker the tension melted from her shoulders. Gods, I missed the freedom of riding. She thought of Jewel, her mount left behind in Zuffer. Andrasta hoped she was being treated well. If not, someone will pay. She questioned whether she should pull up on the black stallion beneath her. The smaller urban beast had been bred centuries ago for the hotter climate. However, if she wore her mount out so soon in her journey, she'd have trouble fleeing from trouble if it presented itself later. She weighed the decision for a breath when the mount sped up on his own. She grinned. Let's push it then. Rondell struggled to focus. It seemed that Andrasta wanted him to ask Shadia something, but he couldn't quite remember what. Every time the words reached the tip of his tongue, his chest would start itching and his mind would revisit the passion from hours before. Lying entwined in each other's limbs, staring into Shadia's eyes until dawn arrived had been perhaps the happiest moment of his life. Never had he cared for someone so much. Rondell shook away those thoughts again, trying to focus. I wonder how far ahead Andrasta is. Is something wrong, my love? Asked Shadia. Rondell gazed at Shadia. She rode unveiled, her dark eyes mesmerizing, her lips inviting to be kissed. As they slowed their pace, she busied herself warding a bag full of stones with symbols she said they could use to confuse the members of the host. Just thinking about Andrasta. Shadia's face soured. Why? I'm worried about her. It seems she's more than capable of taking care of herself. She is. It's just since we partnered a year ago, I've been there to watch her back. And if she gets into any trouble, she'll be by herself. For as long as you've been together, it seems like by now you would have figured out that she prefers to work alone. She doesn't like people watching her back. Is that so? Yes. You tell me all the time how hard she is on you when working a job. I've witnessed it myself when the two of you train. It takes everything I have not say something, but. Rondell smiled. I appreciate you being protective. I know you have some sort of twisted affection for her because of her helping you escape prison, but I really think you should terminate your partnership. He nearly fell out of his saddle in shock. What? Don't sound surprised. You've thought about it yourself, haven't you? Rondell said nothing, afraid to admit aloud thoughts that had run through his head. I'll take that as a yes, said Shadia. Which makes my point. We promised each other. You're in a much different spot than when you made that promise to her. I guess. I mean, wouldn't you rather spend your days making love to me than doing things that can get you killed on a continual basis? Rondell reddened, but then his thoughts shifted. He knew the question was supposed to be rhetorical, but despite all the injuries and stress he had endured as of late, he had also really enjoyed his new life. It gave him purpose. A fire formed in his chest, warming his body. He turned his gaze away from the road and looked at Shadia. But what better purpose is there than to be a great husband to a wonderful wife? How could I not choose her? She's everything I've ever wanted. Of course I'd rather spend my days and my nights with you. Shadia grinned. The gesture eased the ache in his chest. Then there's really only one thing for you to do, right? Rondell nodded absently, not really sure what had just happened. Good. Then you'll tell Andrasta that it's necessary to end your partnership. She can go her way and we can go ours. After we take the mask from Hubel's host first, of course. Rondell's mouth turned into a frown. It seemed he was supposed to ask Shadia something about the mask, but all he could think about was how his life had just changed once again and how he'd have to figure out who he was once more. I was just getting the hang of being Rondell the adventurer. Inside his tent, Captain Melek removed the traditional gutra from his head, setting it on his bedroll nearby. He rubbed his hands through his dark hair matted against his skull and began pacing. At the tent's center, Khalil knelt over a bowl of water taken from the lapping Madakan Ocean mere steps from his quarters. Around the bowl rested 5 small stones, etched with powerful wards. The stones sat in the pattern of a star. Khalil dipped the index finger of his right hand into the water. The sorcerer began a small chant while his finger skimmed the surface. The wards on the 5 stones glowed a pale blue, much weaker than usual. Khalil muttered a curse. Melek paused in his pacing. It was unlike Khalil to show his frustration. The sorcerer's chanting increased in volume, and for a moment the stones grew brighter. Sulfur lingered in the air. Sweat beaded on Khalil's forehead. His lips quivered. The man clenched his jaw, arms shaking. A grunt came from deep in his throat and the stones went out, void of any color except the natural orange and tan the great Hubel saw fit to bless them with. Khalil hunched over, shaking his hand slightly. Melek knew not to say anything. Khalil would speak when ready. Khalil took a deep breath and rose. The sorcerer wiped sweat from his brow, then smoothed out his long salt and pepper beard. Troubling news. I assumed as much. I still can't commune with Bassam. I can sense that they made it to the watering hole where they plan to ambush Shadia. But that's it. Are they dead? I don't know. Something is blocking my ability to divine in that location. Perhaps it's not something, but someone. Can you sense Shadia and her companions there? No. But you're sure they were there before? Yes. Then we assume that Bassam and the others are dead. Shadia, Rondell, and Andrasta are probably heading our way now. Then we attack? No. We have a stronger point of defense here than we'll find anywhere else. Khalil's mouth twisted. I don't like this. We are Hubel's host. We've defeated entire armies. 2 vagabonds and a she-devil should not be feared. You know the annals better than I do. How many times would a little fear have helped my predecessors? A lack of fear usually results in higher casualties. Besides, are we truly the same Hubel's host that the urban legends sing about? Those that defeated entire armies? Khalil's face went slack. Melek continued. I hate to say it, but our name will only take us so far. We are still mighty in skill, but no longer in number. Don't sell us short. We did manage to take the Mask of Halves back. With you leading us, I might add. Yes, we did. But how long did it take for me to plan the attack? The better part of a year. It was timed beautifully and still a huge gamble. An all-or-nothing effort to ensure we could regain the mask before Shadia's power began to increase as it always does around the alignment of the heavens. And we still took heavy losses. Perhaps I'm wrong, but we can't take the same risks over and over and still expect to have the men capable of completing Hubel's mission by destroying the mask. We should have faith in Hubel. I do. He blessed us with victory before. But he also blessed us with minds to use. On this, I'm positive. We'll let them come to us. Khalil bowed his head. I'm sorry for questioning you. Melek frowned at the man before him. It still felt odd to command someone who had helped train and raise him. You have nothing to apologize for. I will never turn away your counsel, so don't think to hold back. The old sorcerer chuckled. I won't. Orders? Extend the patrols and double the watch. Ensure the entire perimeter of camp is protected by your wards. They're coming for us, and we must assume that the woman's power has grown. Tracking Hubel's host was not an easy task. For a group of dozens, perhaps more, they left little evidence of their presence. If Andrasta had not known their current location, she might have missed some of the tiny signs they had left behind. Even as she slowed to follow those signs, ensuring she pinpointed the exact location of their camp, she arrived hours ahead of when she intended. Pushing the pace earlier had worked to her advantage. The clouds above inspired confidence in their mission to steal the mask. She hoped the overcast sky would continue into the night, allowing little light from the moon or stars. It might even rain. But that would be asking too much. Andrasta secured her mount a safe distance away from where she estimated even the most cautious leader would send scouts. She continued on foot slowly toward the camp. Careful not to draw the attention of sentries or sorcerers probing the area, she covered her tracks. To the untrained eye, her disturbances in the dirt would appear to match those of a sidewinding viper. After clearing over 2 miles in her approach, the flat land near the tributary of the Undis River changed into a rocky, gray limestone near the coast. Because of all the doubling back on her trail, she estimated she had walked more than twice the distance she actually covered. She hid near the top of a hill, one of many covered in small shrubbery and thin grass. Through the spyglass she had purchased from Fikri and Higra, she took advantage of the fading daylight. A narrow beach below held a camp of about 50 men. The number was lower than Shadia's previous references to their strength, but she assumed that Shadia's numbers had included those they killed at the oasis as well as sentries and scouts patrolling the area. That would bring it up to 70 or so. Similar to those that had attacked them, each man wore black robes with a silver marking on their sleeves. Andrasta noticed that the design was not consistent from person to person. Few wore no symbol at all. Many wore a crescent or half circle. Some of the men worked around small cook fires. Others tended to the horses. Several more kneeled on the sandy beach, prostrating themselves while facing the ocean, raising their heads upward toward the advancing night. A man stood before them with arms held high. Probably their priest leading them in prayer. She recalled Shadia and Rondell saying these people were not a cult, but Andrasta thought they had many of the same trappings. Isolation. Elitism. Zealousness. And a holier-than-thou mission. She moved the spyglass away from the outskirts of camp, searching for where the host might be hiding the mask. Tents made from old pieces of mismatched cloth sat in a circle at the camp's center. A narrow gap on 2 sides of the circle remained open so to allow individuals passage in and out of it. A large, white, square tent sat in the middle of the circle. 4 men held a conversation in front of it. 3 of the 4 men wore 3/4 circles on their sleeves. They listened intently to the 4th man, the only one she had seen with a full circle. That man spoke with a calm but intense face. Staring at the man's troubled brow, she couldn't help but admire the chiseled lines of his face and the way the neatly trimmed, forked beard added to the power of his presence. For a small moment, jealousy of Rondell's companionship with Shadia washed over her. The man with the full circle dismissed the other 3. She realized the symbols must signify rank. The cycles of the moon. Shadia said that many associate Hubel with it. The man with the full moon ducked inside the small center tent. It must be there. She'd want something important like the mask as close to her as possible. She took in the rest of the area. The men prostrating themselves near the shore finished their ritual and left for other duties. 6 more took their places before the one dressed as a priest. The first 6 drew scimitars and began sparring. She watched them for some time, admiring their skill and grace. A group this small could make up for a lack of numbers with skill, but Rondell said they once killed thousands? Their numbers must have been greater then. Andrasta saw nothing from those fighting that made her question her ability to defeat any in single combat. However, no single warrior, no matter their level of skill, could defeat so many alone. Not 2 warriors either. She examined the terrain once more. How are we going to get inside undetected? When the last hint of day finally gave way to the inevitable night, Andrasta slipped away. Rondell and Shadia located Andrasta's mount hidden near the predetermined meeting place behind one of several outcroppings of gray limestone near a tributary of the Undis River. It represented a stark, yet welcome, contrast from the orange sandstone they left behind. After caring for the horses, they settled in for Andrasta to return. If she returns. Rondell couldn't shake the nervousness for his partner. At Shadia's urging, he had eaten a small meal of flatbread, dried horse they had obtained from Higra, and a handful of dates. The way his nerves wreaked havoc on his digestive system, the last thing he wanted was to introduce food. However, he also knew it would be foolish not to eat anything. He'd need energy if fighting broke out when they stole the mask. His stomach settled slightly with food inside it. However, the sweating, racing pulse, and constant need to pee remained. Gods, this is worse than when we broke into the museum. He cursed Kamal and Wabu. I wouldn't even be here risking my life if they hadn't stolen the flute. But then, I wouldn't have met Shadia. Shadia bent over at the foot of the small stream. She had stripped off some of her outer garments to wash off the sweat and grime from their travels. Rondell noted that she no longer carried herself in the same manner since their night together. She seemed more relaxed and comfortable, less guarded and reserved. Like we've known each other forever. Rondell forced himself to look away. His heart had begun to race for new reasons. He began running through a series of stretches to loosen his limbs. Next, he did some weapon drills to help clear his mind. When finished, he was breathing a bit heavier, but felt more in control of his emotions. Good, called Andrasta. You're getting ready. I thought I'd find you sleeping. Rondell smiled as she jumped down from a small boulder. Relief washed over him. How could I sleep considering what we're about to do? He asked, walking toward her. I was worried something might have happened to you. Andrasta walked past Shadia without addressing her, went to the small stream, cupped her hand, and drank. She rubbed fresh water on her face, letting the residual run down her cheeks and neck. I needed to take my time returning. The host knows what they're doing. I almost ran into sentries twice. I bet you hated leaving them alive. Picking them off one by one would be a much more favorable solution than trying to sneak into camp. They're good. Really good. I know. I fought one, remember? Those they sent after us weren't their best. Andrasta explained her theory on the rankings of the cult based on the moon sequences. Do you have a plan for us getting inside? He asked. I have a few ideas, but wanted to hear what you thought. Andrasta squatted and started drawing in the dirt with her dagger again. This is what we're dealing with. Rondell studied the detailed sketch of the low mountains leading to the coast, the beach, and the actual camp itself. The horses were grouped on the west side, close to 100 feet away from the tents at the camp center. The tents sat in a circle with a larger one in the middle where Andrasta believed the mask was being kept. Openings into and out of the circle were on either side of the circle, parallel to the coast. East of the tents sat a small shrine that members of the host took turns prostrating themselves before. A small training area was beyond the shrine. As Andrasta pointed out the location of the sentries she found, she also noted any routines or tendencies. He scratched the scar at his throat. It bothered him some days more than others, though he often wondered if the behavior hadn't become habit. Andrasta looked up. "What do you think?" Rondell gestured to a small space between two of the lower hills that opened up to the beach. "This looks like the easiest way in. It's the only path nearby that would allow horses to pass through the hills. However, 4 sentries guard the area." "Only 4? We could take them." She shook her head. "No. Given their position and the angle we would have to approach, it would be like fighting a dozen. Even if we can take them without raising an alarm, we'd still have to sprint a good 100 yards through open space before reaching even the edge of camp. That's obviously not going to work then. We could always sprout wings and fly in, I guess." He chuckled. "I have an idea. Why don't we come around this way on the west side?" He made a wide, sweeping motion with his hand. "I know it's a good mile out of our way, but we can just start out earlier. We hug the waterline and slip into the ocean during our approach. Then we make our way through the water until we're behind the tents near the shore. That way we avoid the sentries patrolling the beach. The run from the water to the backside of camp isn't far, and based on what you said is the only part of the camp not guarded, but it's not guarded because no one would survive by coming in that way. Despite the heat of the day, the water will be freezing at night. We'll come out shaking and useless at best." "I can do something about that," chimed Shadia. Andrasta sneered over her shoulder. "Such as?" "I can ward a spell on an amulet that would regulate your body temperatures. I can also make sure it will mask your movements and keep you invisible from sorcery. You'll need that, as well as I expect their camp to be surrounded completely with wards. Even by the water. Just remember, the naked eye will still be able to spot you." "Are you certain your wards can overpower theirs?" asked Rondell. "Yes," she said, confidently. "How long will that take?" "Not long if I start now. Less time than the confusion spells I placed on those rocks I made on our way from the oasis." "Confusion spells?" asked Andrasta. Rondell smiled and opened the pouch at his belt, pulling one free. "They're pretty simple to use. You just touch your finger here at the center of the circle and then toss them. Shadia said whoever is in the vicinity will feel like they're drunk. The radius is only about 8 feet, but she's made quite a few. We can toss them under the tents after coming ashore. That should make it easier to sneak around." Andrasta grunted. "All right. We can use the stones." She paused, twisting her mouth. "And the amulet as well." "I'll get started on them then," said Shadia. After Shadia left, Andrasta continued. "I'd rather not wear anything warded again though, Dot." "Why? Aren't you still wearing the amulet she gave us in Zephyr?" "No. I got rid of it after we left the city." He jerked in surprise. "How didn't I notice that? Why would you do that?" "It didn't feel right." "That's ridiculous." "Is it? I'm not the one scratching my chest all the time." Rondell paused. "I guess I am. That doesn't mean anything. Probably a rash I picked up somewhere. We have been covered in sweat and sand for a while. Even if it's from the amulet, what's a little scratch of the chest when it means staying safe?" Andrasta rolled her eyes. "Look, I'm not going to argue with you. The amulet before helped us get out of the city. I see no reason to not wear a different one now." Andrasta grimaced, the scar on her face puckering. "Let's finish going over the plan, Nut." Andrasta stared daggers at Shadia as she placed the new amulet over Rondell's neck. The small stone clicked against the one already there. Rondell wore a goofy smile that spoke almost as loudly as Shadia's lack of attire. Andrasta didn't need another sign to know where the two had taken their relationship. I guess that's it then. She's got the last of her talons in him. He isn't going to leave her now. After this, I'm back on my own. Her master's old lessons berated her internally. She set her jaw when Shadia came over with arms lifted, hands parting so the leather strips used to secure the amulet made a circle. Reluctantly, Andrasta lowered her head and allowed Shadia to slip the amulet over it. She braced for something, not sure what, when the small rock pressed against the outside of her clothing. But there was nothing. Have I been too paranoid this whole time? Shadia raised an eyebrow and then turned away. Of course, why would she do anything to me now? It will be after we get the mask. Whore, Andrasta whispered. What was that? Said Rondell. Nothing. We need to go. Wait, said Shadia. I don't have my things together. Andrasta snorted. You aren't coming. Why not? She asked Rondell. I'm sorry, but you'll slow us down, he replied, softly. No, I won't. Yes, you will. We'll be working hard enough to keep ourselves alive without having to worry about saving you too. You'll be safer here. Just keep the horses ready so we can take off the second we return. But either stay here or we don't go at all, snapped Andrasta. Shadia scowled. Fine. Her face softened as it swung back to Rondell. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulled him down and kissed him. She whispered something in his ear, Andrasta could not make out. He reddened. They kissed again and Rondell walked toward Andrasta, wearing a wide smile. I hope you close your mouth before we get to the ocean, said Andrasta as she shouldered her pack, spun away, and began walking. I don't feel like pulling you free from drowning again. Rondell hurried up beside her. That was different. We won't be jumping from a third-story building this time. Andrasta kept a cautious pace, and Rondell's nerves returned. She still moved with a silent confidence, but the way she checked everything twice over before committing to a path made him realize just how much this job concerned her. Before they had ceased communicating verbally, she made a comment in passing about it being their last job. Rondell didn't have the chance to press the issue due to their proximity to host scouts. Does she know what Shadia wants? Of course she does. She's not stupid. That must be the reason for the animosity toward Shadia. Oddly enough, before he had left camp he was certain that he wanted to be with Shadia and only Shadia. But as he slunk through the dark with Andrasta, he hated the idea of leaving his current life behind. Dangerous as it may be, it's who I've become. Can I really invent myself again? Besides, why do I have to sever all ties with Andrasta just because I want to settle down with Shadia? I don't. Maybe I can help her from a distance. Me the brains. Her the brawn. That was my original plan anyway. I never wanted to get involved in the actual killing. Yes. That's it. The best of both worlds. Of course, what did Chris Toney say about pursuing such a path? Reach for 1 star. You may have success. Reach for 2. Only air you'll caress. Chris Toney did have a way with putting things into perspective. But by the gods, he couldn't write a melody to save his life. Now Gersh, he knew how to. A hand latched onto his arm as another cupped his mouth. He hit the ground hard. Andrasta lay next to him. She cocked her head to the side as if listening. Rondell heard fading footsteps. She relaxed her grip and gave him an icy stare. Get your head right, she mouthed. He frowned an apology. She's right. Weigh the options later. Worry about staying alive now. They finally skirted far enough away from the host sentries for them to resume talking. They went over a few last-minute tweaks to their plan, including their mode of escape. At first, they thought about leaving the way they came, and ideally that would be the way to go. However, such a path of escape would only work if they could slip in and out of camp unnoticed, something Andrasta didn't think possible. Swimming after being discovered would be too slow a process, making them easy targets for an archer or sorcerer. Their best option was to grab mounts from the host and leave by way of the trail they had avoided on the way in. I guess making it past the 4 sentries guarding the area won't be as much of a challenge if they're facing away from us. Chapter 14. A sheen of sweat covered Melek's body despite the cool night air. He just completed the 20 fighting forms taught to everyone in Hubel's host. Said to come from Quam, the god of war, the ancient fighting techniques had been passed down for generations. The host's annals hinted that at one point there may have been as many as 30 forms. Some speculated that one of their number left without completely sharing the now-lost forms with the rest of the host. It was hard for him to believe that Hubel would allow his chosen to lose knowledge of anything important to carrying out their mission. Of course, it's been thousands of years since our formation and we still have not fulfilled our primary purpose. Perhaps he no longer thinks us capable of succeeding. He bowed his head and said a prayer. I'm sorry, Hubel. I should have more faith in you. He had completed the forms alone in the confined space of his tent, a much more difficult task than out in the open. He did this as a new way to push himself. His skill had to be above reproach. The graceful swipes, rapid thrusts, and soft footwork of the 20 forms usually cleared his head for a good night's rest. Yet, rather than sleep, Melek sat inside his tent on a rug draped over the sandy beach. Across his knee rested his unsheathed scimitar. Stripped to the waist, he breathed deeply, waiting. He had been elected captain of Hubel's host 3 years ago, the youngest to hold the rank. It was the first unanimous selection in centuries. His skill with a scimitar had helped him win over his younger brothers. But his gift of sensing danger and Khalil's urging secured the votes of the older members. Hubel's kiss is what the old-timers call that sense of approaching danger. Previous captains had claimed a similar ability. Those with the highest sensitivity were often spoken of fondly in the host's annals. That ability to sense danger kept him from sleeping. Earlier, he instructed Khalil to double the watch, check the wards, and keep everyone on high alert, but something told him it wouldn't be enough. He shifted his gaze from the opening of his tent to the golden mask that rested on his bedroll. The wards etched on its surface shimmered in the dim light. He rubbed the jewel on the hilt of his scimitar. Khalil said the modifications he made to it would dampen any sorcery used against him. Melek blew out the lone candle in the tent, allowing his eyes to adjust to the blackness inside. He did not sleep. Andrasta sprinted in a crouch from behind a low rock into the lapping waves of the Matakan Ocean. The likelihood of anyone spotting them so far from camp was slim, yet her stomach clenched nervously as she searched for possible sentries. Rondell came up behind her and the two waded into the salt-smelling water. The sensation should have elicited a shiver or at the least the formation of small bumps on her flesh. Yet, the water felt no cooler than the night air, which had seemed uncharacteristically warm. She glanced at the stone hanging by the string from her chest. Well, it works, she begrudgingly admitted. Too well, she thought, unable to sense even the customary wetness from water soaking her clothes. What's wrong? Rondell whispered behind her. The amulet has a numbing feeling. I don't feel any different. I do. I don't like it, she said, moving farther out. You'll be able to take it off soon. Not soon enough. She paused. What about you? What about me, Dot? Are you going to take yours off when we're done? Why should I? I don't have the same affront to sorcery you do. Doesn't matter. The other one is always bothering you. Why not get rid of them both? Shadia made this. I feel like I'd offend her by discarding them. Besides, it would be like throwing away a part of her. She paused in the water. What's wrong? Rondell asked. Do you see something? Is that it? All his idiocy. Acting out of character. Could it be related to him wearing that dumb amulet? Why didn't I think of that sooner when it's so obvious? She thought back to when she woke in Shadia's home and how he had already seemed infatuated with the woman. He didn't have it on then. Of course, we were in her apartment. Who knows what sort of power she had over him with all those wards glowing on the walls. Or maybe there was some attraction on Rondel's part and the amulet built upon it. Though the reasoning made sense, a part of Andrasta wondered if she was grasping at the wind. She needed to know for sure. I need to do this carefully. Otherwise, he'll argue out of spite. She touched his arm lightly as Rondel squinted in the dark toward shore. Be still. We're fine for now. Then what is it? She chose her words carefully. I don't often ask you to do anything for me personally. Almost never. I want you to promise me you'll do something for me when this is done. He gave her a wary look, talking slowly. All right. I want you to take off those amulets. He started to protest and she squeezed his arm for silence. I'm not telling you to get rid of them. Just remove them for a little while. And then what? Think. Think? Yes. He looked at her like she had lost her mind and a part of Andrasta wondered if she had. That's it? He asked. That's it. Rondel's confused look finally broke into a small grin. I will. That's not what I was expecting you to say. What were you expecting? I don't know. That's the most serious I've ever seen you look. I thought you were going to tell me that if you died, I'd need to travel to Juntark to take news of your death to your father or something. She remembered the words they exchanged when she last saw her father. I doubt he'd even care. I need the blasted jewel. She shook off the thoughts of her past. Now was not the time to dwell on them. Like you would have done that, she muttered. Of course I would have, he snapped back without hesitation. Her breath caught for a moment, surprised at his certainty. What about Shadia? Look, I know you've probably thought about what's going to happen after we get that mask back too. And once this is over, we do need to talk about that. I have some ideas that might actually work out for everyone. I hope. Regardless, you need to know that my feelings for Shadia are not an attack against you. He paused. Anyway, Shadia would just have to get over me doing something like going to Juntark for you. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. The unselfishness of that statement meant more to her than she could ever convey. Andrasta doubted that it would really happen as he said though. The second Shadia was near, Rondel would be unable to think for himself again. Still, hearing him make the statement made her realize just how far she would be willing to go to fight for Rondel rather than see him go off with the whore. He's acting almost like he did before we got into this mess. Footsteps padded outside Melek's tent. They stopped at the entrance. Captain? Enter, Lieutenant. A hand shot through the slit in the tent and pushed the flap aside. Lieutenant Omar, Melek's second, entered. Melek noticed the troubling look Omar wore beneath the wild beard that crawled up to his eyes. Shifts have changed and everyone has reported in. No one noticed anything? Guessed Melek. No. Khalil hasn't felt anything either. Thank you. Omar hesitated. Do you have any new orders? Doubting again? No. Omar bowed and began to leave. Lieutenant. Captain? They will come tonight. He bowed once more and left. Time slipped by and yet, Melek remained still. His feeling about an attack had not changed. His eyes flicked to the mask. He thought about covering it, but decided it needed to be seen in order to draw someone completely into his tent. He said a silent prayer to Hubal, begging his patron to give him the skills he needed to carry out his mission. Within moments, a strange feeling came over him. He wasn't sure if it was Hubal answering his prayers, but he liked to think so. He rose to his feet and padded to the entrance of the tent without opening it. Melek crouched, using a half-hung sheet as cover. Scimitar in hand, he waited. Approaching their destination, Rondel and Andrasta paused briefly. Since she had better eyesight at night, Rondel relied on her to give him the estimated number of men visible. By her count, 3 rows of 10 soldiers formed a semicircle around the tents nearest the mountains. Roughly 20 feet separated each row. With barely their heads out of the water, Andrasta whispered, "They must suspect we're coming tonight. What do? We do what we planned. Just make sure you don't use all the confusion stones in the tents near the water. As alert as the camp appears, we'll need a few when we make our escape." Rondel adjusted the long rope he carried over his shoulder, eyeing the flickering torches near the 2 openings that led to the center of the circle of tents. He had an idea regarding the torches, but Andrasta had already begun moving again. "I can figure it out on my own." Minutes passed before Rondel ran dripping onto the beach. Andrasta ran a couple strides ahead. Ocean spray tickled his face while waves lapped at their backs. Both stopped at the back of the tents, careful not to hit the support ropes used to keep the canvases in place. They exchanged a look, silently wishing one another luck. Andrasta rolled a confusion stone under the flap of a tent and worked her way around the right of the circle of tents. Rondel immediately went to work, first with a stone under the tent near him, then with the rope over his shoulder. He tied off the end around one of the outside supports. It was an awkward knot with his shortened fingers, but it would get the job done. Satisfied, he went to the next tent in line and repeated the process while moving away from Andrasta, toward the western opening of the tent circle, closer to the host's mounts. As Andrasta rolled the last of the warded stones under the tent to her left, she breathed a small sigh. She hated having to handle the things knowing who they came from. A part of her wanted to run back into the ocean to scrub her hands with sand just for having touched them. But she still wore the amulet. Just thinking about it made her neck itch. She took a slow breath and peered around the tent she huddled by. Most of the camp was on alert, but just as she had hoped, they all expected them to come in from the mountains rather than circle around using the freezing ocean. She waited at the entrance on the east side, hoping that Rondel had made it to his position on the west. Cursing silently, she realized that if the rest of camp was on alert, the center tent was likely under greater guard as well. "I should have taken more of the confusion stones. But I couldn't get over my own dislike for them." She drew her sword. "Oh well. I still have this." Slipping inside the center of the tent formation, she came face to face with a man leaving a tent she had not been able to slip a stone under. His hand went to the hilt at his waist while his mouth opened. Her fist snaked out and crashed into his jaw. She caught him before he fell, head back, eyes rolled upward. A voice called a question. Andrasta flung the man over her shoulder and dove into one of the dark tents she had used a confusion stone on. Inside, a man groaned on his hands and knees. "It works better than I thought." Andrasta dumped the man on her shoulder atop the other. They both lay still. She whipped back toward the tent flap, cracking it. The man who she assumed had asked the question stood in the open space of the circle, searching. Eventually, he ducked back inside. She sprinted toward the center tent. Turning the corner, no one stood guard at the entrance. "Is this a trap?" A sliver of movement from her peripheral at the west entrance to the circle drew her attention. A shortened hand waved. Rondel appeared a moment later. He threw a confusion stone into the center tent and hid once more. He raised his hand and gave her a thumbs-up sign. She smiled. He realized I didn't have a stone left and it could be a trap. Her nerves eased knowing Rondel was in position. She stepped inside. Melek briefly felt dizzy, but it quickly faded as the hilt of his scimitar warmed in his grip. "Sorcery," Melek didn't breath as the tall shadow slid into his tent like an apparition. It moved without sound, barely even parting the flaps in the process. The level of skill it took to move in such a manner impressed him. Sword low, the shadowed figure paused just inside and scanned the darkness. The woman, he thought, recalling the descriptions provided to him. She's bigger than I thought. Her foreign background was obvious as no one woman from Urba had the skills or size she did. He already believed more of the stories about her. What nation bred a woman like this? A part of him wished to ask that question to satisfy his curiosity. The other part wanted to lash out and kill the woman, but he refrained from doing so until he knew for certain she could not flee. He dropped a few inches lower in his crouch so she would not see him as her head swiveled his way. She was cautious. A pity she must die. She turned toward the mask while taking a step forward. Melek rose. A blur snaked out at his head. He barely managed to deflect the sweeping cut. He rolled quickly away from the follow-up strike that ripped through the side of his tent. Faint light from the torches outside spilled in. By Hubal, that was fast. He tried to rise, but the woman's sword waited for him. He blocked the strike. The clanging impact shook his ears and pitched him off balance. Her boot came up and whooshed by his ducking head. You're underestimating her. His free hand hit the woman's retreating leg at the knee. In the air, it wouldn't break as it would have on the ground, but the small grunt told him he had done some damage. Despite the success of the strike, Andrasta continued to press. She switched stances to protect her knee. He parried her strikes, finally countering a few. She sliced into his side. He cut her forearm. Several other minor wounds followed. Neither spoke. Neither let up. Melek began to worry. Where is everyone else? Can no one hear what's going on? Shouts finally rang out, but it sounded like confusion. What's going on? Are we losing? He lashed out in anger at the possibility, foot striking Andrasta's gut. He followed it up with a slice to the woman's neck. She blocked it, but because of her knee the movement threw her off balance. He turned his sword for a quick thrust, sure it would finish her. She deflected the blow. Easily. The knee was a feint. A fist struck him in the face. White light flashed before his eyes. He fell back into one of the tent's supports and brought the entire structure down. After giving Andrasta the thumbs up, Rondell slipped back into cover, watching 4 men positioned near the mounts. If all went as he hoped it would, he and Andrasta would sprint to the horses after securing the mask. And we can take care of 4 men. But what if she gets hurt? If things didn't work out as planned, he intended to yank the ropes looped around the interlocking tents to topple the structures. He made sure to position the ropes so several nearby torches would fall onto the tents, also adding to the chaos. He swallowed hard. Please. Please. Please, let this be easy. Swords clashed in the center tent. Grunts and more obvious sounds of fighting followed. The camp came to life. So much for things being easy. The rows of men between the camp and the low, gray mountains looked bewildered, obviously surprised that danger could have gotten past them. Rondell wished he could have thrown confusion stones at the soldiers earlier, but the distance was too great in doing so then would likely have drawn notice from the host's sorcerers too soon. The soldiers recovered from their alarm and sprinted toward the tents. Among those running, men raised weaponless hands. The night air shimmered. Sorcerers! Rondell grabbed confusion stones and launched them at the men nearing the tents. Many tumbled to the ground. Others on the edge of the stone's effectiveness swayed. Rondell flung a nearby torch on top of a tent. He sprinted toward the mounts with rope in hand, throwing another confusion stone at the 4 men racing toward him shouting warnings. They fell to the sand. He cleared the remaining distance to the closest horse, looped the rope around its saddle and slapped its rump. The mount whinnied and took off down the beach, yanking the supports of the tents and torches. Rondell hacked the rope before the horse dragged the wreckage away from the tangled host members. The tents burned a bright orange. Several members of the host got caught in the flames. They ran into the ocean screaming. Others pulled people to freedom while sorcerers extinguished the fire with spouts of water from the ocean. Steam hissed, intermingling with the strong smell of smoke in the air. Those not injured moved toward the center tent. "Time's running out, Andrasta." The center tent collapsed. Andrasta emerged limping and cradling something under her arm that reflected the firelight. The mask. Several members of the host spotted Andrasta and moved in to stop her. Rondell slapped half a dozen mounts on their rumps to stir up further panic. Horses fled in every direction. He jumped on one of two mounts. Holding the reins of both, he charged toward his partner. With such a short distance, Rondell couldn't build up much speed, but his arrival distracted the three men Andrasta fought. His foot lashed out, connecting with a jaw. She downed the other two, but he lost the reins for her mount and it went galloping in the night. She swung herself up behind him. A loud boom sounded. Andrasta kicked the mount forward. They galloped down the beach. He tried to swing the horse around, but Andrasta stopped him. "Just keep going," she shouted. "We're supposed to escape that way," he pointed. They blew the passage with sorcery. "It's blocked." Was that the boom? Yeah. They knew what they were doing. "By the way, we've got 10 men on horseback following us." Rondell glanced over his shoulder. "Crap." Something struck the ground to their left. The horse jerked, nearly pitching them off. Riding a horse could be tricky to some under normal circumstances. Riding one on a beach at night with an extra passenger added an entirely new level of difficulty to the process. "Sorcerer!" Rondell shouted while glancing back. A man with arms raised rode among the men of the host, gaining on them. "Vary our course. I'll watch our backs." Rondell veered to the right, then back to the left. "Can this get any worse?" "Well, we're carrying too much weight and they're catching up." I was being rhetorical. "Any good news?" "I got the mask. And one of their mounts just fell. Probably turned an ankle." "Not the sorcerer by any chance?" The ground convulsed near the lapping waves. Sand and spray pelted them. Rondell tasted a mouthful of salty grit. "I guess not." Explosions continued erupting around them. Andrasta shoved something into his belt. "Take the mask. This isn't going to work and they're almost on us. I'll distract them while you get away. We'll meet up afterward." "What?" "No," he shouted. "You can't do that. That's stupid. What if you don't make it? Then remember what I said about the amulets." "The amulets? What is she talking about?" "Wait, just give me a second and I'll figure something out." She flung herself from the horse. "Andrasta!" he shouted, turning the horse. 3 rapid explosions struck the ground in the space between them. Sand and smoke filled the air. He couldn't see a thing. His chest burned unlike anything he had ever known. A sudden urge to leave Andrasta behind and seek Shadia gripped him. He ground his teeth, ignored the feeling, and drew his sword. A member of Hubel's host ran out of the smoky haze with scimitar drawn. He spotted Rondell and the two met, screaming choked obscenities. Rondell used the pain from his chest to drive his blows, one after another. After 3 exchanges, the man fell dead. Swords rang out nearby. He headed toward them. Mask or not, he wasn't leaving Andrasta to fight alone. The air shimmered. Sorcery crackled. An angry howl from his partner followed. He yelled her name, unsure where to turn in the thick haze. Something slammed into his shoulder, and he hit the ground. A blurry face appeared. It wore a familiar scowl. Rondel's eyes widened. He was at the oasis. "I thought I killed you," he whispered. "Not exactly," said the man. He lifted Rondel from his feet and threw him over his shoulder like a child. "The mistress awaits you. Only the gods know why she cares." The man ran down the beach, turned a corner, and began scaling a steep hill. He moved at incredible speeds, faster than what he'd ever seen Andrasta do. Through it all, Rondel protested. However, he couldn't move a single limb. Chapter 15. The only things Rondel could move were his eyes. He tried to capture the passing landscape, but everything began to blur together in his mind. More sand and rock. Why would I care about the landscape now? Try to focus. As hard as it was to wrap his head around the concept of someone returning from the dead, it wasn't the only peculiar thing that he had noticed about his kidnapper. First, the man carrying him traveled farther inland rather than toward the camp of Hubel's host. Second, the man moved with animal-like speed and agility, climbing up and down rock with the ease of a horse sprinting over open ground. What happened to Andrasta? To make matters worse, his mental faculties continued to dwindle. Confusion grew to the point that he wondered how much of what he saw and felt was real. Who is this mistress? Is she real, or did I just imagine hearing him say that? Rondel slipped into unconsciousness, waking when dumped to the ground, face down. He thought a rib cracked. Harsh, guttural voices erupted in angry conversation. He understood none of it. Hands grabbed his shoulders and rolled him to his back. Shadia's face hovered over his. With an index finger, she drew patterns on his head. He tried to move, but couldn't. "Shoo," she whispered. "Don't panic, my love. I'm making sure you get some restful sleep. We have a great ways to travel if we're to put some distance between ourselves and the host. I apologize for Ather's rough treatment. He will be more considerate going forward." Ather? The camel? What is she talking about? His muddled mind cleared enough for him to respond to an image of a woman flashing across his mind. "Andrasta," he mumbled. Shadia frowned. A guttural voice sounded behind her. She whipped her head around and hissed for silence. She turned back to Rondel, trying to control obvious anger. "Andrasta is dead, my love." Rondel groaned. "That can't be right. Andrasta can't die." He wanted to ask a question. However, his mind wouldn't work, and worst of all, the same pain from his chest would not stop. Amani lay flat on her back, arms and legs spread and tied down with ropes. The ropes ran through pulleys that squealed behind her. Her limbs went taut. She gasped, sure her body would begin snapping into pieces at any moment. "Are you ready to give up, Amani?" asked Master Enzi. "No, Master." She meant to respond with hard certainty in her voice, but only a quivering whimper passed through her lips. "Are you sure?" he mocked. "You're sweating like swine and your face is showing every bit of the pain you're trying to cope with. I even see tears mixed in with that sweat. It would be a shame to give up so soon when the rest of the trainees have all lasted longer. Then again, you are a woman. The only woman I've ever trained. And every day, I'm reminded why I'd never bothered with the weaker sex before. I assure you I won't make the mistake of bringing another woman into my classes again." He paused. Tighter. The rope dug into her wrists and ankles. She wondered how much longer it would take before her joints popped out of place. He grunted. "I thought your name meant peace, Amani. Can't you find peace now?" He laughed. "I am not weak," thought Amani. She remembered the great female warrior from her mother's foreign land. A woman named Andrasta who had defeated their god of war in single combat, replacing him in the Gaelic pantheon and thus becoming a goddess herself. I can do this. Amani took a long slow breath, running through the mental exercises for dealing with severe pain that Enzi had shown her and the rest of the trainees. After a moment, Enzi clicked his tongue. Very well. Perhaps you will last a bit longer after all. He sounded disappointed. Bring me the whip, he said to someone. Master? She asked. The mirth in his voice returned as he stepped closer. Oh, you thought you were done? The others did not face the whip, she said, trying to ignore the pain. No. They didn't. But then again, they haven't disgusted me as you have. How many times did you lift the stone today? He asked. 8. 8. Everyone else managed at least 12 repetitions. You are still weak. You have not learned how to push past the limits you've imposed on yourself. It's my job to teach you how to break those barriers. I will not have any student of mine embarrass me once they leave here, whether they graduate or not. The whip snapped across the bare skin of her belly. White-hot pain ripped across her torso and spread into her chest as her breath caught in her throat. Are those tears again? Enzi sked. You simply must do better. Let's try again. The whip cracked across her exposed thighs. Phantom pain from the whip ripped Andrasta from unconsciousness. Years of practice under Enzi's guidance had trained her never to jump or jerk when first waking. She kept her eyes closed, assessing the situation. Wisps of smoke entered her nostrils. Lapping waves, steady conversations, and the crackling embers of a dying fire told her she was still on the shore, but back in the host's camp. The people spoke urban, but the dialect made it hard for her to decipher. Moans of pain interrupted even the loudest voices. She lay on her left side, shoulder and arm numb. Her hands were bound behind her back at the wrists. Legs bound at the ankles. Another rope connected her ankles and wrists so her shoulders and knees stretched awkwardly. Whoever had bound her had found all her weapons, including the paper-thin dagger she kept strapped near her crotch. Not like I could reach the thing anyway. From the weight of her clothes, it was obvious she no longer wore any armor. She cycled through her last memories. Andrasta had tried to give Rondell a chance at escape. Despite the haze of smoke and sand, she had managed to kill 2 members of the host before sorcery struck her unconscious. Why didn't they finish me off? They're going to make me suffer first. She breathed deeply for the first time since waking. Over the aroma of smoke, spilled blood, and ocean spray came a familiar musk. The one who guarded the mask in the center tent. You can stop pretending, said a voice. My name is Melek. I'm captain of Hubel's host. You have a great deal to answer for. Only inches from her face, Andrasta felt the hot breath and calm force of the words. She kept her eyes closed. Very well. Lieutenant. Please wake the prisoner, said Melek. Hurried footfalls crunched across the sand toward her. 2 hands yanked her to a kneeling position. A fist slammed into the side of her face. She fell. The lieutenant repeated the process half a dozen times more. She made no cry and voiced no complaint. Master Enzi had taught her well. Even as blood streamed through her whistling nose and more pooled in the side of her cheek, she feigned unconsciousness. Hands grabbed her shoulders again when the stern voice of the captain called. Enough. She's faking it, Captain. I know. Then let me continue. No. I have a feeling it will be for nothing. The blade? No. Captain, said a third voice, older but far from weak. Shall I have a turn? No sorcery yet, Khalil. He grunted. Ah, you heard that, didn't you? What? She cursed inwardly. Did I flinch? Master Enzi had trained his students to take physical and mental abuse over and over again. When satisfied, he moved on to pain inflicted by sorcery. Andrasta got through those tests eventually. However, she would rather face 20 strokes of the whip than a minute of sorcery. "Step back, Omar. Let me have another word with our prisoner," said Melek. A heavy sigh. "I want you to know that I'm impressed. Not just by the beating you took from Omar. No, I'm impressed at the damage you and your partner inflicted on my camp. I had thought the rumors we heard from Zuffer about you and Rondell were exaggerated. I see they were not. Congratulations. This is a different approach. My men want to kill you as slowly and as painfully as possible. Some would like to have their way with you first, of course." Andrasta's jaws clenched. Melek chuckled. "Anyway, I won't allow them to fulfill their more base desires. I don't claim to be a kind man. Even a good man. But there are certain things I will not do. For now anyway. With that being said, this is how it's going to be. I have questions. You will answer them. How you choose to answer them is your decision. I have no doubt that you can hold out for quite a while against torture, but eventually you will break. Everyone breaks. The trick is finding that right amount of pain to inflict without actually killing. Khalil is very skilled, and I have no doubt in his ability to walk that line." He paused, letting his words sink in. "So, my first question is, how much pain do you want to go through before answering my questions? And keep in mind, the less cooperative you are, the less merciful I will be." He's right. What's the point in holding out? You can talk without endangering Rondell. In fact, you don't even know what happened to Rondell. But Melek may. Andrasta opened her eyes. The dark eyes of Captain Melek stared down at her. His lips, surrounded by a forked beard, pressed into a thin line. An early morning sky framed him. He pulled out a knife. Andrasta flinched. He cut the rope binding her feet and hands together. A mixture of both pain and relief struck her legs and shoulders as blood circulated freely. He cut the binds at her ankles next, then helped her sit. He sat cross-legged several feet away, studying her. "Better? My hands?" Melek smirked. "I'm not stupid. Simply trying to show you that this process does not have to be filled with pain." Andrasta said nothing. "Why did you steal the mask?" "It was a job. I need more than that." Andrasta clenched her jaw. "Shadia helped us leave Zuffer after my partner and I were set up and accused of things we didn't do. We were told we would be compensated for helping her recover a mask that she said you stole from her. Do you know what the mask is capable of? She said something about making the wearer into a god. I don't really care much at this point." Melek raised an eyebrow. "You said this was a job. Did you or your partner have any personal involvement in the task?" Andrasta hesitated, then shook her head. Melek frowned. "Again, I have every reason to harm you and little not to." She clenched her jaw. "There may have been a little. My partner became involved with Shadia. I tried to talk him out of it, but he would not be swayed. I stole the mask because of him rather than the woman. I don't trust her." "You shouldn't. That amulet we removed from you may have helped you circumvent the wards protecting our camp, but it also held sorcery that would have killed you eventually." "That whore." He stood and began to walk away. Andrasta asked, "That's it?" "For now. I need to consider what you've said." "I didn't think I said all that much." "What about my partner? What about him? Is he alive?" He looked over his shoulder at her with cold eyes. "At the moment." Rondell woke with a hard crust at the corners of his eyes and sticky paste at the edges of his lips. He rubbed at both, trying to clear his vision and the awful taste from his mouth. His stiff limbs, empty stomach, and full bladder made it seem like he had slept for an eternity. He cracked his eyelids as dawn penetrated them. Sand and rock stood in his direct line of sight. Off to the right, a campfire burned. Someone sat near it, but he couldn't tell who. He rose to his feet and stumbled as far as he could manage over the uneven terrain of rock while undoing his trousers. He didn't get far. Once finished relieving himself, he felt a few pounds lighter. A shiver ran up his back as the rising sun had yet to warm the land. Did I hibernate or something? Rondell asked himself a half-dozen more ridiculous questions while lacing his trousers and fixing his robes. A thick haze clouded his thoughts and he couldn't make sense of where he was or what had happened recently. He took one last look at the glowing horizon and the barren land in front of it, turned, and walked back into camp. He found Shadia tending a small meal at the fire. His stomach growled at the aroma of fresh meat. As usual, her camel stood nearby. Shadia looked up, smiled, and handed him a plate that included some bread and water. "Good morning, my love." Rondell frowned. Something didn't seem right, but he could not place what was different. It was like something clouded his thoughts. He managed to force a smile and took the water first, downing most of it. He then broke off a piece of bread. He ate eagerly, though it tasted like nothing. Only after finishing the meal did he feel less foggy. He cleared his throat. "Sorry. I felt famished. As well as you should. We traveled quite a distance yesterday." She handed him some dates and more water. "Eat up, my love. I'm afraid we have just as long a day ahead of us." He popped in a date and chewed. "Yes, of course." He paused. "Where are we going again?" Shadia laughed. "You must still be half asleep. We're going to visit my mother before the wedding, remember?" "Oh, yes. Of course. Wedding? Mother? I don't remember any of those things." He scratched his chest. "Maybe once we get on the road my mind will clear." Arthur made a low growl. He scowled in a way that didn't seem anatomically possible coming from a camel. Shadia took a long, slow breath while holding her stomach. "Is something wrong?" Rondell asked. "I'm just a little nauseous." "It will pass." Arthur's ears stood up. He made a weird garbling sound with his tongue, then walked away. Shadia rose and began to follow. Rondell tilted his head. "What's going on?" Shadia paused. "What do you mean, my love?" "I mean, what is going on with Arthur and why are you following him?" She kissed him on the forehead. "It's nothing. You worry too much. Finish your meal. When I return, we'll leave." She followed Arthur behind a small cluster of rocks. Rondell turned away and popped a date in his mouth. He smelled nothing. The flesh broke apart and juice rolled across his tongue. Yet, he realized that he still couldn't taste a thing. His mouth felt as numb and deadened as everything else about him. "Especially my head." He spat out the date. "Am I sick? Maybe Shadia knows a ward that will help me feel better." He stood to find her. His chest began itching again. He swore while scratching at it with a free hand. He took a step and the itching intensified. Another step, and the itch became an intense burn. 2 steps later, he dropped to his knees, unable to endure the pain. Rondell shuffled backward to lay down by his things. The pain subsided. "What is going on?" He removed his outer robes and began unbuttoning his shirt. Exposing his chest, nothing appeared unusual at first. Just pale skin covered with coarse black and gray hair. He blinked. A thin stone shaped like a disc hung by leather strips over the center of his chest. Another, smaller stone hung near it. Why didn't I feel them against my skin? He reached for the stones, but found he could bring his hands no closer than a few inches from them. The harder he tried to touch the stones, the hotter his chest grew. He dropped his hands, sweating and breathing heavy. Guilt washed over him in an odd way. Wanting to touch the amulet made him feel like he somehow would betray Shadia, the woman he loved. The woman who he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. The perfect woman who... Focus, Rondell. You're onto something. Cast Shadia aside. Just for a moment. That thought brought on even more guilt. The burning sensation on his chest caused him to dry heave in pain. A past conversation he had with someone flashed in his mind. "I want you to promise me you'll do something for me when this is done," said a distinctively female voice. It was strong and much different than Shadia's. "All right," he had answered. "I want you to take off those amulets. I'm not telling you to get rid of them. Just remove them for a little while." "And then what?" "Think." He sat up and reached with both hands for the leather straps at his neck. The invisible force that had prevented him from touching the stones returned. It was as if someone was pulling his hands apart as he tried to bring them together. Sweat beaded his brow. The stones burned in such a way that the smell of singed chest hair lifted to his nostrils. A whimper passed his lips as the tips of his fingers touched the leather straps. He gasped for air while taking the straps in each hand. Despite the pain, he paused briefly in an attempt to calm his breathing. "You can do this, Rondell." Tears ran down his cheeks as he pulled against the invisible force pushing the straps back down against his body. It felt like he was yanking his heart through his rib cage. The nausea intensified. Gods! He cursed aloud when the stones came away from his chest, taking hair and skin with it. He whimpered as the leather straps passed over his head. He flung the stones away with his last bit of strength and finally vomited. "I'm free." He lay back on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, his sense of taste had returned. He vomited again. "Think," he heard that female voice in his head say again. All he wanted to do was sleep, but he obeyed the voice. Free from the numbing haze that had consumed him upon waking, his mind opened. Anger, disgust, frustration, and embarrassment washed over him. Then sorrow. He slowly remembered everything. "Andrasta," he whispered. "We told you, she's dead," said a deep voice. The man who had carried him from the beach and over the mountains stood nearby. "The one I killed before. Where did he come from? He wasn't here earlier." Clumsily, Rondell reached for his short sword, only it wasn't there. A boot struck his side, then rested on his chest over his wounds from the amulets. Eyes watering, he struggled to breathe. "That's enough." The man looked up as Shadia came to him. He scowled. "I told you we should have killed him." "You're just hungry," she said, frowning. "I've never had a foreigner before. And you won't have this one. He's too important to the joining." She paused. "And to me." His camp lay in ruins. Many of Melek's men looked broken, certainly beaten. Omar and Khalil took turns sharing information gained from scouts and divinations. Neither found any trace of Shadia, or more importantly, the Mask of Halves. He walked into his newly erected tent, shaking his head. He needed privacy, time to think. "And I'm actually considering letting one of the people responsible for all this live." To blame Andrasta for their current state was easy, something for lesser men. He couldn't say that to his men, though as many did falter for their woes. He blamed himself, and he held the captains before him who had allowed Hubal's host to deteriorate over the centuries responsible. "Despite my best efforts, I am not any better." It is easy to criticize others in the role of captain when you're just a name in the ranks. Once you are captain, you realize what all those before you had to deal with and consider. The host had once been feared above all others in Urba. Yet, as the years waned and each commander failed to complete the mission Hubal had bestowed on them, their numbers had decreased. Part of the host's mystique came from misdirection, always claiming to number a few dozen, when only under his command had their size dwindled close to that amount. Once they boasted over 1,000 strong. Recruits are harder to come by. Few today are willing to devote themselves so completely to Hubal. Boutros, the commander before Melek, had been one of the worst captains in the host's history, allowing men into their ranks not completely committed to Hubal's cause. Worst of all, the man had grown careless with the mask of halves while awaiting the next alignment of the heavens. He lost it in the last days of his command. At Boutros's death and Melek's appointment to captain, he had purged the deadweight from the host, controversially kicking 24 men out who should have never been allowed to join. There was no precedence in their annals for his decision, yet those that remained considered it an encouragement. He built on that encouragement to reclaim the mask of halves from the enemy. Everything had seemed to be falling into place. He was going to do what no other captain had been able to. He was going to destroy the mask. But she lived. Allowing Shadia to survive had been his first failure as captain. And how many more since? My passive approach since reclaiming the mask has resulted in many deaths. Worst of all, the mask of halves is once more in the hands of the enemy. He sighed, no longer confident in himself. He rubbed at his beard while contemplating his most immediate concern. Am I making another mistake by keeping Andrasta alive? Captain? Omar's voice penetrated his thoughts. Melek blinked. Come in. Omar and Khalil walked inside. You wanted to see us? Yes. Bring the woman, Omar. I need to speak with her again. You aren't going to kill her, . That depends on how our conversation goes. Captain, the men will not accept. Accept what, Lieutenant? Snapped Melek. His confidence may have suffered, but he would not accept dissent. They will not follow my command? My decisions? These are the same men who elected me to lead them, are they not? Omar said nothing. Speak up, Lieutenant. I want names. If I can't trust those under my command, then they are worthless to me. And to Hubal. I'll continue the host with only those loyal. You know that. If needed, I'll complete Hubal's mission by myself. Omar bowed his head. I have no names. My apologies. I'll go get the woman. He laughed. Don't lose faith in me, Omar. I will make you and the others proud. I swear it. Melek glanced over at Khalil. The old sorcerer looked worn. The last few days had been hard on everyone. Say what's on your mind. You just spoke of loyalty. What I have to say might be misconstrued as disloyal. Melek clicked his tongue. Please. You're the most loyal member in the host. Fine. You were too hard on him. He was frustrated. That's all. Remember, he deflects a lot of grumbling among the men so it never reaches you. I know. But I cannot allow him to blow off his own frustrations so loudly. Too many others are moving about nearby. You may need to clarify that to Omar in private. Melek nodded in agreement. What else? What is your plan for this woman? He hesitated. One that no one will like. Including you. But it isn't worth mentioning until I talk to her again. Anger lay beneath Khalil's calm voice. You want her to come with us. It's always been hard to put something past you. This isn't a time for joking. She and her partner are directly responsible for the deaths of 8 men. And that isn't counting secondary deaths and injuries. I know. And you see nothing wrong with this? He lowered his voice. Maybe Omar wasn't hard enough on you. Melek's mouth thinned. Even though it hurt to hear those words from Khalil, he could not appear as unsure as he felt. Not to anyone. Khalil, in many ways, you are the closest thing I've had to a father. You helped train me in the histories of the host and taught me how to use my mind so that it matches my skill with a sword. Though we are taught not to love anything or anyone more than Hubal, I wouldn't be ashamed to say that I hold you dearly in my heart. Khalil's eyes twitched, his mouth gaped slightly. That being said, understand that I will reprimand you just as I will reprimand anyone else who tries to stop me from any decision I make in the coming days. He paused, voice softening. They have the mask of halves and I don't need scouts or divinations to tell me they are on their way to the empty-hand desert to use it. Things are getting desperate, for all of us. I will use anything and anyone to stop Shadia. Even someone who just yesterday killed my brothers. Hubal is first, Khalil. Everyone else is second. Omar threw her unceremoniously to the ground inside a half-erected tent constructed from those remnants untouched by fire. Captain Melek once again gazed down at her. He released a short breath through his nose that came across to Andrasta as obvious displeasure. Cut her binds, said Melek. The hulking figure didn't move. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? No, Captain. Omar pulled out a dagger and cut the rope at Andrasta's wrists. A part of Andrasta wanted to lunge at Melek. However, another part of her knew that such a thing would be expected. She sat up slowly and rubbed at her wrists, flexing and relaxing the muscles in her limbs. Leave us, said Melek. Now, he added after Omar paused yet again. The lieutenant bowed before leaving. The flap closed, blocking out the sunlight. One lone candle burned on a nearby table. Melek gave his back to Andrasta and poured a cup of water. She scowled at what could either be a taunt or an act of superiority. She couldn't decide which, but it annoyed her all the same. He turned and handed her the cup. Please drink. He sat across from her. We'll begin when you're ready. She swallowed a gulp of water. Begin what? I have more questions for you. But first, I thought it best to tell you the true story of Hubal's host. I'm sure that whatever you've heard is likely full of lies and I want you to understand what we're really about. And your story will be the unquestionable truth? Sarcasm dripped from her voice. As I know it. He cleared his throat. Millennia ago the great Hubal, father of the gods, had a son. This son was unique from his other children because he was born of a mortal woman. It was not uncommon for the gods to have relationships with mortals, however, it was forbidden to actually bear offspring. If such a thing was to happen out of carelessness, the child was to be disposed of quickly once discovered, usually cut from the womb. A cruel thing, I know, but it was a rule that the gods lived by, Hubal included. However, Hubal loved this particular woman too much to hurt her. He allowed her to carry the child through pregnancy and bring it into the world. Melek paused. This is said to be Hubal's first and perhaps only mistake in his existence. For by allowing his son to live, his voice trailed off. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. He continued. This child secretly grew up in isolation as Hubal knew that the other gods would want to kill the boy if they learned of his existence. Hubal had grown to love the child greatly. In fact, some believe that he favored this child more than his other children. But Hubal's love was not enough. His son felt cheated and disrespected because of the life he and his mother were forced to endure. The child grew up angry he could never find a place in the heavens because of his human half. He thought Hubal was a coward. However, he learned that being both human and God was not as much of a curse as he thought. You see, when a god walks the earth, they must give up part of itself to do so, losing some or all of its power. Likewise, humans cannot enter the heavens or realm of the gods while in a bodily form. Before you ask, I don't know why this is so. Our annals don't elaborate. Of course not. Like most religions, keep half of everything a mystery so it can't be questioned. Anyway, Hubal's son learned that he could visit both realms and his power remained unchanged. He used this knowledge to seek allies, focusing first on the weaker gods who felt disrespected among the pantheon. Eventually, several of the more powerful gods became disenfranchised with Hubal's rule. Some say the sun's most staunch supporter was a half-sibling. While this was happening in the heavens, Hubal's son also managed to rally many humans on Untan to his cause. Most notably, the entire population of the City of Pillars agreed to fight with him should the battle for the throne come to our realm. At the time, it was the most powerful city in the world, highly advanced even by our standards. The sun managed to keep this all a secret until some of the citizens in the City of Pillars grew slack in their worship of Hubal. Instead, they prostrated themselves before images of his son. The sun was forced to act sooner than intended when he saw that the worship of the people in the City of Pillars would expose his plans. Andrasta grunted. In Higra, a man told us that the City of Pillars was destroyed in the Battle of the Gods. Only after the battle was moved from the heavens to our world. Everyone in the city died. Hubal buried it in sand and cursed the surrounding lands for their betrayal. This area is what's now known as the Empty Hand Desert. I'm sure this is fascinating to your people, but I don't care. You've told me nothing about how this relates to Hubal's host, why you're keeping me, or where my partner is. It's probably a good thing Rondell isn't here. He'd be unable to keep his mouth shut and rip these stories apart. The thought of Rondell left a bitter taste on her tongue she tried not to show. I should have never allowed us to separate. I should have trusted my instincts and made him see the truth. Melek gave her a look that had her wondering if the man would try to strike her. It was obvious these stories were important to him even if Andrasta thought them riddled with holes and inconsistencies. How does the father of their gods, someone so powerful, not see this coming? Melek relaxed with a deep breath. Moving forward then. After Hubal defeated his son, he actually forgave some who fought against him. Others he destroyed. Many others he punished, banishing them from the heavens. They became what we know as the more powerful jinns and ghouls which haunt our land today. The punishments served two purposes. Those gods no longer have access to the beauty of the heavens and the humans are forced to deal with those abominations for their betrayal. That doesn't seem very fair. We suffer for the mistakes of ancestors from thousands of years ago, but who are we to question the fairness of the Father? Besides, the creatures are not invincible. They can be captured or killed. A jinn can die if you know the name it once held before Hubal turned it into something else. She thought of the jinn they captured in Higra. He acts like their true name is something easy to obtain. He paused. Despite all that his son had done to him, Hubal spared him as well as the other child who betrayed him. I'm sure the other gods hated that. Yes, but their punishment did much to alleviate their anger. The son is half of what he once was. But still part god. Melek nodded. Yes. But he would need to raise another human army if he ever wanted to challenge Hubal again. This would be impossible because the sight of him is so grotesque that men are repulsed by it. Only ghouls and jinn will ally themselves with him. If you say so. Hubal also commissioned loyal humans to guard and destroy a mask that could restore his son's full power. It can only be destroyed during the aligning of the heavens, which occurs once every 500 years. However, it is also the only time that Nasnas, as the sun is now called, can perform the ritual necessary to regain his former powers. For times, we have failed to destroy the Mask of Halves. The only thing that makes our failures palatable is that we have kept Nasnas from performing the ritual. Andrasta shook her head. Wait. Explain the mask. You skipped that part and I know very little of it. When the sun. Just call him Nasnas. Regardless of what his name used to be, it's much easier to keep track of. Very well. Toward the end of the battle at the City of Pillars, Nasnas sensed defeat. He fled to the sacrificial altar at the center of the city with one man and one creature from the heavens. He bound the things that made them what they were in the wards of a mask created by the city's artisans. Apparently, Nasnas always doubted his victory because he had to speed up his plan. Therefore, he had something constructed beforehand and ready for use if needed. He bound a piece of himself as well as the powers that came from the alignment of the heavens. It was a huge risk, but paid off as Hubal could not destroy the mask himself. Essentially, Nasnas conceded the battle with plans to win a much longer war. I don't understand. Why can't Hubal destroy the mask? I thought he was supposed to be all-powerful, Andrasta said. He is powerful, individually greater than any other god or goddess. But he is not all-powerful. Gods can be harmed and even die. Melek paused. Nasnas did something to the mask that prevents Hubal or anyone whose home is in the heavens from touching it. That is why Hubal tasked humans, us, to do his will. So you don't know what Nasnas did to it? Melek shrugged. Understandably, our annals are silent. Why would Hubal allow such knowledge to remain here where others besides Nasnas might use it against him? I'll concede that at least. But still, there are so many questions. She suppressed a snort. Gods, I feel like Rondell. What about Nasnas's creation of the mask? She asked, taking advantage of her talkative host. What do you mean? How could he know what needed to be created to restore his powers before his father stripped them from him? Melek sucked his teeth and allowed a small grin. Yes. I agree, there is a gap in our histories. One that comes up from time to time. I call it a hole in the story. Something is missing. I'm sure there are many somethings missing. But I believe we have all we need to carry out Hubal's will. We know the Mask of Halves exists and we know what it can do. Every detail about how it came about is not necessary for me to destroy it. She couldn't hold back her snort any longer, even rolling her eyes as she did so. So, what is Rondell's role in this mess? Or Shadia's? I know you have more questions, but I haven't presented mine yet, said Melek. Who trained you? Andrasta didn't even bother hiding her surprise. The question was the farthest thing she had expected to be asked. How is that relevant to anything? I'll decide what's relevant. Who trained you? Who taught you how to fight? I was trained in Juntark. Melek sighed. I did not ask where you were trained. I asked who trained you. His name was Master Enzi. And who trained him? I don't know. His master, I presume. He did not have you learn the history of instructors? No. Sloppy. Melek grunted. Was this Master Enzi Yuntarkan? Andrasta paused. Yes. You hesitated. Why? He may not have been full-blooded. However, any other race in his lineage would have been introduced generations back. Perhaps urban? Possibly. Do you know when Master Enzi's style of fighting might have come to Juntark? I assume it had not always been part of the culture. She worked her jaw. No. He said the style was thousands of years old. However, the griots. Griots? Oral historians in Juntark. They said it had only been taught for a couple of centuries in our lands. Melek mumbled some curse. Why are you so interested in my training? Because in many ways it is similar to our own. I'm sure you sensed it. She nodded. Melek rubbed his chin. Granted, parts have changed. Evolved rather. Centuries ago, a member of the host named Sakr became enraged with the captain at the time. According to the annals, Sakr was the best fighter the host had ever seen, but he was not captain, and so regardless of how poorly he thought we were being led, he could do nothing about it. He became disenfranchised with Hubal for allowing such stupidity to lead his chosen. So, he left. Several went after him to make him return as he was our trainer. Those men never returned and were presumed dead. We never learned what happened to Sakr, but without his instruction, certain knowledge we once had disappeared. He rubbed his brow. That, in many ways, was the beginning of the end for the host. It has slowly deteriorated since. So it's likely that Sakura was an ancestor of Master Enzi? Probably a dot. So, now that you've closed that gap in your histories, what is your plan for me? She tensed, waiting for an answer. Though many of the host are loath to admit it, you're obviously a great warrior. No one in the host can defeat me, yet you won our first round of fighting. I want you to help us retrieve the Mask of Halves. She chuckled. You want me to join the host? No. You will not join the host. You will just fight with us. Melek paused and Andrasta could see how hard this was for him to admit. We're in unique circumstances and sometimes that requires unique solutions. You will be under constant guard by Khalil. Though you may have skill against fighting sorcery, I promise you won't gain an upper hand on him. He is too experienced, too crafty, and too wise to put up with the things many in their youth might get distracted by. Also, you will show us the knowledge Sakura took with him. I don't expect us to master the knowledge in such a short time, but perhaps the exposure will help us in the coming battle. What do I get out of this? Your life. Of course. Melek said, you should know your partner appears to still be alive. If you fight with us, you'll have a better chance of saving him. What makes you think that I care about his well-being? I don't think. I know he means something to you. You may hide your emotions well from others, but Hubel's kiss grants me the ability to read people better than most. Hubel's kiss? I can almost hear the dirty jokes coming out of Rondel's mouth. She sighed, thinking over the offer. He's right. I know the real Rondel is still there. I saw it before I lost him. He would do it for me if our roles were reversed. Even if he ends up leaving me for that whore, I owe him. Fine. Chapter 16. Without the amulets around his neck, Rondel's thoughts were no longer cloudy, his actions no longer influenced. By removing the amulets on his own, he had somehow damaged the wards on them. Are you going to make more? He had asked Shadia with dread. Shadia replied with a simple, no. Ather bound him shortly afterward. He remained that way as they pushed on through Urba under a brutal sun. Air shimmered before his tired eyes as they rode over the dry land, kicking up sand that stuck to his damp clothes. Gods, I miss the coast already. He said little on the day's journey, still feeling weak from his struggle with the amulets. Coupled with the heat of the day, it was all he could do to stay conscious and process thoughts he knew he could trust. How many stupid decisions have I made lately? Without Andrasta, no telling how much worse it would have been. Even breaking into the host's camp was idiocy, really. Yet, Andrasta did it anyway. And not for Shadia, but for me. He had grown close to Andrasta, but he didn't realize how strong their friendship was until then. And she's dead. He replayed what he remembered of those last few moments on the beach. Andrasta jumping from the mount to buy him time. The sand and smoky haze of sorcery. Fighting. Screaming. Being kidnapped by a man he had killed days before at the oasis. I never saw Andrasta die. He looked over to Shadia who rode beside him. The resurrected man rode up ahead, scouting. His mouth twisted in anger. Why should I believe them? Andrasta isn't dead. His unused voice came out more raspy than normal. Shadia turned slowly. There was no denying the woman's beauty, but the deep lust he had known before was gone. She tilted her head. Andrasta isn't dead, is she? You're just assuming that. If she wasn't killed on the beach, she was tortured and killed after they questioned her. Hubel's host isn't known for its mercy. Rondel studied her. Again. You don't know that for sure. I know the amulet I gave her is no longer picking up life. It could have been removed. Shadia shrugged. If it helps you to hang on to that hope, then please do. Rondell wanted to rage and yell. He even wanted to strike the woman. But he knew she was likely right. He changed subjects, wanting to take his mind off Andrasta. "I thought I killed him," Rondell said, nodding to the man riding ahead. "You did kill the man," said Shadia. "Did you use one of your crazy amulets to bring him back from the dead?" "I could have, but no, I didn't. Using the dead is a very tricky thing. They're only good for a short period of time, as you can't heal their wounds or stop them from rotting. They aren't suited for any sort of complicated task." Rondell frowned. Even without the amulet, her soft voice reminded him of all their private, heartfelt conversations. He felt his binds, and the nostalgia subsided. "I don't understand. Who is that riding ahead of us then?" "I told you already. Athor." Realization dawned on him as he realized the camel was not with them. Gods, how did I not notice that? That amulet really screwed up my thoughts. What is he? A ghoul. He's loyal to the cause. Rondell swallowed dread as he remembered coming across several references to ghouls when studying in the library of Zuffer. They had always been spoken of negatively, demons with increased physical attributes that could change shape. They can only change into the shape of things they have eaten. His stomach turned. Disgusting. And all that time I thought Andrasta was being ridiculous with her hate for Athor. I should have let her kill him. What cause are you talking about? And what do you want with me? What is adjoining? I heard you mention it to Athor. Finally, my love. Those were the questions I expected you to ask first. Rondell wanted to say something smart to needle her, but his heart just wasn't in it. The cause that Athor and I are loyal to is seeing Hubel's son return to greatness. You're an important piece in the ritual. Wheels turned in Rondell's mind as he recalled the story Fikri told them in Higra. Shadia had seemed upset by its telling. You mean Nasnas? Yes. As he's now known. Bitterness hung on her words. In Higra, you hinted that the story Fikri told wasn't correct. It's not. Much of it is lies propagated by Hubel and the other gods, jealous of what the son had accomplished on his own and would have done after his ultimate victory. Nasnas planned to raise up the lesser gods and creatures so that all would be equal. I can see why that might upset some. I'm not a fan of any gods in any culture, but I certainly wouldn't want to share power if I was one. Don't mock things you know nothing about. Her voice held the slightest of edges. Rondell kept quiet, knowing what she was capable of. She cleared her throat. Hubel's son also wished to elevate humans. That's why mortals began to worship him instead of Hubel. Their gratitude in many ways was their undoing. Wait. You're skipping around like I know the whole story from your perspective. I only know what I've read and what Fikri told us. The details of the battle itself and what happened after are likely similar. What the others get wrong is the motivation of the son. The others all speak of Hubel's kindness and love for his son. For that, they say the son's life was spared. Her mouth twisted. What really happened is that Hubel was enraged that Nasnas had been crafty and put part of his power into a special mask. By doing so, he could not be destroyed. The mask would return Nasnas's powers so he could once again wage war on the gods and fight for equality. Hubel banished the son as punishment, making him so deformed that mankind would never trust him again. Rondell thought the whole thing sounded like propaganda, a sympathetic story he had heard many times over the years to win more supporters to a made-up cause. He didn't doubt Nasnas harbored more selfish, secret reasons. No one ever has completely selfless ambitions. When Shadia finished the story, she held her head high, face glowing with pride. What do you think? About which part? All of it. Now that you've heard the entire story, don't you want to be part of something that will aid the oppressed? Not really. Shadia scowled. Look, Every culture has these sorts of stories. No one ever has the full truth. And the other person is always the bad guy. Regardless of what story is being passed around, neither party is as innocent or as evil as portrayed. Shadia's scowl deepened, but Rondell continued anyway. For example, you've got this Nasna's character who, if he was half as smart and powerful as you act like he is, would have done a much better job of planning his battle or simply convinced his father to listen to his points without it even getting to the point of war. Instead, he allowed an entire city, an entire region really, to be destroyed. He essentially killed off the very people he was supposedly trying to protect and elevate. The ones that made up his power base. Yeah, he sounds like a real winner. Rondell suspected he was treading on dangerous ground with the angry lines deepening on Shadia's normally smooth face, but he didn't care. He had no personal stake in the matter. I should have listened to Andrasta about her. Then we've got Hubal, the great and powerful god of Urba according to everyone else. A wise being. Yet, he can't see that his son is going to revolt against him? And better yet, he can't see the wisdom in following the traditions of the other gods and making sure he didn't have any children with mortals to begin with? I mean, that's just ridiculous. And careless too. There are plenty of ways to ensure a mortal woman doesn't become pregnant, and I'm assuming even more options available for gods. He snorted. So yeah, I'd rather not get involved if those two are my only options. Rondell had looked ahead at the desert in front of them during his little speech, not wanting to face Shadia. He couldn't look away forever. The silence eventually got to him, and when he glanced in the woman's direction, her hard stare bore into him. He swallowed hard, the spit getting caught in his throat. A moment later Shadia relaxed and even smiled. It was like someone lit a candle in a dark room. What? He asked cautiously, worried the change might be some further deception on her part. I just realized that you've had a lot of information thrown at you in the last day. I shouldn't expect you to immediately see things from my perspective. You'll change your mind before the ritual, my love. Of that I have no doubt. Especially once you understand your role in it all. My role? She leaned back in the saddle, pushed her abaya down over her stomach, revealing a new curve of her abdomen. A very special one. You helped create the vessel. You're going to be a father. Rondell blinked. Impossible, he whispered. It's only been a few days. She wouldn't even know she was pregnant so soon. Nothing is impossible. She laughed. The soft sound that had once made his heart melt only brought knots to his stomach. Funny that you think Hubal was foolish for impregnating his lover. Rondell started to swear in disbelief, but the words never left his tongue. A wave of dizziness struck him. He found his voice, panting. How can you be showing so soon? It was only days ago The baby is not fully human. Nasnas could only use a vessel that, like himself, has blood of both the heavenly and earthly realms. Rondell's mouth dropped. You're a god? Not exactly. Then what? He hesitated. A ghoul. She shook her head. Her eyes flicked to Ather up ahead, and when she spoke again, she did so in a lower voice. Nothing as lowly as that. A ghoul cannot bind other ghouls as I have bound Ather and others in preparation of the heavenly alignment. Then what are you? She did not answer, clicking her mount and leaving Rondell to a host of new thoughts. An abomination. Chapter 17. Hours had passed as they traveled, but the rock and sand didn't look any different than it had earlier. Everything is dead or dying. Fitting considering how I feel. The news of Shadia's pregnancy still remained fresh on his mind. Rondell hadn't said a word while trying to process the information. Thankfully, neither Shadia nor Ather had spoken to him either. Instead, the two kept to themselves or spoke briefly with each other, using a harsh language Rondell was not familiar with. It reminded him of the language first used by the jinn outside of Higra. Gods! He thought. She was the second voice Andrasta heard the Majuan speaking to at its lair. More lies. Later that night, he sat against a low rock, beside a foul dung-filled fire pit. He stared into the clear, night sky, trying to ignore what sounded like new voices in the distance speaking in the guttural, ghoulish tongue. Looking at the twinkling specks above, Rondell recalled snippets of at least 24 songs about celestial bodies. The heavens have always been an easy source of inspiration. Easier to put your spin on what might actually be up there than to write about facts already known. The heavens shine brightly. On a cold, lonely night. The stars never dim. For those who find comfort in their light. Ah, solve it. Such beauty in such simple lyrics. Too bad you or your contemporaries never wrote about an alignment that could bring about the rebirth of a god. Thinking about what little he knew of urban music, Rondell couldn't recall any songs regarding the restoration of Nasnas. The urban people have a nice selection of stringed instruments though, especially the oud. Always wanted one for myself. He sighed. Turning his attention back to the night sky, he searched for the signs of the heavenly alignment that Shadia had mentioned. He didn't see any of the constellations or glowing red stars. He recalled knowledge gained from an astronomer in his youth. He couldn't remember anything like what Shadia had spoken of. Of course, if what Shadia said was true, and it occurs only once every 500 years, it's likely documented as an anomaly and then forgotten. Listen to you, he mumbled. You're actually justifying the story of the alignment when it's probably another lie. The alignment is no lie. You're simply looking in the wrong spot. Rondell jumped as Shadia strode back into camp. Walking, the small bump on her stomach looked more noticeable. She settled beside him so their shoulders and hips touched, almost as if they still had a familiar relationship. Maybe she thinks we do. She raised her arm. Follow my hand and let me show you. She moved her index finger across the sky, pointing out faint dots that Rondell had to squint to locate. A clear pattern slowly took shape. The scroll, representing knowledge. The sword and shield, signifying war and peace. The gallows, for justice. Bushels of wheat, for food. The chest for gold. And at the center is the crown. When Hubal's son takes his rightful place as leader among the gods, he will be master of all these things. No one will want for anything again. Of course. Why are the alignment of the heavens so important to this ritual anyway? He asked. Because the celestial bodies that make up the alignment will funnel power from the heavens down to earth. And this is the same event that occurred when the earth was created. Power that mimics that of creation is crucial to the ritual. Why? She paused. It's difficult to explain. But trust me, all will make sense once the process begins. Trust you? Rondell managed to refrain from rolling his eyes. He shifted topics. I thought you said the crown would have glowing red jewels at the top of each peak. I see only 2, maybe a third. The others will shine brighter as the alignment nears completion. They mark the altar at the center of the city of pillars. She lowered her hand and rested it on Rondell's knee. He tensed. Do I truly repulse you so much? She asked, removing her hand. A genuine sound of hurt rang out in her voice. What do you expect? You manipulated me. I'm nothing more to you than a tool. That's not true, she whispered. And I didn't manipulate you as much as you'd like to believe. Those wards I placed on the amulet don't work that way. At least not well. They simply intensify feelings already there. If someone tries to use the amulet too forcibly, it becomes painful for the wearer, which is what happened at the end when you removed it. I apologize. I knew that you were close to Andrasta, more than I realized initially. I thought that if I could get you to forget her for a while, until I better explained your role in the ritual, you might choose not to remember her on your own. She stared at the fire. Rondell chewed on what that meant. All he could think about was the fact that he was now a prisoner and had been taken advantage of when vulnerable. Why should I believe you when all you've done is lie to me? I haven't lied to you about everything. She paused. I did plan to. But you surprised me. Our talks had an effect on me I didn't expect. My feelings and reactions to those talks and to you were real. Then what did you lie about? Mostly things that had to do with getting the Mask of Halves back. An earlier thought came to mind. What happened in Hegra with the Majuan? You sought it out, didn't you? Yes. It was one of the fallen gods punished by Hubal. I hoped to win it to Nasnaz's cause. However, it still harbored too much resentment. It sought to make me suffer for its anger at Nasnaz's failure. Did you really need our help? She hesitated. Yes. I was not yet as strong as I thought. She touched his hand. I'm sorry for my deceit. I do love you. He stared at her fingers slowly stroking his damaged hand. Anger coursed through him. That small gesture had once meant the world to him. Now it represented an act of betrayal. He raged inside for what she had put him through and raged further at himself for a lingering feeling of affection that would not go away. He told himself it was in some way related to the residual effects of the amulet. But he wasn't sure. In his past, he had manipulated countless women to get what he desired. Until now, he had never been on the receiving end of such manipulation. Even though he was no longer the person from his youth, his current position made him want to find every single woman he had ever manipulated and apologize. He shrugged his hand off and gave Shadia his back. If he had half a brain, he'd take the small feelings she hinted at having for him and turn the tables on her. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. At least now. His past mistakes haunted him too greatly. Well, I don't love you. Leave me alone. Soft footsteps patted away behind him. Even after the first day on the road north, Andrasta still doubted whether Melek would keep his word. Though Melek had given her good reasons for wanting help, Andrasta had known too many men who would change their mind on a whim. Even after removing her bonds, giving back her gear, and allowing her to move about freely, she remained on constant guard. Every word muttered under the breath from someone in the host made her uneasy. Are they talking about me? Planning some way to kill me in my sleep? Melek issued orders that she was not to be harmed, but she wouldn't put it past men so highly trained to come up with a believable-looking accident. She walked toward the dinner line at the edge of camp. A pair of men gave her vengeful looks. 3 others stepped into her path at the last moment to cut in front of her, pushing her back in the dinner line. She let the gesture go with a snort. Like a bunch of children. One of the men turned. Do you find something funny? Yes, she said simply. Her refusal to elaborate only angered the man. Well, tell me. I was just thinking that men are childish. They do things slyly, hinting at their feelings, rather than just coming out and saying what's on their minds. You call me a child, you stupid WH. Andrasta's fist lashed out, crunching into the man's nose. He dropped to the ground with a thud. She had always been thin-skinned when it came to that word. Scimitars appeared in the hands of those around her. She waited in a crouch, already holding her sword. Hold! By Hubal, what's going on? Came a loud voice. Andrasta recognized Omar. The large man with the hard look and wild beard had been the most outspoken about Melek's decision to free her, making comments all day to others in the host, loud enough so she could hear them. Omar pushed his way past others crowding around her. He sneered. I should have guessed it would be you. He looked down at the man lying unconscious on the ground. Causing problems already. Andrasta said nothing. No attempt to defend your actions? She twisted the sword in her grip. I have what I need to defend myself. He eyed the man to his right. What happened? She was angry at Talib for his place in line. She struck him. Sounds like something an uncivilized foreigner would do. He looked around. Break it up. When Melek returns from scouting, I was told we would receive a demonstration of her fighting prowess. Perhaps I can convince Melek to allow some sparring. If so, don't hold back. I know I won't. Andrasta remembered Omar's fist striking her when previously bound. She allowed a wicked grin to shine. Good. Melek watched Andrasta and Omar circle the makeshift practice area. The two contrasted each other in every way. Over his trousers and shirt, Omar wore traditional lamellar armor to protect his torso. The small metal plates and leather laced together in rows extended past his waist to protect his groin. Hardened leather vambraces and shin guards offered some additional protection. A metal, bow-like helm sat on his wide head. Andrasta dressed herself in confiscated thigh-length chainmail, metal gauntlets, and shin guards. She decided to forego a helm, having been unsatisfied with how her options fit. She wore her long black hair in small, tight braids that hung behind her ears. The style suits her well, he thought, watching her familiarize herself with her new attire as she walked back and forth in the practice circle. The rest of the host stood around it, eagerly anticipating the match. She's completely serious in how she handles herself. A very intriguing person. As usual, Omar moved with confidence, trying to stare down the woman. Andrasta ignored him, gliding about the circle, stepping lightly and effortlessly around the occasional foot cast into the ring in hopes of tripping her. Melek made note of those men and their carelessness. He would speak with each later. Everything Andrasta did was with perfect balance. He wanted to laugh. Omar doesn't have a chance. If his lieutenant had been wise, he would have allowed others to spar with the woman first to gauge her strengths and weaknesses. Instead, he wanted to be the one to humble her. You should have listened to my warning, my friend. Their circling stopped, and to the surprise of everyone, Andrasta attacked. She covered the distance between them in 4 quick steps. Her sword swept out at Omar's head. His scimitar came up to block it. Somehow she drew her sword back before the blade struck and spun into a crouch while sweeping her leg out. Omar's eyes widened at the sudden shift, and he leaped out of the way. Andrasta followed with an upward slice. Omar blocked it, but he missed her left cross. A strike to the jaw dropped him to the matted sand, his scimitar skittering away. Andrasta gave him her back and walked to the center of the circle. Omar rolled quickly to his feet. Blood dribbled down his split lip. Where are you going? Andrasta stopped at the circle's center. I'm awaiting my next opponent. You lost. I didn't lose anything. I can still fight. You went to the ground and lost your weapon. In battle, you would be dead. You cheated, he snapped. We were sparring with swords. Andrasta tilted her head. So cheating is using something other than your sword? Would you whine in battle if someone kicked you in the stomach? Several of the host chuckled. Some raised an eyebrow, knowing Omar's temper when mocked. Melek felt the weight of several stares cast his way. He refused to acknowledge them. As much as he didn't want Omar to embarrass himself, he knew it was necessary to let things play out. Only then will they accept Andrasta's instruction. Whore, Omar hissed. Lieutenant! Melek shouted. All heads whipped his way. Omar started to open his mouth in protest, but stopped. He lowered his head. My apologies, he mumbled. Melek nodded. Captain, I request another turn in the circle against this woman. Andrasta? He asked. She shrugged. It matters little to me. Permission granted, said Melek. Omar turned to Andrasta. Things will be different this time. She made no indication whether she even heard him. "Begin," said Melek. Unlike the previous bout, the match began without delay. Omar went on the offensive, sprinting toward Andrasta as she had done in the previous round. Andrasta didn't flinch, didn't crouch, didn't even move, as he closed the distance. She stood deathly still with hands at her side, sword limp in her right hand. Omar shouted, and swung his blade with incredible speed. Andrasta waited until the last moment before stepping aside, allowing the scimitar to pass by her cheek at a hair's breadth. Omar careened forward. Andrasta's boot caught him in the backside and he went face first into the sand. The match should have been over as Omar landed in a defenseless position. However, he rolled to his feet and renewed his attack. "Omar!" Melek shouted, angered his lieutenant would continue without his permission. The cry fell on deaf ears. Andrasta engaged him, deflecting a series of quick slashes and fast thrusts. The tip of her sword flicked up, blade licking across Omar's hand. He lost his scimitar again. Andrasta planted a boot in his stomach. Air left Omar's lungs and he folded in half at the waist. Her sword touched his throat. "Enough!" shouted Melek. Andrasta backed away. Melek gestured to two men nearby. "Remove the lieutenant from the circle and see that his hand is mended." He entered the practice area and glared at everyone in attendance. "Let this be a lesson to each of you that it's time to put your prejudice aside. Foreigner or not, woman or not, former enemy or not, you will each take instruction from Andrasta. Anyone who refuses will be kicked out of the host. Am I clear?" "Yes, Captain," was repeated by all. "Form into lines. Your first lesson begins tonight." He unsheathed his sword and took his place at the front. He felt their shocked expressions and ignored them. Melek cleared his throat. "Andrasta. Begin when ready." Deep into the night, Andrasta finally called for an end to the training session. Red eyes, drooping shoulders, and shuffling steps of the men brought a satisfied smile to her face. She had only trained one other person in her entire life, and that had been a broken and battered minstrel with no fighting experience. The frustration of training Rondell in those early months had often manifested in the physical abuse she put him through. Still, even when the two were on less than amiable terms, she had never pushed him as hard as she had Hubel's host. "A lesson more than worthy of you, Master Enzi," she thought, remembering the hell she had often gone through when he tried to break her. Later, she learned from him how to push herself while still allowing the body time to recover. She had ignored those lessons with the host this once. She too felt weary, having performed every repetition of every drill alongside them, proving that she could not only do everything she had commanded them to do, but also do it better. She had ignored every urge to slouch, to sit, and even drink. Not until alone would she relax. Watching each man walk by, she saw plenty of hate, but also the beginnings of respect. Melek separated himself from the others and walked over. Halfway through the drills he had removed his robes, armor, and undershirt, continuing naked to the waist. Several others followed, all presenting bodies scarred and hardened from the rough lives they had led. None impressed Andrasta in the same way as Melek's lean and balanced figure. She swallowed, suddenly embarrassed by the desires creeping into her mind. A smirk formed on his face. She scowled, hoping he had not read her thoughts. "You are a hard instructor," he said. Black hair glistened on his bare chest. It rose steadily with each deep breath. She blinked away her thoughts. Master Enzi was much harder, especially with the young. But if I were to use those techniques, your men would never recuperate in time to recover the mask. Really? I have the scars to prove it. He frowned. Is that where you earned the one here? He asked, gesturing to her face. She looked away, embarrassed. People had commented on the scar for as long as she'd had it. Yet, it still bothered her greatly to hear someone point it out. The scar brought back certain inadequacies from her youth she had never gotten over. No, she finally answered. It was given to me before I met Master Enzi. Melek cleared his throat. My apologies. I see it's something that bothers you. I shouldn't have been so forward. Andrasta said nothing, which only embarrassed her further, as it let Melek know it did bother her. Back to what you said about recovery. Andrasta seized on the chance to break out of the awkward conversation. Future sessions will not be so intense. Good. As you said, I want them able to fight if the need arises. I do think what you did tonight made sense, though. It and your defeat of Omar should help the men get over their prejudices more quickly. Get yourself cleaned up. Once you're done, see Khalil. I'd like you to speak with him before retiring. While talking with him, ask any other questions you might have. Melek gave a nod, then left. She tried not to stare with too much interest at his retreating back. It was not an easy task. Andrasta found Khalil sitting cross-legged at the edge of camp on the sand near a small bronze statue standing atop a thin slab of limestone. The statue stood 3 feet tall with arms raised overhead in the formation of a circle. The legs of the statue bent in an odd fashion, forming another circle. The face lacked all detail, blank in its features. The body was nude and sculpted in a way that made the image appear like it belonged to an athlete. She froze some feet away, not wanting to interrupt the sorcerer in what she assumed to be prayer as he bowed and prostrated himself before the image. After a few boring minutes of staring at the statue, she felt she could likely sculpt one from memory. Khalil had yet to move, remaining silent in his prayer. Is the old man awake? Khalil sat up with a heavy sigh. He opened his eyes. Thank you for your patience. Please, come have a seat. I saw your training earlier. I imagine you could do with a rest. She didn't want to admit the truth, but took a seat anyway. I was deciding whether I should leave. I thought you may have fallen asleep. He smiled. Not this time, though I'm embarrassed to say that it does happen more frequently as I age. He paused. From that look, I take it you've never prayed so fervently yourself. Once. And was your effort rewarded? She refrained from bringing her hand up to touch the scar at her face, remembering that when she had removed the bandages after days of prayer, the flesh remained damaged. No. Are you certain? Sometimes the reward we're granted is not the one we seek. Maybe your answer was for the best, only you didn't know. Don't presume things you aren't familiar with. Andrasta thought of all she had gone through. I have no use for religion. I'd rather put my faith in myself than a statue. I don't put my faith in the statue. It is merely a representation of Hubal. And I pray before it, not to it. The statue is simply a way to show him honor. It seems someone as powerful as Hubal is supposed to be would not care about a silly statue. To me, suggesting that something earthly could possibly honor something heavenly is an insult to the god. Aren't your prayers and your commitment to the host more honorable than prostrating before a piece of rock? Does Hubal somehow recognize the prayers said into stone ears over those whispered in the silence before sleep? Khalil scowled. I thought your partner was supposed to be the intellectual, but I see you're also a philosopher. No. I just see things as they are. She paused. I was told you had answers to my questions. I'm not here to talk religion, or insult you and your beliefs. Khalil nodded. Fair enough. Then let's put religion aside for now. Ask your questions. Who is Shadia? He grunted. You start with the difficult ones. All we know is that she has been an ally to Nasnas from the beginning and therefore an enemy of the host for as long as we have existed. She has used many names. Shadia is simply the one she chose before entering Zufar. For a while, we thought she was a powerful jinn, but the annals describe previous encounters with her in ways that would contradict such a thing. Her power is different. We know that, like Nasna's, she grows greater in power once the heavenly alignment begins. This increases until the alignment is over. We thought we had killed her some weeks ago. I swore I had identified her body. But we learned soon afterward she tricked us. That was right when her power began to grow. She's good with wards, offered Andrasta. Exceptional with wards, actually. We sent a powerful ghoul out to kill her while she was still in Zuffer. The wards I put in place were some of the strongest I know. Somehow she not only broke them, but also brought the creature under her command. A thought struck Andrasta. The camel? Likely. Andrasta swore. I should have killed the thing when I had the chance. Shadya is not only great with wards though. She has also shown evidence of physical strength. But again, that's only once the heavenly alignment begins. How long does the alignment last? The build-up is a couple of months. Her power dwindles quickly after it ends. What else? I'm afraid that's it. You'd think that after thousands of years, we'd know more, but she's done a good job of keeping her identity a secret. Many, including myself, believe she's one of the fallen gods who were punished by Hubal. Andrasta had other questions on her mind about Shadya, but her eyelids drooped. She decided that she could wait to learn the answers to all but one. Why is Rondel so important to her? Why him specifically? I don't know. The rules around the ritual for Nasna's resurrection are a bit muddled. Our oldest records were written thousands of years ago, and I'm ashamed to say we lost some of the information about the ritual's details. What we do know is that blood from both a godly creature and a human is needed in order to unlock the power in the Mask of Halves. It seems your partner was selected as the human in question. He's to be sacrificed? Khalil shrugged. That I don't know. But his blood will be needed. She swore again. I'm going to kill you myself, Shadya. Khalil cleared his throat. May I ask you a question? What? Why is Rondel so important to you? Considering what we've learned about you and your partner, you've only been together for a short period of time. Yet, you seem more loyal to him than most in your profession would be. He's more than a partner. Khalil raised an eyebrow. A lover? No, she refused to elaborate. Do you think he would risk his life for you as you're willing to risk yours for him? Andrasta thought of all she and Rondel had gone through in their short time together. Starting with their prison escape, he had distracted Fern so she might live. He also was ready to fight Nizam while bringing down the cult of Sutek. And that's only the beginning. He already has. Chapter 18. Rondel's hell continued through another week. Each day they traveled from dawn until dusk in the blistering sun, pushing toward the city of pillars before the alignment of the heavens completed. He had traveled at a brutal pace many times before, especially with Andrasta. However, he didn't have his wrists bound then. The small restriction added a great deal of discomfort in the saddle. The company he kept did little to improve the situation. There was small talk here and there with Shadya. The woman stayed distant most of the time, focusing instead on discussing Nasnas or their unborn child. It's like she thinks that by continually talking about the abomination I helped create, I might actually grow committed. What did I do to deserve this? Let's see, years of being a mule, taking advantage of women, destroying marriages, and just generally being selfish. All right, so I deserve it. I had thought my time in prison and the loss in ability to make music was enough to offset such deeds. I guess not. As bad as the days seemed, the nights were always worse. While resting from the day's travels, Rondel would look to the stars. The red jewels on the crown's constellation continued to grow brighter, mocking him. Still, He examined the night skies if for nothing else than to distract himself from the constant comings and goings of grey-skinned gulls who spoke with Shadia in the strange language she used with Ather. They all paid her homage, bowing and prostrating themselves before her as they received what he assumed to be orders. When the last creature left camp, sometimes changing into a hyena before loping over a sand dune, Shadia would come to him just as she did that first night after escaping the host's camp. She would say nothing, just stand or sit before him and wait. Taunting. Occasionally, she would whisper one simple phrase. "I'm not willing to give up on you yet, my love." Sometimes, she would move close enough so that her lips were within an inch of his face. He tried to pretend she meant nothing to him, but was never quite able to convince himself. Despite the obvious changes in her appearance due to the abomination growing inside of her, he could not deny her beauty. He even found pregnancy became her. But then he would recall that the unborn child had a non-human parent as well. That thought always snapped him out of any lust-filled stupor. Though he had been unable to learn exactly what Shadia was, he knew she wasn't human. He wanted to vomit. How did I ever fall for her? Easy. She became everything I thought I had wanted. He thought of her soft, comforting laugh. Why couldn't you stay that way? Are you well, my love? Rondell opened his eyes and stared up at Shadia, who waited before him. Moonlight glistened off the bronzed, smooth skin of her face. Her full lips parted and her eyes smiled. A shiver coursed down his back as he recalled staring into those eyes with what he thought was love. Think of what she could be. Not what you want her to be. He looked down at her feet. I'm fine. She sighed and placed her hair inside her veil, something he hadn't seen her do since leaving Higra. How do I look? What does it matter? It matters because Nasnas will be here later tonight. You will meet him, a privilege that few humans have had since the fall of the great city. Rondell sat up, blinking in surprise. Nasnas is coming to our camp? Yes. He wishes to travel with us the rest of the way. This is the closest we've ever come to bringing about his rebirth. He doesn't wish to wait another 500 years to try again. Tired of your previously failed attempts? Rondell asked with a smirk. She scowled. Keep your pettiness to yourself, especially in front of him. Otherwise, he will make your life very difficult. Why do you care? Because I care for you. I only wish I knew how to make you feel that way for me again. Regardless, you must not say anything cross about him. Despite your role in his rebirth, he will punish you if he thinks you aren't showing him the respect he deserves. Yeah, sure. I'm serious. His initial appearance is a shock to many. You may want to prepare yourself for it. Trust me, I've kissed the buttocks of many ugly, fat, deformed, and grotesque kings when the situation called for it. I'll be fine with someone as small as him. Shadia furrowed her brow. Small? Isn't that what Nasnas is because of Hubal's punishment? A small person. She looked confused. No. Nasnas means half a man, not a short man, but... Rondell raised an eyebrow. Are you saying he was cut in half at the waist and no longer has legs? He chuckled. Or did the other half perish and he does his talking out of his rear? An open hand slapped his cheek. Rondell saw stars. The left side of his face went numb from forehead to jaw. A dull ringing sounded in his ears. That felt like it came from Andrasta. Who would have thought someone so small could hit so hard? I'm sorry, my love, but that is the sort of comment I'm warning you not to make. He will not be so gentle. Nasnas is literally half a man. Hubal split him down the center of his body lengthwise. He has one arm and one leg. Half a torso, and half a head. Rondell blinked as the ringing in his ears lessened. Did I hear that right? Split down the middle? Lengthwise, Shadia nodded. How does he travel? Does he have half a? Rondell clamped his jaw shut at the look in Shadia's eyes. He'd have to save that joke for another time. He cleared his throat. How does he travel? Nastas is very resourceful. He hops with much agility. Shadia delivered the line with such a deadpan voice that Rondell could only stare. Come again? I think the buzzing in my ears is making me hear things. Did you just say that Nastas hops with much agility? Yes. Wow. Well, you may want to get your hand ready for another slap because that has got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He began laughing uncontrollably. Shadia grabbed his arm and shook him, yet still he snickered. Stop it. I'm trying to help you, Dot. It wasn't until she slapped him again that his amusement subsided. He decided the pain in his face wasn't quite worth the silly image he had flashing through his mind of a one-legged man running obstacle courses at incredible speeds. Thank you. She smoothed out her abaya, then stiffened. I feel his approach. He's early. Rondell admittedly felt something different. Everything seemed heavier, the air he breathed, the clothes against his skin, even his own arms only wanted to lay limp at his sides. His head hung slightly, chin descending slowly to his chest. Eyelids followed. Imagine, Shadia whispered. This is just a fraction of the power he once claimed. She paused. Slow your breathing. It will help you grow accustomed to his presence, Dot. A heavy thud sounded faintly in the dark, followed closely by another. The thudding grew louder and so did the heaviness in the air. The thudding sounded thrice more until a small cloud of dust rose from the perimeter of the campsite. Rondell struggled to keep his head up due to the weight of Nasnas's approaching presence. Despite her pregnancy, Shadia bowed low toward what could only be the direction of Nasnas. On a massive foot, the 8-foot-tall son of Hubal hopped from the darkness, giving Rondell a view of the creature's fully formed right side. He stood like someone who still believed himself to be without equal. As usual, when Rondell found himself especially nervous, jokes still ran through his mind. Yet, the power emanating from Nasnas bore down on him too greatly for him to dwell on any of them. Nasnas wore no clothes and the half-god's bronze skin gave off a shining aura. The massive right arm, leg, and torso looked as though it had been chiseled from stone. The strong jaw and clean lines of the half-face continued the theme of power. Rondell found himself jealous of what he saw, even knowing Nasnas's curse. I thought his presence was supposed to invoke terror. I feel his power, but I don't know if I'd call myself scared. The jealousy went away as Nasnas pivoted and exposed the full front of his body. Rondell's eyes drifted down and up the creature, lingering in shock at the god's crotch as he quickly verified that indeed everything had been sheared in half. Missing a few fingertips isn't so bad after all. Nastas pivoted once more, exposing the sheared side of his body as he took in the rest of his surroundings. The terror Rondell wondered about just moments before washed over him like the tide coming ashore. Rondell had seen a dissected cadaver before, but never had he witnessed bones moving, muscles flexing, and organs pumping air and fluids in such a manner. Fascination and fear prevented him from tearing his gaze away from the grotesque image. Knowing how Nasnas was forced to live, the half-god's remaining power seemed even more special to him. Gods, imagine if he was whole. Would I even be conscious right now? Thankfully, Nasnas hid his sheared half once more as he gestured for Shadia to rise. He spoke in the guttural tongue filled with harsh consonants and only the occasional vowel. There were no pauses for Rondell to disseminate words. Everything came out in one long breath that reminded him of a shovel being scraped across stone. Shadia replied back in the tongue Rondell heard her use with Ather and the other creatures that sought her guidance. He realized Nasnas probably spoke the same language, except Hubal's son could not enunciate as easily with half a mouth and tongue. Rondell tried to glean something from the conversation, but it might as well have been dogs barking. The only thing he pieced together was that Nasnas seemed pleased with Shadia's growing belly. She appeared 5 months along by human standards. Rondell shuddered at his name being called. Shadia and Nasnas stared at him. He felt smaller, meaningless, under the deity's eye. What? He asked blankly. Come here, said Shadia. He wishes to speak with you. Rondell rose and shuffled over, consciously trying to remain upright under the heavy pressure of the fallen god's presence. I can't speak the language you've been using. It's the first tongue. I'll translate, said Shadia. Hubel's son said something. He wishes to know if you're ready for your role. Rondell stared at the ground. He found it less taxing than to meet Nasnas's disfigured gaze when he spoke. I still haven't been told the specifics of my role, remember? Shadia translated. She and Nasnas exchanged words several times. He did not seem pleased. She cleared her throat. He wants me to tell you the details of the ritual. I'm listening. The mask you took from Hubel's host will be placed on an altar. Nasnas will lie on his belly, face in the mask. The baby will be placed next to him, also face down and head in the mask. Then we will provide some of your blood and mind to begin binding their flesh. Words will be spoken during this time. When all is finished, Nasnas will be whole once more. The flesh of the baby we created will meld with him and form his other half. Anger overcame the weight of being in Nasnas's presence. You can't be serious. She nodded. Rondell's stomach rolled. Since discovering Shadia's pregnancy and learning she was not a human, he hadn't thought of his unborn child as anything other than an abomination. But now, he felt only rage that a helpless babe, regardless of what it was, would be used in such a way. I think I'm going to be sick again. His eyes flicked to Nasnas. I thought he came up with the ritual when creating the mask. He did. His hands balled into fists. And he couldn't think of something less, I don't know, complicated? Disgusting? Utterly and completely horrendous? Her face tensed. The ritual was not originally so complicated. But when Hubel could not destroy the mask, he was able to make it so Nasnas could not regain his powers the way he had originally devised. This is the only choice because of Hubel. Yeah. Sure. Are you questioning a god? Your future master, ... He found himself thinking about how Andrasta would handle herself if she was in this situation. She wouldn't be cowering in fear, regardless of whose presence she was in and how much power she felt. Why should I? Why not? He can't understand me. And technically he is a half-god, right? I mean, that's how this whole issue began. Him whining about being different. You dare. You got that right, I dare, said Rondell, raising his voice. Thinking about Andrasta fueled his confidence. Besides, when have I ever learned to keep my mouth shut? He continued. I can't believe this is the only way to get his power back. I just think he's not creative, so he copied some bizarre ritual from another idiotic deity in another culture nearby. Everyone knows gods are big on the human sacrifice thing. Then he made sure to make the process really difficult by building it around an event that only occurs once every 500 years. How inefficient is that? You know, I guess that if he was a full god like his old man, maybe he would have figured out a better way to bring about his return, but considering Hubel didn't have the guts to kill his son, maybe the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The more Rondell ranted, the more his anger swelled, forgetting completely about any terror he had when first entering Nasnas's presence. Even the half-god's power didn't seem to weigh him down nearly as much as before. And another thing. I know you might not be human, but you obviously aren't a complete idiot. How can you or anyone else put your faith in someone that is no match for a strong gust of wind? Something crashed into the side of Rondell's face. He flipped backward, rolling head over heels 4 or 5 times before stopping. On his hands and knees, blood dripped down into the back of his throat as it did over his lips from a busted nose. His vision swam and his head hummed in a high pitch that reminded him of a striking church bell. Two heavy thuds sounded and giant blurry feet appeared in his line of sight. He blinked, helping his vision clear. 2 feet became one again. His eyes crawled up Nasnaz's naked leg and paused at the massive hand at his hip. A drop of blood sat on the middle knuckle. Rondell trembled as his fear of the god returned. Nasnaz spoke. Shadia translated. He said that next time you disrespect him, he will remove your tongue. He understood me? Rondell huffed. The translation was for your benefit and so he could judge how much trust to place in you. She paused while Nasnaz spoke again. You are to remain bound as your participation in the ritual will obviously need to be forced. Well played. You're smarter than I thought. At least by half, he added with a snicker, unable to help himself. He choked on blood as he laughed, uncaring of any consequences. What else can I do? Chapter 19. Wake up. A foot to the side woke Rondell. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at Ather standing above him. The still black sky remained as it had when he fell asleep. What's going on? It's still nighttime. Nasnaz wishes to get an early start on the day's travels. We will leave shortly. Get ready. Hand me some water. Ather's yellow eyes flared. You think to give me orders, human scum? Why not? Asked Rondell, sitting up. After meeting a fallen god, being in the presence of a ghoul no longer struck the same level of fear. Everyone else does. You're like a dog. Someone waves a treat over your nose and you do whatever trick is necessary to grab it. He reached in his pocket. Here. I still have a bit of dried horse from last night. Will that entice you to get me some water? Ather dove on top of him. Hands squeezed at his throat. Rondell tried to speak, but couldn't even choke out a word. Yet again, my mouth gets me in trouble. You are either very brave or very foolish to speak to me like that. Considering your situation, I believe it's the latter. Ather. Ather sprang off him. He gasped for air. Ather and Shadia exchanged harsh words in the first tongue while the ghoul prostrated himself. Eventually, she turned and left. Hand at his throat, rubbing the soreness, Rondell noticed the lustful gaze in Ather's eyes as he watched Shadia walk away. Despite the pain in his dry throat, Rondell chuckled. He had cowered too long in prison from the abuse of the guards. He had gone through too much since to do so again. I know that look. You wish to bed her, don't you? But all she sees is the dog you are. And you know it. That's why you're still on your knees now. He threw the piece of dried horse at Ather. Here. Maybe a treat will make you feel better. Go on. Be a good boy and take it. Ather spun, venom in his eyes. The only thing saving you is the ritual. When that is done, I will eat your insides while you're still alive to watch. Are you sure about that? I'll be the father or rather, half-father of your master. Who's to say that it won't be me dining on you, dog? Ather's mouth extended out into a hyena. Fangs dripped saliva as a thick tongue fell out. Care to make a wager on that? Rondell thought of Nasnaz's reaction toward him the night before. Not really. Kiss your mother with that mouth? He responded. Actually, do you even know your mother? Is she off spreading her legs for every animal in a 10-mile radius, changing shape as needed to whore herself out? Ather leaped to his feet, growling. All right, Rondell. That might have been a bit too much. Ather. Shadia shouted again. Now. Ather's long tongue licked black, hyena-like lips. The creature smiled and left. I hope I'm tough and stringy and you choke on me, you piece of garbage. Andrasta flipped her blade up and stepped to the right, avoiding the blow from her opponent. She put little into the effort. Kasim stumbled from a small depression in the sand, failing once again to complete even the first movement of the 21st form. Whispers of disapproval at Qasim's performance from those of the host standing around the practice circle floated through the cooling night air. Their whispers echoed off nearby boulders of red and orange sandstone that surrounded the watering hole they stopped at to make camp. "Again," she said. "This time shorten your step." "I already did," mumbled Qasim under his breath as he moved back into his starting position. "What was that?" His mouth formed into a sneer. "I'm ready to begin." "Are you? You said you were ready last time and you made the same mistake." Qasim grit his teeth, eyes flitting to the men around him. "I said I'm ready." During the first week of training, her victory over Omar had carried a great deal of weight with the rest of the host. However, any respect earned came to a halt as most could not get past the idea of a woman, no matter how talented, teaching them how to use a sword. "Already I must do this again." "Then why do you continue to fail in doing what I ask?" "You dare mock me, he cleared his throat. "Woman." She tensed at the near insult. "I don't mock." "Why can't you succeed in using the form?" "Because you know it's coming," he spat. "Fine. I will attack you in the same manner." "Ready yourself." "With pleasure." Andrasta swept her blade up, knocking Qasim's aside. She stepped forward and brought the hilt of her sword down on the man's wrist in one motion, knocking loose the weapon. It fell and he yelped. Her free hand grabbed his wrist, twisted, and spun him around. The edge of her blade lay across his throat, while she pushed into the small of his back. "You knew what move I was going to use, yet you couldn't stop me." "Why, Dot?" "You performed the form without flaw," he grunted. "What else?" "You moved faster than me." "And how does one perform a move flawlessly and with speed?" "Practice." She released him. "The very thing I'm trying to get you and everyone else to do," she said, throwing looks at the others. "You won't be perfect in these forms in the short amount of time we have. However, if you improve only a little, it could mean the difference between living and dying." She paused. The difference between honoring Hubal and failing him. Heads bowed. That's the real motivator. There was one other reason why I succeeded against Qasim. Did anyone catch it? You changed the form. Your footwork was different at the end. As well as the choice of a wrist lock, said a voice from the back. People parted, revealing a taller figure. Omar. "And why did I make the changes?" asked Andrasta. "Because your opponent gave you the opening. Only an amateur tries to force a move where there is none. That's a basic lesson. Something everyone here knows." Omar looked at the others with scolding eyes. "You're all letting your desire to show up Andrasta cloud your ability to think clearly." A mistake I also made. Andrasta tried not to show her surprise at the admission, but doubted she had succeeded. "It's late," she said after gathering herself. "I'll see everyone at dawn for morning drills." Everyone left for either their turn on watch or to grab some sleep. Omar stayed behind. "Thank you for saying that," she said after a moment. The man walked closer and shrugged. "It was the truth. Though I hate to admit it, I do see Melek's point in what you offer us. And it is important that we don't fail Hubal. However, don't think that I'm offering an olive branch. When this is over, we will fight again. And when we do, I'll embarrass you. Why not fight again now?" Omar grinned. "Because I haven't finished learning all your moves yet." He spun and walked away. "You never will." An inhuman scream ripped through the night, something that fell between a dying hyena and a pouncing lion. What was that? Shouts from men followed, some in panic, others in anger. Andrasta spun in the direction of the chaos. Dozens of figures entered camp, some bounding on 4 legs, others on 2. They attacked, pouncing out of the host within striking distance. She sprinted toward the confusion. 3 members of the host already lay dead as she reached the fighting. One man writhed on the ground, free hand grasping at the hole in his abdomen while he swung his sword wildly to fend off a circling hyena twice the size of a normal creature. Ghouls. The hyena avoided the sword stroke and dove at the soldier, ripping out his throat. Blood took to the air. Andrasta leaped at the creature. Her blade entered the ghoul's upper back. The ghoul gasped and spoke in the strange, guttural language she had heard before. Black sludge bubbled out of the wound as Andrasta withdrew her blade. It looked at her with wide, yellow eyes, shocked at her arrival. It opened its mouth and made a half-hearted attempt to lunge. Her sword slid down its open maw, blade scraping teeth. The ghoul shuddered and died. She wheeled. Melek and Omar rallied groups of men to them. Working in units, they felled several of the creatures. A crack of blue lightning flitted across the sky, striking down like a bowing tree branch. It turned 2 ghouls into blackened husks. Khalil stood with arms raised behind Melek's lines readying another spell. She nearly ran over to join one of the groups as they methodically disposed of the ghouls, some of which had shifted into former host members recently chewed on. However, a call for help sounded to her right. Over 100 feet away, Qasim and another man fought side by side, backs against a small rock face as 3 hyenas surrounded them. Another beast feasted on a dead man. She ran toward them, drawing her dagger in mid-stride. She yelled to draw their attention. The one eating looked up from the chest cavity at Nod. It changed form quickly, melting away the image of the hyena and becoming the man dead at its feet. It picked up the man's sword and grunted something in its strange tongue. One of the other 3 beasts joined in attacking Andrasta. The ghoul in hyena form pounced at Andrasta's legs. She jumped and swiped her sword down. Her blade scraped ribs. It howled. The other's sword whooshed toward her head. Her dagger came up, catching the swing. Though Relian steel did not break, her wrist hurt while deflecting the ghoul's heavy blow. The swordsman swung toward her midsection two-handed. She managed to deflect the attack. However, her awkward position sent her stumbling. A low growl warned her of danger. She fell rather than fight for balance and rolled as she hit the ground. The sound of a snapping jaw clacked by her ear. She rolled and stood. The swordsman met her with a deep lunge. She sidestepped the blow, but rather than countering, swept her sword toward the circling hyena to keep it at bay. She noticed that the ghoul who had taken human form had not aligned his shoulders properly, following the bad habit of the man whose form it had taken. So, they take on their fighting styles and weaknesses. She avoided the bloody jaws of the hyena while positioning herself to encourage another oddly executed thrust from the other ghoul. He responded as she expected. Stepping in, she rammed her dagger up under the ghoul's chin until the hilt struck bone. She spun to avoid the expected attack from the hyena. Teeth marks raked across her shoulder. With the beast in close, she pivoted and sliced through its throat. A breath later, the hyena lay dead. In death, both her opponents had changed from their assumed forms into smooth-skinned, grayish creatures with oddly bent limbs, slender bodies, and featureless faces. She looked to Qasim. He and the other man had survived. Both bled from cuts on their arms and legs. Qasim gave her a slight nod of genuine appreciation. She returned it and scanned the rest of camp. It lay in ruins with bodies of both man and ghoul strewn about. Thankfully, there seemed to be far more of the grayish creatures dead than those of the host. She caught a glimpse of several hyenas loping away as they escaped. Howls rang out in the night. Over the howls, Melek barked orders with stabbing hand motions. Those least injured set up a perimeter around camp while others tended to the wounded. Khalil and the other sorcerers helped heal those in need. With everything seemingly under control, Andrasta did one more scan of the ground. Close to 35 ghouls died. The host lost 8 men with 10 more wounded. We won, but not convincingly. And only after Melek and Omar organized the men into teams and the sorcerers took the field. She rubbed sweat dripping off her brow with the back of her hand. Time to rethink strategy. It took everything Melek had not to take his anger at himself out on his men. He had expected an attack. He had set up patrols, but in hindsight, not nearly enough. Another setback. Another failure. Get your mind right, Melek. He clenched his fists. You're supposed to be better than this. You've studied the annals. Melek issued his last order and went to help with the wounded. Andrasta stood before him, waiting. Sweat ran in rivulets down her dark skin. The woman's braids had begun to come out of their bindings. Specks of grayish gore entwined itself in her curly hair. Blood stained her shirt over her right shoulder where she bore a wound from hyena teeth. One hand rested on a sheathed dagger. The other on her sword. By Hubal, I don't think there's another woman like her alive. He shook away ill-timed thoughts and gestured toward her weapons. Expect another attack? No. But I plan to join the others keeping watch on the perimeter shortly. That won't be necessary. It's where I'll be of most use. She nodded to a man sewing up a flap of skin on a soldier's forehead. Tending to the wounded has never been my strength, and I won't just stand around doing nothing. So, you're giving the orders now? Asked Melek, with a slight edge to his voice. No. But we need to talk about the attack. And the losses. I expected them to attack eventually, he said, struggling whether to admit fault or feign strength. Just not with so many so soon. We'll be ready next time. The teams you and Omar formed worked well. It saved a lot of lives. But I think we can improve the formations. I'll show you my ideas tomorrow. Melek's eyes narrowed. Though he appreciated Andrasta's skill, he never allowed his own men to speak to him so frankly, let alone someone not of the host. I don't recall asking your advice. She ignored him. Having seen the gulls in action, most of the forms you had me teaching your men will do little against their recklessness, especially if the majority have shifted into hyenas. To win, we'll need to fight as small units and watch each other's blind spots. That should counter some of the strength and speed of the gulls. I think you should decide the makeup of each team. Melek's mouth formed a thin line. Warm sweat dripped from his brow as he tried to control himself. It's bad enough I see the mistakes, I don't need others to point them out to me. He tempered his tone. I have a great deal of respect for you, but you presume too much speaking to me like this. Andrasta narrowed her eyes. And you presume too much if you think I will be ordered around like one of your men. Remember, I'm not doing this for Hubal. If I have to hurt your feelings to get the job done, then so be it. He was ready to lash out at the woman, but he stopped at Andrasta's raised hand. I'm being too forward. The decision is obviously yours. However, I strongly urge you to consider what I've said. Maybe we can talk later after both of us have calmed down from the fight. His racing heart stilled. Very well. Tomorrow morning before we ride. She spun on her heels. I'll be at the eastern side of the perimeter. Melek stared at Andrasta's retreating back as Khalil walked up. Thankfully, no one else heard that exchange, said the sorcerer. Except you? Except me. She's right, you know. Right or not, she had no right to speak to you like that, and I would encourage you not to let her do so again. The last thing we need before facing Hubal's son is for the men to think you aren't in complete command. It won't happen again. I just tried to reach Afif and those in his unit. I discovered they're all dead. Melek sighed. I assumed as much after the attack. We haven't heard from them in days, and they were right in the heart of the empty-hand desert. The lack of communication was another missed warning. Well, we know now, . He watched several men start digging graves for the fallen. Some know too well. He turned his attention back to Andrasta as she took her place at the perimeter of camp. Previous thoughts returned. A strange but remarkable woman. One full of mysteries. I hope that look in your eyes is simply one of admiration. Melek looked to the old sorcerer. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. I shouldn't have to remind you of your commitment to Hubal and his mission. Especially not after the speech you gave me only days ago. Do you really think I'm going to just go run off with the first woman that intrigues me and forget about every promise I've ever made to Hubal? No, I don't. By the way, our trackers have found a path to help us catch up to Shadia. Melek glanced back in Andrasta's direction. If we succeed, then my commitment to Hubal has been fulfilled. And then. Chapter 20. The days and nights after Rondel's first meeting with Nasnas moved at a furious pace. Little was said to him as they traveled the desert, except when he and Ather were alone and they continued taunting each other. He knew that after the ritual, the barbs directed at Ather would come back to haunt him. He didn't care. He assumed his life was forfeit anyway, and the activity at least gave him something to pass the time. Maybe it's also my way to pretend Andrasta is here with me given how much she hated him as a camel. Shadia became aloof. Since his outburst toward Nasnas, conversations remained brief and to the point. Her body seemed to change at a constant rate. She looked like someone in the last stages of pregnancy. Activity at camp each night continued to increase as Shadia and Nasnas practically held a forum with jinns, gulls, and other more natural predators of the desert, like vipers, cheetahs, and wolves. A general calling in his troops. And the larger his army gets, the more likely he'll succeed, he thought, hopelessness tugging at the back of his mind. The millennia-old struggle wasn't his, but that didn't mean he wanted the half-god to succeed. Screw him and the one-legged camel he rode in on. After the fourth day of such comings and goings, he asked Shadia for confirmation about the many creatures. She had said, yes, they are the important pieces of Nasnas's army, an army of uglies. 8 days after meeting Nasnas, Rondel watched the half-god race along in the distance, bounding over sand dunes and leaping clusters of black boulders with ease. Off on another mysterious task. He almost laughed at the absurdity of the scene, especially since Nasnas did hop with surprising grace. Like a one-legged jackrabbit. It was easier to joke about things since Nasnas had for the most part, thankfully kept his distance from Rondel since their first encounter. So long as he avoided the sheared side of Nasnas, he was better able to keep his fear of the deity under control. Impressive, is he not? Rondel turned toward Shadia. As much as he despised her for her manipulations, he actually missed her. Surprisingly so, he admitted. Think how patient he's been, and how he's survived so long in that state. It speaks highly of the type of leader he'll be. He snorted. With the host nowhere near us, he does appear to have a leg up on Hubal. Shadia raised an eyebrow at his bad pun, but didn't acknowledge it otherwise. It seemed that she wasn't as offended by such comments when Nasnas wasn't around. We're ahead of the host. But they're slowly gaining on us. Rondel straightened in the saddle. The news had been the first offered to him in some time. Perhaps there's a chance they'll save me. Get a grip, Rondel. You helped steal the mask which will be used to raise their greatest enemy. Being bled out in some bizarre ritual might actually be less painful than having the host capture you. Is that so? He asked, finally. We've already sent several smaller groups of ghouls to attack them, but they haven't inflicted the damage we had hoped for. She pointed in the direction of the trailing dust left by Nasnas. He's off to lead the next attack. You sound worried. She bristled. Worried? No. The host is weaker than I have ever seen them. The fact that you and Andrasta succeeded in raiding their camp is proof of that. Then how do they keep surviving your subsequent attacks? Luck, perhaps. Greater intervention from Hubal, maybe? It doesn't matter. In the end they'll die. If not now, certainly once they reach the City of Pillars. But there's more, isn't there? Nasnas is concerned. That's why he's been raising his voice so much in your meetings. And last night he threw one of the gulls halfway across camp. She looked away and played with her reins. It's just stress. Rondell scratched his throat. He had begun to believe that, like him, Shadia was just another tool in Nasnas's plan. Confusion washed over him as he realized that maybe he didn't loathe her as much as he wanted. I thought a great ruler was supposed to know how to handle stress. He's even begun taking his anger out on you, hasn't he? She whipped her head around, brows furrowed. Who told you that? Was it Ather? No one. Just a guess based on the way you've been behaving. A guess you just confirmed. I confirm nothing, she said, looking away again. If you say so. I do. She smirked after a moment. I know what you're trying to do now, my love. It won't work. My loyalty to Nasnas will not waver. Her face softened and she changed subjects. We should arrive at the city sometime tomorrow evening. He squinted into the horizon. Rock and sand stared back at him. Same as the day before and the day before that. The only thing that ever changes is the shades of yellow, orange, and red. I know my eyesight is not what it once was, but shouldn't I be able to see it in the distance? No. The city hasn't yet revealed itself. What does that mean? You'll have to wait until tomorrow. I'd hate to ruin the surprise. Rondell decided to take advantage of Shadia's mood. Admittedly, Ather's threats bothered him more than he liked to let on. I was thinking. Since I'll sort of be like another father to Nasnas, what does that grant me? Shadia gave him with a quizzical look. What do you mean? Well, there has to be some benefit to partially siring a god. Will Nasnas set me up somewhere with wealth and power? I figure that if I can't get out of this, the least I can do is make the best of the situation. Probably not anything like that. Then what do I get? Well, the personal satisfaction of bringing him back into power. And then I'll die? Don't let Ather put ideas in your head. He won't touch you. And the ritual doesn't require all that much blood. It just needs to be fresh. I guess that's a little comforting. So what will happen to me after the ritual? That'll depend on what you want to happen, but. He tried a different approach, hoping that if he got her to keep talking she might reveal more about his fate. What happens to you then? Nasnas will raise me back to my rightful place after he takes Hubal's throne. I'm sure there will also be statues made in my honor and servants to wait on my every need. Where is your rightful place? He asked. She grinned. Not yet, my love. Some things I still must keep guarded. For my safety. Figures. So, he told you he would give you all those things? Maybe not in those specific words, but he doesn't really need to say those things either. I know him better than anyone else and have supported him from the very beginning of his life. In fact, without my help he would have died at the host's hand many times over. Yet he really doesn't treat you much better than someone like Ather. Are you, or were you, lovers? No. Nothing like that. I do love him, but not in the way that I love you. He did not want to dwell on those words. It hardly seems fair. Nasnas rules heaven and earth. You're likely exalted above all others but him. And I get nothing. I never said that. In fact, depending on your acceptance of the situation, we might both get what we want. She reached over from her mount to his. For the first time in weeks, their hands touched. Surprisingly, Rondell didn't mind. What does that mean? She withdrew her hand and pulled ahead to speak with Ather. It took some effort for him not to dwell on the lingering sensation from the contact with her. Great! Chapter 21. Andrasta's eyes shot open, hands immediately finding the hilts to her sword and dagger. She sprang to her feet, blinking away the last bit of sleep. "Everyone up," she whispered, nudging those in her group she had been sleeping beside with the tip of her boot. "What is it? Did someone sound an alarm?" Qasim asked as he joined her, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand. The others in her squad also stood. No, she had learned to trust her instincts long ago. But something's not right. What? By the light of the moon, she scanned their camp. Several low fires of dung burned, more for additional light than for enough heat to stave off the cool desert air. Nothing seemed out of place with a quick glance. All was quiet except for the occasional snore and her men muttering about just getting to sleep after their turn at the watch. Andrasta inhaled deeply, but the burning dung was too overpowering for her to disseminate anything out of the ordinary. She worked her gaze outward and began counting sentries. Alam. Hazsim. Juman. She paused. Where is Fad? He should be on the westernmost position near that rise, said Qasim, pointing. He's not. She swore as a four-legged shadow slunk over the dune. Sound the alarm. The camp erupted. Host members jumped to their feet, hastily drawing weapons as sleepy-eyed squad leaders began assessing the situation and barking orders. Come on! Andrasta shouted to her squad as she sprinted toward the approaching horde. Blue flashes of sorcery dashed overhead, striking at the small wave of ghouls pouring over the rise the first form had snuck over. The sorcery bought precious moments for the squads to get in the new formations she and Melek had worked out. She reached the northernmost edge of the line of ghouls pushing forward and attacked, allowing her squad to form next to the position she established. The first hyena that met her had been injured by the initial sorceress push. Its coat was still smoking and the sickly smell of cooked flesh hung in the air as she avoided its tired swipe and rammed her sword through its chest. Qasim yelled a religious curse beside her as his scimitar swiped off the front paws of a leaping hyena. The rest of her squad followed his lead as they too made their first kills of the night. Andrasta swore, but not religiously, and only to herself. She respected the host for their skill and even the obvious camaraderie, but she was not one of them and therefore it did not feel right for her to do anything other than fight beside them. The press of battle did not let up. Dying yelps of the hyena-formed ghouls were occasionally interrupted by the human death wails of someone from the host failing to hold their position any longer. Her sword came down on the skull of a pouncing hyena just as it took to the air. Its high-pitched hiccuping screech ended as her blade split bone. She took a brief moment to scan the area of battle. Ghoulish bodies surrounded pockets of host members fighting in small squads. 2 jinn battled against several sorcerers. Based on the brilliant white and blue lightning striking the creatures from above, she concluded Khalil fought amongst them. We're holding strong. Better than before, in fact. But they still have the numbers. Something needs to change. She killed 3 more of the ghouls, the last one changing into its natural form before attacking as if thinking its leathery skin might better protect it from Andrasta's bloody sword. As the body of her opponent fell, she saw something different off in the distance. A large form that towered several feet above everyone else stood at the rear of the lines, partially hidden by the shadows of a small rock formation. For a moment, she thought it was just a larger ghoul. Then the form turned and she realized it hadn't been partially hidden at all. It only has half a body. Past discussions about nasness fell into place. Follow me. She shouted, forgetting about her squad's formation as she pushed, shoved, hacked, and stabbed her way through the ghoulish mass attempting to stop her. Strange, guttural shouts of something that sounded like Dunajan came from several of the ghouls before they met their demise at her blade. Her sudden assault caused a shift in battle. She felt the enemy buckling at the northern position, which caused the rest of the ranks to reposition themselves. It also drew the attention of Nasnas himself. The fallen god hopped out of the shadows toward Andrasta. If she did not feel the immense weight of the being with each of those hops, she might have laughed at the absurdity of what she witnessed. However, even with half a body split down the middle, Nasna's remained impressive. Chiseled bronze skin created a level of awe that ended at the shearing of its body. There, wonderment was replaced with horror as wet flesh pulsed and oozed with bodily fluids. An immense weight bore down on her as she closed the distance between them. She realized it was the being's power. She grit her teeth under the weight, determined not to let it get the better of her, not when it meant she could save Rondell and leave the blasted wasteland of the Empty Hand Desert. Kill him and it all ends. She ran at the half-god. It said something in the strange language of the ghouls she did not understand. The deep words struck her face like a heavy wind, causing her to flinch briefly. She pushed on, swearing as her blade swept low, hoping to take out its one good leg. Somehow, the god avoided the attack, darting its hand out so quickly, she barely had time to avoid the counter blow. The agility of the being surprised her, but she quickly recovered. She traded attacks with the creature, but both her efforts and that of Nasna's found only empty air. She clenched her jaw tight in frustration and became even more aggressive, focusing solely on Nasna's head until at the last moment she pulled her attack short and shifted down to its leg. It felt like her sword grated against stone rather than sinking into flesh, yet she knew she finally had success based on the inhuman scream of both shock and pain that came from Nasna's. A massive blur caught her square in the jaw as she tried to duck. She took to the air, eyes swimming. She hit the ground hard and all her air left her lungs. Melek withdrew his sword from the massive hyena. A moment later it reverted to its natural form. He stared at the disjointed limbs and curved torso covered in smooth, leathery skin. He spat on it. Looking up as the sounds of battle faded, dozens of the hideous bodies littered the ground. Loping figures faded against the horizon. His men kept discipline and did not go off in pursuit. Since the first attack of ghouls, the enemy had harassed them every night, often in greater numbers. Thanks to his planning with Andrasta in adjusting strategy, the host had only lost 2 men since. That was before today. His men had performed admirably, better than anyone could ask given their situation, yet they had taken losses. Each one diminished their chance of success. But we stood our ground and survived. He sheathed his scimitar just as a shout reached him. Qasim ran toward him. Captain, Khalil told me to come to you about Andrasta. His chest tightened in a surprising way. What is it? She fought Nasnas. Khalil is tending to her injuries. What? Hubal's son was here? He led the attack from a distance. Andrasta spotted him and charged. She was knocked unconscious, and Hubal's son called the retreat. Nasnas here? Why would he risk so much? He allowed a small grin. We must have him second-guessing himself. Take me to her. Qasim led Melek through the carnage of the battlefield. Dead bodies of his men were mixed in with heaps of ghouls. He dreaded learning the final death toll. Not nearly as many men as I hoped to have when we entered the City of Pillars. The 5 men assigned to Andrasta's unit stood around 2 figures on the ground. Khalil kneeled over a prone Andrasta. Back away, said Melek. The men parted and Melek kneeled beside Khalil. The sorcerer's eyes were closed, lips silently moving as he worked on the woman. She carried a swollen jaw and a cut along the left side of her hairline near the top of her scar. His curiosity about its origin hadn't waned. At first, I thought it might have been an animal attack or a sword stroke in battle. But that can't be right. She would have lost an eye as well. This was done with a knife, deliberately and with malice. He frowned at seeing her in so helpless a position while Khalil drew wards on her face. With a few soft-spoken words, they began to glow. Andrasta's eyelids flickered open. They widened and she sat up, head darting about. Where is that freak? She looked around. And my sword? Khalil breathed a weary sigh. Nasnaz is gone. Qasim handed Andrasta her sword. It came loose when you landed. Andrasta took the weapon, grunted, and stood. You should probably take it easy, said Melek. Khalil has lessened the swelling, but the bruising is still bad. I'm fine. Khalil winced as someone helped him to his feet. Listen to the captain. You had a fractured skull. The bones are mended, but there will still be some residual effects from the injury. Andrasta swayed on her feet, almost falling until Melek caught her arm. Like dizziness. It should pass in the next day or so. She wrenched her arm free of Melek's grip, swearing. She walked away, stumbling. Qasim started to go after her, but Melek steadied his arm. Give her a moment alone. Tell me what happened. It was Andrasta who first felt something off. She woke us and sounded the alarm when she discovered that Fahd was not in his position. Then the enemy came and she led us to them. We did well. We took down at least 24 ghouls. Andrasta must have killed half that number herself. I've never seen her so angry. She fought as though possessed. She spotted Nasnaz in the rear commanding his forces. By Hubal, he's huge, even larger than I ever imagined. She ran toward him, cleaving a path through the enemy. She and Nasnaz fought briefly. It was strange. Despite the handicap Hubal's son has, he can move with startling grace. Regardless, Andrasta avoided all of his attacks except the last one, a backhanded strike that sent her reeling. It threw her back 30 feet. However, she managed to slice his thigh. Nasnaz called an immediate retreat. Amazing, whispered Melek. No one has ever fared so well against Nasnaz without sorcery. We all doubted your decision of bringing her in before, but each day I see how wise your decision was. He paused. Even the ghouls recognize her. Some ran away from our group to engage others. They kept calling her Dunajan. Do you know what that means? Khalil gasped next to Melek. A shiver ran down Melek's spine. Deep in the annals, among our oldest surviving records, there is a small reference to that name. What was it? Asked Qasim. One of Hubal's human allies during the battle at the City of Pillars. If I remember correctly, it says, with dark skin and white eyes filled with rage, Hubal's Dunajan killed the enemy in droves. They ran away in fear of her might. It goes on to say that because of her effort, Hubal's son was forced to leave the battlefield. He sensed defeat, and that's when he put a part of himself in the Mask of Habs. I don't recall there ever being a mention of women in the battle, said another of the men. His voice held awe as he stared at Andrasta. She stood alone in the distance, scanning the horizon. It's a small reference, said Melek. But the gender is clear. Qasim's eyes widened. Could it be that? I think that's enough for now, said Khalil. See to the others and leave me with the captain. We have much to discuss. When the men filed away, Khalil leaned close. Why did you tell that story? Why not? It's the truth. And look what the result of it was. They think she might be the Dunajan reincarnated, but you and I both know there is no reference to the Dunajan returning. The ghouls just probably thought Andrasta reminded them of it. So then why let them believe in such absurdity? Melek shrugged. Look around, Khalil. We have lost many of our number and we still have much fighting left to do. The men are tired. We need to keep their hope alive. If the belief of a Dunajan helps, then so be it. That's blasphemy. Hubal alone is the only hope we need. Even Hubal needed help to defeat his son. So why is it blasphemy to seek help ourselves? Khalil scowled. Melek placed a hand on his shoulder. We'll talk more about this later. I need to go speak with Andrasta. Andrasta gazed out at the swimming horizon, doing all she could to will it to be still. Her head felt like someone had dropped a mountain on it. She swore. Who would have thought that Horson could hit so hard with only 1 foot to balance? And his speed. She hated to give Nasnas credit, but he had gotten the best of her. This time. You should be resting, said Melek, coming up beside her. I didn't even hear him. Blasted ringing in my ears. I will later, she mumbled. Her voice sounded foggy. Just don't wait too long. He added a grunt. She turned slowly so her body wouldn't react to the dizziness. What was that for? Melek wore a soft smile that gave him a gentle look. It's just nice to know that there is something out there that can at least slow you down. I'm not perfect. After all, I let Rondell be taken. And I have lost. She closed her hands in determination. However, I've never lost twice to the same opponent. Rondell started to smile as Nasnas hopped into camp carrying a gash across his thigh. Bright red blood ran down his leg. The half-god began shouting his guttural language at Shadia. The word Dunajan came up several times in the tirade, Nasnas's voice rising with every use of the word. It was obvious that he had suffered another defeat at the hands of Hubel's host. The injury and losses were too much for Nasnas. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a gull by its throat and squeezed, breaking its neck. Everyone, Rondell included, cowered from the outburst. Even Shadia tried to keep her distance, but failed. Rondell couldn't make out all that was said between them, but his slow understanding of the language allowed him to pick up a few words. What he understood angered him. Nasnas blamed everyone but himself for the defeat. Shadia tried to not only defend herself but also calm the half-god. Her efforts rewarded her with an open hand slap to the face. Forgetting any fear of Nasnas, Rondell surged to his feet with fists tightened. Don't you dare strike her again, you piece of... A punch to the gut from Ather silenced him. Sit down, scum. The gull went over to wrap Nasnas's wound. Rondell gasped for air and crawled to where Shadia lay with hand against her face. He couldn't believe that Nasnas would strike her. She seemed so small and helpless. Are you all right? He huffed. Yes, she whispered. The slap was not that painful. It was what he said. She paused. That was a dumb thing to do, giving Ather a reason to strike you like that. Probably. She faced him. He frowned at the red welt on her cheek. It was very sweet though. Rondell didn't know how to respond. He had acted without thinking. He liked to think he would have done the same if any woman had been in Shadia's place, but the overwhelming rage he had felt couldn't be explained by some form of mundane chivalry. Is all this still some lingering effect of the amulets? Or was Shadia right? Were my feelings real? Are they real now? He stared at her swollen belly. How could they not be real on some level? She's carrying something I helped create. What did he say? Asked Rondell. Shadia started to respond, but stopped herself. Nothing. He was angry and wanted to hurt someone, so he lied about things. And chose to hurt you. I don't want to talk about it anymore. She got up and walked away, leaving Rondell to wonder why he felt so bad for someone who had selfishly manipulated him. Chapter 22. Despite all of Shadia's reassurances, Rondell refused to remove the cloth covering most of his face or lower his hands from shielding his eyes. He stood 100 yards from the lifelike wall of swirling sand. But not nearly far enough. He couldn't take his eyes off the dancing orange cloud that rose hundreds of feet into the air. Their party had stopped at the top of an empty sand dune. Shortly afterward, when the sun started its descent, wisps of sand had begun to rise. Within minutes, the largest dust storm Rondell had ever seen, or heard of, rose into the afternoon sky. It grew until it blanketed the horizon for miles. He almost ran, but a hand steadied him. "It will not come our way," Shadia had said. And it hadn't. Nasnaz, Shadia, and Athar simply stood and waited. Eventually, after much internal deliberation, he relaxed beside them. As the last light of day slipped away and the sky lost all color except for a bright gray caused by the moon, the storm ended. Sand dropped with the suddenness of someone snapping their fingers. Rondel's jaw fell open. "Well, now I know why no one could ever find the thing." Exposed for the first time in centuries, the city of pillars stood in a giant depression surrounded by walls of sand. Massive stone pillars encircled the city. Directly in front of them, more pillars flanked either side of a wide road that led into the city proper, where tall buildings with sharp lines weighted them. Rondel couldn't make out the details of the pillars or the buildings within the city from this far away, but the fact that he could even see them as clearly as he did at night said more than enough about their size. He glanced up. "And when has the moon ever been so bright?" "Hubel's power betrays him," whispered Shadia. "I don't understand," said Rondel. "The moon is Hubel's favorite of all the celestial bodies. Yet due to the alignment, it is at its brightest. His own power will be what helps us bring him down." Nasnaz spoke, then took off in a galloping hop. Even with the bandage around his thigh, he moves with such agility. "Where's he going?" asked Rondel. "To scout ahead and determine the state of the altar." "The altar." He gave a small sigh. "It's a shame I'm not a minstrel anymore. This journey has everything. Adventure. Sorrow. Deceit." He thought of Nasnaz's sheared body. Fear. Rondel's eyes swept back to the fading sight of the naked half-god hopping away. Nasnaz's single firm buttock bounced with each footfall. And the humor is built solidly into the story. Subconsciously, his mind began crafting a verse that rhymed camel hump with ample rump. Shadia's somber voice jarred his thoughts. "Come." Athar helped her back onto her mount. Since Nasnaz's outburst following his last defeat, Shadia's positive attitude had waned. She still seemed the dutiful servant, but it appeared that she did things reluctantly rather than with her normal fervor. Rondel had asked twice more about what was said exactly, but each time he was ignored. In fact, Shadia had become more introspective, often looking down and rubbing a hand gently over her stomach where the child they had created grew. After settling in the saddle, he noticed her caressing her belly yet again. "Having second thoughts?" Rondel asked. She pulled her hand away quickly and clicked her reins. Andrasta and the men of Hubel's host sat in a half-circle underneath an invisible dome of calm. Outside, a hurricane of sand and dust swirled around them. Inside, the wards established by Khalil kept away the howling wind and annoying grit. She took a deep breath, admittedly a little unnerved by being enveloped by the storm. Khalil had impressed her with how quickly he erected the protection. Andrasta always avoided sorcery when possible. However, she needed to be at full strength for the coming battle and reluctantly let Khalil heal her remaining injuries from Nasnaz as well. "Listen up," said Melek. He nodded toward two men. They began unrolling a large scroll, tan with age and creased at the edges. Drawn in black ink was the layout of the city. Urban notes covered the diagram. Melek pointed to a spot on the map. "We're currently there. It isn't the most ideal spot, but a good one nonetheless. When the storm ends, we should be able to travel along this ridge and enter the city through the main road." "Can we not enter through a different way?" asked Omar. "Coming into the city from the center will leave us exposed and surrender any element of surprise we might have." "You're right," said Melek. "We'll be at a slight disadvantage. However, any other entrances are warded by ancient sorceries that will take too long for Khalil to break. So, the plan is to just barrel our way in and hope we have enough men to make it to the city's center?" asked Omar. "Not exactly. We'll enter the city on the main road to bypass the outer wards. From there, each unit will split off in 4 directions. Yes, 4. I've reorganized the units since our losses in the last battle. Among the 6 men in each group, each will have their own sorcerer to root out any warded traps and deal with jinns and ghouls. Group 1 will be yours. Omar, you'll take the center path. Omar puffed with pride. From what Andrasta gathered, the center path was one of the toughest routes to the altar. The lieutenant bowed his head. You will have no worries, Captain. Though she and Omar never found good terms after their sparring match, he at least avoided her, so the tension between them had waned. She in turn found herself respecting the man more and more after each battle with Nasnaza's armies. Next to Melek, he is easily the best fighter. In time, he could end up better. She eyed the men seated next to Omar. And the others respect him greatly. He probably could have been captain himself under the right circumstances. Melek responded with a slight smile, trying to lighten the grim mood that hung over the group. My only worry will be whether you'll save any ghouls for the rest of us to kill, my friend. Everyone chuckled. The weight hanging over them not quite so pressing. Melek went on for half an hour explaining the planned route of each group. He also covered alternative routes in case problems arose. Andrasta listened intently, admiring the detail that went into the approach. She could find no fault in it. Melek finished and dismissed everyone to last-minute preparations. Men tended armor and weapons, and grabbed the last bite to eat they'd likely have for hours. Or ever, she thought, ripping off a hunk of dried horse meat. It was also common practice before a battle for many to mutter quick prayers to their god or gods of choice. In Hubel's host, this act was more sincere than Andrasta had ever seen. Prayers were long and tear-filled. Blessings offered by sorcerers who doubled as holy men were grandiose and laden with promises of eternal thanks and love. Andrasta shook her head, choosing instead to focus on the thing that drove her. Who would have thought I'd ever risk so much for one person? Training under Master Enzi, her gender made her an outcast. In her father's house, family looked down on her because of her mixed blood. Even in the streets of her home, she found no friends because her social class did not match the other children. Growing up, her world revolved around her mother, and when she died young, Andrasta had no one but herself. She left Juntark to do what most in Untan deemed impossible, steal the jewel of Bashan. And every person I met after leaving was just as bad as any in Juntark. She snorted. Until I found someone with more heart than he cares to admit. She and Rondell were opposite in so many ways she had thought their partnership would never amount to anything of substance. Yet, he's the only friend I've ever had. What makes him so special? His knowledge. A quick wit. His ability to appreciate things I never cared for. Most of all, I think it's the way he treats me. Yes, he's lingered a bit when seeing me in less than ideal positions. But not long, and that's all but stopped as time goes on. Regardless, he doesn't belittle me because of my sex or my blood. Nor because of my education. Andrasta had reasoned that someone like that was worth risking her life for, regardless of what happened after. Melek plopped down beside her with a smile. Are you ready? She shoved the last bite of meat into her mouth. I'm always ready. Good. Any questions or, he paused, lowering his voice, criticisms of my plan? No. I do have one off-topic question though. Something that has been bugging me. Yes? I keep hearing the word Dunajan used around me. What does it mean? Melek reddened slightly as he told her. She scowled. I am no resurrected legend. Nor am I a prophetic chosen one. I know. And don't worry, there is no prophecy about the return of the Dunajan, but. Then why do you let the lies persist? Because everything I have ever believed in and worked for all leads to this moment. We cannot fail. If letting my men believe in few twists of the truth will help our odds of success, I'll take it. Even if I disapprove? I've dedicated my entire life to Hubal. I cannot fail him. I've only known you for a short time. He paused and began fidgeting. Perhaps when this is all over, we can redefine the nature of our association. Andrasta's eyes widened. Her stomach nodded. No one had ever made a comment like that to her before, at least not with any level of sincerity. Her head spun with 1,000 thoughts. Why me? Melek cleared his throat and began talking again before Andrasta could muster any sort of response. May I ask you something? She nodded, still trying to gather her wits. Why are you so loyal to Rondel? She raised an eyebrow in confusion, though admittedly she welcomed the change in subject. It's just from what I've learned, you have not been the man's partner for long. And Khalil said you aren't lovers. It's not common for most people to take the risk you're taking for someone. For a breath, she thought about telling Melek some of the things that had just crossed her mind, but she decided that wasn't something for him to know. She settled on a simple answer. He's my friend. Melek smiled. Many people have friends. He's a close friend. Some people claim to have dozens, if not hundreds of close friends. I have one. The swirling sand outside the protective barrier crashed to the ground in one dramatic motion. Melek jumped to his feet and shouted. Everyone up! We move now! The impressive nature of the pillars increased as Rondel neared the city. He estimated that each rose somewhere between 60 and 70 feet high, topped usually by a sculpture of an animal common to Urba such as the oryx, camel, hyena, or viper. They entered the city through a wide avenue. The clomping of their horses' hooves echoed around them. More pillars, shorter than those bordering the city, flanked either side of the stone road. Rondel admired the smooth limestone. None showed the slightest bit of wear or decay, a marvel considering the city's age and the amount of time it had spent below sand. Smaller one-story buildings sat behind the stone pillars on either side of the road. Square in shape with flat roofs, they would have seemed ordinary, almost boring, in any other setting. However, the sharp corners, perfect angles, and smooth walls impressed him as much as the towering pillars. The buildings grew in size and complexity, rising upward of 5 stories. Several peaked in pyramid rooftops. Doorways or windows occasionally took the shape of circles or rounded arches. Rondel managed to maneuver his mount toward one side of the road, close enough to peer into one of the homes. The bright moon gave enough light to see inside. A large, stone table sat in the center of a room. Wooden benches surrounded it. Atop of the table rested 4 bowls and an equal number of cups. A large empty platter, large enough to fit a roasted goat, sat at the table's center. It reminded Rondel of a family setting places for dinner. Except there is no family. According to Shadia, the people of the city had been wiped out, down to the last child due to their disobedience to Hubal. Rondel cleared his throat. I don't see any remains of those that once inhabited this place. Their bodies have long since been claimed by time, said Shadia. How can everything else look as though it hasn't aged a single day? Part of the ritual set in place by Nasnas was to ensure the city would stand until his return so that he could once again repopulate it with those loyal to him. If Nasnas had never become greedy, the city might still be filled with life. What a mule! They passed under the largest building in the city, a plain monolith, void of windows and doorways, except for one. The only change in shape came from a massive arch tunnel that spanned the width of the road, allowing travelers to pass under the building. What is this? Rondel asked. The old palace, Shadia answered. Where is the extravagance? The rulers of the time did not believe in such things. It was why the city had thrived like no other in human history. The leaders were committed to the growth and prosperity of the city. When not eating or sleeping, they worked to advance their civilization. Who in their right mind would ever want to be the ruler then? Many, said Shadia. People fought for power here just like any other place, but All to kill themselves working? Makes me question how smart they really were. Exiting on the opposite side of the monolith, they led their horses down a gradually descending ramp to a large, flat area, absent of buildings. At the center of the open space, evenly spaced stone pillars forming a giant spiral created a single path. A 3/4 sandstone wall bordered the outside of the pillars. It enclosed enough of the space so anyone entering the monument could not leave the path. A red light illuminated the tops each layer. Rondell looked up and realized the spirals sat under the crown in the sky. The focal jewel of the crown shone brightest and hung directly over the spiral's center. As if reading his thoughts, Shadia whispered, "In the center, we'll find the altar. It is where the power of the heavenly alignment will be focused. Never have we made it this far before." She paused and lightly touched her stomach. She took a slow breath. The first contractions have begun. It's really happening. Rondell noted the lack of enthusiasm in her statement. It almost matched the building dread he felt for what lay ahead. Chapter 23. Hubel's host descended the outer sandbanks surrounding the city of pillars in 4 groups of 6 men. Melek ordered the groups toward the wide avenue that led into the massive city with a wave of his hand. They alternated which group led so the other groups could not only cover the advancing unit, but also retreat to safety if the first group triggered a trap. A sheen of sweat adorned the faces of everyone as they stood on the road. They paused in awe at the architectural magnificence that thousands of years later had yet to be equaled by anyone in Urba. A light brush of his arm from Khalil focused his thoughts. Melek looked over each unit leader. If all went to plan, they would converge at approximately the same time before entering the spiraling pillars protecting the ceremonial altar. But when do things ever go to plan? He said a quick prayer to Hubel, just loud enough so others could hear in case they were too nervous to say their own. He gave the signal, and the groups parted. Rondell glanced at Shadia as she lay on her back some 50 feet from the large ivory altar, head propped up by old clothes, her feet wide. With Nasnazov seeking to further delay Hubel's host, Ather knelt beside her while she dealt with increasingly painful contractions. This was not the first time Rondell's unfortunate luck had put him near a woman in labor. He decided to take his position as far away from Shadia as possible, hiding between a pillar and their mounts. If he hadn't spotted dozens of ghouls keeping guard in each layer of the spirals surrounding the altar, he might have tried to escape. A low, painful moan from Shadia echoed. The screaming won't be far off. The sweat, blood, and other bodily fluids involved with childbirth Rondell could do without. Screaming, on the other hand, could at least be interesting, sometimes humorous. A colorful rant or turn of phrase shouted in labor would be under any other circumstance, unforgivable by the local religious authority. As if on cue, Shadia wailed, using at least 3 different languages. He thought he heard something about a hippopotamus charging out from between her legs. Ather made an apparently unappreciated retort because her arm swept out and the ghoul went flying. He cracked his head against a pillar, neck lolling back and forth. Has she had that sort of strength all along? Rondell. He swallowed. Oh no. Rondell, my love. I need you now. Coming, he said, slipping out from behind his hiding spot and inching forward. Sweat ran down Shadia's face. Her dark wet hair lay against her cheeks. Her chest heaved as she took in quick breaths. Her natural smell was made stronger by the situation and it hung in the air. Yet, she still remained beautiful. And she's the mother of your. He couldn't say it. His chest tightened, and he hesitated. Please. Come here, and take my hand. I can't do this alone. But Ather. Ather is an idiot. He's lucky I didn't rip his heart out, she snapped. Her expression softened. You would never laugh at me, would you? Gods, no, Rondell replied quickly. You know me. Sensitive to the needs of others in everything I do. She smiled and spoke in the sweetest voice possible. Good. Her eyes widened. Your hand. Her back arched. She reached out, grabbed his hand, and squeezed. Curses, promises, and oaths spewed from Shadia's mouth. Rondel's voice soon joined hers as he tried desperately to pry Shadia's fingers away from his grinding bones and popping knuckles. After what seemed like an eternity, the screaming stopped. He tore his hand away from Shadia's grip and examined it. Nothing seemed immediately broken, yet bruises had already started to form on reddened skin. Small cuts from fingernails pocked his palm. Thank you, my love. My hands won't survive this. Maybe. He looked to Ather. The ghoul appeared in no better shape than before. Its head rolled up quickly and back down. He would have assumed Ather had trouble focusing, except Rondel saw the faintest of smiles. He's faking it. That whoreson is smarter than I thought. Rondel. I feel another one. Rondel edged away to avoid his hands being crushed again. However, Shadia simply latched onto his retreating calf. She squeezed with enough strength that it would have humbled the wolfren that had once bitten him there. He joined Shadia's string of curses. It didn't take long for the first attack on Andrasta's group. Barely a minute off the main road, a pack of 5 ghouls in the form of hyenas pounded down the narrow road, snarling and frothing. Andrasta had given orders for her unit to assume their defensive formation. They easily repelled the initial clash. However, another pack came in from behind, then 2 more from side streets, bringing the number close to 20. The pungent hyenas pressed so tightly against their defenses that Andrasta had to stab with her dagger as she didn't have room to swing her sword effectively. Those under her command fought well. They felled 10 of the ghouls and wounded 6 more before their enemies retreated. In the aftermath, not a person in her squad remained unscathed. Thankfully, the wounds were mostly minor. They continued through the city, weaving back and forth over adjoining streets so the enemy could not ambush them as easily. They took to running through people's homes, crashing through doors and windows in order to avoid side alleys that would leave them trapped. Even still, the ghouls found them twice more. The second time came on the open road. Rather than a pack of hyenas, the horde of ghouls attacked in human form, some as former host members. Andrasta's unit turned back the assault, but not without losing one of their own. The third attack came after following the suggestion of their sorcerer, Zaid. They took an alternate route through an old mansion to avoid suspected traps in the streets that would alert the ghouls of their presence. Their decision fed right into the hands of the enemy. Halfway through the home, ghouls sprang up from cellar doors while others dropped from the ceiling. Given the tight space, Andrasta could not get her men into proper formation to defend themselves. They suffered another loss. Zaid distracted the ghouls with a blinding spell long enough for them to escape. She hated running from any enemy, but she also knew that killing was not the intended goal. The only true measure of success was whether she could save Rondel. With ghouls writhing on the floor, palms over their eyes, she gestured for others to follow her. She zipped past a large, stone hearth on her way toward a door that led to a narrow street. They hustled across cobbled stones. She winced at each pounding step, its echo carrying too well across the empty city. High-pitched howls that finished in cackles rang out behind them. She looked over to Zaid. Can you throw them off our trail? Not while running. If we stop somewhere safe, I can create a few confusion wards. With quite a ways left to travel, stopping was not what she had in mind. But she knew they needed to try something to shake their pursuers. Andrasta took a sharp left, then a quick right toward a tall rectangular building that stood at the center of 6 intersecting roads. Engraved on the face of each wall were the various images of the moon during its natural cycle. From Melek's briefing, she knew the building was once a temple for Hubal until the people converted it to the worship of his son. It marked the halfway point of Andrasta's route through the city. Ignoring the howls that grew ever louder, she sprinted toward the half-open door and barreled inside. The others followed. She closed and barricaded the door while Zaid took out a piece of charcoal from his shirt and frantically drew wards on not only the door, but also the walls and floor around it. These should not only confuse them, but also stop them from hearing or smelling us. Andrasta stepped back to let the man work. Her gaze drifted over the surviving members of her unit. Zaid bore shallow cuts on his shoulder and chest. Yusef carried a deeper wound on his upper arm that dribbled blood. Qasim held his side. She sheathed her blade without cleaning it and examined Qasim first. Something had punctured his side just below the rib cage between the plates of his lamellar armor. She stuffed the wound with bandages while Qasim grit his teeth. The young warrior's face had begun to lose color. When the sorcerer stepped away, she gestured for him to look over Qasim's wounds first, but healing was not his strength. What little he knew did Yusef more good instead. A commotion outside drew her attention. Despite Zaid's wards, she held up a hand for silence. Peering out of a tiny crack between the frame and door, the pattering of countless feet and paws preceded a horde of gulls in various forms rounding a corner. They charged down the road and came to a screeching halt just before reaching the six-way intersection. Those in hyena form sniffed the air. The ones in human guise scanned the area. In moments, the gulls began arguing with each other about which way to go. Unable to reach a consensus, they broke off in smaller groups, each taking a different road. She waited until all were out of sight before turning. Zaid was once again at work on Qasim, trying to create a new ward to compensate for his lack of healing knowledge. "How is everyone?" she asked in a whisper. "We'll survive," the sorcerer said wearily. "Though we'll likely have to move slower because of Qasim's injury. I can only do so much. I'm afraid I don't have Khalil's skills." "Don't worry about me," said Qasim. "The bleeding stopped. That's more than enough. If I die, then so be it. I won't be the reason we fail Hubal." She took a look at his pale face and nodded. "All right then. Let's move." She removed the barricade and slowly opened the door. With her first step outside, a gull in its natural gray form descended from above and landed in the middle of her path. Its long claws clacked against stone. The blasted thing managed to cling to solid stone. It guessed we were still here. The gull screeched, lashing out at Andrasta. She managed to sidestep the strike and shear off the beast's left arm at the elbow. A backswing took off its head. The city erupted as every gull in the immediate area responded to the creature's call. She swore and took off in a sprint with her men at her heels, hoping to put some distance between them and their victim before others tracked them. Rondell dabbed a dry cloth against Shadia's forehead, gently wiping away sweat. His gut wrenched at her pain, his chest tightened with a familiar ache, one that was not brought on by an amulet or ward. Watching the woman struggle under the stresses of labor, he no longer doubted or fought against his feelings for her. This is real. Gods, and I still don't even know what she really is. Shadia relaxed as the contraction passed. She looked up at him with dark eyes. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She gave his hand a gentle squeeze rather than the bone-crushing grip of earlier. "Thank you, my love," she whispered. "I knew you'd come back to me." Rondell heard something there he hadn't before, perhaps, didn't want to see before. She really means it. He squeezed her hand back, not trusting what he might say should he open his mouth. Does it matter what she is? We're having a child together. What could we possibly deal with more taboo than that? Besides, she never shied away from me. In fact, it seems that she specifically chose me, a less than perfect human. Shadia's breathing increased. He rubbed her arm. Anticipating the next contraction, he placed a stone in her hand to squeeze. "You're doing good," he whispered. "Keep taking them one at a time." Melek heaved up the contents of his stomach. His embarrassment for having done so waned when two others in his unit joined him in response to the overwhelming sulfuric smell. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then immediately wished he hadn't. He spat profusely, trying to get the taste of ghoul blood off his lips. He straightened and surveyed the carnage around him. Fire had blackened the outer walls of the homes as well as the street, which held an assortment of gore. Thick sludge, purplish entrails, and gray limbs were all that remained of the horde of ghouls. He lost 2 men in the confrontation. Without Khalil, we'd all be dead. The old sorcerer leaned against a nearby wall, his hands on his knees. Blackish blood from the ghouls flecked Khalil's salt and pepper beard. A third of its length had been singed by fire. Scorch marks adorned the fringes of his outer garments. And we haven't even faced Nasnas yet. He looked back to the other 2 men in his unit. Any major injuries? Heads shook. No, Captain. Good. Ready yourselves. Melek walked to Khalil. The sorcerer grinned. That was interesting. To put it lightly. I didn't know you could protect us like that from such heat. Khalil pushed himself off the wall. Neither did I. Of course, I never had need to. Who ever heard of jinns and ghouls fighting side by side before? How did you kill the jinns? Asked Melek. I thought it was impossible unless you knew their true name. It is. Did you trap them? I don't see any containers. No. Are you going to tell me? Eventually. I'm just stalling to catch my breath. Melek smiled. That only means we'll need to run all the harder to make up for lost time. Khalil sighed. True. Really, all I did was get the jinns mad at each other. You take creatures that arrogant and start making them question who's the best, well, it's only natural they'll pit their skills against each other. Apparently, only we can't kill them without their true names, because they didn't have any problem killing each other. Right before they burned out, I put a shield over us as best as I could. Melek grunted. You never cease to amaze me. Let's see if I can continue that trend. You're ready? As I'll ever be. Keep her still. Hissed Ather. Rondell gave him a look that could curdle milk. I'm doing my best. Reluctantly, Rondell had resorted to asking the ghoul for help. Shadia wouldn't let Rondell leave her side, which meant Ather had to help coach her as the child worked its way through the birth canal. He cringed every time Ather touched Shadia, but even he had to admit that the creature seemed to know what he was doing. Do better. I need to turn the baby. He leaned down and whispered into Shadia's ear. You're doing great, but I need you to be still so Ather can do what's needed. It's so hard, she huffed. I know. Just a little longer. Then you'll be able to see our child. Gods, I never called him that before. At least not out loud. Always, the abomination, or it. Nothing so possessive. He stroked Shadia's cheek. Do I really care about this baby? She smiled at him through tear-filled eyes as she fought against the pain. He had his answer. Now to find a way to convince Shadia not to go through with the ritual. She wailed as Ather lifted her pelvis off the ground. Gods, what are you doing? Yelled Rondell. It's done, said Ather, removing his hand. Though the birthing will still be difficult. The child is big. Thuds sounded from behind. Nasnas. Talk about poor timing. How can I talk to her now? Ather stood. I'll be right back. He walked toward the thudding. Do you hear that, Rondell? Shadia whispered after Ather left. We made a big one. He leaned in. I know. His mouth felt full of sand as he tried to find the words to begin telling her how he felt for her and their child. I can't do it, she said. Sure you can. You're doing great. No. That's not what I meant. I can't give our child to him. What? I was already having doubts. It's different to say you'll do something than actually going through with it once you feel your child growing inside of you. Even still, I thought I had convinced myself that it would be worth it for all the good Nasnas would accomplish. But something happened. Yes. When Nasnas returned with his injury. When he struck you. She nodded. He said things I thought were said in anger or frustration, but the more I've thought about them, the more I realize he exposed himself, revealing the lies he has been telling me for millennia. I was led to believe all this time that our child would be an empty vessel due to the ritual. And the soul? It would immediately be exalted to heaven without any suffering. But that's not true, is it? No. When he wasn't looking, I studied the Mask of Halves in more detail. All this time, I'd missed something staring at me in the face because I didn't want to believe the truth. He needs our child's soul to complete the ritual. And as long as Nasnas lives, our child's soul will be trapped inside his body. I've been a fool. I no longer want Nasnas to succeed. I don't want to lose our child. Rondell took her hand. I don't want to lose either of you. She wiped her eyes. Then what do we do? Rondell opened his mouth, then quickly closed it. I've no clue. He opened his mouth again, hoping something intelligent might pop out, but an approaching thud cut him off. Melek limped his way out of the packed streets toward the great stone pillars that formed a spiral at the city's center. The rest of his battered squad trailed behind. Bright red light from the crown constellation shone down from the heavens so that the spiral resembled a monument from hell. And now the real test begins. They neared the outer pillars and Melek's heart sank. Not a single person of the host waited. Additionally, no sound of fighting could be heard nearby. He stopped and hid some 50 yards from the entrance near an old well. He glanced to Khalil. The sorcerer looked as worried as he felt. Why does this have to be so difficult? He paused. And where is Andrasta? High-pitched moans of pain sounded from within the spiral. Do we go in now, Captain? One of the men in his squads whispered. Not yet. Another low groan echoed in the night. It sounds like a woman in labor. The longer we wait, the more time Hubel's son has to perform the ritual, said Khalil. Yet if we run in and die before others come, then they too will also be short-handed. A flicker of movement came to his right. Andrasta and 2 others entered the open space that led to the pillars. He signaled them over. They took worse losses than we did. Omar and 4 other survivors appeared from a different location a moment afterward. He raised an eyebrow at Khalil. The sorcerer bowed his head, squeezing his eyes tight. After several moments he opened them. His jaw tensed. We shouldn't expect the others. Dead. We only take 12 against Nasnas. Omar and Andrasta both opened their mouths to speak. Melek raised his hands for silence. He turned to Khalil. Perform a quick healing. I thought you wanted me to save myself. I'm not saying we have to be in perfect health, but you'll not reach Hubel's son without us, and we could all use a brief reprieve from the worst of our wounds. Khalil closed his eyes. Rondell turned as Nasnas landed beside them. He was careful to position himself so he would not have to look upon the grotesque features of its sheared half. Cuts, bruises, and what looked like a small burn littered the half-god's bronze skin. Intense fighting rang out nearby. Hope coursed through his veins. They're close. If the host makes it through soon, maybe I can slip away with Shadia and our child in the confusion. Having a bit of trouble in the city, I see, said Rondell, unable to hide his disdain. A backhand sent him sailing. Shadia shouted no. As he crashed to the ground. A painful jolt went up his leg. Air left his lungs. He sat up slowly, head ringing. Once again, I can't keep my mouth shut. Nasnas drew a sword from Ather's waist. Strange silver symbols danced across the blade in the red light. Wards? Shadia begged Nasnaz not to do it. Do what? Nasnaz answered in the guttural first tongue. Rondell thought he picked up something about him running out of time. Shadia's begging turned into foul curses. The half-god handed the sword to Ather. The ghoul plunged the blade into Shadia's stomach. Rondell screamed with Shadia. He tried to rise, but his leg gave out. He crawled quickly toward the mother of his child as Ather carved into her and yanked out their gore-smeared son. Shadia convulsed. Her arm reached up and sobbed. You killed him. It doesn't matter. The soul won't leave the body for some time, said Ather. Nasnaz pointed in Rondell's direction and spoke. Ather nodded. Nasnaz hopped over to the altar and lowered himself face down in the crevice where the mask already lay. Ather approached Rondell, sword still drawn. The ghoul wore a smile. Hot tears ran down Rondell's face. I'm going to kill you for that. He stared at the limp form of his son. He looks human. You're welcome to try. Ather's blade sliced into Rondell's shoulder. He wiped the blade across the torso of Rondell's son. What are you doing? Rondell asked. We need your blood for the ritual. Rondell tilted his head in confusion. Ather laughed while backing away. You thought you would be sacrificed? No. We don't need much. I could kill you now, but Nasnaz said that you're mine after his transformation. And I prefer eating my meals when they're fresh. Andrasta entered the ruby-lit, spiraling pillars, not happy about the sandstone wall that bordered the outside of each layer. A gateway into hell. Melek took point. She moved a step behind him, eyes darting, ears straining. She heard nothing of the enemy except faint voices from deeper inside. The voices sounded nothing like the hellish screams they just heard. One of those voices had sounded like Rondell. Is he dead? She winced, fighting back a budding instinct to charge in so she might take Nasnaz down herself. He will not best me again. Melek paused. A faint scratching against stone had pierced the even breathing and padding footsteps of the host. Andrasta shifted her weight. Melek raised a hand and the others halted. He edged his foot forward slowly. A low growl sounded just ahead at the curve in the path. Tighten up! He shouted as ghouls swarmed toward them. Andrasta stepped beside Melek. 8 more flanked them. With about a foot of space separating each of the 10 fighters, they covered the width of the path. Khalil and Zaid remained at the rear casting spells. A shimmer in the air rippled toward the enemy, striking the ghouls before they engaged the host. Their eyes danced in confusion. The creatures struggled to stay on their feet and some even failed to maintain the forms taken for the fight. The host attacked, slicing, slashing, and thrusting methodically. The enemy fell in droves. Yet, they continued to come, growing more and more lucid as fresher beasts rushed into the fray. The spell is wearing off. Reading her thoughts, Melek shouted out as his sword swept down into the collarbone of his opponent. They're coming around, Khalil. There's something pushing against us that we can't see. Nasnaz? Something else. Melek muttered curses. When the confusion spell failed, the mass of ghouls pressed forward. The host's small line buckled against the weight of the attack. They lost a man while taking several steps back in retreat, trampling the mutilated bodies of ghouls killed moments before. Fighting in such tight confines, Andrasta took to using her fists to gain enough separation to finish her opponents with her sword. Flames licked out from behind her. Fire struck the ghouls in the second ranks and beyond. Melek took advantage of the ghouls' pain and urged them forward. Andrasta followed, as did the rest of the host. Disbelief flashed in the eyes of the enemy as they tried to reconcile how a small group could gain ground against them. One of the larger ghouls farther back in the ranks, a half-hyena, half-man hybrid, climbed atop several of its brethren and howled. Some sort of guttural communication came from inside the spiral. Satisfied with the response, the large gull leaped back into the fray, pushing his way to the front. That can't be good. Andrasta finished off her opponent with a slash to the throat, then went after the hybrid gull that had given the signal as he neared her position. Her blade raked across the creature's torso, scraping ribs and penetrating belly. The edge of the sword came to a grinding halt at the gull's hip bone. Sludgy, gray blood and black intestines spilled out of the gaping wound. The beast cried out in agony and crashed to the ground. Andrasta took little satisfaction in the kill as a cloud of smoke snaked its way above the fight from around the bend. The smoke coalesced into a massive human-like form. Fire licked the edges of its body. Flames formed a hellish face. A Majuan. She swore, remembering the Majuan near Hagra. Smoky arms lifted from its sides. Streams of fire sprang out of each hand. Andrasta dove to the right as flames licked her limbs, singing the edges of her clothes and armor. She struck the ground and rolled to her knees, expecting the gulls to take advantage of her position. However, the gulls had also scattered to avoid the Majuan's wild attack. The creature chuckled as it redirected its fire, targeting anything nearby. 2 more of the host fell dead. Gulls screamed as they went up in flames. This one is far more powerful than what we faced in Higra. The air shimmered around the Majuan and it laughed, changing the trajectory of its attack toward Khalil, who had apparently tried to cast something against the creature. Melek grabbed the old sorcerer and the two jumped behind one of the pillars, hugging the 3/4 wall. "Fools," the creature said. "Tonight, I am like the god I was before Hubal's punishment. And when tonight is done, I will be a god once again." It looked up to the red light shining down. The red starlight is feeding it. The Majuan responded to a flicker of movement to its right. A gull in the form of a hyena had risen from the ground and sprung to attack a wounded member of the host. The gull yipped as flames engulfed fur. The Majuan directed the fire at the wounded host member next. Both died quickly. In response, another soldier jumped from behind a pillar and attacked the Majuan. Omar yanked the man back as gouts of fire narrowly missed them. Surviving gulls retreated to safety while the Majuan seemed distracted. "Please," said the Majuan. "Let him come. None of you have the power to kill me." He lowered his arms, allowing the fire to cease. "I'll even give you a fair chance." Andrasta used the opportunity to run out from her hiding spot. Balls of fire struck the ground at her feet. The Majuan giggled like a young girl. "A fast one. That's good. But why run? Do none of you have the courage to fight?" Andrasta dove behind the pillar that Melek and Khalil hid behind. Melek pulled her away from a fireball that zipped past. Khalil had his head down drawing something on one of the small cobbles beneath. "That was risky," said Melek. "Impressive, but risky." "What's the plan?" asked Andrasta. "Khalil is warding several cobbles. If we hit the Majuan with them, it may weaken him enough for us to slip by." Andrasta shook her head. "I doubt it. It's feeding off the red starlight. Don't we have any containers to throw on top of it? Wouldn't the wards suck the creature inside?" "Yes, but we've got nothing like that available." "What about warding a shirt or piece of cloth?" she asked while peeking outside to witness the Majuan's flames tear into several fleeing gulls. "Clothes are poor vessels." "It will never work," said Khalil. "As permanent vessels, no. But we just need something temporary for now." "Rondell warded his clothes and it injured the djinn we faced in Higra before I could trap it. Ward something to throw over the Majuan's head that would block out the red light. Then while it's weak, we can try to trap it with your helm," she said, nodding to Melek. "My helm is not sealed completely. It will be if laid flat on the cobbles and more cloth is packed around it." Again, it is only temporary. She turned to Khalil. It's a good idea, said Khalil while continuing to ward cobbles at a furious pace. However, I don't have time to ward both the cloth and the helm. I'll buy you time. She jammed her sword tip into the cobbles and pried several up. I'll need these though. I'll come too, said Melek. No, said Andrasta. I know from Rondell you don't need to be a sorcerer to draw basic wards. Help Khalil. I'll find someone else to come with me. She scooped up the 4 cobbles, cradling them in one arm. She ignored the plea from Melek to wait and dashed across the open space to a pillar on the opposite side of the path. A line of flame followed, missing her by inches as she took cover. The Majuan teased. Ah, you're back. Good. I just killed the last of the ghouls. Time to stop hiding though. I'm growing bored. Andrasta ignored the voice and looked to Omar. The man beside him bore burn marks on both arms and chest. Still, his sword remained in his hand. She placed 2 stones at Omar's feet. These will hurt the Majuan. I need you to help me buy Melek and Khalil time. Omar scowled. He still had no love for her, yet, he picked up one of the stones and sheathed his sword. Try to get behind it while I distract it. Then attack it with the stones. Maybe we can get it to turn its back to Khalil. She looked away without waiting for a response. Peering around the pillar, she called to the smoky body floating above the ground. I'm ready, she shouted. But I thought you'd at least be interested in something challenging. Especially, if you're as powerful as you say you are. The Majuan cackled. I'll humor you. His flames died down. What do you have in mind? Andrasta flicked her gaze to Melek and Khalil as the 2 frantically drew wards on an old shirt and Melek's helm. She carefully stepped away from the pillar. Exposed, she carried a warded cobble in each hand. The Majuan seemed actually interested in what she had to say. What do you know? Rondell was right. Talking sometimes is the best approach. She took a few steps forward. Well, I say we test ourselves with speed. On the count of 3, we attack. You with fire. Me with rock. The one who strikes their opponent first is declared the victor. That is a stupid idea. It was a stupid idea, but Andrasta couldn't admit that because it was all she had. Just keep him talking. No. It's about honor. The Majuan gestured to the piles of blackened bodies. Does it look like I have honor? No. But now might be a good time to start working on some. The Majuan laughed again. I like you. The creature's right arm came up without warning. Flame erupted from its smoking hand. Andrasta rolled away from the attack, tossing one of the cobbles at the creature underhanded. As she expected, the Majuan had such confidence in its power it didn't bother dodging the assault. It wailed as the stone struck its smoky torso and came out its back, clacking to the ground. The wards on the stone glowed brightly. An absorption ward. Impressive. But, not enough. Both hands of the Majuan came up. One released a steady stream of flame, while the other loosed more than a dozen fireballs in rapid succession. Andrasta rolled, jumped, ducked, and dodged to avoid the attacks. She paused and took a breath when the Majuan ceased his attack and wailed. A glowing stone rested at the creature's base. The Majuan turned and faced Omar, who gripped his other stone. The creature spread its arms, one aimed at her, the other at Omar. Fire spouted from each limb with reckless abandon. Andrasta darted around the space, climbing over lifeless bodies and ducking behind one of the stone pillars that flanked the path. Eventually she managed to find enough protection to throw the last of her stones without risking exposure. It struck the Majuan in the back of the head. The creature wheeled. A ragged-looking Omar flung his second stone. It also found its mark. 2 successive strikes hurt the Majuan enough to drop it to its knees. However, it quickly began to replenish its power, and rose on spurts of fire spitting through tears in its smoke-formed body. She swore. Crap! Just like the one in Higra. She drew her sword despite its uselessness. It wouldn't stop fire, but she'd rather die with a blade in her hand than without. The Majuan continued to swell with power, eyes turning a bright red. A half-dozen glowing cobblestones struck the earth. The Majuan's legs buckled. He shouted in rage while diminishing in size. The Majuan staggered, exposing 2 host members behind it. The 2 tossed several more of the warded stones. The Majuan shrunk again while slinging curses. Andrasta closed on the Majuan and began taunting it, squeezing out more time for Khalil and Melek, who came up quickly. A spout of fire flashed before her eyes. She threw herself backward and hit the ground hard, temporarily blinded by the light. She rubbed her eyes with a free hand and slowly rose. Blurry vision began to clear. Melek and Khalil wrestled the Majuan with cloth and helm, gathering the creature up in its temporary prison. The creature saw her. You! Flames exited the slowly descending helm. Something slammed into her and she was back on the ground. A wet thud followed. On hands and knees Andrasta watched Omar's body burn at the base of a pillar. Half his head was caved in from striking the pillar after taking the brunt of the Majuan's last attack. The man had saved her life and died in the process. And I could not even give you my thanks. I misjudged you. Khalil secured the helm against the cobble path, drawing more wards on it and the stones nearby. Melek stared at his lieutenant, unable to hide his sorrow. He looked at the other 2 surviving host members, then to Khalil and Andrasta. She could almost read his thoughts. Is it enough? Thinking of Rondell, she stood and grabbed her sword. It has to be. She took off down the path. Nothing needed to be said. Footsteps followed behind her. Chapter 24. Rondell watched Ather place the still body of his son face down on the altar beside Nasna's. The ghoul raised his hands toward the sky and began chanting in a low drone. The red light grew more concentrated, going from a bright ruby to a dark crimson. Sounds of fighting and human shouts, likely of the surviving members of the host, continued to ring out nearby. He ignored it all as he dragged himself toward Shadia. He already lost a son. He didn't want to lose her too. Rondell reached her and paled. Both of Shadia's eyes were open, her breathing shallow. She held her hands tight against her stomach where their child had once been. Shadia, he started while reaching toward her wound. He was not a professional healer, but he hoped that he could recall enough knowledge from his past to do something. The sword was warded. It had my name on it. I don't have much time. But Hold your hands out. Hurry. Confused, Rondell obeyed. She turned slightly to reposition her body, eyes rolling up in pain. She bit her lip while removing one hand from her wound. She began tracing her fingers over the tops of his hands, then his palms and fingers. The blood acted as ink. Wards quickly took shape on Rondell's skin. She finished drawing, grabbed both of his hands in hers, and muttered something in the first tongue. His skin felt warm as the wards glowed. Good, she said, still holding his hands. It's done. What's done? It's the only way to defeat him. Her grip weakened. Wait. Fight it, Shadia. She smiled. Nasna's betrayed me. Now I know how you felt with my lies. I'm so sorry. Please, save our son's soul. Her hands went limp as she breathed her last. Rondell's eyes stung. His entire body trembled. He stared into the lifeless face of the mother of his now dead child. Never in his life had he felt such sorrow and such anger at once. Ather finished his incantation. The top of the altar radiated. The light blinded him and the concentration of power pressed down on him. "It begins," said Arthur. He stepped away and turned his attention to Rondell. His eyes flicked to Shadia's body, then back to him. A grin crawled across his face. "So, you cared after all. And I told her she was just wasting time with you." Rondell balled his hands into fists. "I'm going to make you hurt. Please, try. I enjoy it when my dinner puts up a fight." Rondell ignored the pain in his leg and forced himself to stand. He took his first hobbled step forward. Arthur's smile widened. The ghoul opened his mouth to speak, but wheeled to the entrance of the innermost layer as a dozen ghouls retreated into the space, frightened and gibbering. They shouted something about the Majuan killing everyone in its path, human and ghoul alike. Arthur sneered. "It will be punished after the ritual is complete." He glanced to the altar where the crimson glow increased. "So long as the host has been destroyed, it doesn't matter." The ghouls looked around nervously. Arthur's mouth twisted. "Well, have they?" "We left before their fates had been decided," said one. "And there was still fighting until a few moments ago when it stopped altogether." Arthur cursed each of them. Rondell pressed forward, closing the distance while the ghoul was distracted. Hands still in fists, he became aware of Shadia's last words. "She gave me the power to stop him." Arthur didn't notice Rondell's approach until his fingers closed around the ghoul's arms. Arthur turned, and with a flick, broke his grasp like it was nothing. A backhand sent him sprawling once more. "Gods, I'm getting sick of being everyone's whipping boy." His head swam again, and though his anger remained, he could not get his eyes to focus. He opened and closed his hands, confused by the ineffectiveness of Shadia's wards. "Now what?" Melek entered the altar's circle and his stomach sank. The ivory altar glowed crimson light. Nasnas lay face down upon it. A tiny body, that of a baby, had begun melding itself to the half-god, attached at the head and shoulder. Too late? The surviving ghouls attacked. As he engaged the first snarling beast, he told himself he hadn't failed yet. Nasnas still lay on the altar, which meant the ritual was incomplete. He silently asked Hubal for forgiveness and strength. He fought with renewed focus, shearing half a jaw off a hyena-shaped ghoul. A stab through the chest finished the beast. He moved to another. The rest of the host found similar success. Then the air grew thick and his arms felt heavy. He looked to the altar as Nasnas rose. The god wore the mask of halves, and the infant half of its new body dangled precariously from the shoulder. Shortened limbs and smooth skin stretched and pulled to match the fully developed half of Hubal's son. The new half slowly incorporated itself into Nasnas with each passing moment. Beams of red light flew out of Nasnas's adult hand. The power engulfed one of the host, instantly killing him. Hubal's son took aim at Andrasta next. Melek moved to help her when two ghouls jumped in his path. He swore and slashed viciously at the creatures. Red light poured out of Nasnas's hands and Melek's stomach dropped. Khalil stepped in front of the light, and Nasnas's attack ran into an invisible shield. The old sorcerer bowed under the power of the half-god, yet he did not break. "Hold on, Khalil." Melek barreled toward Nasnas, knowing that he'd need to engage the half-god to relieve Khalil. However, ghouls once again leaped at him. It took a moment for Andrasta to get her bearings as the Nasnas rose from the altar. She didn't think anything about him could shock her after fighting the half-bodied deity. However, seeing what looked like an infant stretch and twist as it fused to the half-god froze her in her tracks. Even Master Enzi's training had not prepared her for such an image. Nasnas spotted her and raised his arm. She swore at her momentary lapse in battle discipline and dove to the left as a beam of red light exited Nasnas's extended hand. She struck sand, but felt nothing other than the impact with the ground. Khalil stood between them, fending off Nasnas's attack, bowing under the sorcery. She grit her teeth and rose quickly to not only aid the sorcerer, but also settled her score with Nasnas. But before she could attack, a human-shaped ghoul stepped into her path. She knew it was a ghoul because it took the form of a host member that Rondell had killed at the oasis. The creature's eyes narrowed, sneering as it raised a bloody sword adorned with sparking wards. Something seemed strangely familiar about the look the ghoul wore. Her mind clicked. "Ather," she said. The ghoul grinned. "Yes. I'm going to enjoy this." "So am I." She rushed forward and closed the distance between them. Her sword swept down and Ather's blurred up. The blades crashed, shaking her limbs as sparks flew. The jolt threw her back several feet. Ather pressed before she could fully regain her balance. His weapon moved with startling speed, the blade glowing with each stab, thrust, or slash. Andrasta managed to deflect each of the attacks, but in doing so, felt herself weaken as if Ather's sword drained her strength. "You feel it, don't you?" said Ather, as the blade came down again. "With this sword, I cannot be stopped." "Good to know." She stopped trying to deflect and counter Ather's attacks, instead dodging and twisting away so the blade struck empty air or the ground at their feet. Some of her strength returned. Obviously frustrated, the ghoul began muttering in a guttural tongue. She laughed. "You were better as a camel." Ather yelled and lost his composure. Andrasta rolled and ducked under several wild attacks while drawing her dagger. She threw it underhand and the blade sunk into Ather's gut. He lost his grip on his weapon at the jolt and dropped to his knees. Andrasta took his head off with a satisfying swipe. Out of the corner of her eyes, she spotted Rondell on hands and knees and shouted his name. "He's still alive, but hurt badly." Her heart beat faster as she moved toward him. More ghouls stepped into her path. Rondell blinked his eyes with chaos all around him. His mind cleared when he heard someone shouting his name. He tried to sit up, but a bout of dizziness took him. He fell to his elbows. Blood trickled down his busted nose. "Gods, I must really be hurt this time. I could have sworn I heard Andrasta's voice." He looked at the wards on his hands in confusion. They didn't work. Why? Did she make a mistake? He rubbed at the wards. Beneath Shadia's dried blood, the patterns stained his hands. Or did I not understand what she meant? Rondell. Rondell lifted his head. Dizziness washed over him again. Bile crept into his throat. Another concussion? It's amazing I even remember my name. Wait. That was Andrasta. His spirit lifted as the dizziness faded. Andrasta's statuesque form took off the front limbs of a hyena-shaped gull. She is alive. Her eyes met his and then flicked to the right. He followed her gaze. Nasnas stood beside the altar. Balanced on one leg, he still wore the mask of halves. No longer was he half a man. The left side of his body had begun to incorporate what had been his son. The half-god redirected a beam of red light through its outstretched palm. It hurtled toward an older member of the host, but struck an invisible barrier with an echoing thud that rang Rondell's ears. The old man stood his ground against the initial impact, but then went to his knees. It seemed as though the two had been fighting for some time. Someone shouted the name Khalil. In desperation, a man attempted to aid the sorcerer, but was cut off by ghouls. Andrasta sliced through the chest of a large hyena. She stepped toward Nasnas when another of the beasts tackled her from behind. Rondell moved to help, but stopped. Forget about me. Get Nasnas. She shouted. Rondell opened his mouth to protest. He thought he had lost Andrasta once. He wouldn't allow it to happen again. A pained scream came from the old sorcerer. The red beam from Nasnas had grown whiter and brighter. Rondell noticed the newer side of the fallen god's body had continued to grow in the few short moments that had passed. He's getting stronger. The old sorcerer's defenses gave way and the man disintegrated. Shouts from other host members joined the death throes of the old man. He thought about what Shadya had told him. While Nasnas lives, the soul of our son suffers. Anger cleared his mind. He half ran, half hobbled toward Nasnas. The god faced him and casually raised a hand. The same beam of red light raced toward him. He raised his own hands in defense. The attack dissipated. What? No pain. How am I even alive? Nasnas looked at his hand in what Rondell imagined was confusion. The god attacked again. Then again. Rondell defended each assault. A mild warmth permeated through his hands and into his lower arms. Rondell smiled, remembering what Shadya had told him. She must have meant that these wards only work on him. He didn't know how Shadya had created wards powerful enough to have any effect over a god, but he didn't care. He ran at Nasnas while he hopped backward, continually trying to blast Rondell. Rondell leaped. With arms extended, he struck the god's chest with his palm. They both fell, Rondell on top. He ignored the god's gruesome haft that melded with the body of his son and swung his fists wildly at Nasnas's adult form, striking the god in the chest, neck, and masked face. Nasnas grunted beneath each blow. Nasnas made an effort to push him off with his strong hand while swinging wildly with the growing arm of his new half. Rondell caught the strong arm with his hand, causing the golden skin of Nasnas to sear. He moved up so that his knee pinned the forming arm to the ground. The god cried out. Rondell laid his free hand on the god's chest. The smell of burned flesh rose up. Something so sickening never smelled so sweet. He looked at the mask of halves and saw Nasnas's one eye clenched shut in pain. Rondell moved his hand from Nasnas's chest to the lip of the mask. He began to pry, but it seemed as though it had been glued to the god's face. He yanked harder. Nasnas bellowed in anguish, speaking to Rondell in the first language while trying to fight back. The god bucked his torso. Still, Rondell pulled. Nasnas finally freed his hand from Rondell's grasp and managed to strike him in the shoulder. Something popped at the joint as Rondell went flying again. The mutilated body of a ghoul broke his fall. Nasnas pulled himself up to his foot as the limbs on the other half of his body flailed. The god's balance was off as his first hop toward Rondell ended with him dropping to a knee. Rondell began to chuckle at the sight, delirious with exhaustion and pain. The torn skin of Nasnas's face made him laugh harder. I bet that hurt, didn't it? He raised his hand which still clutched the mask of halves. Is this what you have your eye on? Do you need a hand getting back to your foot? Give it to me. Nasnas bellowed, using the urban tongue for the first time. The power in the god's words beat against Rondell like a whirlwind. Still, any fear he had once felt for Nasnas left at Shadya's death. Only anger remained. Rondell spat. Come and get it. You know what happens when I touch you. No one said I needed to get close. The god grabbed a nearby sword by the blade, holding it like a throwing knife. He pulled his massive arm back. Crap! He's got me there. A blur came in from the side. Nasnas screamed as his leg buckled from the longsword embedded in his thigh. Andrasta shouldered into the god while ripping her weapon free. Nasnas fell, losing his grip on his sword. The second the god struck the ground, 3 men dove on top, hacking, slashing, and stabbing with desperation. Nasnas tried to fight, but was already too weak from his struggle with Rondell. A moment later, the god went still as one of the men who wore a full moon on his sleeves came up with the god's severed head. He gave orders to his men and they began butchering Nasnas into small pieces. I did it, he whispered. Our son's soul is free. Andrasta shuffled toward him. She had scrapes up and down her arms and legs where armor and clothes had torn away. Claw marks adorned her shoulder and neck. Sweat and sand coated everything including her face. The braids in her hair were frayed and half undone. "You look like hell," said Rondell. "You think you're any better?" He glanced down at his own clothes, felt all his wounds, and realized he still lay on top of the dead ghoul that had cushioned his fall. It was a headless Ather. "I hope it wasn't too fast of a death." "Probably not." He nodded to the 3 host members piecing out Nasnas. "Glad they're being so thorough." He raised a hand and Andrasta helped him up. "It's the fulfillment of a lifelong purpose." She glanced at the mask. "They'll want to destroy that too, I'd guess." Rondell let it fall from his hand. "They can have it. I take it by the fact you're still alive that you managed to work out some sort of agreement with them." "Something like that. It's a long story. We have a lot to catch up on." He walked to Shadia's body. Andrasta followed. He knelt at the woman's side and closed her eyes. He wrapped her body slowly in clothes he pulled from their packs. "What happened?" Andrasta asked. He heard the confusion in her voice. "Later. Right now, I just need time with my thoughts." "I understand." Rondell went to place his arms under Shadia so he could lift her, but his shoulder and leg both gave out. He swore and tears ran down his cheeks. Andrasta gently moved him aside, bent down, and lifted Shadia. "Where do you want her moved?" Rondell cleared his throat and pointed. "Over there away from all the other bodies." Andrasta carried Shadia to a spot at the edge of the inner layer of the spiral and set her down carefully. She grabbed a couple of scimitars used by fallen ghouls and handed him one. Silently, the two began to dig. After some time, Rondell paused, waiting for Andrasta to do the same. He couldn't bring himself to look at her lest his eyes begin to well again. The loss of Shadia and his son was bad enough, but knowing what he still had in Andrasta nearly sent him over the edge. "Thank you." Her calloused hand reached out and patted the top of his. She gave it a squeeze and continued digging. A moment later he joined her. Chapter 25. Melek woke to a rising sun and a heavy heart. 2 days had passed since he had led his men in the fulfillment of a mission that spanned generations. Hubel's son was no more and the few ghouls to escape the battle were too weak to be any threat. He and 2 others were the only members of the host to survive the struggle. They had destroyed Nasnas's body with fire after hacking it to pieces, burning it with wood gathered from abandoned homes throughout the city of Pillars. After that, they set to burying their fallen brethren. He hadn't asked for help in doing so, but he was thankful nonetheless for Andrasta and Rondell's aid. Melek watched the early morning glow illuminate the ancient city. The most beautiful graveyard in the world. "I wonder what will become of it." Before retiring the night before, Melek had searched the host's annals for answers to questions he had never thought to ask. One was, what would happen to the city now that Hubel's curse had been lifted? He found no answer. Perhaps it will be inhabited once again, erasing the sins of those who came before. The surest sign that such a scenario was possible occurred the day after the battle when he discovered small shoots of grass growing in the cracks between the road's cobbles. Melek took it as a sign that Hubel would finally remove the blight of the empty-hand desert from Erba and return the land to glory. Then why am I not elated? Melek knew that answer with certainty. In his search through the annals, he also failed to find the answer to another more selfish question. What happens to us? No one even knows what happened here except for us 5. Would anyone believe it? He looked around. The city of Pillars has been revealed. Why wouldn't they? He sighed. Melek didn't need much, but a simple thank you from Hubel didn't seem like too large a request. In fact, it seemed like a small thing when he considered his entire life had been dedicated to the Father of the Gods. Yet, only silence descended from above. Turning his attention to the rows of piled dirt, graves marked with scimitars thrust into the ground at the head of each mound. The silence tasted bitter. He walked to Khalil's grave. The old sorcerer's death had been the hardest to stomach. "I wish you were still here," he said in a whisper. "Maybe your presence would soften the blow of the host's state. Maybe you could ease my angry heart." Soft crunching sounded. A shift of the wind brought a familiar scent. Andrasta came up beside him. The woman still wore signs of battle, dried blood, and caked dirt except where fresh bandages had been applied. And still she catches my eye. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," she said. "No." He seemed a good man. Her gaze drifted over the graves. They all did. They were. "I hope you remember that, Hubal, and reward them in the afterlife." Silence stretched. Melek broke it, remembering something he had discovered in the annals. "I looked into the wards on your friend's hands." "Oh? I think they contained the true name of Hubal's son, Ut. I thought that had been erased from memory." "I thought so too." "Then how could Shadia have had it? Remember how I told you there were rumors that certain gods had joined Nasnas? One rumor said that a sibling had been the one to lead Nasnas into Hubal's throne room where the fighting first began. The language is ambiguous and most men assumed it to be a brother. But reading it again, there are references that seem to hint that it could have been a daughter who was banished after the City of Pillars fell as well. It would explain how and why Shadia managed to survive so long and why no one knew exactly what she was. It also explains her skills with wards and why her powers always grew with the alignment of the heavens. I imagine her former godhood allowed her to somehow remember the true name of her brother." He sighed. "If Khalil was here, he'd probably be able to confirm my suspicion, but..." "So, another fallen god?" "I believe so." "Then why did Shadia hurt Nasnas at the very end when she had spent lifetimes trying to help him?" He shrugged. "Your friend might know that answer." "Probably because Nasnas deceived her like he had so many others and she only now discovered the truth." He paused. Rondell may have also had a hand in swaying her opinion. Andrasta shook her head. Only Rondell could manage to count a god among his list of lovers. She cleared her throat. "What will you do now that your mission is over?" Melek smiled. "I've been trying to work that out. The others would like to ride north near Bint, far away from this place and its awful memories." "I'm inclined to agree. There are several small towns along Urba's borders that would be nice places to begin a new life. Maybe even a peaceful one." He stared at the graves, and added, "I think I'd like that." "A good decision." Melek regarded Andrasta. Despite looking a mess, he had the surprising urge to make her his. He repressed a snort at the thought of the hell she had rained down on the enemy in the brief time she'd been with the host. "There is no making her into anything." "Why are you smiling?" she asked. "I was just thinking that I'd like you to come with me." "But I don't think you would." Andrasta's dark skin actually reddened as she turned away from him. "No. I haven't accomplished the things I've set out to do." "Then you must continue." Perhaps one day, he stopped before finishing the statement, knowing that day would never come. Andrasta grabbed Melek and pulled him into her. One of her hands went to the back of his head, the other wrapped around his waist. Their lips met roughly, opening and closing. Recovering from the shock, Melek's arms came around her. It was Andrasta who broke away first, gently separating herself from him. They breathed heavily. She kissed him once more, softly this time, lips barely touching. He watched her walk away, savoring her taste on his tongue. It was bittersweet. Andrasta steadied her breathing, forcing herself not to look back at Melek as she walked away. Her reaction to Melek's comments had surprised her as much as it obviously had him, but once she began to kiss him she hadn't wanted to stop. Regret tugged at her. He had been the first person besides Rondell to look at and treat her differently, not as someone lesser, and not just as someone to bed. She sighed, remembering past promises to herself and to others. She had too many things she not only wanted to do, but needed to do, before she'd be ready for a life like that with another. And by then he'll have found someone new. Andrasta put away feeling sorry for herself as she approached Randell. Her partner kneeled at Shadia's gravesite. She stopped beside him and waited. Hoofbeats sounded behind as Melek rode off. Randell touched the mound of dirt with his hand, then stood. He nodded toward the retreating horses. "I'm surprised you didn't go with them." "What do you mean?" "Well, I saw the end of your conversation with him. I've never seen you say goodbye like that before." She grinned. "I've never wanted to. I don't guess you're ever going to tell me about what I missed there." She opened her mouth, ready to tell him no, but stopped. Remembering how Rondell had opened up to Shadia when on the road and how she had never really done so with him, she pushed aside those feelings of remaining closed off. "I will." "Really? Considering all that we've been through, I think it's time you and I start talking about things neither of us would rather mention to others. Probably do us both good." He blinked. "I never thought I'd hear that from you. But I agree." He paused. "One stipulation. We wait until we're on the road to Bashan first." "Why?" "It'll take us a couple of weeks to get back to Zufar." "I know. I want us focused on what we still have to do." "The notes at the library and our money?" "Are secondary." Rondell's eyes grew dark in a way Andrasta had never seen before. "First we worry about paying back Wabu and Kamal. If it wasn't for them setting us up at the museum, we never would have gotten involved in this. I take it you have a plan." "Calling it a plan doesn't do what I'm thinking justice." Rondell walked toward the 2 mounts Melek had left for them. "Then what shall we call it?" He climbed into the saddle. "A masterpiece of retribution." She placed her foot in the stirrup and swung up onto her mount. "That sounds like the name for one of those plays you used to perform." It does, doesn't it?" Epilogue. Andrasta took her spot in the corner shadows of the cellar near the back wall. She carried a borrowed crossbow, loaded and ready. She preferred to have a blade in her hand, but Rondell had his heart set on crossbows. Though she couldn't see Rondell, she knew he stood at the opposite corner of the back wall. He held 2 smaller crossbows, one in each hand. Neither had the power of hers, but they'd do the job. Illuminated by a single oil lamp, Jabril, one of Zufar's minor crime lords, sat alone at a plain table that leaned whenever someone put their weight on it. Dressed in pristine, white robes, the dim light gave Jabril the look of a bearded apparition. All the pieces are in place. In the week after their return to Zufar, Rondell had moved about the underworld they had once been a part of with a skill and finesse she hadn't known he possessed. She watched him draw on his previous acting experience time and again as he slipped into persona after persona while manipulating more than 24 people into doing things he wanted done. Their last adventure had changed him. In some ways she was glad to see him so focused and driven. He hadn't made his normal careless mistakes. However, she had barely seen him smile since leaving the City of Pillars. "He's hurting bad." The cellar rested in the center of the East District, the low of the lows. Jabril owned the building in half the block. Andrasta and Rondell had little contact with him before the museum mishap. He simply hadn't been able to pay them what they wanted on previous jobs. Because of that lack of contact, Andrasta had been hesitant to use him, especially in a situation where the stairs were the only way out. She had expressed those concerns to Rondell. "His lack of station is exactly why he's the best choice," Rondell had said. "He may pretend to be bad news, but he knows he's not. He needs us more than we need him. If we went to one of the bigger crime lords, they'd have tried to double-cross us before we got even this far." "So, you're saying he won't try something?" "No. He'll try something. In fact, he already has something in place. But I knew who he'd go to. I paid the sorcerer on his payroll twice what Jabril offered him." She shook her head, in awe of what Rondell could do when motivated. A soft knock came at the cellar's door. The door opened and one of Jabril's henchmen poked his head inside. "They're here." "Send them in," said Jabril. Both tall and lean, Wabu and Kamal strolled in, acting like they owned Zuffer. Wabu stroked his long beard while Kamal puffed out a prideful chest. She and Rondell had learned that the two had been unable to find a buyer for the flute and had returned it to museum officials, claiming to have retrieved it from the real thieves. Along with the flute, they turned in an unrecognizable body of a man with part of his fingers missing on his left hand. They told city officials that Andrasta had managed to escape. The city wanted justice for the deaths at the museum so badly, they hailed Wabu and Kamal as saviors. Andrasta's grip tightened on the stock of the crossbow. A part of her wanted to put a bolt through one of them without waiting. Rondell said to trust him. Her partner would not give all the details of what he had planned, not because he didn't trust her, but because he said he wanted it to be a surprise. Jabril greeted Wabu and Kamal like old friends. "Ah, the great heroes of the city grace my presence. I am truly honored. I thought that given your recent deeds, old Jabril might be beneath you now. Please have a seat." Kamal elbowed Wabu as they sat in the two empty chairs on the opposite side of the table. "Technically, you were always beneath us. Only now you recognize it." Jabril's face flashed anger. His eyes flicked to the corner where Rondell stood. He cleared his throat. "Well, again. Thank you for coming. I have something I thought you might be interested in." "A job?" asked Wabu. "Not exactly. Just know that our rates have tripled. I know that might price you out, but there is a high demand for our services now. We really don't even have time for this, but Kamal swore we owed you the courtesy." "Enough chit-chat," said Kamal. "Why are we here?" Jabril smiled. "Well, it boils down to the fact you made some really bad enemies. And they aren't very happy with you." Kamal leaned forward. "Are you threatening us?" No. No. I don't deal with threats. Only with truths. And the truth is, your enemies are right here in this very room." He stood. "And this is where I leave you." Wabu stood, hand going to his waist. "You'll stay right here or—" "Sit down," said Rondell, his voice lower and rougher than anything Andrasta had ever heard out of him. He eased out from the shadows and into the light, his two crossbows trained on Kamal and Wabu. Andrasta noted their surprise. "Are you really that crazy to come back into the city?" asked Wabu. Rondell ignored the question and instead gestured to Jabril. "You and your men can go. The local authorities will be along soon to pick them up." Kamal started to interrupt, but Rondell took another step forward and the man froze. Jabril walked to the cellar door. "By the way," Rondell called. "Don't count on Hosni, I paid him off a week ago." Jabril turned, looking offended. "I wouldn't." "Stop." "You would, and you did. And you can wipe that smug grin off your face because I also took care of Imad, Kapoor, and the Abadi twins." Jabril's mouth dropped. Andrasta grinned. "Gods, he even managed to sway the Abadi twins." Rondell shoot him with the one of the crossbows. "And don't get any ideas about payback. I've bought off 3 men on your payroll as well and they have strict orders of what to do to you if you don't let matters drop. Go." Rondell sat in the now empty chair. Jabril bristled at being dismissed, but left anyway. Kamal started to open his mouth, but Rondell leaned over and looked into the man's eyes over the top of the crossbow. "Don't. I'm in no mood for arguing, cursing, pleading, or begging." "And neither am I," thought Andrasta. "We would never beg," spat Wabu. "Of course not." "Pride, right?" said Rondell. Kamal sat back in his chair. "I take it Andrasta is here as well?" Of course. She escaped from your heroic recovery of the flute after all. Look, we never meant to, began Kamal. I didn't give you permission to speak. He flicked his gaze at Wabu. Andrasta. If Wabu continues to go for the knife at his waist, please put a bolt in his gut. I hear that's really painful. With pleasure, said Andrasta, stepping out of the shadows. Now, said Rondell. Since everyone finally understands the situation, we can begin. Unfortunately, you were a few minutes late, so I don't have as much time to fully explain. You'll just have to settle for a summary. You took something that we had rightfully stolen. It held little value to you. Because of that, and the lies you spread afterward, you made our lives hell in more ways than you'll ever know. Many people died. A part of me wanted to simply hunt you down and kill you. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it if for no other reason than the fact you had no control over how things escalated after we left the city. Still, that night in the museum was the catalyst for everything that came afterward. Because of that, I can't simply forgive and forget. Neither of us can. You'll be arrested for breaking into the museum last night and stealing the very flute you returned to them, as well as stealing items from half the third floor. All the expensive ones. Things that are very important to the city. Kamal snorted. No one will believe that. We weren't anywhere near the museum last night. In fact, I've got 4 reputable witnesses to vouch for us. You mean Bulis, Dud, Atala, and Esmail? Yeah, it didn't take much to pay them off. Nor the other dozen people we have as witnesses who went to the watch and explained that they saw you sneaking in and out of the museum with the loot. Kamal's mouth twisted. They won't believe your lies. We're heroes now. He tried to look tough, but Andrasta could see his confidence waver. He chuckled. By the way, you'll also be charged with fraud and murder for the false body you showed the watch that was supposed to be me. Murder? The man was already dead. Screamed Wabu. Some bum we found on the street. Rondell shrugged. Those are the breaks. Don't worry, all the evidence against you is carefully laid out where even the watch couldn't screw things up. You won't get away with this, said Kamal. Rondell stood slowly. You think that highly of yourself that you can escape the hell coming down on you and still manage to come after us for another taste of revenge? Please, try it. We've tasted hell and liked it. It will take someone better than you to bring us down. Now stand up. The two rose slowly. I want you to look at this whole situation in a positive light. Think of this as us doing you a favor. If you survive, I promise you'll be better off because of it. Both crossbows went off. Quarrels embedded themselves in each man's thigh. They fell, clutching at their legs. I wasn't expecting that. Wabu and Kamal yelled obscenities at both of them. Rondell put the crossbows away. Lesson 1: Learn not to let injuries hamper your ability to function or think clearly. He walked around the table. As he passed by Kamal, he planted a boot in his side. Air left the man's lungs. Let's see what kind of survivors you are. Rondell had underestimated just how close the city watch had been. He and Andrasta barely snuck out of the building ahead of the authorities' arrival. Outside the city, they planned to keep riding through the night and the following day. They needed to put distance between themselves and Zuffer in case Jabril got a wild hair and decided to pursue them after all. Andrasta rode just ahead of him, stroking the neck of her mount. It surprised Rondell how much she seemed to have missed Jewel. Those plants you said you put in Jabril's circle. That was a lie, wasn't it? Andrasta asked. Yeah. And the witnesses to Wabu and Kamal's crimes? Half as many as I said I had. Still more than enough to get the watch after them. I just wanted it to sound more hopeless. She grunted. Impressed? Very. Worried I might have to start sleeping with one eye open. She grinned. I didn't think you had that in you. Rondell worked his jaw. I didn't either, to be honest. But any time I started to chicken out, I thought of Shadia and he cleared his throat before he got choked up. Well, it helped me refocus. She grunted again. He hadn't been able to delay telling Andrasta about what had happened to him. 3 days after leaving the City of Pillars, he had spilled everything. She listened without ridicule or pity, simply nodding and lending an ear. In return, she opened up about the feelings she had developed for Melek. She had let him glimpse her youth where the only interest she received was from those wanting to bed her as a novelty. Because of her mixed blood, no man in Juntark would ever consider loving her. Neither pushed their discussions further, knowing it would take time to open up more about their hidden pasts. However, breaches had been made in the walls they had each erected around themselves. Rondell found contentment in that. He shook his head lightly, not wanting to go down the dark paths of what could have been with Shadia and their child again. The son of a goddess, he thought, recalling what Andrasta had told him from Melek. Gods, my life has been interesting. Unbelievable. It'd make a great song. I wonder. So, said Rondell. I killed a god. Andrasta scoffed. Well, you weren't the one that actually killed him. I believe Melek cut off his head. Rondell lightened his tone, hoping that doing so would help force him out of his funk. Please. A minor technicality. Cutting off someone's head is a technicality? I was the one who softened him up. If not for me, you'd have never been able to hack at his leg and bring him down so the others could get to him. I guess you have something there, At. Pretty impressive, huh? Asked Rondell. A little. A little? Well, Nasnas was only a half-god. No one else needs to know that. Besides, half-god doesn't work as well in rhyme as god. I don't understand. I'm sort of writing a song about us. Really? When did you decide to start? About a minute ago. She snorted. I thought you gave up music. I did, but I figured that even though I can't play or sing like I used to, I can keep writing. The way I see it, in just 1 year's time, we've already ended a cult and killed a god. And that's not even referencing the smaller adventures we've had, like those poachers. I tell you, we've definitely got the beginning of an epic saga, but. Does that mean you're going to try to find a new singing and playing style so you can perform the song? Gods, no. I want people to actually appreciate it. I think that by the time our tale is done, thereby our song, people all over the world will be begging to perform it. With any luck, Armand the Golden will want to be the first. Who's that? A former pupil and later rival. He's very good. Almost as good as I was. Why not let him be the first to sing the epic of Andrasta and Rondell? One thing I've realized as I've gotten older is that a song will live on long after the person performing it. So, I get top billing then? Alphabetical. Ah. We should probably work on filling out the rest of the material then. Rondell reached back and tapped his saddlebag. They held his notes from the library. The Tower of Bashan should make one heck of a third verse. End. Thank you for reading my story. If you enjoyed it, please consider leaving a rating or review at the site of purchase as well as other places such as Goodreads and LibraryThing. Like many other indie authors, I do not have a marketing team working for me, and a positive review, even if only a couple of sentences long, can go a long way in enticing others to give my works a try. I hope you'll continue reading the rest of the complete Blood and Tears series. Links to all the stories are below. If you'd like to know when new works will be made available, please consider signing up for my mailing list. It is used solely to announce new releases or other major announcements. You can sign up here. Thanks again for your support. Joshua P. Simon. Blood and Tears, completed series. War Leader, a Blood and Tears prequel short story. Rise and Fall, Book 1 of the Blood and Tears trilogy. Walk Through Fire, a Blood and Tears prequel novella. Steel and Sorrow, Book 2 of the Blood and Tears trilogy. Hero of Slaves, a Blood and Tears novella. Trial and Glory, Book 3 of the Blood and Tears trilogy. The Chronicle of Tyrus. Forgotten Soldiers. Wayward Soldiers. Resurrected Soldiers. Forever Soldiers forthcoming. The Epic of Andraste and Rondel. The Cult of Sutek, Volume 1. The City of Pillars, Volume 2. The Tower of Bashan, Volume 3. About the author. Joshua P. Simon is a Christian, husband, father, CPA, fantasy author, and heavy metal junkie. He currently resides in North Texas, and hopes that one day he can leave the life of a CPA behind and devote that time to writing more of the ideas bouncing around his ADD-addled brain. Excerpt of The Tower of Bashan, The Epic of Andraste and Rondel, Volume 3. Prologue. In the black of night, the hour of the panther as it was called in the jungle, Andraste glided through the dozens of twisting caverns that acted as Master Enzi's main training ground. Fully armed and armored except for bare feet, she kept her boots strapped to her pack to aid her in maintaining silence. For years she had honed every fighting skill imaginable in those caverns, the results of which were thick muscles and lightning reflexes. She had earned every scar that adorned her dark skin. Nightmares of the place haunted her dreams. Yet, a persistent tug to remain hounded her as she neared the exit. She emerged into a starlit night, leaving behind every person she had come in contact with since becoming Enzi's student. She froze. All except one, she thought. Master Enzi sat lazily on a nearby boulder. As was his preference, he wore no clothes except for a pair of short, knee-length trousers of tiger skin. He gazed down the mountainside, into the valley below where other training implements and obstacle courses lay hidden beneath the jungle canopy. Though unseen, the rushing sound of the Kango River drowned many of the nighttime sounds of the wild. Andraste had planned to follow the river into the grass plains near her home. "You can breathe," Enzi said without looking back. "I know you're there. Put your boots on and come here." She scowled. She knew she hadn't made a sound or given off any smell, yet, as usual, he knew not only where she was, but what she was doing. She put on her boots and walked to him. "I did not give you permission to leave," he said. "I did not ask." He grunted. "You are no longer a scared and weak little girl, Amani." She winced at the use of her birth name. "I also haven't been Amani for some time." "Then why do you still feel the need to run home to your father like a child?" "You heard the news. He's in trouble and I can help." "The news is years old. If he truly wanted your help, he would have sent for you." "Years? Why did you hide the information from me, Dot?" "Because if I had told you then, you would have done exactly what you're doing now. In your first couple years I might not have cared. You were next to useless then, except to motivate the weakest of the boys. But then just when I was ready to give up on you, you finally came around. Then you intrigued me. So, when I learned of the news of your father, I kept it hidden. I had hoped after a couple more years, your wisdom might grow along with your skills. But based on this," he said, apprising her, "I was wrong." She shrugged. "I need to leave. No one in your tribe loves you. No one ever has. My mother was never a part of your tribe. Just as you've never been. That is why you wear that scar. No one would have dared to do that to one of your sisters. I still need to leave, Dot. I expected you would say as much. If he tells me no, I can be back within a week. You will not be welcomed." Her eyes widened. "What? The first rule I gave you is that you leave when I tell you to leave. Not before. Leave without my command, and you will not be allowed back." Andrasta clenched her fists. So be it. I've passed every test, won every challenge, and defeated every opponent pitted against me. I've learned all I can learn from you. That attitude is exactly why you're not ready to leave. He stood and shooed her away with the back of his hand like a wild dog. But go. I can see you won't listen. Face your father and hear his answer. When he tells you no, go be the warrior you think you are. Perhaps you'll not die before you learn the lessons I hope to teach you. He spun on his heels and disappeared into the cave. Andrasta paused for a moment, thinking of the torturous life, the veritable hell she had gone through under Enzi's instruction. Why do I care what he thinks? He doesn't care for me. His niggling voice echoed in her mind. My job isn't to care, but to teach. She shook her head, tired of Enzi's ways. She'd do as she pleased. Andrasta stood in her father's throne room waiting for him to appear. Her family, dozens of people, surrounded the perimeter of the room, yet none acknowledged her. Some things don't change. She glanced around the space, ignoring the people, and instead studied the throne room itself. But others do. Tiny holes from time and neglect pocked the mortar of the gray granite walls. The once vibrantly detailed tapestries that hung from ceiling to floor had begun to fade. Without a thorough knowledge of Juntark's history, one might have trouble determining the scenes depicted on those wall coverings. Even to her, the Battle of Malindi and the Great Hunt of the Gorgos were almost indistinguishable. Worse than I feared. An outsider might not bat an eye at the aging palace, but that was because an outsider did not know her father. The man she remembered would have hired an entire team of masons the moment the first crack in the mortar appeared. And new carpets, bigger and more grand to replace the old. Andrasta had never been close to her father. If not for their shared blood, he might have disowned her after her mother's passing. As his fifth wife, the marriage held no special place in the Dawaro tribe except for the peace it brought to the northern border Juntark shared with Kale. At least it worked. She frowned. The two nations have enjoyed years of peace. All it cost was the happiness of one woman and her daughter. Neither love nor respect had ever existed between her parents, though she knew her mother, at least, had tried to find both early in their union. The differences in race, religion, and nationalities were just too much to overcome. Not like he had been a caring man anyway. Andrasta's mother thought a child might improve the marriage, but it had only driven her parents further apart. Not a son, but an addition to a sea of daughters. The only interest she recalled her father ever showing her mother came when he wanted a night with his pale bride. Andrasta's hands opened and closed. She took a deep breath. Years had passed, and yet the memories stung as if the events had occurred yesterday. Spear butts clacked against the floor. Those in attendance stood aunts, uncles, stepmothers, sisters, and younger brothers finally gained from her father's eighth wife. Andrasta had been at her father's home for the better part of an hour and in the dining hall for half as long. With no one willing to speak with her, one question kept repeating itself in her mind. Why did I come here? A servant beat on a large drum made from stretched water buffalo skin. Kanu, ruler of the Dawaro tribe, entered. Her father towered over all in attendance, and by sheer presence alone demanded everyone's attention. There was no question where Andrasta had inherited her height. Kanu carried his walking stick, or branch, as other tribe leaders liked to jokingly call the thick piece of acacia. In her youth, her father would whip the stick out as fast as a striking puff adder to put someone in their place. However, the way he leaned on the staff with each step, Andrasta expected that her father wouldn't even be able to stand without it anymore. Kanu had foregone his traditional attire of lion skins, instead wearing a plain robe of red cloth draped over his right shoulder and tied about the waist with a strip of alligator skin. No need to go all out for me. It's only one of your many daughters. She glanced at her 36 sisters, all ranging in size and appearance. Each shared the beauty of their mothers. Even among your sons, I'm the only child to favor you, father. Yet I mean the least. Will anything ever change that? Kanu sat on his throne, a large wicker seat lined with alligator skin and topped with ostrich feathers. She wasn't sure what creaked more, her father's joints or the chair. He whispered something in one of his servants' ears, making Andrasta wait even longer without acknowledging her presence. She forced herself not to scowl, knowing it only made the diagonal scar across her face more pronounced. Kanu straightened. "Dear daughter," he began softly. He never raised his voice, yet each word carried so all could hear. She took a knee and bowed her head. "Father, why are you in my home?" She winced. "My home. Not ours. Did he hope I would never return? I've heard about the troubles afflicting the land. These troubles are nothing new. Why are you here only now, Amani?" She hated the use of her birth name. It meant peace in the Yuntarkan language, and her life had been anything but peaceful. She began calling herself Andrasta several years ago after a particularly grueling day of training in which she nearly lost a foot due to her clumsiness. The name came from her mother's people. It referenced a great female warrior who, according to legend, developed such great skills of war that she challenged the Kalic god of battle himself and won, thereby taking his place in their pantheon. During the worst of Master Enzi's training, that story had given her hope that with enough effort she might one day earn a place among her father's warriors. Master Enzi minimized our contact with the outside world. I only recently learned of these happenings. That still doesn't explain why you're here. She didn't fail to notice that her father had not given her permission to rise as was customary, announcing without words to all in attendance that she was not worthy enough to stand in his presence. "I've come to help." "Help? You? How?" "By fighting. The migration of the herds is changing drastically and the crops are not turning in what they had previously. Alliances usually break down as resources grow scarce. My alliances do not fall so easily. It's nothing new for herds to change their patterns or crops to have bad years. These things are temporary and will return to normal after the next rainy season. Za has seen this." He glanced to the old shaman standing off in the corner. White paint adorned the charcoal skin of his face and bare chest. "You are growing too relaxed, father." The Dawaro tribe had always been a strong military power, but so were others. Where the Dawaro truly separated themselves was with their mighty shamans. Za, her father's closest advisor, was especially feared throughout Juntark. She glanced at the decaying stone and faded rugs, a symbol of the true cause of her concern. "I know there is something wrong with the ability to call upon the magic of the land. Whispers of shamans weakening in power followed me during my return home. If the magic within the land is dying, then the only way wars will be won is by strength of arms." "Those stories are lies," said Za. His voice sounded hollow, like the first echo reverberating off the walls of a deep cave. Andrasta hated that voice. Za continued. "The land speaks to me every day. It speaks to me now and wonders why you're stirring trouble where there is none." Andrasta caught a faint quiver in his voice. "He's hiding something. He knows I'm right." However, accusing Za of being anything less than truthful would win her no favors. He had held her father's ear for too long. Kanu leaned forward. "You speak of fighting and strength of arms. Do you mean to take up a spear and join my army? If necessary. However, I had hoped to do more. My training is superior to your army's. Perhaps I could lead a small league?" Cut in a voice to her right. Mosi, one of her 3 younger brothers, stepped forward, smirking. He was practically born with that arrogance. He wore the traditional warrior garb of the Dawaro tribe, a boiled leather vest dyed red and plain brown trousers tight at the thighs where more padding provided protection from punctures of arrow or spear. A short sword with a teardrop blade hung at his waist. In his right hand, Mosi held a spear, in his left a long, oval shield of animal hide. No paint adorned the face of the shield, signifying that her brother had yet to see battle. Andrasta glared at the prideful way Mosi carried himself. Among her brothers, she recalled him treating her with the most cruelty. Wide-shouldered and square-jawed, she saw some of her father in him. Our precious Amani thinks that a few years of training under a washed-up, old man makes one a warrior. Andrasta stood on her own, no longer caring to wait for her father's permission. Her eyes narrowed, knowing it would draw attention to the scar on her face. You would not last a week under Master Enzi's training. Mosi laughed. Father, let me teach your daughter what it means to be a warrior of the Dawaro tribe. She is better armed, said Kanu, rubbing his smooth chin. It was true. Master Enzi did not believe in wearing the traditional warrior garb of Juntark, saying such things were meant for children, not for men. Any warrior who trained under Enzi knew the benefits of boiled leather, chain mail, and occasionally light plate. She wore a ring mail shirt that extended to mid-thigh, vambraces, and shin guards, all imported by Enzi from far-off lands. A long sword hung at her waist. It joined the daggers strapped to her boot, waist, and chest. A sign of her cowardice, said Mosi. Let her have it. It will make her defeat more absolute. Kanu shrugged. So be it. He motioned for a guard to throw his spear to Andrasta. She caught it in one hand, waited, then tossed it back. Second thoughts? Grinned Mosi as he began to circle. I already have a spear. Where? Will you perform magic when you claim our shamans cannot and make a spear appear from nothing? No. I'm just going to take yours, Dot. Mosi's smile faded. He shuffled in quickly, spear darting up toward her throat. Andrasta leaned right as the point missed her face. Mosi stabbed 3 more times in rapid succession. Andrasta avoided them all with a slight sway to the left or right. Her brother withdrew a step wearing a look of surprise. You dance well. The tone was meant to be mocking, but it came out shaky. You hold a spear like a child, said Andrasta. Mosi's temper flared. He charged again, this time leading with shield. She crouched and held her ground, throwing her shoulder up at impact. The resistance threw her brother off balance. She drove forward and bowled him over. He struck the floor hard. Several gasps sounded. Mosi clambered to his feet and dropped his shield in order to grip his spear with 2 hands. He came in again, stabbing low and high, spinning the spear to strike her with the butt after feinting with the head. Andrasta dodged the attacks with ease, moving less than 2 feet from where she stood. She grabbed hold of the shaft with both hands, and slammed her boot into Mosi's gut. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, leaving his weapon in her grip. The throne room fell silent except for Mosi's labored breaths. Though she had little love for her siblings, Andrasta had not come to fight them. However, she would not let anyone embarrass her again. Man or woman, young or old, it did not matter. She had risen in skill under Master Enzi's watchful eye until few could offer her any semblance of a challenge. An unblooded warrior would not defeat her. A faint, careless scuffling sounded behind her. 2 sets. She wheeled while raising the spear overhead with outstretched arms. The shaft met the descending hilts of 2 short swords held by her other brothers. Shocked expressions flashed across their faces. 3 quick moves disarmed them. A sweep with her brother's spear dropped them beside Mosi on the ground. Andrasta stepped lightly back to the center of the throne room. She held the spear at her side, point up. During the fight, Za had moved beside her father. The shaman whispered something in Kanu's ear. He nodded, then addressed Andrasta. A warrior proud, indeed. Andrasta bowed her head. It was the closest thing to a compliment her father had ever given her. Does that mean you will allow me to lead a portion of your army? No. Nor will you hold a spear in the ranks. Her head snapped up. But I've proven myself. What you did was embarrass my sons. Look around you, Amani. Do you see anyone that loves you here? She didn't need to look to know the answer to that question, but she did anyway. Hateful stares greeted her. She said nothing. Your name means peace, something your mother found amusing because of the peace our marriage brought to our border with Kale, her father continued. Yet all you bring, all you have ever brought to my house is discord. I had my doubts that you would survive Enzi's training when you left. To be honest, I thought you'd be dead or would run away in defeat within the first few days. Yet, here you are. Her mouth twisted. Your sons wanted the fight. Not I. And they will not be the last. Do you plan to fight everyone in my army until they accept you? I will do whatever it takes. Then you will leave. You never should have returned. A tightness formed in her chest. I only came to help. With the magic leaving our lands. The magic is fine, said Za. Be honest, you only came to help yourself. To be accepted as a member of our tribe. Andrasta held her tongue, ashamed there was truth in those words. Za snorted. Your presence poisons us. Andrasta clenched her jaw and met the shaman's eye. You know that I'm right. And you know that when father sees you weakening, he'll begin to rely on others. Me being here will only hasten that moment. Za laughed. I do not fear you, child. You should. Kanu shook his head. You continue to prove my point. But you still share my blood. I will forget this meeting. Go and do not set foot in this hall again. Next time I'll forget our ties. She broke her stare with the shaman and turned to her father. Master Enzi was right. This was a mistake. I have no family. I have no home. Yet, a part of her, the child who always wanted her father's acceptance, still refused to move on. I'll leave, but I promise to return. When I do, I'll have a way to restore the power of our lands. Za chuckled. You've already done the impossible by becoming the first woman to survive Enzi's training. Now, you think to wield magic too? No, she thought of the stories everyone knew about artifacts of old, items powerful sorcerers once used millennia ago. Most were lost to time, surviving only in fireside tales. But not all. Her people desired one artifact over any other. The most famous of fireside tales, legend said Thalamanik stole magic from the lands of Juntark when he created the artifact thousands of years ago. If anything could restore the magic to the land and also strengthen my father's power, it should be the jewel. Andrasta continued. I'll return with the jewel of Bashan. She spun on her heels and left. No one stopped her. No one seemed to care. Andrasta rode hard during the humid night, ensuring she'd be into her mother's land before daybreak. She had never set foot outside of Juntark, but visiting Kale was something she had always wanted to do. Crossing through the long valley separating the two countries, her first steps on Kalik's rich soil came uneasily, not fully trusting the drastic change in scenery. She dismounted and brushed her hand over the dark green grass, a stark contrast to the tall plain grass that separated the forested areas of her birth country. Her skin came away damp with morning dew. On the Kalik side of the valley, the jungles of Juntark faded into a lush, hilly landscape. How is this possible? Sorcery? Only now did Andrasta fully believe the stories her mother once told. No longer did they seem like fairy tales with their foreign descriptions. Skylarks sang as a warm breeze danced across her face. She shielded her eyes from the glare of the morning sun as it reflected off retreating fog. In the distance, tiny rows of trees decorated hilltops. White specks she thought might be sheep moved slowly inside low, stone walls that crisscrossed each other. Farther out, the faint gray outline of her grandfather's castle stood against the horizon. She breathed deeply. It even smells different. Cleaner. Despite having gone without sleep the night before, the excitement of walking the land her mother once knew gave Andrasta energy. She climbed back into the saddle and made for the castle. Farmers paused warily as she passed them, griping their tools of trade in a way that said they were ready to defend themselves. Young children working the fields ran away or hid at their parents' sides. Already, she felt unwelcomed. By midday, she reached her grandfather's castle. A 10-foot granite wall boxed in the large, square keep behind it. Small towers jutted out from the corners of the wall with a fifth protecting the gate. According to her mother's stories, the castle was small and unimpressive by Kale's standards, but to Andrasta it loomed large. Her father's home was one of the few among the Yuntarkan tribes that consisted of mostly stone. Even then, the walls protecting Kanu's palace were made of felled timber. 2 guards greeted her. They wore mail similar to her own, but each paled in stature to the warriors of the Dawaro tribe. Fear and uncertainty shone brightly in eyes peeking out from their bowl-shaped helms. She remembered her brother's words. They do hide behind their armor. They aren't as large, or from the look of things, half as fierce, as a warrior from the Dawaro tribe. Who goes there? Asked one of the guards. Andrasta remembered the lessons her mother had taught her about the Kalic language and replied slowly, doing her best to enunciate each word. My name is Andrasta, from the Dawaro tribe. I wish to speak to Lord Dacey. You are a messenger, then? Of a sort. What is your message? Are you Lord Dacey? She asked, trying to place the right amount of annoyance on the foreign words. No. Then why am I still talking to you? The guards exchanged looks. Wait here, said the other. We'll let his lordship know of your arrival. Later, an older man with more salt than pepper in his beard, and neither atop his head, rode out atop a white horse. The older man and the half-dozen guards flanking him wore dark blue tunics emblazoned with a red sun. Andrasta knew her grandfather immediately. Mother looked so much like him. She dismounted quickly and took a knee. Lord Dacey. Lord Dacey grunted. You might be the first Yuntarkan messenger to arrive at my doorstep and show me any respect. You're also the first I've seen dressed with any civility. As well as the first woman. He paused. Rise. Let's hear Kanu's message. I assume it's about the food shortages we've heard about. She rose slowly and grasped for how to begin. All her life she had imagined meeting her grandfather, yet confronted with the situation, her tongue felt heavy. Well, what is it? I've not got all day to sit out here. I was hoping we might speak in private. The message is of a delicate matter. Delicate? From Kanu? The message is not from Kanu, my lord. It is from me. You? Andrasta felt the piercing stare of blue eyes she once found comfort in as a girl when they belonged to her mother. You see, I am your daughter's child. Your granddaughter. One of the guards coughed. Dacey's eyes narrowed. Leave here. Now. Andrasta frowned. But. My daughter is dead. She died the day I was forced by my sovereign king to marry her to Kanu to secure peace. I choose to remember her the way she was before she was defiled. I am not interested in the abomination of such a union, some tainted half-blood. He eyed her up and down. Granddaughter? More like grandson the way you're dressed. He spun his horse around, calling out over his shoulder. Captain, see that she is on her way by the count of 10. If not, have your crossbowmen loose their weapons? Yes, my lord. Andrasta's mouth hung open. Every childhood story of her grandfather all seemed a lie. She knew she didn't fit the typical granddaughter mold, but she hoped to at least catch a glimpse of the warmth, kindness, and love her mother had spoken of. Her mother believed that Dacey would have loved Andrasta, often begging Kanu for permission to present Andrasta to him. Kanu always refused. A blessing in disguise. Mother would be crushed at such a reaction. A voice called, jarring Andrasta. She looked to her left and saw that the captain had been counting. She jumped on her mount and spat in the direction of Daisy's, trailing back before spinning her horse and kicking it into a gallop. Wind whipped her face. Her mother's land no longer seemed beautiful. In fact, she couldn't wait to leave it behind. Why did I come here? I didn't want money or titles, or even a place in his household. Just knowledge that I mattered to someone. She rode north in the midday sun. The sooner she reached and stole the infamous jewel of Bashan, the sooner she could return to Juntark. Perhaps then, she might prove herself worthy enough to be wanted. Excerpt of Rise and Fall, Book 1 of the Blood and Tears trilogy, complete series now available. This is the one that will break their back for sure, Commander. We'll smash them to pieces. They will be talking about tomorrow for years to come. 4 years to come they'll talk about tomorrow as one of the worst bloodbaths this continent has ever seen. Johnwell stared across the open landscape below. The cliff gave him a full view of an expansive plain, littered with rows upon rows of tents from the opposing army's encampment, more than double the size of their own forces. 2 years after taking this job and I've regretted every minute of it. Shorting us on pay, ignoring advice, putting us in dangerous positions, why am I here again? I won't be able to sleep tonight in anticipation. Anticipation of what? Stuffing your face while others fix your mess? I haven't seen you do anything besides that since I've known you. I think the men are a little too eager, said Johnwell. Melchizedek continued. Oh, yes. Naturally. They feel the significance of tomorrow as well. Johnwell cleared his throat and cut in, I think we should withdraw to more favorable ground. Yes, we will slaughter them, we will. The would-be conqueror almost choked on his last words as he turned in the saddle of his mount. The short man's demeanor suddenly turned from one of excitement to confusion, and then anger. What do you mean withdraw? We have them right where we want them. This is what we've been waiting for. The setting sun bled across the land, reflecting dark purples and reds off the white canvases of the enemy's camp. Reminiscent of a bruise. A bleak reminder of what awaits us tomorrow. No, Melchizedek, I haven't waited for that. Commander! I'm speaking to you, said Melchizedek, his great jowls swaying. I hear you. And unlike you, I actually listen to the person I'm talking to. Melchizedek's face reddened. It's bad enough you and the rest of your tattered outfit of mercenaries fail to address me as your lord, but I will not be spoken to like some common soldier. Is that understood? No. You are not our lord and definitely not a soldier, just an employer. The Hell Patrol will not bend a knee to you. If you want someone to kiss your rear, you'll have to look to the rest of that motley army of yours. Have you forgotten that motley army has conquered over a dozen cities and hundreds of miles of land? An army you command? Johnwell snorted a laugh. Cities? Most of that land was filled with nothing more than small tribes and villages. Your army is not ready for this, said Johnwell, pointing toward the encampment. The men are going to face more than 2-to-1 odds against a better armed and better trained force. If they fail, then you have failed as a commander. No. I've told you we needed to spend money on better weapons, rather than your lavish indulgences. We need to push the men to work on actual skill sets rather than allow them to function as a badly organized mob. But you're too greedy to see that, so you keep pushing for more and undermining what I'm trying to do. Then you decide to engage an opposing army on a wide open plain without cavalry to match theirs. Melchizedek ignored Johnwell's remarks, his voice low and even. I've waited too long for a kingdom to call my own. We will attack tomorrow and we will win. Otherwise, you and your outfit won't see the rest of your contract. Johnwell stared at Melchizedek, ready to reply, when the sound of approaching hooves and a shout from behind caught his attention. He held his employer's glare for a moment longer, then turned toward the approaching rider. He refused to continue the conversation and instead kicked his mount forward. I'm glad you've seen it my way, Commander, Melchizedek called out. Johnwell heard the amusement in his employer's voice as if the man had won some victory over him. Idiot! There will be no victory tomorrow. I hope you slice your own throat when you try to draw your sword in terror. The advancing rider bobbed in his saddle as he pulled beside Johnwell. The two mercenaries descended the rocky trail in silence, interrupted by Johnwell's heavy sigh and the grinding of teeth. Keep it up and you're liable to crack another tooth. Johnwell turned to the man in faded black robes. Are you my mother now? That's right, take it out on me, the mage muttered. That man is an absolute imbecile and he's going to get us all killed, said Johnwell. Probably, said Christian. But let me remind you who signed the contract. I know who signed the contract. If I wanted to take this abuse, I would have stayed with, what does Raker call him? Lord Roundness? Said Johnwell, coming to a halt. He drew a breath and calmed himself. Now what do you want? Well, remember that item I bought off a trader last time we were in Slum Isle? You know, to keep track of that particular situation of interest to you? Whispered Christian. Johnwell straightened in his saddle. Yes? Well, it worked. I mean, the king, he paused, passed away. Christian ran his fingers over his head, wiping the sweat from his brow and pushed back his thin white hair. How? I don't know. The device wasn't designed to tell us how, just when. You sound surprised, said Johnwell. Well, there was always some question on whether it would work or not. The workings of such magical tools are not my expertise, you know. Don't give me that. That's not what you told me before. If I recall, you assured me that the moment something happened, the device would brighten and you'd be made aware of it. That was years ago. Johnwell scowled, growing agitated. Now, you're saying this was all in question? Christian cleared his throat. The uncertainty came when trying to confirm the tool's effectiveness at the time of purchase. Only the one who created the item could figure that out. However, I do know the device worked as intended. Would you swear on it? I'd swear on my honor as a mage. Johnwell snorted. Honor? Isn't that the same pledge you make when Raker accuses you of cheating at dice? Well, that's different, he smirked. My fingers are crossed then. The mage raised his hands and wiggled his fingers as the smile vanished. It's true. I'm sorry for your loss. A breeze from the north blew Johnwell's long auburn hair into his face. You have nothing to be sorry for, I'm not. He turned and kicked his horse into a quick trot and the mage did the same. When we get to camp, gather the crew together and bring them back to my tent. Hell patrol only. I brought the device with me in case you wanted to see it for yourself. Christian reached into his robes and pulled out a round stone similar in appearance to a pearl, only larger. Johnwell reached out and grabbed the device without examining it, sticking it in his pocket. I'll ride ahead then. The short mage gave his horse a kick and galloped toward camp, bobbing in his saddle. When Johnwell entered camp, the sun had dropped below the horizon. A clear sky allowed the moon and stars to cast an eerie light on their sorry excuse for a camp, illuminating the soldiers' questionable activities. Johnwell didn't like what he saw. Men joked, drank, and did just about everything but ready themselves for the next day. The fools have grown just as overconfident as Melchizedek. Johnwell shook his head in disgust as he hearkened back to the days when he and Cassis had first left home and joined the Hell Patrol. They were led then by a man named Ranav, a hard but fair man who had taught Johnwell what it meant to truly lead an army. Johnwell was forced into command after Ranav died and kept the group's survivors together while rebuilding what Ranav had started. But now? He would bash my teeth in if he saw us working for Melchizedek. What was I thinking these past couple of years? I should have cut our losses long ago. As he made his way through camp, Johnwell stopped to speak with a few of the men at several fires. The soldiers had the sense to appear as if they cared about his advice regarding the impending battle, but Johnwell saw the truth of things behind their eyes. Melchison called this my army? It doesn't matter what I say or do because he will come in behind me and undermine my authority. This has never been my army. A man with short black hair waited outside the command tent. I take it you tried to talk some sense into them again? Asked Cassus. General gave the man a frustrated look but ignored the comment. Is everyone here? Almost. What's going on? General clasped Cassus on the shoulder. You'll have to wait like everyone else. Who are we missing? Just Hag. She said not to wait for her. Well, let's just say she and one of the Byzernians are a little busy right now. Cassus let out a shudder after finishing the comment. You're joking. I didn't think there was anyone here old enough or desperate enough. Apparently, she was quite convincing. The remainder of Johnwell's scowl vanished, replaced by a grin. Well, maybe it will improve her disposition. Ha! It couldn't hurt it, said Cassus as he opened the tent flap. Johnwell entered first and Cassus followed after, securing the flap behind him. The command tent was packed. Never meant to comfortably hold more than 20 men, 50 soldiers now filled the space. Johnwell made his way through the press, heading toward the back of the noisy tent, interrupting conversations along the way. He did no more to greet those he passed than offer a nod or a quick clasp of the arm. He wasted no time with small talk. Cassus remained by the tent entrance, ensuring no one uninvited snuck in. At the back of the tent, Christian waited next to a stool. I figured you might want to use this. Johnwell took a step up and looked down at Christian. Are we good? Yeah. People outside the tent can still hear our voices but no longer clear enough to understand what's being said. Johnwell raised his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, that's enough. He paused until everyone settled. We're moving out tonight. We'll leave after everyone is passed out or asleep. There's a more pressing job ahead for us. Conversations erupted amidst a press of questions. Johnwell raised his hands again for silence. I know you have questions, so let's make this quick and I'll answer what I can for now. The rest will have to wait. A man leaning against one of the tent poles was the first to speak. He held a small dagger in one hand, cleaning his fingernails. The man didn't look up when he spoke, but his words were clear and to the point. I know things are looking pretty bleak out there, but it's not like us to renege on a contract, boss. Doesn't help our rep, you know, said Croak. And some contract it is. We've been moving around this continent for over 2 years now with Melchison and haven't been paid half what he owes us. The way I look at it, he broke our contract a long time ago. I take the blame for letting things get this bad. But trust me, thanks to his spending habits, the man is penniless. He's counting on tomorrow's battle to bring in the cash he sorely needs. That's not a situation I want to be a part of. As far as our rep goes, I think staying and getting crushed along with him would do more harm than leaving now, don't you? He paused and then glared at everyone around the tent. It's about time you came around, boss, said Croak, cold eyes flashing. We were starting to wonder about you. It's one thing to die if you're leading us, but another thing entirely to fight under Melchison. I'd rather cut my own throat and be done with it. Johnwell looked around the room. Does he speak for everyone? Heads nodded and a few grunted in agreement. Good. What else? Usually too shy to speak up in front of others, the young woman surprised Johnwell. I know that army out there isn't much, Commander, but there are a few we could use that'd be willing to come with us. Some might even be Hell Patrol material after a couple of real battles. The deep color of her tight red ponytail contrasted against pale skin and blue eyes. Is there something specific you're asking? Said Johnwell. Yanissi shifted the black long bow from her right hand to her left, whispering. Can we take those who are interested in coming with us, sir? If you're looking for someone to warm your bed at night, I'd be more than happy to oblige. We don't need to bring another squad aboard for that, do we? said the man next to her as he flashed a dirty grin. Yanissi turned and jabbed him in the groin with her bow. The ragged man fell to the ground, hands between his legs, groaning in pain. "Raker, if you open your mouth one more time, I'll cut off what little you got, do you hear me?" The commander had witnessed the scene far too many times. The comments toward Yanissi used to bother him since he took her in as a young girl, treating her like the sister he left behind. But over the years, she had proven more than once that when pushed, she could take care of herself. So he learned to let those comments go, knowing no ill was meant by them. Just the way Raker is anyway, always knowing how to get under people's skin. Her voice quieted again as she turned back to Jonrel. "It's not like that, sir. Rigger is one of them and he's one of the best scouts we've ever had. I just think it'd be a waste to leave anyone behind if they could help us on the next job is all." "Ah, now I see. I'll have to talk to her in private then, and perhaps Rigger for that matter." Jonrel answered her question by addressing everyone. "If you can actually find someone out there that is worth taking along, then so be it. I'll trust your judgment. But don't bring it up until we are about to leave. I don't want our plans to reach Melchison. If anyone looks like there'll be trouble, end it quick. I don't want someone flapping off the second we turn our backs." He paused. "Anything else? We need to wrap this up before the camp starts to get suspicious." "One more," said Cassis, still standing in the back of the tent. "What's the job?" Jonrel smiled, eyeing the man who had been his best friend since they were both boys. "We're going home, Cassis." There were several questioning looks and grunts at that. Jonrel paused to let them die down before continuing. "We're going to Cadonia. The princess, soon to be queen, is hiring us, only she doesn't know it yet," said Jonrel, watching as his friend's face went white. "Where are Cassis and Christian? They should be here by now." "You got me, boss," said Croak, again cleaning his nails. "We'll give them 10 more minutes and then we head out. They can catch up later." "Whatever you say." "Is that really necessary?" "Is what necessary?" "That," said Jonrel, pointing at the dagger. "How can they be dirty if you're constantly cleaning them?" "They aren't. Just habit, I guess. Like the way a blade feels in my hand is all." Croak sheathed the knife and looked up. "Don't sweat it, boss. They'll be here." Jonrel sighed. "They better." "See, that's them coming out the camp now," said Croak with a nod. He pulled out a different knife, picking at the nails on his other hand. Jonrel shook his head and turned toward the encampment. He squinted and saw some movement but couldn't make out more than a few shapes in the night. The distance was too great. "How can you tell it's them?" "I can't." Croak shrugged his shoulders. "Just trying to be positive is all." "You're unbelievable, you know that." "Thanks." It wasn't a compliment. Croak sheathed his blade and pulled out another that he started spinning in his hand. A small grin crawled across his face and he watched the blade dance in the moonlight. "How about you do something useful and grab Yanissi? Something's up and I need her eyes." "That's definitely Cassis in front, but there is no way that many soldiers were worth bringing with us." "Sure thing, boss." Jonrel watched the line continue to creep along, ending with several wagons in tow. One above, there must be over 200 horses in that group. That's near half the cavalry. Jonrel twisted his head around as he heard a soft voice. "Croak said you needed me, sir? I thought you said only a few men were worth bringing along." "Well, sir, the number was probably closer to 15. Then I need you to get up that hill and tell me what's going on because there are a lot more than 15 soldiers coming this way." "Yes, sir," said Yanissi. Jonrel watched her scamper up the hill. She took a moment to position herself. Jonrel gave her a few moments then asked, "Well, do we have trouble?" "I don't think so. I need something more than that." Well, that's definitely Cassis in front, and you can tell that's Christian way in back by the way he can barely stay on his horse. So if it was a trap, I don't understand why Melchizedek would let them ride unguarded. The real issue is what's going on with everyone else. What do you mean? Well, they look more uncomfortable than Christian on those horses, almost like they never rode one before. They're all pretty small too and don't carry themselves like a bunch of soldiers. Jonwell squinted into the night, thankful for the clear sky. His eyes weren't nearly as good as Yanis's, but now he knew what to look for and what she said made sense. He realized what was going on. Sir, is everything all right? Do I need to ready the rest of the men? No, everything isn't all right. But we aren't in any trouble just yet, snapped Jonwell. He sighed as Yanisi flinched from his tone and he realized he was taking his anger out on the wrong person. Good job. Even in the dark, he saw the young woman blush. Thank you, sir. But I don't understand what's wrong. He muttered a curse. Those aren't soldiers in that train. Those are Melchizedek's slaves. Jonwell waited at the bottom of the small rise, watching in silence. With each step the horses took, he saw how awkward the riders were. Cassis came up to Jonwell. Neither said a word. The commander watched each brown-skinned slave make their way past, noticing not only men, but women and children, tucked away in the covered wagons. Jonwell waited until Christian neared before speaking. You too. Come with me. The three men rode off and stopped just out of earshot of the others. Jonwell's eyes went back to the slaves trying to keep control of their animals. His men were in the midst of the chaos, doing their best to manage the situation. The commotion could wake the dead. Jonwell's face hardened. He spoke, ice-lining his voice. Start explaining. The plump mage cleared his throat and started to reply, well, you see. But Jonwell cut him off, scowling at the two men. I wasn't asking you. He glared at Cassis. I know this was your idea, but... Well, you said we could take anyone who was interested in coming with us, said Cassis. Jonwell cut in again. Don't give me that. These people aren't soldiers. What were you thinking? They belong to Melchizedek and so do the horses and wagons. Well, I figured he still owes us quite a bit on our contract. We could sell the horses and wagons when we make it to port. That should cover most of it. And leave the cavalry even weaker than before? Very compassionate. What about the slaves? Said Jonwell. Cassis spat, growing agitated. That's what I think about Melchizedek, his cavalry, and his army. He was going to send the Byzernians to their deaths tomorrow. What do you mean? I overheard him talking to one of his captains. They were planning to have the slaves in front of the infantry. They were going to give them some crude weapons, and use them as human shields. He said it was becoming too costly to keep them alive. And so you thought to take them with us? Seemed like the right thing to do. Maybe. But it definitely wasn't the smartest. This continent has kept Byzernians as slaves for decades. No one would find fault with Melchizedek for doing what he liked with his property. That doesn't make it right, Jonwell. Jonwell shook his head. He may have overlooked the Hell Patrol and a few deserters leaving, but almost 300 slaves besides? Not likely. I wasn't going to leave them to their deaths, said Cassis. Jonwell sighed. He looked up into the night sky, speaking to no one in particular. Why do you keep testing me? He met Cassis's eyes. Then they're your responsibility. You're in charge of their organization, their needs, and their final destination because they aren't coming with us to Cadonia and I won't have them place us in any unnecessary danger. Cassis nodded. I expected as much. Jonwell turned to Christian, jabbing a finger at him. You're going to help him the entire way to port. What? I just happened to be leaving camp at the same time as they did, said Christian. Don't take me for a fool. You did something to the camp, otherwise they'd already be after us. Well, I may have added some of my own special brew to their mugs. It's designed to ensure a man sleeps soundly the night before a big day, you know. But I really don't see what that has to do with anything. The mage ran his fingers through the few wisps of long hair remaining on his head, trying to repress a grin. Of course you don't. But they are just as much your responsibility as Cassis's. John glared at both men waiting for an argument, surprised there was none. He added, "When will your special brew wear off?" "In a few hours, not long after dawn," said Christian with a sullen huff. "Plenty enough time to prepare for their deaths then? You're getting soft from hanging around Cassis so much." The sound of hooves approaching caught their attention and the three men looked back toward the disorder. Sitting astride a white mount rode one of the slaves. Like most slaves from the Byzernian Islands, the man was very thin, and average in height. As the rider pulled up, John could make out his age by the bright moonlight, late 50s by his estimate. The man had a spryness about him though, evident by the confident way he sat upon the horse. The slave gave a bow, showing far more control at the reins than the others of his race. "Wicwa, good to see you," said Cassis with a smile. "Your skills with a horse are impressive. My previous master had me care for his animals. I am a bit more familiar with the beasts than most of my people." He bowed again, addressing Jonrel. "Commander, I came to thank you on behalf of my people. Your kindness is unmatched for a man in your profession." "Keep your thanks, Wicwa, and give it to Cassis. This was his idea, not mine. Even so, the final decision is yours as commander." The old man's eyes glanced to each of the three mercenaries. "And pardon my assumption, but it appears you will allow us to travel with you, and for that I am grateful. We promise not to be too much of a burden on you or your men during our journey." A loud crash ripped through the night and they looked up to the shuffling mounts of the Byzernians. The mercenaries pointed and cursed at an overturned wagon, Glacker the most vocal of all. The bear of a man threw people around left and right for not moving quickly to rectify the situation. Jonrel snorted, "Well, Wicwa, here is your chance to keep your promise." "Yes, Commander. I must return to my people. Very few speak anything other than their native tongue." He bowed again before riding away. "That bowing is going to get annoying," said Jonrel. "Well, be prepared to see a lot of him." "That's the one Hag latched onto," said Cassis. "What?" said Christian, gagging. Jonrel decided against saying anything as he watched the commotion of slaves fumbling with righting the overturned wagon. He nodded at the two men. "Your responsibility, remember?" The two men looked at each other and mumbled something as they rode. Jonrel shook his head. "One above, what did I get myself into?" For 2 weeks, the Hell Patrol struggled across broken terrain that hindered them at every move, and the coast still lay another week ahead. The journey should have taken 10 days at most, but with so many slaves and their families, they struggled each day just breaking camp, let alone traversing through the expansive plain and now into the rocky hills. Cassis had sworn to Jonrel that the slaves would not hinder his progress when they left Melchisen's army, but that is exactly what happened. I should leave them behind. Each day here is one less in Cadonia and one I can't afford to lose. Jonrel glanced back to Cassis, who talked with Wicwa as they rode. He knows I won't leave them behind now. Orange and red lines seeped across the horizon as the sun fell behind low-lying clouds that lay over distant hills. Jonrel halted, and ran fingers through his long hair before scratching the stubble at his neck. His hand went to his breast pocket, feeling for the stone Christian had given him. "Another day gone and yet I feel no closer." Croak came up beside him, spinning a knife in his hand, the eagle-shaped hilt shimmering in the fading sunlight. He looked up, blade turning as he spoke. "I think those slaves are done for the day, boss. It seems we're stopping earlier each day." He sighed. "Make camp and have Yanissi set up the watch." Croak shifted the knife from one hand to the other. General looked over at him, his gray eyes weary. Why don't you grab a dozen men to go hunting? I'm getting sick of salted beef. Croak nodded and rode off. Night came quick and they finished camp by firelight. Croak had come across a small herd of wild buffalo, almost getting himself killed while taking one down with only a pair of throwing knives he had sunk into each of the charging beast's eye sockets. The men who accompanied Croak told the tale to all who would listen, saying it was one of the most amazing things they'd ever seen. Stupidity can often be confused for amazing. Larger pieces of the massive beast roasted over spits while cooks sawed off smaller chunks to throw into soup pots. Soon after, General sat near one of the cook fires, spooning the rich stew from a trencher. Staring into the flames, his hand subconsciously reached for his breast pocket again. Good stew, said Christian, sitting down beside him. General blinked away the glaze from his eyes, scratching his chest with the hand he had reached with. He took another bite and nodded. A perk of dragging this group around with us. I'm surprised Hag has stayed out of the Byzernian women's way. She can ruin a dish just by looking at it. The mage chuckled and set a pair of cups down on the ground between them. Oh, she's tried a few times but with only a half-hearted effort. Too anxious to do some cooking of her own under the sheets with that old-timer. Old-timer? Last I checked Wicwa wasn't much older than you. That's uncalled for. I may be old but I've got enough of my wits not to go messing around with her. I'll give you that. General looked down at the tin cups. He picked one up and held it to his nose, smelling the contents. I hope it isn't your special brew? Insults and now, accusations. The mage shook his head and clutched his faded cloak. I am truly hurt. I'm waiting. Don't worry. It's some tea that Wicwa made. I know better than to give you anything with alcohol in it. General inhaled the contents again before taking a sip. He nodded in satisfaction. I like it. Thanks. The two men grew silent, watching the flames dance around a roasting leg, crackling as fat dripped into them. Men sat in smaller groups around the various campfires, some playing dice, others checking their weapons. The smartest slept while time permitted. You need to talk to him, you know, said Christian. General inclined his head. Talk to who? Cassus. The man has been a wreck ever since you mentioned Cadonia. General snorted. And that's my fault? I've tried to approach him several times. I've known the man since we were boys. He'll talk to me when he's ready. He's scared. Mention something about his father, said Christian. The man has fought in more battles than I can remember and he fears seeing disappointment in the face of a feeble old man? General shook his head. Cassus has to face his fears one day. And this return home doesn't bother you? General opened his mouth, but a shout from behind cut him off. Commander! He stood up, seeing the young man running toward him. The youth was tall and lean with blonde hair and blue eyes, face without even a day's worth of growth. The boy looked more like some dashing knight or fabled prince than a scout for a group of mercenaries. Still, Rigger's skills as a scout exceeded anything General had seen in years. 320 horses are camped just a couple leagues away. Melchison is leading them. The fool survived? Yes, sir. He's looking pretty beat up, right arm in a sling, but it's him all right. What about the rest? What shape are they in? They've been pushed hard. Most of their horses are ready to drop and some of the soldiers aren't far behind. Still, they're well armed and from the looks of it pretty determined. Looking to take their failings out on us it would seem, said General. Well, we did skip out on them, said Christian. Take half a dozen men. Find a place we can make our stand. General jerked his head back to his left. Those hills we spotted earlier could be a likely spot. Start there and be quick about it. Then he turned to Christian. Pass the word to break camp. We leave in half an hour. No exceptions. You and Yanissi have rear guard. Tell Cassis to arm as many of those slaves as he can. Melchizedek has more than 4 times our number, so we'll need all the help we can get come tomorrow. The men nodded and set off to their tasks, Rigger sprinting with all the vigor of youth and Christian plodding along as fast as his frame would allow. Jonril overlooked a deep valley as the first light crept in from the eastern sky. The floor of the valley descended in a gradual slope, covered in rocks. From his vantage point, he could see the rocks rested in a dry riverbed, likely to flood again with the next hard rain. Other hills overlooked similar views, but no other valley was quite so deep or filled with such hazardous terrain. From the floor, the landscape did not seem as treacherous, with small outcroppings of vegetation covering holes and rocks half hidden beneath the plant life. Such terrain would twist a leg at best, cripple or kill at worst. Last night men, women, and children alike worked in the dusky gloom, first traversing the harsh valley, pushing and prodding animals and wagons. All got by with only minor injuries. The focus then turned to preparing for Melchizedek. Jonril assumed his former employer had no clue how close his outfit camped to them. If he had, last night would have been the time for an attack while we were scrambling around in the dark, hindered by the Byzernians. But Jonril knew he could rely on Melchizedek's lack of experience. Sunlight crawled across the hilly land and spread into the valley just as the last of Jonril's men moved into position. The sound of soft footsteps approached from behind, but Jonril kept his gaze set on the western entrance to the basin. If all went well, Melchizedek's outfit would enter there, riding into the sunlight. "Are we ready?" he asked. "Yep," said Cassis. Jonril turned to face his friend. "I wasn't expecting to see you here. I thought it best to bring you the news." Jonril grunted as he caught friend's meaning. "They haven't changed their minds then?" "No. Wicwas said that his people will not fight. They can help in other ways, but it is against their beliefs to physically harm another. And they wonder why they were slaves," Jonril muttered under his breath. "I'm just the messenger. You do have to admire their resolve though. The one above can have their resolve. I'd rather have fighters. Will their men still participate as decoys at least?" "Yes." Jonril shook his head. "Hypocrites. I ought to leave them here for Melchizedek. That would buy us enough time to get ahead of his company." "Many in your position would," said Cassis. "But you won't." The commander paused, breaking his stare with Cassis. "No. I won't. But that doesn't mean I haven't given it thought." "Of course you gave it thought. What is that supposed to mean, Dot?" "It means you always consider every scenario. But in the end, your decision tends to be the right one." Jonril considered his friend's words, thoughts drifting back to a time in their youth. 12 years ago, Cassis. Did I make the right decision then? Cassis frowned. I don't know. He paused. But I know you're making the right one now by going back home. He bit his lip. I just hope that when the time comes, I make the right decision as well. Jonril opened his mouth, wanting to ask what he meant but couldn't find the words in time. An arrow struck the ground no more than 2 feet from him, shaft vibrating to and fro. Red fletching told him the arrow belonged to one of his men. He looked up and spotted the archer waving from a nearby hill. He waved back and the archer let fly 2 more arrows. One landed near a group of men stationed around wagons on the eastern side of the valley. The second struck near a group of archers stationed on Jonril's hill, just below his position. In both cases men jumped, nearly falling over as the shaft struck within a hair's length of them. The archer waved again before ducking out of sight. Yanissi sure is getting bold, showing off like that. Cassis grunted. Bold as long as she has a bow in her hand, without it she's still as shy as ever and will barely meet your eyes. I wish I knew why. You can't be serious, Jonril. As much as you notice everything else in this group, it seems you'd realize she wants your approval and can't stand to let you down. Why else do you think she is so obsessive about that bow? She wants to be the best, probably for your sake more than her own. Jonrel shook his head. She knows how I feel. I don't think she, started Cassus. Melchison's earlier than I thought he would be, cut in Jonrel. Now isn't the time for this, Cassus. He isn't known as an early riser. Cassus let it drop. Well, you always found a way to get him up before. Why should that change now? At the base of the hill, men positioned behind wagons waited for the enemy to appear, staring into the dawn. The archers on the ridges stood in orderly ranks, waiting for the command to fire. Jonrel felt the tension rising from his men. Come on, we need to get ready ourselves. The sound of pounding hooves reached Jonrel's ears as Melchison's men entered the mouth of the valley. The ground near the western entrance did little to reveal the treacherous slope that followed deeper after a small bend in the path. Jonrel suspected Melchizon would ignore the glaring sun and push on over the rough terrain, bent on reclaiming his slaves. Still, to encourage the poor decision from his former employer, Jonrel sent many of the Byzernians to fill in holes and clear away stone near the entrance of the gorge during the night before. Byzernians moved about on the opposite side of the valley, acting as if caught unaware by the sight of Melchizon rounding the turn on the other end. Some of the former slaves even fled, and Jonrel saw Melchizon shout back orders to his men, signaling a charge and spurring his horse forward. Jonrel chuckled to himself as the plump man took the bait, nearly falling from his saddle at the sudden increase in speed. His men poured ahead of their would-be lord, impatient to wait for their leader to regain his seat. The wave of cavalry advanced, seeing what they wanted to see, easy prey fleeing on foot, a chance to seek retribution. But no sooner did the charge seem to come together, than it fell apart. Camouflaged holes snapped horses' legs from the cavalry traps set the night before by Hell Patrol members while the Byzernians worked on clearing the valley entrance. Jonrel stood up, waving both hands above his head, signaling men on another ridge. Christian stood, lifting one palm to the sky and aiming the other at what remained of Melchison's army. A flash of light shot from his outstretched hand, blinding man and beast alike. Then with a shout, the Hell Patrol loosed their arrows. Those still saddled wheeled their mounts, and those unhorsed still able to walk, fled on foot. Among the later group, Melchizon hobbled along, using his sword to support himself. Jonrel allowed himself a smile as he watched the man raise a fist in anger at every rider who passed him. Arrows continued to drop during the retreat as men perched on either side of the valley descended the slopes. A quick thrust from sword or knife silenced screams of agony from the dozens of riders. Man and beast alike had shattered their bones on the stone-covered ground, nearly a third of those who entered the valley. Raker was among those on the ground, grinning ear to ear. He looked up as Jonrel neared, his left cheek puffed out with a mouthful of chew. "Woo, we got him good," he said, running another man through. "I can't wait to find Lord Roundness down here. Think I'll give him a stab whether he needs one or not for old time's sake." He laughed. "Sorry, but I saw him stumbling away with the others." The mercenary's eyes widened as he let out a string of curses. "We gotta get after him then." Jonrel just shook his head. "He's done. No sense in wasting more time. Those on horse that got away still outnumber us, and we already know we can't rely on the Byzernians to fight. We need to get moving in case they decide to attack again once we're on open land." Raker spat. "Ain't that more of a reason to go after him?" "No. Those who came into the valley looked pretty beat up from the battle we skipped out on, but we don't know if others still loyal to Melchizon survived the fight." Slaves hurried about near the wagons, getting ready to move when the order came. Raker shook his head in disgust and stabbed another groaning soldier in the gut, twisting the blade until the man heaved his last breath. The mercenary spat on the man's face when he was done. "Is that really necessary?" "Is what?" Jonrel gestured toward the body. "Oh, that? That was personal. I remember this one calling me a cheater when we were playing cards once." "Were you cheating?" "Of course. But that don't give him the right to call me one, said Raker. General shook his head. Commander! Commander, wait! Please, said Wicwa, sprinting across the valley with the grace of a man half his age. However old that is. General barely noticed the desperation in his voice, too busy watching the man negotiate the rough ground far better than he could. What is it, Wicwa? Commander, please. I beg you to stop these men from what they are doing. He held a look of horror as Raker slit a man's throat. I can help those who have fallen as well as the horses, but... Why? Are you some kind of healer? We don't have time for that, said General, agitated at the thought. Yes. Many of my people are. It is our way to heal, not harm. I promise you it will not take long. General considered what he said for a moment. Then work on the horses, but leave the men. But, Commander, these men. General cut in, his voice turning to ice in the warm morning air. These men tried to kill you, your people, and mine. Before that, they treated you like scum. If we allow them to live, expect more of the same. Now, if you want to do something to feel better about yourself, heal the horses. We could use them. Wicwa bowed his head, but the expression on his face said he was not pleased with the answer. Very well. You have kept my people safe again and I am grateful. I will do as you command. The Hell Patrol made camp a day and half's ride from Pontycer, the largest port on the continent, Matarsis. The extra half-day in distance pushed everyone far from the busy road to avoid undue attention. A mercenary group coupled with several hundred Byzernians would raise questions. Digging trenches and setting up palisades with the midday sun high overhead, men and women worked in a silent rhythm. The silence did not last long. I'm too old for this, you know. Liable to catch a stroke or something, mumbled Hag in a raspy voice. The squat woman paused for a moment, waiting for acknowledgement. With no response, she spoke again, this time louder. I said I'm liable to catch a stroke with all this work. The old woman threw a spade of dirt on General's leg, punctuating the remark. The commander stopped and knocked the soil away, though he didn't know why. I haven't seen a bath in weeks. He met her eye. Funny how you've got the energy for that young stud of yours, but when it comes to actually doing your job you start to gripe about being old. He motioned to Wicwa, a man young enough to be Hag's son, but old enough to be General's father. The Byzernian was busy sharpening stakes. You don't hear him complaining. Yeah, well, that's why I like him. He doesn't say much. If I wanted a bunch of useless conversation, I'd come looking for you, Dot. You ever thought he doesn't say much because he can't get a word in edgewise? General looked to Wicwa and swore he saw the smallest of grins creep across his face. The short woman threw another spade of dirt on General's leg. Keep it up. I've never seen such ungratefulness after all I've done, taking care of them animals for all these years now. You know your way around a mule when the urge strikes you. Speaking of that, you've been growing lax on those duties as well. I'm doing nothing of the sort. Just doesn't make sense to waste my time on all the ones we picked up from Melchizedek if we're going to turn around and sell them. I still mind your mount and the others I know that'll be coming with us. Good. Since you are up on your other duties, then you have plenty enough time to help here like everyone else. The old woman just grunted and grumbled again, flicking one last spade of dirt before returning to her task. General knew digging a third trench was overdoing it, but he wasn't taking any chances as he expected Cassis back sometime yesterday. Besides, it always helps to keep a soldier busy. Upon arrival, he sent Cassis and a small group of men into the city. They were to secure passage across the ocean based on what Melchisedek's goods fetched on the open market. General sent Christian with the group for added protection, but he was also glad to have him out of his hair. The old mage had been acting strange since finding out Cadonia's king had died, and stranger still since the skirmish in the valley. Christian had said that he had never seen anyone heal with greater ease or knowledge as Wicwa had. Impressed over a bunch of horses. He shook his head. Hag remained quiet far longer than Jonril would have thought possible before she started back up again. This time she directed her wrath elsewhere, taking her aggression out on the Byzernian women who cooked. She didn't seem to care that most of them couldn't understand a word she said. It only enticed her further. Before long, she began flinging dirt into the path of women as they carried firewood for the cook fires. Eventually, even those peaceful women showed irritation and sent icy stares in Hag's direction. She hasn't lost that magic touch. Jonril grinned. A shout from Yanissi, signaling that Cassis and the others were returning, put an end to the strife. It's about time. Jonril jumped at the chance to send Hag to care for their animals and climbed out of the trench. He told Yanissi to have Cassis and Christian join him in the command tent. Blacker had been cursing under his breath for almost an hour. Croak knew that was a record somewhere. He sure couldn't imagine spending that much time talking, especially repeating the same 4 or 5 words. After an hour of hearing Blacker go on, he reckoned it was about time he at least asked what bothered him. Croak threw his spade into the dirt and pulled out a dirk. He began picking at his nails, noticing a few specks of grime that had accumulated. You gonna keep that up the whole day, Blacker? The wild man from Thuram turned around, sweat soaked his hair and beard. He spat, most of it dribbling down into the thick tangled mess on his chin. What are you jawing about? You ain't shut up since we moved to this part of camp. What's got you all worked up? Not what? Who? Huh? Jonril's lost it, Croak. Sticking our necks out for these brown devils ain't what the hell patrol's about. And yet, we've been dragging them around for weeks. On top of that, we're going to buy them passage home. That's money that could be in our pocket, Dot. You ain't seemed to mind them Byzernians when they were Melchizans. I believe you visited a few of their women pretty regularly? Yeah, that's about all they're good for, too. But now, they act like they're suddenly too good for that. And there it is, said Croak, clicking his tongue. Since they ain't slaves any longer, they won't let you have your fun anymore. Blacker spat. Ain't no woman gonna tell me what I can or can't do. Especially not any of them brown-skinned dogs. But Jonril did, didn't he? You know he's always been too soft. That background of his and his high and mighty standards. Ain't nothing soft about showing some respect to women. That's funny coming from a killer like you. Croak shrugged, killing and raping ain't really the same thing, but... Blacker laughed. Sure they are. They both get your heart racing, and when I'm done, I'm the only one who's happy. Blacker went back to shoveling. Croak sheathed the blade and followed suit. And that's why you ain't the one leading us. Jonril had just enough time to splash some cool water on his face and neck, washing off the day's grime, when the 2 men strolled into his tent, looking ragged. Jonril took a sip of tea and gestured for them to have a seat. I was beginning to grow worried. No doubt, said Christian, easing into a chair. You've got a stronger camp here than I've seen in some time. Jonril shrugged. Better safe than sorry. Was there any trouble? I expected you a day ago. Some, but nothing major. We scared off a few men looking to rob us as we left the city. Cassis thought it best to take a different route back. We covered our tracks in case they returned with more. Good. Do we have ships secured? 2. 1 for us and 1 for the Byzernians. The ships are owned by the same man. The price is reasonable, and best of all, he'll organize the sale to pay for the ships after inspecting the goods we haul with us. Jonril looked over at Cassis, who had yet to sit down. What kind of shape are the ships in? Christian answered, though Jonril had directed the question at Cassis. Although they're traders, both ships are strong and in fair enough shape. The old mage glanced nervously about. Given that we may have to improvise in open water if pirates attack, we spoke with the captains as well. Both are well-seasoned men. Can we trust them? Asked Jonrel, as he watched Cassus pace the room. The old mage gave a tense chuckle and fidgeted in his seat. I learned a long time ago not to trust anyone, Jonrel. You know that. Cassus's face held a faraway stare. The commander set his cup down. Cassus, you haven't said a word. What's bugging you? Do we need to be wary about the captains? The captains are fine. He looked up and cleared his throat after a long pause. I've decided to go on with the Byzernians. Jonrel felt like the chair was taken from under him. He looked to Christian. Is he serious? Silence. Jonrel turned back to Cassus. I don't believe this. They'll need help, said Cassus. The ships we procured are going in opposite directions. You'll be heading north while the other is entering a southern port near one of their islands. They won't have any protection on their journey home. Protection? You're one man, said Jonrel. One is better than none. This is crazy. Do you have any idea how long it will take you to secure a ship from there back to Cadonia to meet up with us? I'm not going to Cadonia. Jonrel's mouth hung open. I've lost my mind. That's the only thing that could explain what I'm hearing. I've gone mad. Cassus cut in. Look, I know this is a surprise. A surprise? I'd call it more of a slap in the face. We're going home. I need you with me. Cassus laughed, shaking his head. You've never needed me. I was the one who needed you. And you made sure to look out for me. Now I have the chance to do the same thing for these people as well as others. What do you mean others? There are slaves all over Matarsus, most are from the Byzernia Islands. I want to stay and help them. Jonrel looked up and mumbled to himself. One above, what have I done to deserve this? He snorted. Cassus, hero of slaves. What about your parents? What about them? Don't pretend that they ever cared for me. I doubt they even remember they had a son. I can command you to stay, said Jonrel, trying a different approach. Not if I quit. I can command to have you restrained and loaded on the ship to Cadonia. Cassus smiled and stepped forward, placing a hand on Jonrel's shoulder. You can. But you won't. Jonrel felt the fight leave him. He knew his friend well enough to know there was no changing his mind this time. To continue reading the rest of Rise and Fall Book 1 of the Blood and Tears series, click here.